a choice. Now you don't have a choice with energy because you don't have a choice for coal because Obama killed it. So at the end of the day, it's not the same. I don't.
Okay. I think we're kind of looping on this. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think.
The irony of it all too is that there's not enough lithium to power all the batteries that we need for all the cars, and lithium mining is super dirty.
I mean, I'm sure we'll figure it out. We seem to be inventing new technologies every day to help a lot of these electric vehicles and stuff. So,
somebody that's worried, that's really worried about climate change and all that crap, and that's not an acceptable answer. Oh, we'll get it done eventually.
I mean, even with the pollution created by mining the lithium for batteries, it's still way better for the environment than having a little mini oil power plant inside every single vehicle, right?
Well, that's the other thing is that what's powering all these batteries.
No, it'd be better than all that nuclear.
Oil, and there's not enough green energy to power all the cars.
Not yet.
Not
again,
green
it's
energy,
way better
ambient
powering
energy.
a car with central power plants, rather than having a mini power plant in every single car, which is what a combustion engine is, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I love electric cars, and I'll get one eventually. But all this talk about it's green and all that might be the future, but right now, whomever believes that an electric car is green, yeah.
I mean, they're greener than combustion engine cars right now.
Well, I don't know. I haven't done the math, but what it took to create that electric car is how does that compare with the combustion engine?
I think it's like after you've driven an electric car like 2,000 miles or something. It's a very low amount. Like you've already basically saved more on the environment than for a combustion engine car. It catches up pretty quickly.
You're taking into account
all the lithium mining for batteries, all the creation of the advanced technologies, all the harvesting. Yeah, it's for sure. You just have to imagine that having a mini power plant on a little vehicle is going to be so much more disastrous when it comes to pollution than powering things with central power plants located in massive scalable infrastructure like power grids, right?
I don't know if I buy that argument because the emission controls, you don't have, cars are not that dirty.
Cars are really dirty. Cars are really dirty.
They were really dirty before federal emission controls took a hold.
Another thing the government did good.
Get them out of the water.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but it's not a.
That's okay. Continue. Focus.
That's a law that was passed. You cannot pollute, and you need to put all these converters in your car and all that shit, so they don't pollute.
But then I'm pretty sure the government regulates.
But that's not an agency that was created to.
I'm pretty sure there's an agency.
It's part of the EPA.
It's part of the EPA, yeah.
Yeah, it's a federal agency. It's a government. Okay.
Yeah, we're.
I think we're done.
You want to kick me out?
I'm gonna kick you out.
Destiny, great talking to you.
Yeah.
I told Andy, whenever you're near, let's go have a beer and talk and hang out.
Yeah, sure. I think you guys are pretty close, so sometime, man.
Yeah, we're close. And he can go. I don't want to say the name, but he can go here.
You already saw the name.
Let us know.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, Bobby.
All right, Destiny, take care.
Yeah, have a good one.
Alright, before I leave, I have a question for you, Destiny.
Yeah, what's up?
What gave you the impression that I was a communist?
I know you're a communist. Listen, you're denying it now, but that's okay. It's alright, I'm not here to judge you, okay?
No, you're fucking... Because I'm pretty sure I've said this explicitly multiple times.
You might not be, okay? Do what? Say that again? Sorry.
I'm hiding my power level or some shit?
Damn, I don't know. Do you guys think Pixie's a communist? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe you're not.
No, I'm offended because I've said that. Did you disagree with anything I said about the for-profit motive, or how do you define communism? Or
no, I think I agree with everything you say, but maybe I'm just. It feels like all progressives these days have to be fucking Marxists or socialists. That seems to be almost a requirement, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. I guess.
Did you label yourself as progressive earlier, and you're not a Marxist?
Yeah, but it's hard to label myself as progressive because everybody is, literally a fucking socialist.
Do you think AOC is a Marxist, or?
I think she is, yeah. She doesn't advocate for it now, obviously. She's chilled a lot since she's gotten into Congress, but...
Okay. This is gonna sound like a dumb question, or maybe it is. How do you define Marxism, or what's a Marxist to you?
Somebody that doesn't believe in liberalism, fundamentally. Somebody that believes in like socialism or communism, I guess.
Okay, and that means like no profit motive at all, like getting rid of like capitalist or like.
Yeah, they go down that road basically. They don't believe in like the profit motive. They don't believe in free markets. They don't believe in. They believe that like labor is fundamentally an exploitative relationship that necessarily has an immoral actor scraping profits from laborers, basically.
Okay, well, just to let the record show, I don't think profit is inherently evil. I just think there's certain industries where if it gets in the way of what the industry is supposed to be doing, it probably shouldn't exist. Okay.
Okay.
I broke it on a key.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. Do you argue with your dad a lot about politics?
All the time. I'm kind of like burnt out from it because I swear to God every single day. He was so much more chill here than he is when he's talking to me, not gonna lie. Like he said crazy ass shit to me, so I was very surprised that he was just like so toned down when talking to you.
Yeah. That's probably pretty normal, I think, right? When we argue with our parents, it's always like way more intense. But that's because you guys probably already know each other's positions like really well too, so you can just like go fucking hard, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's at least he likes you a lot. He's not a crazy, stupid liberal, whatever. You should have seen him argue with Aaron. It was interesting.
Well, Aaron's a cunt. I can imagine that was a lot more intense.
She was nice to him.
Oh, okay, never mind. Good job. Was it a more intense argument though?
I think so. Or she was like, what is it? A lot more like confrontational, so they got into it like more deeply, like quickly. But I don't know. I think my dad can argue with everyone in general. Sometimes he gets mad when I start streaming again because after arguing with people for 8 hours, I don't want to argue anymore. And then he gets like upset that I don't argue with him after I argued for 8 hours.
Aww.
Yeah.
How sad. He just wants to be part of what you do online.
Well, yeah, no, he doesn't like it because he wants to monopolize my argument time. And it's like, I don't even have the energy to argue with him as long as he wants to. And then he thinks he wins, but he didn't win. I just got tired.
Yeah, that's a win to me.
But yeah, maybe I'll,
Oh, well.
I think it'd be interesting if we like live streamed with you and him face to face. I think that would be interesting to say the least. But we'll see.
Yeah, sure. Wait, is Erin there right now or no?
No, she's not. I'm trying to convince her to get here, though. I'm like, just move here. Easy.
Is that? Do you think she will?
I hopefully.
I am so
think
bad.
she's like open to the idea because she doesn't have really anything like attaching her to Texas. So I think we're close, but not there yet.
Gotcha.
Well, have fun talking to Dees or whoever.
Yeah, always. Have fun. Peace out.
Bye.
Alright, that's done with. See if this works. Okay, so that does exactly what I needed. Ooh. Get wrecked. Alright. One strong and 2 weak. Not ideal. Right? Hero mode. Save scum. I know I'm dead if I take one hit from that silver. There we go. Opal. I got more value from killing the silver. Ooh, perfect. Alright, that worked out excellently. Now let's see what next I want to bring up on the YouTube.
How's it going, boys, girls, and...
This guy's a funny reaction guy. See if there's any more. Obviously, his Avatar reactions
Squirrels,
aren't blind.
welcome to the most controversial episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. No, it's not like a bunch of parents wrote into Nickelodeon because this episode had a bunch of gore or anything crazy like that. I just know this episode is being one of the more hated in the series, and I don't fully know why. I don't know, I don't really remember it from my childhood. All I know is that a lot of people didn't care for it. So, let's find out why today.
Sokka, you're supposed to put the tarp on top of the tent. You know, so we don't get rained on.
Ordinary.
Oh!
But seeing how it's the dry season, you're not.
Katara, you are genuinely the last person in this group who should be worried about water falling out of the sky.
Listen, guys, harsh words won't solve problems. Action will. Why don't you just switch jobs?
Sounds good.
Whatever.
Can you imagine being in the middle of an argument and a 12-year-old comes up to you with some of the coldest wisdom you've ever heard in your life? I honestly think that would make me more angry. I think that would piss me off. What, you think you know me? You think you know my struggles, kid? Your mommy still packs your lunch for you. I have to pay for my own health insurance. Alright, we are not the same.
Come on, Momo, that's fair. Appa's got 5 stomachs.
Bitch, what makes you think I care about fair? Oh, what are you, a fair bender now? Bitch, give me that big slice.
There it is, guys. The Great Divide.
Wow. I could just stare at it forever.
Okay, I've seen enough.
Wow, even Sokka knows this episode's gonna suck.
This is the largest canyon in the entire world.
Then I'm sure we'll be able to see it very clearly from the air while we fly away.
Hey, if you're looking for the canyon guide, I was here first.
Look, I know this is Robin from Teen Titans, but why on earth would they cast another man who sounds identical to Sokka? It's gonna work later in the Ember Island Players episode, but for a brief moment here, I was like, did Sokka just possess this man?
In and out of the canyon is with his help, and he's taken my tribe across next.
Calm down, we know you're next.
You wouldn't be calm if the Fire Nation destroyed your home and forced you to flee.
Hey guy, maybe don't go around assuming people aren't fleeing from the Fire Nation. The Fire Nation be out here destroying everybody's homes. Plus, I'm pretty sure Aang has you beat here.
They've been the enemies of my tribe for 100 years. Hey, Shanks! I'm saving a spot for my tribe, so don't even think of stealing it.
Can somebody kill this guy already?
Maybe you Zhangs wouldn't have so many sick people if you weren't such slobs. If you Ganjins weren't so clean, maybe you wouldn't live to be so old.
I don't think that's the insult she thinks it is. Well, maybe if you ate less healthy, you wouldn't be so handsome. What? Well, thanks. Yeah, that's right, you're welcome. Pussy.
Smell your
Well, Aang,
stink a mile
ready to
away.
put your peacemaking skills to the test?
I
Is
don't
that why you
know.
wear a filthy
Fight
cloth
over
with
chores is
on
one
your
thing.
shoulder?
These people have been feuding for 100 years.
Aang's just like, Katara, these people could kill me. I don't really want to get involved.
I
in
should
it."
really
Everyone
test
listen
the
up.
YouTube one.
This is the Avatar. And if you give him a chance, I'm sure he can come up with a compromise that will make everyone happy.
Katara, you goddamn fucking bitch.
To tell the truth, I'm not sure. But when have I ever been?
He's the Avatar, Sokka. Making peace between people is his job.
Yeah, thanks, Katara. You've made that abundantly clear.
Appa's gonna take good care of you till we get there. See you on the other side, buddy.
Alright, so I do get
What? Do not
messages
just
from
give
both
Appa
YouTube
to
and
these
Twitch.
strangers. Aang, you met these people 15 minutes ago, and all you know about them is that they're greedy and petty. Honestly, it's amazing it takes until season 2 for you to get Appa stolen.
Gotta make sure we can't be followed. We'll be safe now.
Yo, maybe Nickelodeon did get emails about this episode. Did a bunch of parents write in telling them to tone down the terrifying designs of the spirits? Because none of the spirits in the other seasons look as sane as the ones in this one.
What was that?
Canyon crawler. Oh, and there's sure to be more.
Your arms, they're broken.
Both of them? That sucks, dude.
I thought the whole point of ditching our food was so we wouldn't have to deal with things like canyon crawlers.
Sokka, this dude's out here sporting 2 broken arms. I don't think he's in the mood for your attitude right now. Oh, you sneaky bastard.
Oh, come now. You really think that tribe of thieves isn't smuggling food? Why should my people go hungry when the sneaky Zhangs are stuffing their faces?
Your guide was almost eaten by a giant termite today. You really don't see anything wrong with what you're doing here?
Jin Wei was attacked by one of the Zhang. A vermin named Wei Jin, who looked at the orb with envy.
It seems wild to judge an entire tribe based off the actions of one man 100 years ago.
Our people have never forgotten. You can never trust a Zhang.
Oh, never mind. Katara's immediately on board. This dude Katara just met was like, the Zhangs betrayed our people 100 years ago. And Katara went, those fucking Zhangs make me sick.
Care for some meat?
Would I?
I know what you must be thinking. We're horrible for endangering everybody by bringing food down here.
Sokka just does not care about this century-old conflict.
Our forefather, Wei Jin, was leaving the western gate of our village when he saw a figure in the distance.
Whoa! Wild art style change. Once I found out that this show's animation style was inspired by Fooly Cooley, it's like all I can ever see.
We Zhangs will never forget that injustice.
That's just terrible. You gonna finish that?
Sokka does not care.
Yeah, Katara, what are you talking about? Wei Jin didn't steal the orb. He was returning it to their village gate and was wrongfully punished by the Ganjin.
Not punished enough, if you ask me.
Katara over here taking hard political stances.
How many times do I have to say it? Harsh words won't solve problems. Action will.
Perhaps the Avatar is right.
Yes, perhaps he is.
Oh, nice. Way to go, Aang.
Harsh words will never solve our problems.
Action will.
Oh, way to go, Aang. It'd be wild if Aang just accidentally started a massacre here and, like, had to live with that for the rest of his life.
good.
Actually, that'd be kind of dope. It'd be kind of cool to show how difficult solving these kinds of conflicts actually is, and, like, being the Avatar takes as much social training as it does bending training. Honestly, they kind of do this with Korra, so it's cool that, like, that idea is in their head, at least.
Is that food? Everyone smuggled food down here? Unbelievable! You guys put our lives in danger because you couldn't go without a snack for a day?
Oh, he's pissed. Aang's furious.
Awful! So hungry.
Oh, he's over it. Aang's fine. Maybe this is why I didn't originally rewatch this season. This would have scared the shit out of 12-year-old me. Maybe my brain was just like, skip to season 2. You don't want to touch season 1, man. This is like that bug scene from Peter Jackson's King Kong. Like, this is so intense.
Ah, that's what I want.
Yeah, everybody, just do that. Step 1, grab a bag. Step 2, fucking airbend.
Wait a second. Jin Wei? Wei Jin? I know those guys.
Oh boy, here we go. I know this part. This is the part everybody hates.
That's some luck you knew Jin Wei and Wei Jin.
You could call it luck. Or you could call it lying.
What?
I made the whole thing up.
Okay, so I've seen a lot of people talk about how this episode kind of feels like a waste of time and how they don't like that the conflict is resolved by Aang lying to both of the tribes. And this is definitely the weakest episode we've seen so far, but it's not, like, bad. It's a bit of a waste of time, for sure, and I don't love that
Alright.
Tara and Sokka are just, like, immediately fighting and then just, like, obnoxiously fighting throughout the rest of the entire episode. Like, them choosing sides and getting into a conflict just feels kind of dumb, especially when we just saw them fighting in the Jet episode, and it's done way better. But I do kind of like the fact that Aang lies to both groups, because they're engaged in this century-long feud that's so petty and so lost to time that nobody even knows the facts of it anymore. They've got two different stories, both of which result in conflict. And I kind of like the fact that Aang gives them a third story that, while not true, does result in peace. Because it kind of shows how stupid conflicts like this are. Like, the two tribes don't actually hate each other. They just think they do because it's like this familial thing they think they're supposed to do. Like, the dirty tribe doesn't actually hate the cleanliness of the other tribe. They just think they're supposed to hate them because of this century-long conflict. It is kind of weird to have Aang be this, like, the ends justify the means type of character in this episode. But, like, he's 12 and he's flawed, and I think in this instance, he handled this in the most clever and mature way he could have. Anyway, on to the next episode, but before we do that, if you want more content not found anywhere else from me, make sure you consider subscribing to my Patreon. There you'll get access to exclusive reaction videos not found anywhere else, such as my entire reaction to Season 1 of Food Wars, and now, my upcoming reaction
Sounds
to
like
Blue
One
Lock.
Punch Man,
On top of that, you get
actually.
access to my exclusive Discord server, and access to all of the recordings of the live streams I've done in the past and will do in the future. Furthermore,
Or
you'll
My
just be helping
Hero.
out the page a ton and ensuring I can keep putting out videos as frequently as I do. So with all that out of the way, let's move on.
Be careful, guys! Guys? Gyatso? Why did you disappear? I didn't mean to.
So horribly dark that this 12-year-old has to be haunted by his past for the rest of his life. Yo, that flash of Ozai was so sick.
Wait, really?
There is a
Flash of Ozai.
Oh,
that flash of
was
Ozai
a
was so
flash of
sick.
Ozai.
There is a storm coming. A big one.
You're out of your mind, Uncle. The weather's perfect. There's not a cloud in sight.
Zuko, can you get off of Iroh's ass for one goddamn second? Iroh's over here like, it smells like it's gonna rain. And Zuko's just like, you crazy old man, I knew I should have left you to die with those earthbenders.
Prince Zuko, consider the safety of the crew.
The safety of the crew doesn't matter.
Zuko is so close to having a full-on mutiny on his hands. There's only so many times a person can yell at their crew and get beaten up by a 12-year-old before they just lose all respect of their peers.
Ah, it's good. It's perfect. I'm telling you.
I don't know if I like the sound of that swishing.
Swishing means it's ripe.
Lady, are you trying to sell her a loose watermelon over here? The contents of the fruit should never be jostling within the fruit.
I think it's true, Katara. Swishing means it's ripe.
I just realized we're out of money anyway.
I just realized I'm fucking with you anyway. Why did you pick out all of these groceries if you weren't gonna buy any?
Out of food and out of money. Now what are we supposed to do?
You could get a job, smart guy.
Get a job? You guys are never in the same town for longer than an afternoon. How are you expecting Sokka to pick up a 9 to 5?
The fish can wait. There's going to be a terrible storm.
Ah, you're crazy. It's a nice day. No clouds, no wind, no nothing. So quit your nagging, woman.
Telling somebody a storm's coming is like the equivalent to dropping a slur in this world. Everybody flies off the handle the second somebody mentions inclement weather.
Then I'll find a new fish hauler and pay him double what you get. How you like that?
I'll go.
You're hired.
Oh, hired! Instant employment.
Airbender tattoos. Well, I'll be a hog monkey's uncle. You're the Avatar, ain't you?
That's right.
Katara loves being Aang's hype man. Anytime somebody's like, you're the Avatar, aren't you? Katara's always stepping in like, check it out, Aang, I'm about to gas you up like a tractor.
The Avatar disappeared for 100 years. You turned your back on the world.
Don't yell at him. Aang would never turn his back on anyone.
And just like that, she goes from hype man to PR rep.
You kind of have to balance on it like it's a top.
Man, that's hard.
Where'd you learn that trick, Aang? I made it up.
I like how Aang's great innovation to airbending society is just a portable segue.
Those were some of my favorite toys when I was little.
You chose them from among thousands of toys, Aang.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. Those toys bang. You kidding me? That thing where you do this and the little bead slap the paddle? Get out of here. Who wouldn't pick that?
Your own past lives.
I just chose them because they seemed fun.
You chose them because they were familiar.
Okay, but look how fun that was.
Tired of chasing his avatar. I mean, who does Zuko think he is?
Do you really want to know?
General Iroh.
General Iroh, we were just shouting treason. Do you want to kill me now, or should we make it public?
Let me in.
Prince Zuko, what's wrong?
I want to go into the war chamber, but the guard won't let me pass.
You're not missing anything, trust me.
Oh boy, pre-scar Zuko. You hate to see it. Any flashback beginning with Zuko without a scar almost always ends in tragedy. Usually in the form of Zuko getting a scar.
Very well. But you must promise not to speak. These old folks are a bit sensitive, you know.
Thank you, Uncle.
You hear that, Zuko? Just sit down, be quiet, and listen to the meeting.
What better to use as bait than fresh meat?
You can't sacrifice an entire division like that.
Zuko, what did Iroh just say?
But I'm still the same. Nothing's changed. So what? I can't play?
Whatever, Aang. Do you really want to play with that potato-headed freak anyway?
Very interesting move, young one.
What do you mean? Hey.
Oh, monkey out, so. You sneaky old bitch!
Zuko would have to do his own father.
I like how we're intercutting between Aang not getting to play with his childhood friends and Zuko literally getting mutilated by his own father. Look, both boys suffered. Both boys did not suffer equally, though.
How could they do that to me? They wanted to take away everything I knew and everyone I loved!
Whoa, hot scissors!
I'm sorry I got so mad.
Nice recovery time there, Aang. I hate them. I hate them all! I'm sorry about the time I said I hated them all.
And then the Fire Nation attacked our temple. My people needed me and I wasn't there to help.
You don't know what would have...
The world needed me and I wasn't there to help.
You can't argue with that, Katara. You literally mention it at the beginning of every episode. And just when the world needed him most, he vanished. That's you, isn't it?
You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher.
Whoa, look at little Azula. Oh, that's sick. What a cool little seed plant.
Things will never return to normal. But the important thing is, the Avatar gives Zuko hope.
This has to be the most complex character motivation in like all of children's media. Right? Like, no way any Ben 10 characters beating Zuko's insane backstory and connection with Aang. I love how on the surface, Zuko's been, like, kind of whiny and arrogant and annoying, but after this explanation, you see that all of that was just desperation, because he's finally closer than ever before to actually catching the Avatar. This task his father sent him on, knowing it was a bullshit mission that he'd probably never accomplish. It also just gives Zuko such a great reason to inherently hate Aang. Like, just the sight of Aang infuriates him, because Aang being free inherently means Zuko stays exiled. So it's like, even though Aang's not doing anything, even though he's just existing, it pisses Zuko off. Oh my god, this is the first time we see lightning being redirected? What an insane technique to just throw in the middle of this random episode. Even Iroh's standing there like, did I just fucking bend lightning? I also like how this is before they decided that lightning in this series is gonna be blue.
The Avatar!
What do you want to do, sir?
Let him go. We need to get this ship to safety.
Okay, but why did Zuko arc? Like, the soldier has a little arc where he hears Zuko's backstory and then, like, learns about his desperation and why he really wants to find Aang. But Zuko wasn't there for that. Shouldn't Zuko still be like, fuck these soldiers, let's grab the Avatar? And that is episodes 11 and 12 of Avatar: The Last Airbender. In summary, The Great Divide, like, not as bad as people make it out to be. The storm's pretty good, you know, it's our introduction to lightning bending, I guess. That's a little crazy. It's also our introduction to Azula. Two, like, huge lore pieces just sprinkled into the middle of this already massively lore-heavy episode. Definitely a cool episode. You know, Zuko's backstory is great. The way it's delivered is really clever and well done. Like, yes, it's just Iroh telling somebody it, but it's Iroh telling somebody who is disgruntled with Zuko's bullshit. So it makes sense. It comes out naturally. Yeah, you know, Storm's great. Great Divide's fine. But Avatar's fine is still at least, like, really good compared to most shows. Till we get to the headband in season 3. An episode I hate. But as always, let me know what you guys thought of these episodes in the comments below. Let me know what your favorite, like, jokes were from this video. I like having you guys let me know that, and I'll probably pin a comment asking you that as well. It helps with making shorts and TikToks from these. And yeah, I will see you guys next time.
But now I always seem to freeze the things I love the most. The last a little longer when they're covered in frost. The muffins on the counter always get gobbled up, and they go stale.
Alright, that's enough of that. I don't even have a way of tracking how. Oh well, don't really care. Oh, I didn't even need to kill them all. These are only useful for purple rupee. Oh. Yeah, might as well use this. Random week. One more hit. Alright, done. Ruins. And the Talos. Ah, there it is. Oh, it's an EX. Oh, Majora's Mask.
I should hit you in your face 10 times harder.
Exposing Chaos Adam, my ex-boyfriend. Exposed. I don't know whether to make this thread or not because I was just mainly scared to speak up, but I kept silent for a long time and decided that it was time to share my story regarding the toxic relationship I had with Adam. I'm not doing this for clout or anything. I just wanted to share some of the things I went through and experienced. This is the first for me, so bear with me.
I don't need
the thread will be
this.
kind
I
of
have the
long,
meteor rod.
So if this doesn't interest
But
you, you don't have
actually,
to be
I'd
here.
prefer to
Why do
lose
this?
the meteor
What is
rod.
Okay. For context, Adam and I were in a long-distance relationship for 2 years between 2019 and 2021. Adam was verbally, emotionally, mentally, and physically abusive towards me. To this day, I'll never understand why he did what he did. Wait, why was I linked this? It says 500 likes. Who even is this? Who is Chaos Adam? Am I supposed to know? 21,000 followers. The average is about 2K views on Twitch. Oh, okay, so decent. He turned me into a person I didn't recognize anymore. Didn't respect me as a person. Told me I was overreacting. Trigger warning. Sensitive content. I wish I killed you then and there. I'm glad I fucking hit you. I hope you fucking hurt. I should have done it more and harder in different places.
Right.
I wish I would have killed you.
Let's heal up.
Okay, Adam. I can't believe you just said that. And watch your body lose its soul in front of me. I wish I never let go and you choked to death because of all you ever do is cause me pain. Blame, take things out on me, push, blame me, take things out, push me away. I don't care about you anymore. My love for you is gone. I wish I. Please come in December. Let me show you what actual abuse is. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, take a photo of it too. Show your friend. I should have snapped your neck. You do not deserve to live. Try me. Try me. You
I
got
am
me so-
almost out of weapons.
The only reason I still talk to you is because I don't even love you. How could you believe I ever loved you? You live in America. You're the dumb spends her money to see me. Ha 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 ha. Why do you think I'll never see you in America? Why do you think I hit you and will continue to beat you? Watch, answer this call. Bet every hour I'm sending you your money. Every hour is a different email. Every hour is a new message to your friends. Every hour is a message to your mom. We will see how your life is. This guy's on the real Giga Chad grind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignore me one more time. I swear to God, one more. You're that pathetic. You can see my messages and yet you choose to ignore me. You piss me off on purpose. Same way you ended the call. Okay. One call before I spam your mom. Wallahi. Calm down. 111. No. No one. Oh, one call. Choice is yours. You got me. Your choice. We will see. If you care, you're so crazy.
Alright, it's nighttime,
Not
so...
joking. Oh, you're so crazy. Not joking. If you don't answer, you'll see. Watch me call your mother. Little bro is crazy. What the f? Why are you threatening me? Because you're the biggest, most miserable piece of shit I've ever met, and you deserve nothing but pain. You deserve nothing but pain. And then you can see his little thing where he's waiting for her to respond. Nah, little bro. Little bro, what are you doing? I'm gonna count to 19, 10. Then I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Simple as 10, 9. All you have to do is call me with no 8, 7, 9. Tell then what you want. Watch. Check your bank account. Aha. Oh, you're ignoring me. Ha. Imagine this is why I cheat on you. Remember, would spam call me and mess me like crazy and wouldn't leave me alone. Crazy. 82 missed FaceTime calls. Maybe she'll pick up the 83rd. Holy shit. Yikes. Fam. What are you doing, fam? Fam. What's going on here? When I blocked him at one point, he decided to email me disgusting things that would make threats. Holy shit. Nah, little bro, what are you doing? I decided to record audio.
Genuinely what? Try me. Like, actually try me. You know the craziest thing is? I've cheated on you so many times, it's insane.
Ah, bomb fishing.
You're the most worthless, useless piece of shit I've ever met. You're literally not good enough. You're literally not. I don't know why I put up with you.
Ooh.
Female who grew up with a dumbest mum. The dumbest f***ing family. Ghetto ass. I have never met someone so dumb. Like, so ugly. Like, you have nothing going for you. Nothing. You're not right. You're not smart. You're not educated.
What it was?
Right? You're not f***ing good.
Pressing up
What are you?
button.
What can you do? Apart from eat and sleep all day. Actually disgusts me. And it is crazy because I've been just, like, you keep calling me a cunt, but I've literally been so nice to you. Female who grew up with a...
Make our way to Goron City. Then we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible. He's figured out how to get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn. But to think, that divine beast was actually built by people. That means we should be able to understand how it works and how to use it to our advantage. These divine beasts, so much we don't know. But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope. Tell me the truth. How proficient are you right now wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
Bah. Ah. And the keys are fantastic.
Oh, bro.
Law, no, law.
I wish nothing but f***ing negativity in your f***ing life. You do not deserve to be happy, but that's all you ever want. You really do not deserve it. And if you think you do, you're fucking stupid, bro. Oh. If you were here, I'd beat the fuck out of you because you deserve it. You deserved it when I hit you. And I should hit you in your f***ing face 10 times harder.
Bro.
Because you're actually just a monkey. Like, nothing I say you listen to or understand. F***ing retard.
Nah, little bro, ableist too?
Oh, you're one of them people that thinks females are like need more than men or are above men. You think you're above me, bro. If you were here in person, I'd smack the f***ing shit out of you. Because you're actually just a monkey. Like, nothing I say you...
Oh! Sorry. He was saying cringer. He misspoke, sorry. Wow. Well, that dude's, we'll go ahead and give that the official... We're gonna give that the DE, okay? You're getting the Destiny endorsement. That dude sounds hella fun. Stay away. He would have to release some insane recordings to match that from her side. Do you think there's anything Melina or a girl could do to make you go that crazy? I feel like it's almost no context judgment. Kind of. The problem is that we go crazy in different ways, and the way that I go crazy would never get me in trouble. The crazier that I feel, the more that I disconnect. But for some people, the crazier they feel, the more they pursue. So like me at my craziest is blocking everybody and not talking to anybody, and like that's it. And someone else at their craziest might be like pounding on somebody's door at 3 a.m. screaming outside trying to get their attention. People just like, when people get upset, they get upset in different ways, so it just depends. But usually, yeah, when I get upset, I tend to just withdraw, so I'm lucky. And then, yeah, sometimes you're Destiny, sometimes you're Nico. You just get to go hunt down your ex, you know?
That was pretty. Alright, let's see what's next. That's my own channel. No. I haven't watched this one yet.
How are all these people able to dance here in the middle of the day? Don't they have jobs?
Back in the day, if you asked me if I would ever consider a new SpongeBob episode to be my favorite, I probably would have laughed. Even as the episodes started getting better again, very few of them can compete with a lot of the classics from the original series run, like Band Geeks, Chocolate with Nuts, Pizza Delivery, and so on. There were definitely a couple of episodes that can go toe-to-toe with the originals, like Plankton's Pet or Mimic Madness. But to me, SpongeBob still wasn't the show that it used to be. Then Season 11 came out, and my god, we got classic episode after classic episode. During Nick-O-Rama, I said that Season 11 was my favorite season of the entire show, and I still stand by that. Sure, it has Ink Lemonade, which is awful and everyone hates, but the season has my leg, and that one episode forgives everything. The season went hard. Chatterbox Gary, Chef Bob, Legends of Bikini Bottom, The Night Patty. Making a top 10 out of this season alone would be a challenge, with all the painful cuts that I would have to make. However, one episode managed to stand above everything else in my view. And it's weird to me, because this episode doesn't seem to be praised or talked about as much as some of the other episodes that I mentioned. And that episode is Karen's Virus. I'm going to say this right now for the record. Karen's Virus is my favorite episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. And I suppose my 10th anniversary is a perfect time to talk about the show that most contributed to my success here on this platform. And that episode just so happened to be, to my everlasting shame, an episode that came out after I said that this show would never get better. I'd say that I'm not laughing anymore, but Karen's Virus is actually a pretty funny episode. But it's one of the many, many qualities as to why I like this one. The premise is simple. Karen gets a computer virus, and SpongeBob must go into her hard drives in order to physically remove it. And from such a simple premise, we get something really beautiful. Let's talk about that animation. Karen's Virus uses CG animation more extensively than any other SpongeBob episode, and that's a lot of what makes this one memorable. It's not the most technically impressive CG in the world. The second and third movies have higher quality animation, but it is one of the most aesthetically impressive things, at least that I've seen in terms of SpongeBob. SpongeBob himself is kept 2D, but many of the assets and environments inside Karen are 3D, and it gives this episode a sense of scale and scope that most SpongeBob episodes don't have. It really helps paint how alien this environment is. Because of how well they build the world inside of Karen and how much they give it its own distinctive look, it becomes one of the most memorable SpongeBob locations that I've ever seen. Watching Karen's Virus made me feel like I was watching Rock Bottom for the first time all over again. It's a place that I want to see SpongeBob go back to at some point in the future. Maybe not exactly in an episode, but come on. This needs to be a staple level in SpongeBob video games. SpongeBob himself feels perfectly out of place. Just enough to make it look like he's not painted over the camera lens, while still looking like he doesn't belong in this world. Which is actually a really difficult hurdle to overcome. In a sense, Karen's Virus feels like a success at what Atlantis SquarePants tried to do. Show off some technical prowess in a different style entirely. Not only are the technicals actually better here, but the change in style is actually a part of the plot and not a digression, which is where Atlantis failed. I love the visuals of this episode, and I can go on talking about them forever. There's a scene where SpongeBob is just monochrome yellow, and they managed to pull that off too wonderfully. I'd imagine anyone who likes the amazing world of Gumball would really, really appreciate what they did with this episode. Even the scene transitions have that kind of spit and polish. When it comes to SpongeBob, it's usually easy to tune the transitions out because they're usually just bubble transitions, but in this episode, they get super creative. Almost every scene transition is interesting and unique, from a program pop-up to a pixel art virus running across the screen. Little touches like this is how you know that the people behind the scenes really cared about the episode. And the flashbacks to previous episodes in Karen's memory are a nice touch as well. I could prattle on about how this episode looks, but there are other elements that definitely need praising. Like the comedy. This episode is divided into an A and a B plot, which is a rarity in and of itself for a SpongeBob episode, and makes this one stand out even more. The B plot is about Karen going insane, and these are the funniest parts of the episode. Karen is usually such an underused character in the series, and this episode is a good showcase as to why she should be used a lot more. Plankton plays off her antics perfectly. One of my favorite moments is just the way that she's drunkenly talking as they're driving the car.
No way, Planky, it's me and you, amigo.
Man, there's a lot of these guys.
Another highlight is when she just fucking destroys the Krusty Krab to hit on Mr. Krab's cash register. It is the most awkward and funny thing that I have ever seen.
Hello there, baby. Where have you been all my life?
Please, don't break up our happy home. I forgive you, baby.
This episode also gives us this line.
Plankton, I need you to control your wife.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs is definitely gonna get Twitter canceled by this time tomorrow. While the A-plot does have jokes, and they are funny when they come up,
I hate everything.
That's how Karen sees Squidward.
they take a backseat to the action. And yeah, this episode of SpongeBob is surprisingly action-packed. There is a lot of tension throughout the episode, and that's because the stakes are higher than in most other SpongeBob episodes. It's made clear, repeatedly, that this virus is putting Karen in actual literal danger, and we do see that very same virus destroying Karen's insides. It's rare that you get to see this in a SpongeBob episode, you know, outside of a movie or a special, and I like this because it's balanced very well. The jokes never distract from the seriousness of Karen's situation. SpongeBob isn't just stopping to catch a jellyfish or mess around or mug at the camera. The jokes often come from the obstacles and SpongeBob's attempts to overcome them, or they are jokes showing how bad Karen's condition actually is. It all plays together superbly, giving this episode a rather unique tone compared to other SpongeBob episodes, and a perfect balance. And even the few jokes that aren't like that,
It's up to you, SpongeBob. You must save Karen.
they're so brief that they don't distract from the overall tension. The episode maintains a brilliant pace throughout. It gets into the plot as fast as it can. It takes Karen less than a minute to get the virus, and SpongeBob less than 3 to get into her hard drives. And from there, it's go all the way through. There is never a slow or dull moment in this episode. A lot of the conflict works because Plankton is genuinely worried for Karen in this episode, and I think that's something really special about this one. This is a problem that a lot of people have with Single Cell Anniversary. How much Plankton wants to appeal to Karen in that episode, or how much she only wants the Krabby Patty, is completely up to audience interpretation. However, throughout this episode, there is no such interpretation. Plankton has only one priority, and that is making sure that Karen doesn't melt down.
SpongeBob, if you're gonna do anything, do it now. Karen's about to melt down.
He still ropes SpongeBob into going into her in his own stead, but he's Plankton, not perfect. This is how you do a more sympathetic, intentionally sympathetic portrayal of Plankton, and I dare say it's one of his best appearances.
Arrow!
I actually can't think of even a small thing about this episode I don't like. Honestly, I kinda consider it a perfect SpongeBob episode. It's funny, the characters are endearing, it's tense, it's ambitious, it's beautiful, there's never a dull moment, and it's infinitely rewatchable. I'm not foolish enough to say that there will never be a SpongeBob episode better than this one, because, hey, anything can happen. It happened already. But for an episode to be better than this one, it will need to be beyond perfect. Karen's Virus is my favorite episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. Check it out if you haven't seen it. It actually seems to be like one of the more underrated gems from the modern season, and it's definitely worth a watch, or several of them.
See what we got going in. Yep. Fire arrows. Next one has an ember. Alright, what we got going?
Oh, I have so many projects. Oh, my life is just about to turn around, guys. I'm like an addict that just smoked his last pipe. The gamer Destiny's gonna take a back seat for a bit. We're gonna do some real life politics.
can we talk about something?
What?
Why did you say that you were gonna do politics after Victoria?
Good one, Mel.
What is happening? What is this? What is going on?
You want to shit on me? Because I can shit on you if you want to do that. If that's what you want to do today, I can do that today. Do you want to do that today?
Can we talk about your?
What?
Can we
you
talk
sure?
about your stream? We can talk about your stream today. Okay.
Where's your stream at today?
Well, I've been doing fansly pictures.
Wow,
and other
nice.
stuff.
Oh yeah, what were you saying earlier? This is so hard on my body. It's actually so exhausting.
I never said that.
Didn't you say that on the couch?
That.
You're like, it's actually really tiring taking all these pictures.
I feel like you're a little emotional right now.
Yeah, am I?
I feel like I'm watching a couple make out in public.
Yeah, better than watching us milk each other in public.
I don't know. I'm into that.
I think he's a little grumpy. He didn't get
Milking
enough milk
stream.
today. And I was not talking about milk. I was talking about milking.
Nice.
He didn't get any.
Good. Because you're not doing your job going to the store and buying some.
I got you Red Bull today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got like 4 boxes of them.
Wow, nice job.
So I'm a perfect wife. You better just chill.
Abba, you have some history in stand-up. Do I understand that correctly? I think I saw you talking to Erudite and you talked about that.
No. That's his dating background. He's got history getting stood up. You must have misheard him.
Oh, yo. You know what the worst part is Destiny actually has funny jokes sometimes, but the one that makes him laugh the most are his like dad jokes.
Oh my goodness. Abba just absolutely slaughtered.
Yes, so what was your question, Supreme?
No, I want to hear about that a little bit.
What is there to hear about when you don't know?
It's a fascinating topic. Okay.
Every f***ing comedian in the world has their own little podcast. Do you think stand-up comedy is somehow fascinating?
It is fascinating, isn't it? Like,
if there's one group of people who need to shut the fuck up a little bit more, stand-up comics. I feel like every stand-up comic's got a late-night TV show, some channel on CNN, some podcast that they're running. Yo, comedians are everywhere talking all the time about nothing.
Is it any of you motherfuckers gonna do a podcast with Steve or what? What's happening with that?
You know, someday.
Someday there's gonna be a podcast.
I don't know why you don't just do your own interview podcast. Bring people.
Yeah,
on
I
and
need
just fucking
to.
talk.
I know.
Okay. Listen, the last time I talked about this, you seemed like reluctant about it.
I just need a.
but
No,
it's
I'm not
really-
reluctant. I just need an assistant. That's what I need. I need a live-in assistant.
That's
Just
what a
knows all
wife
my
can
shit.
do.
Yeah, do you want to schedule it for me and go book a studio and go figure the camera shit out and all that? Yeah, go do that. Figure that out, okay?
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Didn't you already get a studio?
Yeah, but that was for me and Dan. If it's just gonna be me, I think I want to run things a little differently.
Why wouldn't you just do it in a studio?
I want to get like my own studio, my own shit at that point.
Yeah, but what's the difference between that studio and your studio?
Because that was like a sponsored studio where like they were gonna like set everything up for free and
So
everything.
why can't you do that now?
Because I'd rather buy my own shit and have my own studio, my own equipment. I think I'd rather just run it all in-house.
No, I think you should probably go with this one thing that you can just have, where people setting things up, because you're probably just gonna buy a studio and never do anything with it.
Yeah,
So
why
maybe
not
you should
start
try it
there
out
and
first.
No,
Yeah,
that's
maybe you should
okay.
try it
I'm
out.
good. I'm good.
You're just making up excuses.
It's not making excuses. I don't want the ownership of my first podcast to be with some company that I don't need, like sponsoring my shit. That would be so stupid. Why would I give that to somebody else?
You don't have to get them sponsorship, just pay them.
I understand what you're saying. Just pay them. Yes, you're saying get like a real studio. Yes, that's what I would like to do. Yeah, I just need to like actually put in the work to go and search for it and all that.
What were you gonna say, Abba? It sounded like you had some insight.
Wait, can we do a bet when it's gonna happen?
No, you're actually gonna trigger the
Yo,
actual
Mel,
ever
you
living
going-
out of me. Yeah, because she thinks she can get away with it, but if I start going hard on her, she's gonna go back to the therapist and start crying about how I ruined her life. Okay.
All right.
Hey, I'm just trying. Here's the thing. This is what I learned, okay? Because I was hanging out with Kennedy for almost an entire week, okay? And he taught me humiliation is the best way to learn, okay?
Yeah, is it?
So.
If that was true, you'd be
All
the
right,
smartest
hold on.
woman on the
Destiny,
planet right now.
Destiny, I think it's time for you to humiliate her. She's got some learning to do.
Yeah, is that true, Mel? Do you need
Put
some
all my good
education?
stuff.
No, I'm perfect, okay?
Maybe this can just be the podcast. He just humiliates you for hours.
That could be it. We humiliate each other back and forth. We could
You
just
could
fight.
do
We could
something with
actually
this
just
red
do-
pill
We
audience.
can just do a
Got
Mr. Girl
something in
podcast
here.
and just abuse each other back and forth.
Yo, Destiny is saying
On
he
video.
doesn't have the capability of doing something that Jesse Lee Peterson did. This is bad, man.
He doesn't do it on
I
his
mean,
own
Jesse
either. He's
Lee
got
Peters,
a
a
whole crew
lot of
as well.
producers and
Yeah.
a whole crew behind him. Like honestly, Jesse Lee doesn't do most
Probably
of the work
anything.
on there,
He
but
barely
necessarily-
shows
and he
up.
doesn't take any of the money as a result.
34.
Sorry, any of the money is an exaggeration. I just know he doesn't take a substantial amount because someone
Well,
else
he got
does
it.
everything in the back.
He has it though, so if he can do it, Destiny can do it.
True.
Whatever he did, whatever part of it he played, is there.
I mean, it's also possible that Destiny is not really that excited about being punished.
No, I should. It would be really good.
Really?
This is much faster.
You didn't say it's really good. Are you that excited about the prospect of doing it?
Getting a rolling.
And to be clear, also doing the work for it.
Yeah, I don't want to do any work. I just have to find somebody to do it. That's a problem.
I think you need Adderall.
I tried to give him some and then he threw it away.
I forgot. You gave that to me. Sorry.
Steve, why do you just throw away
Idiot.
drugs so often? He apparently
Alright.
throws away drugs everywhere too. I don't know why he does it.
That's you know why I do that.
Red
That's
Ruby.
different.
2
This
weeks
sounds like
of
someone is
free Vivance.
Need better weapons.
He only needs meth, that's why.
Why don't you ask Adam22 for a podcast? He could give you a show.
Hold on.
Yeah, H3
Those
could
are
probably give you some
absolute
pointers
barbo.
to
Yeah,
help,
there you
help
go.
you figure.
Are there
reach out to
like
Ethan.
cheaper flats in the building that you guys are in? You could rent one and make it a studio.
I think so. Yeah, there is one actually. I think about
Like 1 bedroom, cheaper ones.
it. There's like a thing that you can rent. Yes.
That sounds like a good plan.
Steve,
What?
did you hear that?
She's saying to rent a whole other apartment.
even
here
gonna
now.
bother
What would that be?
with
Another
you guys.
$4,000 a month for a
They're just
studio?
a waste of weapon
I did
durability.
listen. You're talking about an office downstairs. I wouldn't be able to rent that for a podcast. I'd have to move my equipment in and out of it every single day. That would be insane. She was talking about renting a full apartment. Okay, you're the one that's not listening.
At least grab something to break boxes.
No, I asked if there were smaller ones.
Yes, you asked if there were smaller flats in here. Yes.
Here's the thing, because Steve is a little retard, okay? I did actually ask the owner of this building if there was one room that you can rent
Yes.
in case I need one.
What? You're so dumb. You're so stupid. If you're gonna move out, just go back to Sweden, okay?
Hey, your game sometimes, Steve.
There it
is
is.
a little partial, you know. That's. Well, so I know you can actually rent one for several months.
I feel like we're witnessing some serious turbulence in this.
Yeah, you have no
much of
idea
this
how
is
much turbulence exists in my relationships, okay?
So is this pressure or encouragement, Destiny?
Good question.
Low key,
No,
that's the
difference,
funniest
yeah.
thing she said the whole stream. That was actually pretty good.
That was actually really
Kelly,
good
why
call.
the voices? Why do you do the random voices? This is the most triggering thing in the world. Why?
Steve, you're
feel
getting,
like it.
you're getting a little, you're going too far right now, okay? Don't
By
attack her.
calling out when she does like the random weird cutesy voices, like she's 12 years old?
This is her personality. You can't fucking
That's
do
her
anything.
personality? Is file? Enabler?
I mean, technically, it'd be part of a
Well, that's
person's
Mr. Gill's
personality.
personality.
Yeah.
Okay, that got weird real fast.
Why would you
Maybe
have to
she's
move
just
your?
doing-
Why
maybe
would you
she's
have to
doing
move
the
your?
reverse?
I'm trying to help your husband's career. Sit down. Wait, why would you have to move your equipment up and downstairs or whatever?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about too.
Why can't you just get like a second computer?
What, is it a shared
it's a
space?
stronger one.
Yeah, that's what she was talking
Means
about.
he
Was a
has
shared
better
space.
weapon.
Okay, yeah, so that's
no,
why.
it's not. It's not. It's actually a room that you can rent.
Okay, if you're
I'm
talking about
so
renting
hard
a full,
up
you're
for
not talking
good
about renting a
weapons
room. You're
that
talking
I'm
about renting
actually
another
really
apartment.
It's like
Looking
it's like
at
an
this
extra
guy
$1,000.
seriously.
There's no way there's an apartment to rent in this building for $1,000.
It's barely an apartment. It's just like a room and a kitchen.
That I don't
like
know
a
what the
studio.
what is a
hold
room
on,
and a room in a kitchen, a room and a kitchen?
Just like, it's just like it's like a studio.
Oh, for
Probably should've
$1,000
had-
in here.
Miami?
In South?
No
No,
way.
I'm not in Miami. I'm in South Beach. You're telling me it's $1,000?
I think that's. what
Melina, if you're wrong about the rent prices, what are you willing to wager and lose?
It's very small, okay, and it's just like it's.
No.
not
You just talking shit.
There's
So we
no
want to
way
know.
if you're
You got to
available.
stand on your word. If you're sure about the price, what are you willing to lose if you're wrong?
I can text that lady. okay?
Exactly. That's how you know she don't believe what she said.
No,
I mean-
it's like 1,000.
I mean,
remember.
regardless, isn't an office space gonna
Watch out! Watch it be like
similarly priced?
$19.99.
Melina,
You
real
need a
talk.
surprising amount of space to set up a decent set too.
Yeah, if I walked into somebody's supposed podcast and it just looked like a bachelor, I'd be like, "What the f is this setup?"
And you can see it, you can feel it on the camera too. Like it'll look like the Nick Galifianakis between two ferns or something.
I don't
That was
think
pretty
that's true.
successful.
You're not
Wait,
being imaginative.
So
Much better.
I have another question, Destiny. Why don't you just start online?
No, because that shit doesn't work. People.
Oh, that's
need to
actually
be in
really
person.
good.
True.
Jordan Peterson has
over
a
the
successful
fucking Zoom
podcast.
call.
I'm
And
not
his
Jordan
interview
Peterson,
trash.
okay? I'll go OD on benzos and melt half my brain, okay? And then I'll be Jordan Peterson. Is that what you want?
Steve.
Oh,
Why the
No.
I think also conversations that end up happening online are just not as productive.
Yeah, it has to be in
as the ones
person, okay? I want
There's
somebody to
a big
attack me,
difference.
and I want an excuse to blow him the fuck away, okay? So we need real life shit going on.
Got it.
That's what I want to see, all right?
You gotta get that guy that punched his mic. You gotta get it.
Yeah,
Gavin McGinnis.
Yeah, that
Whatever
one.
name. Yeah.
Tell him to bring his own
Do
bucket.
something.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite clip.
Yeah.
Hey,
Video
it's going south.
I mean, he's not wrong, dude.
Yo, Destiny, why does everyone feel the need to give you
Happy
advice
birthday
about your life?
Clearly he needs it.
Can you say happy
As
birthday
well.
to my friend Nick Kerr? Happy birthday, Nick Kerr.
Good question.
I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Can you say
That was the longest silence so far.
I was watching a meme.
Oh, that's the trap.
Where, is the party already over?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
There was a 1 hour party?
2 hours.
How would it be 2 hours?
Because we finished quickly.
What does that mean?
I mean, not everybody needs a
milking
long
again?
amount of
Yeah.
time
Are you
to
someone
do what they need
milking
to
or
do.
what?
You guys milk each other dry.
Let me
and
just
that's
keep it pushing.
Wow.
Steve, do you want to go to parties?
No.
Why? Okay, what would be the perfect party for you? No games involved. You cannot play video games.
I have no idea.
Really?
Halo
There's
2 LAN
nothing.
party.
Yeah,
What about an
look
orgy
up
party?
LAN party.
No.
Oh god.
The LAN parties from the
All right,
Midwest.
I'm
about drug
willing to
party?
fight that
Milk.
Talos with my new weapon. After I go up here. And it's a rolling ball. Ah, there it is. No complexity involved here. Roll and go. Okay. Satori! Nope. All right. Oh. All right. Oh, there went my thunder weapon. Oh, diamond. Rusty Shield is a surprisingly effective way to shield Surf. There we go. That's better. All right, Cryona. Forgot that was a thing. Didn't feel like climbing. Yeah, that one viewer is me. Going 50 and be on my way. Now it healed to. Probably say. Alright, next weapon. I'm gonna bomb. Alright, if I can get the strikes, I'll use. I just got one shot. All right, let's.
Brexit happened. They left. There is a democratic option. There has been the entire time. Like,
they didn't leave. They voted for it and didn't get it. That's what we're talking about through technology. They could have had ways to get around sort of this dispute, right? And that's the article I was reading.
Wait, what? How does technology solve any of this?
Well, the border dispute, right? We could have had a way because, well, let me finish. So, Beckett, I'll trust you to answer this, right? Because you.
No. I really want to hear it. It's so funny because Rob is so confident. He's so good at debating. He has no idea what he's talking about at all right now. He's completely has no idea what any of these issues are. It's very funny to me. He's just like trudging forward on the. The reason why he's talking about like passport control and shit is because he thinks that for Ireland it was just like illegal immigrants. He's like, are Mexicans fleeing to Northern Ireland? Is that why they need stronger border protection? That's just really funny. Yeah.
So.
That's what the issue had to deal with, was the competitive environment or the lack of competitive environment. Okay, hold on. You just say like 50 things that are all not true. I'm just curious. If you can give...
World War II, it seems that globalism is a sweeping force that has changed our markets and lives with increased access to international goods, services, and quality of life. However, there have been new threats and challenges such as terrorism, global pandemic disease, and devastating economic shifts as manufacturing of essential goods has moved overseas. This was a particular note during the coronavirus, where it was impossible to shut down travel without devastating economic effects, and countries prioritized themselves when it came to manufacturing medical goods. What is the future order, globalism or nationalism? Do nationalists have a right to determine their country's fate? Are we already too intertwined? How do we face down rivals who make essential goods for us?
I'm Beckett of Krabs. You can find me at Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, obviously all places. I generally do old internet lore, theology, bit of counter-terrorism stuff, general whatever's going on. Globalism's an interesting one. It's not a modern creation. We've had trade routes and the issues with them since the effects of the fall of Mesopotamia. Like when we talk about the idea of this sort of new global world, it's not really new. It's just an idea that resurges. I think the core issue is just being pragmatic about things. Sometimes we have issues where we need to keep infrastructure in place, for instance, keeping slaughterhouses open, even if like we've got the capacity to produce food in other places, so we don't undergo systemic collapses. Ultimately, people have the right to self-determination, but if you exist as an island, you are going to fail because the world is going to move on without you.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Destiny, would you care to introduce yourself to the folks at home and then also give us your thoughts on the first topic?
Hey, I'm Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny. I'm an institutional shill, a proud Democrat, and a strong supporter of a God Emperor, President Biden. I think echoing the thoughts of the last guy, Beckett, globalism is kind of an inevitable way forward. I mean, we're more interconnected today than we ever have been before. Old technologies like trade routes, new technologies like the internet are only going to further this level of global integration. People that are looking at a more nationalistic country are yearning for the days of old that will never come back. To go forward into nationalism is to step backwards in terms of our place in the world. And I think as long as we want to remain with our position in the world, being economic leaders, military leaders, and influential leaders, I think it's probably best that we continue down the globalistic path that we are on now.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you kindly, sir. Mr. Dillon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you need a minute to get oriented? I wanted to let the globes go first and then let the
Yeah, I'd like a minute to get oriented if possible.
No problem. Then Mr. Rob, can you introduce yourself to the folks at home, and can you give us your thoughts on the first topic?
Hi, folks at home. I'm Rob. I consider myself a populist conservative. I would consider myself a nationalist. I enjoy streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and other places. I have a panel show on Saturdays called The Arena that streams to the Crucible Network. Yeah, I think when it comes to this topic, there's going to be a fundamental misunderstanding on what we're talking about when we talk about nationalism and globalism. And I think this misunderstanding is used by people that really advocate for what I consider insidious globalism in order to enforce that. And what that is the idea that an integrated world means a globalist world. It does not. I am all for an integrated world. I think technologies that allow us to communicate with people around the world at a speedy pace, have employment situations where people from all over the world can live, cultural values that can be shared for all over the world, all good stuff. That's all good. To me, the concepts of nationalism and globalism have to do with our systems of governance. And to make it as simple as possible, it would be this. A nationalist government is a government that cares first and foremost and advocates for the people and governs for the people that are citizens of its country. A globalist government is one that cares less about the citizens of its country and their sovereignty and wants to govern as a world order. And to me, that is what is insidious and nefarious about globalism, is that it seeks to erode national sovereignty and national boundaries. We can see that systems of governments, even any national level, the further they get away from individuals, the less they are inclined to understand the way that those individuals live. So your local government probably understands your way of life more than your state government, which probably understands it more than your national government. Now take that out to a globalist society, and all of a sudden we have people in Davos that are telling people in Ethiopia how they could live and what's ethical for them to consume and how they could have farming practices. We saw this with Brexit and with things that there were people fishing lanes and things like that around the UK that were being eliminated. And it's also bad because it's ran by a bunch of people that are incredibly wealthy and corrupt that seek to use this to consolidate power for themselves and return us to a form of feudalism.
Beautiful. Appreciate you, buddy. Mr. Nevin, can you introduce yourself and also give a kickoff for the first topic?
Alrighty, I'm Nevin Gusak. I'm the host of the Populist Patriot YouTube channel. I'm also on Twitter. This is my first debate panel, and I'm honored to be here. And hello, everyone. I call myself a radical civic nationalist. If it's cool, I'd like to read a quote by former President Franklin Roosevelt that really crystallizes or summarizes, I should say, my political viewpoint. And I used to be a Reagan conservative, but I abandoned that for a number of different reasons. Where he said in his speech, in our personal ambitions, we are individualists, but in our seeking for economic and political progress as a nation, we all go up or else all go down as one people. So my type of nationalism really eschews the extremes of laissez-faire capitalism as well as the extreme forms of totalitarian collectivism, of fascism and communism. I'm for a form of pre-Reagan capitalism where you have strong unions, you have certain social democratic programs that allow people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps to achieve social mobility. My ideological point of view or brand of nationalism is kind of a big tent for people of different genders, sexual orientations, races, classes, etc., as long as you're committed, at least in some form or another, to the national interest. You know, globalism, there's always going to be a form of global interconnectedness with technology, as was previously pointed out. Historically, we have always been interconnected for hundreds of years. I don't think there's any dispute. But when it impairs our productive capacity or core productive capacity, as well as our national security, that's where I kind of draw the line and express very strong concerns. Because on the flip side, in history, we have seen, for example, how trade, British trade, and especially French trade with National Socialist Germany during the 1930s did not result necessarily in peaceful relations. In fact, in this case, and I can cite sources, so if you challenge me on my facts, give me some time and I can cite some sources, look it up and whatnot. France exported wood, iron, and all kinds of other materials to Germany, and look what happened in 1940. You look what happened
Nevin,
during the
I want to leave some stuff for the center part of the debate. So can you
Sure.
just bring it to a close for your opening?
Sure. Yeah. So there has to be a balance ultimately. We have to balance the needs.
I doubt this will let up anytime soon.
1969.
Your path seems to mirror your father's. You've dedicated yourself to becoming a knight as well. Your commitment to the training necessary to fulfill your goal is really quite admirable. I see now why you would be the chosen one. What if one day you realized that you just weren't meant to be a fighter? Yet the only thing people ever said was that you were born into a family of the royal guard, and so no matter what you thought, you had to become a knight. If that was the only thing you were ever told, I wonder then, would you have chosen a different path?
Alright, that's done.
Of yes, an interconnected world to some point without harming excessively our national sovereignty and national security.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Dillon, are you ready to introduce yourself to the folks at home?
Sure. My name is Dylan Burns. I am, I guess, an amateur war journalist and Twitch streamer, and I'm a globalist lib-cuck. That's the best way to describe me. I'm a libtard.
All right, beautiful. Well, and did you want to do any other intros besides that?
Sure. I mean, first question was, could you just give me a quick refresher, basic?
Absolutely. So basically, I was saying that there are a lot of advantages to globalism, like increased trade and global security, less war, all that kind of stuff that we've seen statistically since World War II. But we've also had new emerging threats like terrorism, pandemic disease, and also our rivals manufacturing essential goods. This was a particular note during the COVID pandemic where we were reliant on China for essential medical goods, and they were basically our rival and prioritized themselves over us. So I was asking what the future of the global order is going to be. Is it going to be globalism? Is it going to be globo homo? Nothing negative against globo homo. I'm trying to be descriptive here, where it's progressive, internationalist, lots of countries cooperating, all of that kind of stuff. Or is it going to be more nationalist, where basically you have these countries that are pulling back from the global order and trying to manage their own affairs? What are the balance between the two, and who should win this battle?
I mean, I guess for me personally, I think globalism is like fighting the waves of the ocean, and you're trying to build a sandcastle. It's like fighting an overarching powerful force, almost like a force of nature, much less an ideological structure. Just the economic motivators in place have push human beings not only to become more interconnected, but to also build institutions that manage international trade, like the World Trade Organization, the IMF, and other organizations to unite nation states. And even nation states that are known as like these anti-globalist crusaders, like Hungary, will get on their knees and beg for the European Union's aid and supply to help their country stay on its feet as it goes through economic problems. And many nations throughout Eastern Europe beg to be part of these globalist institutions like the European Union, which have been really vital in bringing Europe to one of the most prosperous eras in its history when it comes to a lack of conflict, only to be interrupted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine that many could maybe even say is a reaction to the success of the globalist project of the European Union, of the expansion of NATO, of all of these things. When we talk about globalism, I think globalism can be both good and bad. Like, for example, I think the interconnectedness of the international human trafficking and stuff like that is obviously bad, but these things are not going to be solved by isolationist solutions. We've seen how drug cartels have used things like submarines and drones in order to get around these types of things, and that's true of all of these international crime organizations, terror groups, etc. And I think the thing that's really going to combat them is by empowering the international institutions that are going to help us create and draw pathways in a new globalized world. People like to shit on the UN all the time for the failures of its international peacekeeping missions, but a lot of people don't realize just how cost-effective the UN is. For example, people talk about how much money America wastes on foreign aid. In 2021, I think we spent $1.5 billion in aid to the United Nations and UN peacekeeping missions. I think it was specifically UN peacekeeping missions. Of the 16 peacekeeping missions that the UN has been involved in, I think in the last 20 years, in conflicts in Mali, Croatia, etc., 11 of them have been conducted successfully. As for all the failures of Srebrenica, usually when the UN fails is because it doesn't have enough authority to act, not because it had too much authority and went too far. And I really do think that it gets kind of an unfair shake. It has problems, but all institutions have problems, and I believe in institutions, and I think we need to strengthen these institutions to guide us in a more globalized world, which is inevitable as human beings become more interconnected, and hopefully this interconnectedness brings us to a new era of prosperity and peace, as many international liberal theorists have theorized. Now I need to go to the bathroom.
Perfect timing. All right, then the panel is open. You guys are free to fight amongst yourselves. If I feel like we're getting into too big of tangents or if we're going on down too far of a rabbit hole, I'm going to drag you back in. I will give you timers, be watching my hands, but besides that, have at it, gentlemen.
Okay. Let me just ask it straight up if no one's going to say anything. When we're talking, so Destiny, Dylan, and maybe Beckett as well, when we're talking about the inevitable nature of globalism, are you talking about the inevitable nature of interconnectedness, like economically, or the inevitable nature of eventually having a global form of government?
Right, because I wanted to respond to something Patriot said about sort of the interconnectivity of capitalism. There's like a long-running theory that we can see in the Golden Arches theory. For anyone who doesn't know, it's the idea that if two nations both have McDonald's, they don't go to war with each other. Now that fell apart over a decade ago, and in the case of like Russia and Ukraine, we can see it falling apart, right? So I think there's like it's a complicated issue when we're looking at the economics because it's not clear-cut, and just because we kind of go, well, we'll trade with another country and then it will make us friends with them, doesn't mean it'll always work. Countries aren't just going to be like, well, they're trading with us, so we're going to be nice. So to the point about Germany and France, I don't think that's an argument against globalism. It's just an argument against kind of naively trying to bring your allies on board. But I think generally it's just the inevitable march. We expand, we get more connected. It doesn't necessarily need to have one government, but it needs to have kind of clear goals, right? This is one of the problems we see with the EU. It lacks those clear goals.
Well, I think, if you don't mind me jumping in, I think there are it's like the term socialism and capitalism. It means 50 things for 50 people. And I think there are different types of globalism too as well. Probably the most powerful version of globalism that exists institutionally in the United States is what I would term corporate globalism, because major multinational corporations in Wall Street have disproportionate political power. But then you also have, and you guys may disagree with me, I may be wrong on this, communists claim they're internationalists for global order, if you will. You even have some Nazi elements there for, like the World Church of the Creator for this huge genocidal, maniacal white world. It just, crosses so many different spectrums, means so many different things to people. And I guess the question is what kind of globalism does each and every the globalist members of the panel support? Do you recognize the need for some level of productive capacity here in the United States? Do you feel there should be limits for national security? I used to be a pure free trade person, libertarian person, and I'm not against trade per se, but what opened my eyes, and one of my areas of interest intellectually, is the history of communism, fascism, National Socialism, and their strategies against the West. And one of the things that opened my eyes was, for example, and I know, Dylan, you've been to Ukraine, so I'm sure you're probably familiar with this, Destiny. I know you're an expert on a lot of economic issues as well. But this was reported in the mainstream press where when Ukrainian forces and their American backers cracked open Russian-made military weapons, they found all manner of components from American firms, British firms, Israeli firms, their allies in communist China, et cetera, et cetera. And I know the arguments, of goods trade across borders, armies won't. I know I'm mangling Frederick Bastier's quote, my apology. But when I look at the hard evidence, that kind of has pushed me away from that position. Now, does globalism have its positive benefits? Of course.
If I may jump in, but I think that's a good place. If I could summarize, like in what you're saying, what it means to me is this: there are different meanings that people use by the term globalism, and that's sort of what I'm getting to. Because one of the strongest arguments I think that globalism is going to make is what's inevitable. So the debate becomes irrelevant. And one of Connor's questions was, is it too late? Are we already too interconnected? So that's the question.
Actually, I'll just freeze everything and
sort of
move
culture,
on.
communication, economic ties, or are you talking about a system of governance where we
Or
have
find
places
the
like UN,
chest.
the World Health Organization, other places like that end up having more power governmentally, and they can override nation states? That's the question I have for the globalists.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of global coordination with big, like, intra or international bodies, but I think that in a way is kind of necessary. I think that it's probably better to have those big international bodies because there's probably going to be some, in some ways, we're going to get there in less efficient ways individually without those international bodies. So, for instance, we could have a global climate conference where we decide to set, goals for every country that's part of the EU or part of NATO or part of whatever international body we want to use, and we could set that, and people say, well, that's infringing on our sovereignty. We'd rather deal with it nation by nation. But if we deal with it nation by nation, you might end up getting countries that set like certain standards where it's like, we're only going to trade with you if your climate or pollution controls are at such a level anyway. So, in one way or another, you end up kind of getting to these international standards just like set unilaterally or multilaterally regardless. So I feel like having these central bodies, or at the very least you have some level of representation, is probably good. It probably does more for your sovereignty to be part of these international governing bodies than to be independent of them. And then we kind of see that with Brexit when it comes to the United Kingdom, right? The whole idea was they are going to have more sovereignty with their country and their economy by leaving the European Union, but now the UK effectively has no say in European Union governing policies, but they're still going to be beholden to those policies if they want access to that trade union, basically.
Well, I think that Brexit's actually a good example because it shows the nefarious nature of global governance, where what you saw with Brexit, what was it, the Lisbon Treaty before that the UN put in. The UN makes this argument that there's democracy and it gives people a voice, but they don't. What they do is they give you a voice and then they use propaganda to inundate people to think that they'll get the result they want. And when they don't, like with Brexit, what happens? Well, they just drag it out for years and years and say, who gives a shit what your opinion is, people? The vote was only purely symbolic. We really don't give a shit. We can see that's what's been going on in the UK. We saw that's what happened in Ireland and other places. You could also see.
Wait, can you explain that? What does that mean? The vote was purely symbolic.
Because Brexit occurred, they said, the UK said, we will abide by what the people want, right? And then all of the institutional propaganda was, well, clearly we need to stay within the European Union, and everyone in the European Union.
There's a lot more complexity. Look, there's a lot more complexity to this. Now, like, I come at this from a weird position because I'm a Leave voter who's pro-immigration and open borders and very left-wing and very actually pro-federalized Europe. So, like, I was a Eurosceptic as a Corbyn when I was like 60, and there is so much more going on with Brexit and like what goes on in the UK.
Has it been achieved?
No, but that's not because of globalism. That's because of massive political incompetence. Like, even when we got close to the deal described within the original campaign brought back by Theresa May, everyone voted against it because everyone was politicking for the next general election. This idea that globalism or like particular powers undid Brexit, it's purely down to political
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it was like cigar smoking people.
Let me finish, because like one of the biggest reasons for Brexit was so we could actually get a handle on the fact that our political class kept making like huge blunders or fucking things up, and then got to blame the EU for shit that wasn't their fault. When we look at Ireland, you brought up Ireland. Ireland doesn't enforce its tax codes to the same level as the rest of Europe. Europe went and investigated and said you're going to do this, and Ireland said, what are you going to do about it? And you see this happen with multiple regulations. One of the biggest problems Britain had with the EU is we were one of the few countries really trying to apply regulations, whereas most countries just were much more pragmatic. And then you get into the whole veto movement and the block of veto countries that rallied behind Britain as that sort of central state. It's a much more complicated problem than just globalism.
You can say it's much more complicated, but just like with the Lisbon Treaty, what happened was the institutional people that had power in the UK assumed that wanted to remain with the European Union, assumed through all of the information they were putting out there that it would be a massive win to stay in the European Union. It wasn't, and because those people in positions of power wanted, afterwards they didn't like the result. That's why you heard so many people come out, people in positions of power in the media, etc., came out and said, no, we should revote. People didn't understand what they were getting. It's time for a revote. The point is, these global institutions give you the sort of symbolic vote, and if you vote in a way that they don't like, it seems to never get implemented. And then they'll revote like with the Lisbon Treaty, and then all of a sudden, oh, it went their way, and that got enacted real fast. And the point I'm trying to make is these organizations, one, they're corrupt, and we can get into that if you want, but even if we don't get to that, when you have the systems of governance that are so far away from the actual people that they're governing, there's less ability for them to actually govern in a way that makes sense for those people.
Wait,
I don't want people in Brussels telling me how I could live.
Well, first of all, you have a say in that. This is what the whole point of electing a member to European Parliament is. Well, now you don't have a say in that. Well, or you don't anyway because you're American, sorry. But can we, backing up to the Brexit thing, I don't understand why we have to pretend like there was some nefarious power that was working behind the scenes in order to make it so that people had mixed opinions on Brexit once it was passed. Like, Brexit passed by the skin of its teeth. It's not like this was massively popular throughout the entire United Kingdom. In fact, there were some states of the United Kingdom that didn't want a Brexit at all, which is why you saw people memeing about Scotland leaving and stuff, right? I think that you can say that, like, Brexit passed barely. Nobody really knew, I think, what Brexit was going to look like. And then there was a lot of debate post-Brexit over, well, what the fuck does it actually mean to Brexit? I think that these
a lot of it was kicking the Tories in the teeth. Huge amounts. Like, again, as a Eurosceptic, I can admit that. It wasn't about we hate Europe. It's David Cameron is an arse, and this is a chance to actually hit back from the Northern Bloc that's been ignored for the past, like, 60 years. It's much more complicated than, oh, well, actually, I think economically we'd be better off. There were blocs doing that, but they were a minority. Before Brexit happened, the Eurosceptics were a huge minority in the UK. It's only with the rise of UKIP that we really saw kind of like a call for the referendum, and Cameron wanted to do the same thing in, like, with Brexit that he did with the Scottish referendum vote, because he thought it'd be an easy win.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that, like, I think there was legitimate debate over that. I don't think it was like spooky people using propaganda to confuse the population. I think Brexit was genuinely a very contentious and complicated issue in the United Kingdom and different parts of the United Kingdom.
I mean, I think one of the most obvious examples of how a lot of people didn't know how it was going to go was like the Ireland border issue, where I don't think that was not talked about at all in the lead up to Brexit. It was all about, you know, like all the money they would save for the NHS and all about the immigration, and really none of it had to do with the Good Friday Agreement and exactly how complicated it would be making this deal with the European Union after the fact to guarantee that the Good Friday Agreement was abided by and that violence wouldn't flare up again in Northern Ireland.
Any better weapon.
Hello again. Ever see those overpowered weapons? And wonder how you can get them? Today I'll cover everything you need to get an inventory like this. It's time for another deep dive. Let's get started. Before we discuss farming, we need to cover scaling mechanics. You see, this game has a hidden XP system. As you defeat certain enemies, you'll accrue scaling XP. As you accrue XP, enemies and weapons will level up. You'll have to mix it up though, since most enemies only grant XP 10 times. I've linked to a spreadsheet you can use to track your XP in the description. To use it, first make a copy. Mark enemies off as you defeat them. And your XP will be calculated. There are tabs for both modes, so select the correct one. I've also linked to Leo Lino's scaling sheet in the description. Use this sheet to find the XP range required for a specific weapon. Select the weapon scaling tab. Search for your desired weapon. You want the first XP column. This weapon hits rank 2 at 5,112 XP. Just be careful. Some gear upgrades. This shield changes type at 4,750 XP.
You did it!
For the fastest XP, I recommend the main quest. Between Koga, the 4 Blights, and Ganon, you'll earn 2,100 XP. Champion's Ballad yields about 1,800 more. After that, I usually farm Linus. Start with the weaker ones before they level up. If you clear all of them, they're worth 3,100 XP on normal, and 4,300 on master mode. Next, I farm Guardians. The 4 overworld pipes are worth about 1,500 XP. If you destroy all 10 sentries while boarding Babudania, and clear some moderate and major test of strength shrines, you can earn up to another 700. Clearing out the interior of Hyrule Castle should get you most of the remaining XP needed. This should even be enough XP for the ultimate upgrade, the Yellow Modifier Hylian Shield. Once you have enough, there are 3 main sources you can farm for equipment. These are the ground, treasure chests, and enemies. We'll start with equipment on the ground. Equip something a bit weaker than your target. This allows you to compare it with the one on the ground. Save your game before picking it up. And reload until you get the modifier you want. A green arrow means the new one is stronger. This also works for shields. If you can't save or load for some reason, you can use the travel medallion instead. Just place it nearby and warp to it instead of reloading. This is helpful during memory storage. Treasure chests are similar. Save or place your travel medallion nearby. Then open the chest to see what it holds. If your inventory is full, you won't actually collect the gear. Once again, this is useful during memory storage. Keep trying until you get what you want. One additional tip. On Master Mode, all floating platform chests outside the Great Plateau start with yellow modifiers. No scaling XP needed. Next I'll cover farming enemy drops. You might think farming enemies is similar to the last two sections. While you could certainly save and defeat an enemy, and reload until you get what you want, there are ways of dramatically speeding things up. Of course, the strategy used depends on whether the enemy can be disarmed. Let's start with those who can. First, you'll need fire and electric weapons. You can find them in Hyrule Castle. Check the docks for a great flame blade, and the observation room for a thunder blade. Next, find an enemy you'd like to farm. Clear some space around them. To do this efficiently, you can pull enemies away one at a time. Distract them with bombs. And then chain sneak strikes. The trick is to walk between hits. And stand opposite where you last struck from. Repeat as needed. Once you have some space, set up a self-igniting campfire. Do this by swinging a fire weapon, dropping it during its flame burst animation, and placing it on some firewood. If sitting at the campfire leaves it lit, your setup is good. Next, set up a shock trap. Again, drop your weapon mid-swing, during its electric burst animation. Place another metal weapon nearby. You should see arcing between them. Move them to your target spawn location. Make sure you can still see arcing. Then sit at your campfire to check positioning. If your target gets zapped, everything is ready. Keep sitting at the campfire, and your target will keep dropping copies of their weapon. Occasionally, you may need to adjust the trap. Once there are around 100 copies, the trap will stop working, so you can stop earlier if you want. Before jumping down to check the results, I recommend retrieving your elemental weapons. Then you can start sifting through the pile to find the strongest drop. Out of curiosity, I organized the drops and got the following results. Unfortunately, this won't work on enemies such as Lionels or Guardian Scouts, since they cannot be disarmed. Fortunately, there is another trick you can use to farm these enemies efficiently. But first, we need to learn a bit more about how damage is calculated. Let's conduct an experiment. First, we'll need a volunteer. Say hello to Troy. I've hidden his weapons to see how much damage he deals with his fists. First, we'll prevent cold damage. And then we'll remove our armor. Alright, Troy, do your worst. Looks like he does 2 hearts of damage. Since each heart is 4 points, it seems he deals a total of 8 while unarmed. So how does armor work? Let's try putting on some clothes. Seems that reduced damage by 2 points. Exactly our armor value. What if we increase our armor to 7? That reduces damage to 1 as expected. And what if we wear exactly 8? It seems enemies deal a minimum of 1 damage. That's fine for unarmed enemies. But what if they're armed? Let's lend Troy this Savage Lionel sword. Let's see what happens. Okay, ouch.
It is my pleasure.
He just dealt 27 hearts worth of damage. That's 108 points. Or the sum of his base and weapon damage. It seems enemies take full advantage of any bonuses. Alright, Troy. I'll be taking that back now. So what have we learned? To summarize, enemies deal the sum of their base and weapon damage, minus Link's armor. This includes any attack up bonuses on their weapon, and will be a minimum of 1 damage. It gets a bit more complicated when you start including elemental damage and defense buffs, but each additional attack up point generally leads to an increase of 1 point of total damage. If we let an enemy hit us just once, we can now calculate their weapon's attack. This means instead of defeating the enemy each time, we can simply reload until they're worth fighting. This is especially useful for Lionels and Guardian Scouts. Let's see how it works. First, figure out the base attack value for the enemy you intend to farm. For Lionels, consult the following table. Red equals 15, blue equals 20, white equals 26, silver equals 30, and golden equals 60. Guardian Scouts all have a base attack of 0. Add to that the attack of your desired weapon to get the total damage that enemy will deal. Once you have this value, subtract 2 from it, and put on up to that amount of armor. Anything more would minimize damage, preventing measurement of the attack. In this example, Blue Main Lionel has 20 base attack, and a max damage Lionel Crusher has 53. This makes the total 73, so we can wear up to 71 armor. We put on 68, and reload until the Lionel deals 5 damage. If the damage flashes by too quickly, and you're playing on the Switch, record a clip with the capture button, and you can pause it to review. There we go. This should be it. 73 minus 5 equals 68. Now we just need to defeat the lion. And claim our prize. Let's see another example. This time I'll wear 84 armor. And eat a level 3 tough meal. This gives another 24 points, for a total of 108. We're going to need it too. This white-maned Lionel, 26, with a max Savage Lionel Crusher, 108, will do a total of 134 damage. Even after subtracting armor, 26 damage remains, or 6.5 hearts. Again, we just have to defeat the Lionel to claim our prize. This also works for bows, though you need to account for elemental damage, or preferably nullify it. The math works out here. 20 plus 10 minus 24 equals 6, only because we nullified shock damage. If you're aiming for a 5-shot bow, you can just test for that using bullet time. Sadly, you can't test Lionel or Guardian Scout shields, since Lionels don't use theirs to block, and Guardian Scouts seem to react the same to any weapon, so you'll have to farm these the old-fashioned way. It may take a few tries, but persevere and you'll eventually succeed. Guardian Scouts work similarly. Just avoid wearing Guardian Resist up armor as it will complicate the calculations. Additionally, they get a damage boost of 50% on Master Mode, applied after armor reduction. Some examples will help to illustrate this. Example 1. Ancient Battle Axe Plus, 45, no armor. 45 minus 0 times 1.5 equals 67.5, which rounds down to 67, or 16.75 hearts of damage. Example 2, Guardian Sword Plus Plus, 40, no armor. 40 minus 0 times 1.5 equals 60, or 15 hearts of damage. Same enemy, 28 armor. 40 minus 28 times 1.5 equals 18, or 4.5 hearts of damage. Same enemy, 29 armor. 40 minus 29 times 1.5 equals 16.5, which rounds down to 16, or 4 hearts of damage. As you can see, one armor point can provide more than one damage reduction here due to rounding. Remember that this bonus only applies during Master Mode. Normal Mode Guardian Scouts lack this bonus. Now that you know how to farm, where can you find good equipment? It is now time for me to show you Hyrule's most powerful weapon, the map. In all seriousness, this is how I find equipment. Rather than showing you detailed locations in video form, it is far more efficient to just show you how to find gear. My personal favorite is Lino's object map. Start by visiting the search tab, then enter your search query. You can then add the results to the map. Hovering over a node will give basic details. You can also click a node for detailed information. You can add multiple queries as needed. To include Master Mode results, toggle that in the settings. To search for actors in shrines, such as Guardian Scouts, select that from the map drop-down, then enter your query. All shrines are located near the map origin, or this spot north of Mabe Village Ruins. Click the Edit Search button for detailed information. You can then search for a specific weapon type and check the shrine location. That's all the tips and information I've gathered for equipment farming. I hope you find this information useful for your own farming endeavors.
Master Mode is here for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and it doesn't mess around. It's painfully difficult from the get-go. Enemies are stronger, their health regenerates rapidly, and you're gonna find high-level enemies in places you never would have thought possible if you played on the standard difficulty. All of these changes mean that you will have to tackle objectives big and small alike in new ways. Charging into battle like you're used to is not a good idea. To get you started, we've gathered 9 tips to consider when you set out in Master Mode. And with any luck, you'll be on your way to becoming the master of Ganon's domain. And when you're done with this video, be sure to subscribe to GameSpot for other Breath of the Wild tips, including our guides for the Trials of the Sword, the other main component of the new Zelda DLC. Enough talk, have at the tips! Tip number 1, avoid combat when necessary. Rather than fight your way across Hyrule, consider that you can accomplish many of your goals without directly engaging enemies. All it takes is 1 or 2 hits to die, even against red bokoblins at the start. So better to be safe than sorry and find your way around enemies rather than charging headlong into combat. Tip number 2, don't rush. One of the biggest mistakes you can make in Master Mode is sprinting across the map and accidentally stumbling into a group of enemies. Be sure to tread lightly and observe your surroundings to find the safest path from point A to point B. Consider every vantage point an opportunity for reconnaissance, and use that info wisely when charting your course ahead. Tip number 3, focus on shrines to boost your health. Enemies will kill you faster than ever in Master Mode, so consider focusing your energy on completing shrines to earn spirit orbs so that you can upgrade your hearts as soon as possible. That way, if you unexpectedly encounter enemies, you can stand to take a hit or 2 before dying. Tip number 4, sneak and steal. It's true that bokoblins will make quick work of you early on, but that doesn't mean you can't infiltrate their camps and steal precious weapons. The trick is to run rather than fight. When you spot a camp of bokoblins with weapons off to the side, sneak up as quietly as possible and steal their equipment. Even if they notice you, don't worry. Bokoblins will give chase for a while and throw rocks to hit you from a distance, but a clever mix of sprinting, climbing, and dodging will allow you to get away unscathed. Tip number 5, utilize your environment for stat boosts. Cooking and crafting have always been a core component of Breath of the Wild, but they are almost imperative in Master Mode. Collecting every resource within reach will allow you to concoct meals and elixirs that lend you greater speed, heartier defense, or greater attack power. This should be obvious to anyone who's spent time in Breath of the Wild, but it bears repeating given how even the smallest advantage in Master Mode is worthy of your time and attention. Tip number 6, head to Hyrule Field for DLC equipment. Given that enemies are super tough now, why not make a beeline for Majora's Mask, one of the new pieces of gear in this DLC, to make it easier to walk amongst monsters without raising their ire. Look to the EX Treasure Ancient Mask side quest to decipher its location, and while you're at it, be sure to go for the EX Treasure Phantasma side quest as well. The Phantom armor you earn carries a defense rating of 8, which is far better than any other armor you can find early on. It's important to note that you first need to leave the opening area, the Great Plateau, and subsequently encounter a loading screen before these quests unlock. An easy way to trigger a loading screen is by fast traveling to a shrine or tower. Tip number 7, Amiibo are your amigos. Once the option becomes available, you can always dive headlong into Amiibo farming to acquire lots of rupees, food, resources, and perhaps even new gear. It's not exactly playing fair, but you'll need all the help you can get to make it through Master Mode.
Alright.
Tip number 8, look for floating platforms with metallic treasure chests. The new floating platforms that dot Hyrule are a great resource for strong gear with stat bonuses. Most items you find within will have significantly increased capabilities, and may give you a fighting chance against the mode's harder than usual enemies. And lastly, tip number 9. Use bodies of water to drown enemies. If you can knock an enemy into water, there's a good chance they will drown and die instantly. Use this to your advantage and place bombs near the edge of a body of water, lure enemies to the location, and blow them up from behind to send them skyrocketing into the air and into the drink. Then, all that's left is to harvest their body parts like the sick monkey you are. These are 9 of our favorite tips for beginning in Breath.
And that really extended how long Brexit negotiations went into it. And that soured Brexit in the minds of a lot of Northern Irish people who thought that Brexit was really throwing away the Good Friday Agreement, and also backstabbing a lot of people like the DUP when it came to the idea that there will not be an infringement between the border of Northern Ireland and the UK, which one of the deals that they were negotiating with the EU at one point was literally putting up basically a border, a semi-border, between the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And these were the things that were not hammered out beforehand and not thought about, and that's why now the vast majority of British people, I think it's like over 54% compared to 34%, think now was the wrong decision to leave the European Union.
Right, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. The idea that people were saying, well, it wasn't something nefarious. Right, just like it wasn't nefarious that, like, at the same time Brexit was going on and we had this populism in the UK, you had a president in the United States that was being elected in Donald Trump. And it was just also coincidental that all of these major institutions all went in the same direction and hating that form of populism as well. And just like with Donald Trump, which we'll get into at a later date, I'd love to debate any of you on it, just like the institutions were corrupt in trying to impede his presidency, it just so happens that one of the most established first world countries in the world, the UK, when was Brexit voted on? 2015? So what are we on now? We're going to get to a decade before they get around to a
Hey, look, we've been going through a lot of prime ministers.
You can't figure that out. We should give them a say in like how we in the United States, they're so fucking incompetent, they can't even come through with removing themselves from the street.
Hold on. If we're gonna make claims, I think we should have real claims, right? Like saying that, like, was it a coincidence all this happening? That's like saying, was it a coincidence that in 2013 and onwards, a whole bunch of right-wing movements started to gain more popularity in Europe, ignoring the fact that the Syrian refugee crisis was driving everybody that direction? Like, yeah, of course there are political movements happening all over the world. We can't just point to them all and go, look at that spooky globalist, like, people behind the curtains. Like, if there's something you want to say in terms of some like coordination between the United States to discredit Trump and Brexit or something, then point that out. But we can't just be like, well, isn't that weird? And like we're making an argument. That's not an argument. We're not like saying anything of value there. There's nothing being said.
Well, I could get through and I'll look for the numbers because I've seen this, right? But we saw that the media coverage from major institutions, including state institutions in the UK, places like their state media, were overwhelmingly for remaining in the EU. People in positions of power were overwhelmingly for remaining in the EU. Just like in the United States, they're tangible. It's tangential that we could see there was a movement against populism there, and it makes sense because institutions that currently have power are interested in nationalism or populism that devolves that power to the actual people.
Is it not possible that the majority of politicians thought it was better for the UK to stay in the EU? Considering the UK had like one of the most preferential like positions in the European Union, they weren't part of the Eurozone, they weren't part of the free trade Schengen area, they had a say in the European Commission. Like, is that not possible?
Well, it certainly is possible. So let's say that it was organic, just like it's very possible that the people in the FBI, etc., in the media.
Whoa! What does the FBI do to the UK? One topic at a time.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, in both situations, it's possible that these were heartfelt beliefs from the people in those positions. So maybe 90% of politicians in the UK thought that Brexit was a mistake. That could be true. The point I'm trying to make is, those with institutional power didn't want this outcome, and once that outcome occurred, it seems that they did everything they could for 8 years on now to not follow through on the democratic process that they promised.
Well, and this is my take on Brexit. I don't consider myself an expert necessarily, but it also papered over it papered over a larger structural issue that was occurring for over 30 years of a long-term structural deindustrialization of Britain. And many of those people in those parliamentary districts that voted for Brexit, correct me if I'm wrong, were those people that were affected by that. And, part of the issue, getting back to Connor's point, is globalization inevitable and this and that. I think it's, to some degree it is, but also I have concerns that, and I know I'm a throw a bomb here that's going to stir up a hornet's nest, but there's a potentiality, you just don't know, war between the United States of the West and Russia and China. From my standpoint, the Cold War never truly ended. It could develop, God forbid, and I hope to God I'm wrong, of a Cold War, and that could cause the collapse, at least temporary, of globalization. To answer Connor's earlier point. But I think with Brexit, I think it papers over, in my opinion, a larger structural decline, financialization, and deindustrialization of Britain. If you want a truly healthy nationalism in Britain, you have to reverse, to some degree, Thatcherism and New Labour. As well.
I want to interject real quick. So I have no problems going into it. We're going to get it over to Dylan. He did raise his hand. I have no problems getting into the nitty-gritty of a specific subject, particularly if it's an example of the general question. But I also want to discuss this in the frame of the general question. Because what I've heard so far is Rob saying it was the will of the people. They wanted to leave. Fuck it. This is nationalism and democracy, and we're pretending to have democracy. And then what I'm hearing from the Globes is, well, you're too integrated, and it's a very complex issue, and because you're too integrated, you can't have your national will. That's what I've heard so far. So you guys don't have to expand it. As long as I have engaged panelists, I don't really give a shit what you guys are talking about, but I do want to reel it into the broader topic. Dylan, whatever you want to say, and then it's back open.
Well, I mean, like when we talk about like the narratives pushed by the elites here, what about the narrative about the money that would be saved by the NHS and the buses that were driven around the UK? That was a complete lie. It was a complete lie by populists in the United Kingdom in order to pitch this idea that pulling out of the European Union was magically going to save the NHS from all of the economic problems that it has been facing for decades, as the UK has been struggling to find out how they're going to pay for it, as well as not solving the Irish issue. The questions that were not answered before the vote was done, and since then, now that they've actually been slapped in the face with these questions, the British public has more and more and more rejected the idea that Brexit was a good time, a good path forward for the country, country, and they've regretted their decision. And it's right for them to regret the decision. Brexit has hurt their inflation crisis, which is much worse than what the United States has so far faced. It has worse to their labor shortage. It has really hurt the British economy, as well as facing them with multiple geopolitical issues, Ireland just being one of them. And so really, if anything, I think that Brexit, culminated this long British descent from global power status, and it's only going to further worsen it, as it has worsened the amount of influence they're going to have on the world stage to get their people good economic deals. And that's why the majority of British people no longer even agree with Rob, because they were conned. They were conned about the NHS, they weren't talked to about what the results would be in Ireland, and now they regret it.
They weren't conned, and this is an argument that those that sort of, would you call yourself a liberal cuck? This
Where
is
did the money come from for the NHS? Where did that come from?
I'm
Where
not
is
saying
it
there
going?
weren't people. Of course, there were people on all sides of the issue that were putting money in. Of course, what I'm saying is that what we see over and over again is when those with institutional power don't get their way through the sham of democracy, they enforce hell on people. Just like Destiny, my friend here, supported the riots that were initially going into conversation.
Why do we pivot so hard to other topics? Just stay on the one topic.
George Floyd, UK, Brexit, it's all connected very much.
It's all connected in the sense that people that willfully want to ignore the fact that there are people in positions of institutional power that intentionally cause pain. That way they can say, oh, see, you should have voted that way. Shit didn't work out for you. 8 years later, we still didn't keep the democratic promise that we promised you. We just couldn't do it. It was so hard. We, as one of the most established first world governments and historical governments in the world, we couldn't figure it out 8 years on. Oh, shit isn't going so good for you? Geez, maybe you should have voted the way you wanted. Want a referendum? Want to redo it? It's bullshit. It's
Wait, hold on. Wait, can you just say then? Do you think that all the problems right now in the UK are manufactured then by a salty government that didn't get their way?
No, but I think that it was intentional that they didn't give them Brexit in a way that was a timely fashion, and I think there are people that are impressed that wanted that in Brussels and the UK for it to be.
What was? Wait, there's a Bongo guy here. Yeah, with a hand up. Was there a deal on the table that everybody supported that was like that had popular support from broadly from the entire population and politicians? My understanding is what Brexit would look like exactly was incredibly contentious the entire time post Brexit, the referendum actually passing. You keep trying to describe all this malice, but I don't think it was malice.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it was like people nobody thought Brexit was going to happen. Nobody knew what was going to happen.
It's like we wanted to end, like say a country wanted to pull out of the UN, and they would say we'll pull out of the UN. You would say a country like the United States, if they did that and they voted, yeah, we'll pull out of the UN. 8 years later, well, no one exactly agreed the time frame or exactly how the pullout would occur. So, you know, it's
stop. No, hold on. Dude, you can't compare the United Nations to the European Union. The European Union represents far more integration between the member states of the European Union than the fucking UN. Joining and leaving the UN, my guess is going to be a whatever thing. But actually leaving the European Union, there's a reason why Cameron fucking like moonwalked the fuck out after that shit passed. Nobody had any idea what the country would look like post Brexit. That was a genuine confusion among the people and the politicians. You have to point to something if you're going to say we all knew what was going to happen, but the politicians stopped it. Because I don't think it's a fair
summary. Do you know who did know what was going to happen? Do you know who did know? The IRA. Because so I did my counterterrorism masters. I spoke to ex-members of the IRA released under the Good Friday Agreement who said to me, we voted for Brexit because it would radicalise the next generation in Northern Ireland. People fucking knew. And if your argument is, well, globalism's bad, well, this idea that nationalism's just this peachy thing, the reason that Cameron wanted to go for Brexit as a vote and actually like debate this was because there was a civil war within the Tory party and he was worried about the rising vote in UKIP. Because there are people in that institutional power, people from very old money actually for the majority of the pro-hard Brexit side within the Tories, who really do want that real hard exit, who really do want Britain to return to some sort of weird 1800s ideal or return to empire. It's like, and you're saying, well, no one knew what it was going to look like. That's because the people involved in this were on multiple layers of structural power and no one had a clear vision. Because again, no one's tried leaving an institution like this that's so massive. This idea that, again, Dylan's right. It was a bus with some money on the side of it, which was never achievable because you understand anything about the way the EU funnels its money back into the UK and its member states. Like, it gives massive amounts of that money back. And there are wider problems there that the Tories could have been funding that shit anyway, but just weren't because, again, they control the tax systems. Sorry, yeah, Dylan.
I'll go after Dylan.
Rob, you wanted to respond to that, so you can go first.
Well, I was just going to say, like, the idea that what you're saying there, Becca, and what Destiny, that it's, it's bigger than something like the UN, like US pulling out of the UN. Again, that's another lie that was sort of sold to the people in the UK. This was originally supposed to be an economic alliance, that there was supposed to be some sort of voting stakes. There was an organization this was about economics, and we could see that it became much more than that. It became about who you were allowed to leave in your country and other things like that when it came to sovereign borders. So again, it was something that became more. It wasn't voted on democratically. It exerted all sorts of power.
It was. You can't just lie. It was voted on democratically. Every single member.
Okay, show me the people in the UK that voted that they were for immigration decisions being allowed by the EU. It was
they weren't even part of the Schengen. People in the United Kingdom were not part of the Schengen free movement area. Their immigration is just as much in control today as it was when they were in the European Union. Number one,
you got free movement in the UK before the EU. We're much more contained now. But like,
that's why they have a labor shortage.
I mean, the UK was not part of the Schengen zone though. The UK was not part of the Schengen free movement zone. We have to pass without a passport or whatever. I'm pretty sure you could do passport checks at the UK border.
Yeah, you could do passport. It wasn't quite the same as I see what you
Yes, number one. Number two, every single member state of the European Union can elect members of European Parliament, and the European Commission has one member from every single member state, which is where your big decisions are made. So you're voting. If you're in the UK and you've got MEP elections, that's you voting for your representatives that are part of your members of European Parliament that vote on these policies. And number three, Brexit happened. They left. There is a democratic option. There has been the entire time.
They voted for it and didn't get it. That's what we're talking about.
What are you talking about?
They didn't.
We've left. What are you talking about?
So when I asked you earlier, I said, was Brexit achieved? And you said, no, you were lying.
Well, no, because the idea, but when you say, is Brexit achieved, you're talking about this idea of all the promises being delivered, right? If you're talking about, did Britain leave? Yes, we have left. We have left the European Union. So in that case, yes, Brexit has been achieved. if that's a pure, because again, for a lot of people, there are more questions there of what that looks like, right? It's not just leaving; it's leaving with deals in place, not just for the EU.
There was
but
goals.
for like all the other countries. And also, I just want to cover one thing with the immigration stuff, because this is one of the biggest myths. This idea that if like Britain leaves the EU and suddenly we get control of our borders back, 50% of our immigration is from like the like colonial countries, like within, sorry, again, painkillers. But like, so we could have cut down on our immigration without leaving the EU ages ago. We just didn't do it. So again, it is the political class lying about what's achievable because they're trying to spin a narrative. Because also Boris wanted to get into fucking power. That's why he led the campaign, because he was like, that's how I'll become prime minister. And in the long term, it worked. That's why people voted for him. It's why he's still popular, despite being one of the worst prime ministers in human fucking history.
Okay, I want to pause y'all real quick just because I do feel like it's Rob versus the panel right now. So I want to give it to Dylan because he had a couple of minutes, and then I want to give it to Nevin because I see him dutifully taking notes. So Dylan, Nevin, and then back to the panel.
So when we talk about also the United States and the UK, I think as Americans it's also kind of hard for us to understand that the UK is just not the beast that it used to be. It is no longer the empire which the sun never sets. It is now the land of, you know, football, chips and biscuits. It's basically just what we know as the UK when we see it, think of an image of it in our minds. And it's a nation of what, about 80 million people probably, something around that range or something in that area. And it does not have the financial influence that the United States has. Of 330 million people, one of the most prosperous nations of the world, and one of the biggest GDP, it does not have as much influence as we do on the world stage when it comes to going on the world stage and trading. And so the idea that the UK, I think, and this was like almost like the pitch I think from a lot of the right wing in Britain, that they would make their way about the world like the United States does, going to this economic union, say I'm going to make this deal with you, going to these countries on its own, making these deals with you. But what it really did is just make it harder for it to negotiate the agreements that they had to renew. 45% of their imports come from the EU. That's like 250 billion pounds. 42% of their exports come from the European Union. Their trade is like 50-50 with the EU. This is something that was extremely beneficial with them and that they developed over 50 to 60 years that they had to undo. Yeah, that took some time. When David Cameron put it up to a vote, I'm confident he had 100% belief that it would get shot down and this would basically be the death blow in this movement. Then it didn't, and then they had to deliver on it, and his government couldn't do it, so he resigned, and then they handed it over to Theresa May. They tried, they failed in doing it, so they handed it over to Boris Johnson, mophead. He was able to finally deliver it over, hand it over to Liz Truss, and now the Conservatives are plummeting because of the mess they made, and now the Labour Party is surging, and Keir Starmer, somebody that was seen as like a wash rag when it comes to his popularity and ability to give a speech, might actually become prime minister if things keep going as it is. They've made a mess, and now they're dealing with it.
They made a mess because they didn't implement the actual Brexit as it was promised in places like UKIP that people wanted.
But they didn't. They were never going to get the promises of all the money for the NHS. They never really even combated the idea of Ireland. That the inflation crisis that they've been feeling in the UK is partially due to this. What about the labor shortage? They did not explain exactly what the full consequences of unveiling this new path for the UK would be, and now they're feeling the consequences of it. The majority of British people don't like it.
The problem is when you say they didn't implement the promises, it's because they had no way of implementing the promises, right? Like a promise of like we're going to redo all of these trades unilaterally, and then Brexit goes through, and they haven't done yet. That's not like the people got tricked, or they did, but they got tricked by the people pushing Brexit. It's not like they had those deals in place, and then for some reason the shadow government said no, we're not going to do it. That was never going to happen. That was a fantasy.
All right, I'm gonna pause it real quick just because I've seen Nevin dutifully taking notes. And again, you guys take the conversation where you want to go. I'm not going to guide you too much, but obviously, like what I've heard is will of the people versus it's complex. That's what I've heard so far. Not why is globalism good? Why is nationalism good? What's the justification for these things in flux? I'm hearing popular will.
I mean, look at Britain's economy right now.
Well, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue with the panel myself, even though I'm very passionate about the subject myself. So Nevin, please read us your notes, and then let's
I
go
mean,
from there.
one of the things I want to reel back here, and Rob touched upon this, is the notion of this sort of elite malevolence or whatnot. And I think one aspect of globalism, particularly corporate globalism, it is something that is intentional, in part because of ideology as well as profits. And you see this with different trade agreements with PNTR for Russia, PNTR for China, and things of that nature. Yes, it started out as a foreign policy project, but it was deliberate. And it hurt Americans. I know several in the panel would disagree with me, but it hurt our national security to a degree. It's hurt our capacity to innovate. And we saw that, of course, with COVID, with PPEs and things of that nature. And so I wanted to kind of reel it back. I don't think it's just entirely inevitable globalism, but it is something that is consciously steered as a political and economic project. So.
Okay, I'll move on just from Brexit, but I'll say this: you can even find. I'm not going to claim to know all of the sides of these issues. I don't claim to be an expert, but I will say that there is a lot of information that the folks in Brussels intentionally wanted to cause pain on the UK, including with the situation in Ireland and other places. And what would have been done is the default would be just because you're not in an official government body, a world government body, there's still the default would be that people in Europe could trade with people in Europe, even if unilateral deals had to be made. I don't dismiss the idea that would be more difficult than being in the organization, but the plus sides of it would be that your governance could be more local, and you're not just sending someone off to Brussels that's not representing you, because it's this government. You're only one part of this globalist body. But instead of encouraging that free trade situation, we saw that Brussels actively attempted to harm the UK and then deal things in a way that made them more sort of protectionist in order to dissuade other countries from leading this globalist initiative. And that's a lesson for globalism.
Well, what was something that the EU did that you thought was unfair? What did Brussels do to punish the UK?
Like, for example, here's one article that I'm reading. We'll just go here. Brussels weaponized Northern Ireland to punish UK for Brexit, says expert. As clashes continue in Northern Ireland, commentator and historian Ruth Dudley Edwards claimed the EU has used the state to put maximum pressure on the UK to agree to a Brexit deal. Although there were alternatives to the protocol, Ms. Dudley Edwards insisted Boris Johnson had been forced to accept a deal that impedes trade between Britain and Northern Ireland due to his predecessor. Despite agreeing to a deal, the commentator also warned Brussels had chosen to interpret the customs rules as strictly as possible to inflict maximum damage to the UK. And these were the sort of things. Now, I'll admit, a lot of this I was hearing from people that were pro-Brexit, like UKIP people, that were saying when the deal was initially, or when this was initially voted for, that the people of Brussels were talking about things such as, well, then we won't do trade deals. We won't do that. And the Brexit people were saying, well, why would you cut off your nose to spite your face? We could still trade just because we don't think that we need this international body that we think's been taking away the sovereignty of our people. But they continue to issue more sort of protectionist policies. Do you agree or disagree with that, Dylan, that there was more sort of protectionist policies from Brussels post-Brexit vote than pre?
It doesn't sound like, to be clear, it doesn't sound like there's any new policy at all. What you just said, I don't know what article you're reading from, but what you just said was they decided to strictly enforce the rules on the books. That sounds like policy that was already in place. Not only was a policy in place, it's a policy in place that the UK already knew about. And it has to do with an issue that existed between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, meaning that Brexit exacerbated this issue, not Brussels. I don't think you can get mad at Brussels for enforcing the rules on the books.
Well, no,
if the worst thing you've got is they were really mean because they enforced the rules that already existed, and that's an argument against globalism? Are we gonna say like globalism caused like the IRA and like Northern Ireland and pre-Good Friday and like what? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'll be real quick on this. Two things. One, the idea that, well, there was a law in the books, but still the way that you enforce that. We see this with trade policies all over the place. You can see with the World Trade Organization, there are laws on the books, but the way that they're enforced from country to country oftentimes could be something that's disputed. So they chose to take the most hardline interpretation possible. And also I'm saying that there were all sorts of discussions that were occurring in Brussels about intentionally punishing the UK. If you'd like, I could pull articles up of that as well, where they were going to intentionally punish them because they were saying they wanted to dissuade other member states from leaving because they thought that it would cut a cascade effect that would end up dissolving the union.
Okay, I mean, if they did something unfair, that'd be cool. But like, when the first thing you had was like, well, they enforced the rules in the books. That's not very compelling to me. But
I think it's a little crazy that the nationalist side is arguing, well, Northern Ireland has a large nationalist contingent that may want to like have sovereignty, and in some ways, Brussels supporting their right to sovereignty is bad because globalism. Like, this is a pre-existing issue. It didn't just pop out of fucking nowhere. Like, this has been going on since fucking Cromwell. Like, it's not new. It's just like Brussels was right. And also, you've got to understand, like with Southern Ireland is very, very closely linked to the EU because it's how Southern Ireland managed to, like, the Republic actually recovered. So this idea of like the EU just being like, yeah, it doesn't really matter, because that's then an open border, which again is the very thing so many people in Brexit were like, well, we can't have those. Well, it exists, and you can't have passport checks across the sea between Britain and Northern Ireland because they're part of the fucking union. It's a massively complicated situation that no one considered. Just is right. Like, and this isn't just like some magical thing that Brussels did. It's an ongoing historic UK issue.
Dylan, before you go, I never want to hear the phrase Brussels was right ever again on my panel. But
I can't believe we've reached the point where I'm saying this.
Well, you're wrong.
What are you doing to me?
Because they would have been able to, through technology, they could have had ways to get around sort of this dispute, right? And that's the article I was reading.
Wait, what? How does technology solve any of this?
Well, the border dispute, right? We could have had a way because, well, let me finish. So, Beckett, I'll trust you to answer this, right? Because you.
No. I really want to hear how technology gets these Irish over their passion. I want to hear about it.
I'm asking an initial question, right? So the dispute is sort of if the EU was left, if Brexit occurred, then there would be land disputes by sort of the sovereignty of who was able to come through sort of this Ireland, into Ireland, correct?
Sure.
Right, and so that would have immigration, problems with that, would also have economic trade issues and things that could arise from that. So the problem would be, how would we be able to make sure that the people that were getting across were legitimately allowed to be there, and things like that. And the article I was reading talks about they had something that they suggested called let me see.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Beckett. Okay, somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'm sorry, hold on. The problem between Ireland and Northern Ireland, wasn't like logistically, how do we make the border work? My issue was it was a, I don't know, spiritual thing of like, we're going to make an agreement that there shall not exist a border between these two areas ever again because of the conflict that's occurred historically here. Because the bombings, the violence that happened up through the late 20th century even. Like, I'm pretty sure in the early, what was a Good Friday? Was it early 90s? Fuck, when was a Good Friday agreement? That was the point of preventing any border from existing. It's not a matter of having an efficient border, it's that there was supposed to be no borders, regardless of technology.
So just to clarify as well, because again, people focus on the IRA issue, but here's the problem. The argument is, you can have a border between Southern Ireland, like the Republic and the North. But the last time we did that, you have to have those borders manned, and that's what led to the IRA, and it's what led to a large amount of terrorism, or freedom fighters, however you want to think about it and look at those groups. Now, the other argument was, okay, well, fine, we'll let the border be open, but then we'll allow, like, checks at the airports. But what people don't talk about is the Unionists and the DUP, who basically said, if you have passport checks at the airports, you're denying our right to easy, free travel between the rest of the UK and the North, and we'll fucking riot. So it's not a simple case, because again, Ireland isn't just a simple situation of going, well, it's just the IRA. The old joke with Ireland is that a man pulls up to the border and he gets asked, are you a Catholic or a Protestant? He says, I'm an atheist. And they look at each other.
I just want to say real quick, it's so funny because Rob is so confident, he's so good at debating. He has no idea what he's talking about at all right now. He completely has no idea what any of this is. It's very funny to me. He's just like trudging forward on this shit. The reason why he's talking about like passport control and shit is because he thinks that for Ireland it was just like illegal immigrants. He's like, are Mexicans fleeing to Northern Ireland? Is that why they need stronger border protection? That's just really funny. Yeah.
They have everything right to.
I do want to.
Dylan's been waiting for a minute, so let Dylan go.
I do have to point out the kind of like the irony here. of the UK going on a nationalist crusade of protecting their borders. Then they finally get it by the skin of their teeth, and then immediately when they find out that the toll of of protecting their borders includes trampling on the Good Friday Agreement, immediately that goes away in favor of the globalist cuck deal that they did called the Good Friday Agreement. They do this agreement to protect their borders, have strong borders, and that immediately was their downfall when it came to Ireland. And then they ended up fucking over the DUP, who was allied with the Conservative Party, which caused a lot of infighting because they were essential for some of the early governments, definitely during Theresa May's administration. So I mean, this is something that they brought upon themselves, and they should have kind of seen from a mile away, but also wasn't talked about at the time. And we keep saying that it was the propaganda that changed all these people, and now make it that it's like 54 to 30% of British people now believe it was a bad mistake. Maybe it's now that they're feeling the full effects of these decisions, they're regretting them, and maybe they didn't consider all of the factors that were going to come involved, including the Northern Ireland issue. And now the populist position in Brexit, in the United Kingdom, is to re-enter the European Union because it was a good, beneficial deal for them.
Again, we could get into other things, I'll just say the end on this. There was something called the Smart Trader, the UK Smart Trader Scheme. And this was something that sought to use sort of new technology and things like that, where businesses could sign up to ensure that there would be duty-free and tariff-free goods that would be able to be sent from Great Britain to Ireland. These are the sort of things that were being pushed against by Brussels. They were saying that it had to be more of a hardline separation, and these tariffs needed to exist. What I'm saying, though, is that Brussels intentionally, as internal communication said, discussed punishing the UK because they wanted to avoid people to avoid this. What you can't get around is that it took years and years and years for them to even attempt to withdraw from Brexit. You could say what was really hard, it was difficult. I refuse to believe that they were unable to get this done in a couple of years. There might have been hiccups along the way, but they didn't even attempt to implement it. And instead, what you saw was right out of the gate, the same people that were against Brexit in the first place started saying, well, that democracy doesn't count, we want a new referendum. This is how globalists control the flow of information, and they're able to always say that when there are democratic initiatives in nation states that go against their agenda, that they will seek to punish them and ignore that form of democracy. This is one issue. We could talk about globalism in the form of the World Health Organization, the WEF, and their agendas that seek, you guys got your globalist dream, right? With the lockdown, so you got it. You got what they wanted, right? And what did we see? A massive redistribution of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class.
Just to be
That's
clear,
globalism in a nutshell.
so you restated your thesis on this like several times, but you haven't proved this at all. So we can move on from Brexit. I think Brexit is a really good example of globalism versus non-globalism. I think you failed to substantiate your point ever. The biggest argument you brought forward was that Brussels enforced policy on the books, and if UK wanted some say in that policy, they probably should have remained in the European Union in order to have a say. But they left, so they didn't, and that's it.
Topic 2 is, much criticism has been made about the US aid to Ukraine and Taiwan because it angers our rivals while being of little importance to the quote-unquote defense of the Western world. That being said, there are legitimate accusations of human rights abuses by both Russia and China in their territories. Should the US or the West be involved at all? What lines do we draw? Should we be militarily responsible for these territories? What is our interest, and how are they served by globalism or nationalism balanced in reference to these issues? Since Dylan is the only person who's risked getting his balls blown off in the past decade in reference to these topics, I'm going to start with him.
Could you give me the last part of the question again?
So, should the US or West be involved in the conflicts with Taiwan and Ukraine in general? What lines should we draw as a country not involved? Should we be militarily responsible for these territories? What is our interest, and how are they served by either globalism as a philosophy or nationalism as a philosophy? I know I gave you like 5 questions.
Yeah, there's like 5 questions. I'll answer what I can. So I do think that we should support both Ukraine and Taiwan. I think we have a good interest in doing both. I mean, Taiwan, you could make a very selfish kind of national security interest of they produce 50% of the world's like very advanced microchips. And until the United States has proven itself through the CHIPS Act to be able to match that type of production capacity, a lot of our weapons, including a lot of our computers and our domestic industry and just our country, run on the computer chips that are made in Taipei. And so I think it's good for us to be allied with somebody who holds such a vital resource and to support them. Also, in our support of Taiwan, the bigger the disincentive for the Chinese to invade is, the more likely the war games they play end in failure for them, the less likely they are to invade. The bigger the price for invasion, the less likely you are going to try to invade. I do believe that the United States should not be the only one backing up Taiwan, though. I think it should be a general Pacific coalition between the United States, Japan, South Korea, and possibly other nations in the region in order to support Taiwanese defense. I do not think that they should solely fall on the United States soldiers, not only because it increases our odds of defending Taiwan, but also because this should not be our sole responsibility. Because the effects of invading Taiwan is not only going to affect the United States, which would most likely be the recipient of many Taiwanese refugees, but it would also affect other nations in the area economically, as well as they would become awash with refugees. I don't know if that's the right word to use. China also agrees that refugees is within a nation's self-interest. That's part of the reason why they prop up the North Korean state so much, is because they don't want tens of millions of North Koreans. Well, there's like, I don't know exactly how many North Koreans there are, but they don't want the millions of North Koreans crossing the border in a massive refugee crisis at a war started at the Kim's will. As for Ukraine, I believe that what's happening right now is a violation of their sovereignty. We're seeing some of the worst human atrocities going on in Ukraine, with the largest mass grave in Europe since the Yugoslav genocides uncovered in Izium with 440 bodies. I don't really feel like I need to go through the laundry list of war crimes or atrocities committed by the Russians in Ukraine and how much it has decreased the standard of living. But in Ukraine, they have made their will pretty well known. They want to push the Russians out. They want their country to be free. They want to uphold the Euromaidan revolution and continue to develop their institutions, make them stronger as they go after things like corruption and oligarchical control over things like media, police, and other industries. And I think that their membership in the European Union and integration with Europe is what is best for their country's development. In fact, this whole war started over Ukraine wanting to be part of the European project, the Russians starting to mold over it, and starting this whole mess in the first place when they started engaging in economic coercion then. I think we should support the Ukrainians in their national defense. I hope they win the war, and I guess we can get into the other issues later.
I appreciate you, brother. Next geopolitical nerd on the panel, Nevin, please take it away.
Yeah, the radical civic nationalist. I mean, I take a strong stand within reason against Russia and China and their allies throughout the world. They do seek, in my opinion, global hegemony. which obviously would affect the United States. Putin in recent years has talked about recreating with China an entire new world order, if you will. Dmitry Medvedev rather recently had pointed out that he wants a Eurasia in Europe expanded from Vladivostok to Lisbon. And that's going to ultimately pose a major national security risk to the United States. If Ukraine goes, there's a real possibility that Russia will continue to expand westward. We know they've been providing funds to various extreme parties in Europe, like the National Front. In France, they've had ties with sort of quasi-tanky organizations, as well as some neo-national socialist organizations, and they're all united by a common anti-Americanism. I think in the case of Taiwan, I think we need to back them too as well. My biggest concern is, of course, in backing Taiwan, Ukraine, and whatnot, my concern about also getting into a risk with war with Russia and China is they have tremendous nuclear potential. China can potentially embargo the United States of goods. I mean, Lenin talked about back in 1921, or I think it was Stalin actually, the rear of imperialism, where the third world at the time, the colonies, produced the raw materials and now, of course, manufacture goods. They can just say, well, fuck you, we're cutting this shit off, you sink or swim. And that's a concern that we have to, really take into account. And then there's the other issue where up until to some degree recently, Germany was a huge violator even during the Cold War on this, is we have these allies, yes, but they have been violating back in the Cold War, the COCOM trade, not embargo, but I'm sure you know what COCOM was, which was an export control organization, very thinly staffed. And meanwhile, West Germany, Japan, Taiwan, they have channeled technology to their very gravedigger. So it is a complex issue, but we need to take these things seriously because with all the beauties of interconnectedness and all the rest of it, these are major problems. And sometimes, I don't want to get on a tangent, but the other part with even our allies, sometimes they don't like what we do either. Like Switzerland, because they opposed the war against Iraq, they embargoed special crystals that were used for our gravity bombs. You look at what Belgium did during the Vietnam War. They embargoed certain rotor parts for our Huey helicopters. You look at even natural disasters in Japan.
Devin, I need to move on the intro. This is part of the reason why I had you go after Dylan, though, because I felt like you guys would find a kindred spirit in geopolitical nerdiness. So I appreciate both of you.
And there's some alignment, honestly, with Dylan and I. We're more sympathetic, certainly, to Ukraine and Taiwan than China and Russia. I mean,
Then let's get into those nuances and interesting things in the general. Mr. Beckett, can you please give us, the Western interest in Ukraine and Taiwan and how philosophically globalism and nationalism apply?
Yeah, I think you have to stand for something. I think a lot of issues kind of begin to really raise their heads when we look at what happened in Hong Kong as well. Because if we're not going to even comment or exert any kind of real pressure, I don't know if we can say we really believe in things. Yes, we should absolutely be supporting Ukraine, not just because it's about sovereignty against an aggressing state, but actually because of what it says about the rest of European stability. Dylan's absolutely right. The European project, ultimately, and why it's important, is it's the longest period of peace in Europe's history. People want to talk about the shared European experience. Well, the shared European experience is a millennia of warfare, basically. Ultimately, yeah, we should step in if we can. Military stuff, like direct military intervention, we all know from World War II how that can escalate from small states having big friends, and we want to avoid that. But ultimately, I think pretty much everyone, I imagine, would agree that World War II was a war worth fighting, right? And there are some things worth paying costs for.
We need to get Charlie Kirk on the panel to see whether or not he thought World War II was worth fighting. But Destiny and then Rob, so Destiny, please share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Ukraine are the good guys, so we should support them. Based. I could say a bunch, but I'm just going to end up reiterating what everybody else said. I think that if the United States has any authority in the world, then some of that authority should probably be used to reinforce the stability of Europe and maintaining country sovereignty and not allowing bully countries to invade them and to respect territorial sovereignty from established countries that we all recognize are established countries is probably a really important thing for us to support. So, yeah.
All right, Mr. Rob.
Yeah, so I'll be happy to be the one with this reason for this. First, I'll say this is a precursor to I shouldn't have. I don't like Putin. I don't like Russia. I hope Ukraine wins the war tomorrow. I don't give a shit like when the United States invaded Iraq. I don't like that Russia invaded Ukraine. That doesn't mean that the United States, NATO, and globalism didn't push for this outcome to be inevitable, as I've had discussions with Dylan Burns in the past, where he admitted with the boondoggle that we were in with Syria was in part about pressuring an ally of Putin in Assad. When I asked him if he thought that could possibly lead to Putin getting upset and lashing out, he said he wasn't worried about it, and now it's something that unfortunately we should have been worried about. Just like 9/11 is the fault of the terrorists that committed the act, that doesn't mean Ron Paul was incorrect when he said that we took steps that made something like 9/11 more likely to occur. That's exactly what the United States has done in places like Ukraine. You want to talk about national sovereignty in places like Ukraine? The poor people of Ukraine haven't had true national sovereignty for decades, ever since they've left the Soviet Union. In fact, it's been a cesspit of corruption for interests that were pro-Putin, or pro-Russia, I should say, not pro-Putin. And then in 2014 and other places, we saw as a geopolitical strategy for NATO, European Union, the United States in particular, to actually have a chance, whether it be through a color revolution and NGOs that they were having there that helped lead to the ouster of the president, therefore a more U.S.-friendly president and European Union-friendly president. Regardless if that was a led color revolution or not, we can see what the net effect of that was. We saw that the United States and the Obama State Department was basically creating an FBI in Ukraine called the NABU, and that NABU was then being told by George Kent and others at the State Department who and who not they were allowed to prosecute. So their very FBI or their agencies were at the whim of other countries saying, if you want this money, this is what we'll do. Of course, we could go with Joe Biden's infamous quid pro quo, where they had to fire a prosecutor in order to get this money from the United States. The Ukraine situation is a boondoggle that's leading us closer and closer to World War III. Instead of attempting to have a peaceful resolution, we are listening to propaganda, which sadly people like my friend Dylan Burns there have bought into. He told me about 8 months ago that the war was already over, that Russia had lost, they had no chance of winning. It was just a matter of time. And now, just like all the people in the United States. He says, but we just need a few more billion, just a few more billion, because they'll be on the shores of Poland if we don't continue to send this money. It is a lie. It is being used for corrupt reasons. The globalists always do this. Look at Libya. We were told that they were bad people. Look at Iraq. We were told they were bad people. And in all of these cases, the situation is worse than when we entered it. So it's a disaster. And even if you think there are times when the U.S. should intervene, the U.S. has lost credibility, as has the globalist order in places like the EU, because of so many times that they've lied and been corrupt and instigating these wars and having terrible outcomes in the countries.
All right, Nevin, it is technically open, but I want Nevin to go first since he hasn't participated as much as everybody else, and then after that, it's just open for everybody to fight. So, Nevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to throw shade on my fellow nationalists here, but also the corporate globalists. During the debate for permanent normal trade relations with Vladimir Putin's Russia, they all were falling over themselves, ExxonMobil, Boeing, etc., in saying, the Cold War is over. Well, let's trade with Russia and totally decontrol our technology. Look at even some American businesses like Koch Industries and its subsidiaries. They are libertarian globalists, as you know. They fund the Cato Institute, AFP, Freedom Works, the Home Club for Growth, which are economic globalists, and they're still in Russia despite the sanctions. So I see the globalists really also as much as corporate globalists, let me specify, or in bed with the enemies of the United States, the adversaries of the West. And I'm not trying to throw shade at my fellow nationalists, but one of the reasons why I've turned against corporate globalism, I used to be, again, a big free trade person, is because they constantly go to bat and give legitimacy for adversaries. And I'm sure many of you know this already. So when it comes to Ukraine, look, Russia, they still have, despite their battlefield performances against the U.S. supported Ukrainians, they still are a force that I would not want to reckon with, particularly with their nuclear arsenal. It's not something I want to poke the bear in, but we also cannot abandon, however imperfect Ukraine is, just like South Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, etc. We can't abandon them and simply leave all this Ukrainian industry, Ukrainian.
Let me ask you, not trying to interject, I want to ask you, what is the American interest in Ukraine?
The American interest in Ukraine is that we don't set an example that we're just abandoning allies and then emboldening dictators with global hegemony ambitions to then march onto Europe. As I mentioned, Russia is not going to just stop at Ukraine. They are seeking to influence Hungary through its political parties like Jobbik, Poland through left-wing and so-called right-wing parties, Germany, the same thing over and over again. And because, unfortunately, we are so intertwined economically with these countries, the moment that Russia or China gains hegemony, they're going to use pressure and say, well, we're going to cut off goods to the United States. Now, yes, I know this is a what-if scenario, but frankly, if I was a leader of the United States, I would not want to engage in that scenario. And another topic that
I want to make sure that it's open so we can fight, but throw out the other topic and then let's fight.
Is also we need to also look at industrial policy in the United States, and that's not just a progressive, slow, gradual implementation of tariffs, but also a whole host of massive investments in tuition-free university colleges for engineering graduates, scientists, computer programmers, everything, welders, whatnot, to rebuild your knowledge base. You got to reindustrialize the United States to a degree. Sure, we can trade with other countries based on product quality. And we don't, here we're talking about, oh my God, if they influence Europe, they invade Taiwan, we're going to lose our chips and stuff like that. That to me is a problem. We should not allow that much of an export of strategic industries to
Dylan, if you don't mind if I could jump in here real quick. Dylan, you said like 6 months ago that Russia had no chance of winning. How many more billions do we need to send before that fulfills?
It's already been fulfilled. They haven't won. It's been a year of fighting, and they haven't achieved any of their strategic objectives.
Okay,
they haven't taken the Donbass.
More money then. They've lost. That's what you said.
Wait, okay. Listen to me for a moment. What I said when I was talking to you 6 months ago was that the Russians will not be able to achieve their original strategic objectives. And that's true. Their regional strategic objective was not, well, let's take half of Kherson, let's take half of Zaporozhye, let's take 2/3 of the Donbass, and that should be enough. The original strategic objective was to overthrow the Ukrainian government. When that failed, then it was moved to, well, we're going to demilitarize Ukraine, we're going to take all of the Donbass, we're going to stop them from joining any alliances, and all of that they have been unable to achieve so far. I mean, some of it blatantly and evidently. For example, when it comes to the expansion of NATO, Finland and Sweden are at the door of NATO, actively banging on the door to get in. Now, that's one thing. That's Russian victory. What I want is Ukrainian victory. I want the Russians out of Ukraine. I want there to be an obvious and clear penalty for what the Russians did. I want the Ukrainians to be free, and I don't want them to have to sign the death warrant of their neighbors as we uncover more and more of these mass graves. I don't want to permanently doom these people to Russian occupation. That's what I want to see. I want to see Ukrainian victory, not just Russian loss.
Russian occupation?
Ukrainians.
Okay, but you're saying when you told me months ago that Russia already lost, it was just a matter of time, so we needed to spend money to speed up that time frame. Now you're saying there is a potential, if we would stop spending money, there is a chance that Russia would achieve victory in the sense that they would be able to permanently occupy parts of Ukraine.
That's not Russian victory. Just holding on to Crimea and getting pushed out of every other part of Ukraine was not the Russian objective.
That's fair enough, but that's not what I was led to believe. Dylan was saying.
Let me ask you a question, Rob. Let's say that I said we're going to invade Iraq to remove Saddam Hussein. Then we invade Iraq, then we take like 1/10 of Iraq, and I was like, well, our new goal is actually take 3/10 of Iraq. Then we maybe get to like 1.5 of Iraq, and I'm like, well, our new goal. At that point, you're like, okay, American victory is obviously not being achieved. Now the question of Iraqi victory, the idea of them completely pushing out the Americans, that's the new question. Russian victory of the idea of the original goal, plus the goals they set afterwards, none of those are being achieved in the near future, at least in my goals. I don't see it being achieved permanently. I don't see how they take Kramatorsk where they've had so many problems with Bakhmut. Definitely when the Ukrainians have already taken back over 50% of the territory the Russians taken since the February 24th invasion.
All right, if I could real quick, because I know Beckett wants to jump in, so I'll just say that I was not led to believe that that's what you were talking about. I will go back to the film and see exactly what you said, but I was led to believe that you said that Russia would be defeated, not in, would be able to take parts of Ukraine, but not overthrow Zelensky. That's not what I got.
At no point did I ever imply that I know the Ukrainians are going to liberate Crimea. At no point did I ever imply that at any point. I don't think I did, at least.
Okay, nonetheless, but I will say, even accepting now what you're reclarifying, I'll accept that that's your reclarification, though I am going to go back and look, but I'll accept that. Still, you're saying then that there is a potential, if we can stop financing Ukraine right now, that Russia would be able to hold on to parts of Ukraine in perpetuity. That's what you're saying.
It's a possibility, yes.
So it doesn't sound like the resounding defeat that many of the pro-Ukrainian people are saying, that Russia doesn't have a chance. It sounds like that, like I had said when I last talked to you, that it seems to be a damn stalemate without any path to victory for either side really pushed forward. I think it's a quagmire where billions are going to be continued to send.
It is a quagmire, but I think a quagmire is, if it's not a resounding victory for Ukraine, a quagmire is a resounding defeat for Russia, right? I think we're forgetting what the landscape looked like a year ago, where, me included, and a lot of military analysts were predicting that Ukraine was going to fall in like 2 weeks, that Zelensky would be gone, there'd be a new regime installed, and then we would have Russia, Belarus, and to the south, Belarus 2.0, in less than a month. So the fact that Russia has been pushed out of every single part of Ukraine except for Crimea is a resounding defeat for Russia. Like, yeah,
but
pushing and taking back. That's fine if it's irrelevant. But I'm just saying, like, to say, like, oh, you guys said that Russia was going to get their ass kicked, and look, they're still holding on to Crimea by the skin of their teeth. I don't think it's the resounding victory, or them holding on as well as they'd like to be.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is a Russia victory. What I'm saying is there are two positions coming out of the people's mouth. One is that Russia's getting their ass kicked, and like Dylan said, they have no chance of achieving victory. They have none. That's what he told me. But on the other hand, we have to continue to send billions every month, because if we don't, they'll be on the border of Poland. This is bullshit.
Wait, hold on, wait, what? No.
Who are you debating?
No one is saying they're going to be on the border of Poland now. Russia's military is a paper tiger, right? That's been established. Like, that's over. But the idea right now, by sending money to Ukraine, is to accelerate the end of the war. Like, no matter what happens at this point, like, yeah.
Everyone who supports this on the panel admits there's no chance that Russia's going to come fuck with the United States or other European countries. No chance. They're paper tiger. They don't have a chance of that. We're admitting it.
They might invade Moldova. I think Moldova is like the clear other option they would go after, since it's not NATO and it's not in the EU, and they already got Russian troops in Moldova anyway. And there's actually news from Moldova that they might be trying to orchestrate coups and format stuff there. But besides Moldova, it'd be very difficult for them to try anything anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any formal invasion of Poland or anything. Or no, especially.
I would love for Biden to admit that. I would love for Biden to come out and say there's no chance Russia can do anything. They're a paper tiger. This is literally just
Russia is never going to invade any NATO country ever.
That's not what we're being implied through our government and through the NATO countries that are saying we have to fight them over there so we don't fight them over here.
Wait. Russia's goal is to shrink NATO and abolish NATO. And also, let me ask you a question. If you got the opportunity to abolish NATO, would you abolish NATO?
Yes.
So, okay, so there are also Americans who are trying to see America leave NATO and make it easier for Russia to invade countries in Europe in the future, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania.
Your exact words were, Russia could be expanding and invaded Ukraine because of globalism and NATO expansion. That's what you said in your opening statement, and then you reiterated in this, that in this section, you also talked about acceptance into the EU and NATO. So your globalism helped cause this war.
When Rob is done,
that is completely incomprehensible. I have no clue what you just tried to get across to me.
Let's pause it there real quick. Nevin is a Xer, so he's a little bit more polite than us younger Zoomer millennials who just yell at each other and shit, so I want to let him in real quick. So Mr. Nevin, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, Russia, and this was put on steroids under Gorbachev's reign when you look at declassified Soviet documents that were leaked out by Vladimir Bukovsky and Pavel Stroilov, for example. And it shows that in one particular document, I quote, Gorbachev was saying that he wanted to basically evict the Americans from Europe and hug Europe to death. And that project has continued under Putin. So one of the few areas that Russia is semi-effective is through propaganda, political warfare, and disinformation. And that's something that has carried over under Yeltsin and Putin. You have various FSB and SVR defectors, some of whom have written books. I've had whole segments with geopolitical experts on this on my show, some of whom I disagree on a bunch of other issues. Sergei Tretyakov, Colonel Stanislav Lunev, Konstantin Przebrzydzinski, and Viktor and Marina Kalashnikov, and others. And, the evidence piles up. They do have designs on Europe. Are they going to invade tomorrow? No, although Putin has made threatening remarks to former Ukrainian President Poroshenko, saying that I could march in to be in Romania or Tallinn in Estonia. I might be misquoting some of the cities, in 48 hours. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. But that's not something that I would just slough under the carpet.
I mean, this is something I kind of want to just extract outwards as well, because I've been really careful, generally speaking, not to speak too much on Ukraine, because I'm not an expert. I don't actually know anywhere near as much as Dylan does, and I think that's dangerous when you've got counter-terrorism masters, and people might take you a bit too seriously. But let's just zoom out onto what's surrounding Ukraine and the kind of European political situation. Many of the border states that used to be Russian-controlled still run militias. I've got friends in them, and when Ukraine was invaded, people who've been in militias since they were 13 were all called up for exercises. This heightens tensions, and that again leads to kind of this disunity, because you've got some states in kind of like Europe, like France, Germany, that are kind of progressed in the way away from gun ownership or away from militias, and then you've got the states who are like, well, Russia could come back tomorrow. From the responsibility side, which is really, I think, what we're trying to talk about, of course we have a responsibility to this, because this idea of, well, why are Americans helping? Well, do you want to destabilize Europe? How does that help America? If it costs billions of dollars to create that sort of security with one of your largest trading partners, you'd be insane not to do it. It's not, again, if you want to talk about this idea of American exceptionalism, why shouldn't you? If you believe that your way of life, that the American ideal is something that you should fight for and protect, then you shouldn't just be fighting for and protecting it in your home borders. You should be fighting and protecting for those ideas of democracy, sovereignty, because again, you're on the nationalist side arguing, should we be helping a nation established its national role and rights and like self-dependence. But at the same time, you know, we've had this conversation with multiple places, and whenever we say, nah, maybe it's not our problem, it weakens the West. It makes us look weak, and we end up buying into the kind of Russian propaganda that they've spewed out for the last sort of decade and a half, that their military was this great, all-powerful, incredibly advanced, ready to take on the West. And it wasn't. It wasn't even ready to take on Ukraine. You know, and it's kind of funny to see history repeat itself, because this is exactly what happened with Russia before the fall of the Tsar, when they went to war with Japan. Easy victory, guys. We'll go to war with Japan. Everyone hold a parade. And by the end of it, they lost to a tiny fucking nation barely anyone in Russia had even heard of. You know, like this idea that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. I don't understand why you'd want a more powerful Russia. Am I fucking missing something here? It just seems crazy to hear like nationalists talk about it this way. I don't understand it.
Dylan wanted to talk, but I'll happily respond. But Dylan, I don't.
He said it first. I don't want to interrupt the flow. I'll respond later.
You sure? Okay.
Later. Yeah, fine.
Again, it's not pro-Putin. This is what this is sort of the dialectic that we see happen. There's a bunch of bad decisions that people like me warn. Look, we're meddling in other countries' affairs. We're expanding NATO. This military alliance getting closer and closer. We're doing all kinds of shit. You want to talk about sovereignty? Beckett, I wonder, were you talking about sovereignty when the United States was bombing Syria in the Trump and Biden administration? Did you talk about that? Did you talk about sovereignty when the U.S. had troops in Syria against the Syrian government's will? Did you care about sovereignty then? Should Russia have invaded to protect the sovereignty of Syria?
Well, I mean, we can go, if you want to go into the academic area of sovereignty theory and the right to intervene in civil wars, we can do that if you want to, because there's a body of fucking work that argues that yes, there are legitimate reasons to intervene in sovereignty sovereignty, because the sovereignty of a civil war, when you've got like competing forces that are prepared to go to war, that you're not instigating, importantly, from kind of the more liberal side of sovereignty theory. Yes, you intervene, and at the same time, it's not a simple case with something like Syria, because it wasn't just the West intervening, was it? It was also Russia intervening. So, and you know, you can say that we could have hands off, that proxy wars are bad for business or damage democracy or the development of states. I might even fucking agree with you, but unless you're going to get Russia to come around to this fucking Twitch poll panel and agree to the same shit, we might have to do something. Otherwise, Syria is going to remain a despotic hellhole. We're going to end up like in those situations where people who really do disagree with our way of life are going to be able to spread that influence further and further and normalize it. And again, I think there's a moral question there.
Also, wait, what are these U.S. attacks on Syria? Wait, did I miss something?
Trump bombed Syria. Biden bombed Syria like a month into his presidency. The reason Biden bombed Syria was he claimed that at the same time he was involved in the Iran deal. If my friend Progressive Brad's listening, I did say Iran. We were involved in the Iran deal. He was trying to get us back into that to give them money and stuff. At that exact same time, he bombed Syria because he claimed that the Iranian government had agents in Syria that attacked U.S. interests. So we violated the sovereignty of Syria by bombing their territory in order to kill people from a different third country.
Sure. Okay. So just so we're clear,
if you want me to translate that, what happened is there was militias in Iraq which bombed our bases, then crossed into Syria, then we bombed them there.
Yeah. So to be clear, also, just to reiterate, the only attacks that were done in Syria were post Obama's administration. I believe it was only under Trump that happened, right?
I'm not certain, but let me say, if that's a criticism of me because I voted for Trump, you will find that one of the most egregious things that I thought Trump did was bomb Syria. And in fact, in a previous debate I had with Dylan said the single worst thing that Trump did was trying to pull out of Syria, when I heavily criticized Trump for troop presence and bombing Syria. I think it was despicable.
Okay.
But Biden continued that trend as soon as he was in office. I don't think that the United States would accept if terrorists in Mexico fled to the United States and China said, that we're going to bomb Texas because these terrorists are here. I don't think the United States would say, well, fair enough. They weren't bombing us. They were bombing militants from another country that fled and crossed the border. That's horseshit.
I could be wrong, but I don't think that would happen because I think we would probably nuke off the face of the earth. If there were terrorists that did like a terror attack on Mexico and they tried to flee into the United States, I'm pretty sure we would obliterate them. I don't think, I could be wrong, but, or like for Canada, I don't think we would ever provide safe harbor to terrorists that were attacking targets in Canada. So that issue would never happen.
What if we didn't know, right? What if people attacked a Chinese military installation or lab or something in Mexico?
Is the issue that Syria like had no idea, or was it that Syria didn't have the capacity to act?
My understanding was, and Dylan, maybe you know more about this specific situation, but my understanding was there was never commentary released about the fact that the United States contacted Assad and was like, look, we want these people dealt with, and Assad said no. My understanding was this was something that occurred very fast, that this attack occurred on U.S. military installations, and then the bombing happened like within a few days. Am I wrong?
No, we did not ask Assad, no.
Right. So we, against his sovereignty, we attacked. And again, this is the whole boondoggle that we see. Basically, what Beckett said is he gives ad hoc justification for, well, it's okay when the United States or the globalists violate sovereignty. I can give you nation after nation.
Wait, okay. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so the problem with hardcore Islamism, when we're talking about the most like radical, like extremist, like ISIS type ideology, right? It's not an ideology. It's like, oh, we're gonna stay in Syria. Oh, we're gonna stay in Iraq. It's transnational. That's why the whole thing, Counterpoints put this in the topic, was because terrorism and the transnational version of terrorism is a modern issue for globalism. Even if you were to try to become the most isolationist national state in the world, the transnational version of terrorism we see today is still going to try to expand because it's in their ideological interest to expand. Their belief structure is that their belief structure is going to conquer the entire world, take it over, make that on earth before the end times eventually come one day. And so when that's the type of ideology you're dealing with, it is in the interest of all nation states, all of them, the whole world, to deal with that. Assad was not fighting ISIS, he was fighting his own people, who was too busy gassing them, bombing them, killing them across his country in order to deal with ISIS. So there was an international coalition made up of Kurds, the Iranian government, the United States, the militias that Iran was backing, all these other things to fight against ISIS, and that is why we have a mission in Syria, is because the Assad government couldn't do their fucking job. And so you can say that that's a violation of their sovereignty, yeah, but ISIS was also constantly violating the sovereignty of many nations, whether it was in the Pulse nightclub shooting or many other attacks that they organized across the world. And so, since ISIS wasn't able to deal with that threat, as multiple nations around the world were being attacked and they were selling oil across the world to finance more terror attacks, the world stepped up, they dealt with it, and you can say that's a problem with sovereignty, but ISIS was violating everyone's sovereignty and Assad couldn't deal with it.
So this is a clever sleight of hand, right? What you're saying, I've had this discussion many times with Bill. What happened was, we were under there the auspices of fighting ISIS. But if we go into a country to fight ISIS, even if we don't think the country that is dealing with it, that you're invading, is doing a good job with it, you would still cooperate with that country even if you thought they were doing other bad shit. I don't think it's unprecedented for the United States to deal with countries that are doing bad shit. See Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen, that the United States continues to support.
Wait, Assad, during the start of the revolution, he released terrorists from prison at the very start of it to make the revolutionaries look like terrorists. He exacerbated the problem, abandoned northeastern Syria. We communicate with the Assad regime. We've set up checkpoints across. There's like little tours and stuff that are done and all this other stuff. There's conversations about negotiations that aren't happening, but their government exacerbated the issue every step of the way. And so, I mean, we can talk to the Assad regime. I think they've won when it comes to the struggle during the civil war. I think that's clear. They're most likely to have won unless something radically changes. We should communicate with them, but it's not like they were really helping in those early days.
Can I just have a point of clarification really quickly as well? Just quickly, because I think it matters, because I don't know if because again, I've read a lot of sovereignty theory. I was lectured by people who are like leaders in the field in sovereignty theory, and I fucking hate sovereignty theory. So like, I don't know whether my position matches Dylan's. So if you want to argue about sovereignty theory, like I feel like I'm mixing our arguments a little bit.
I can leave it to you if you want to go back and forth.
No. I'm like, again, I'm more than happy for you to continue. I just don't want Rob to apply my arguments to you. Does that make sense? I don't think
the
that's
idea of sovereignty theory, I understand. What I'm saying with you with sovereignty theory is, it seemed that your justification was the United States should get involved in Ukraine, not because Russia could do shit to fuck up other countries like European allies or NATO allies, but because we need to protect sovereignty. And then you're like, well, my sovereignty theory, the unique interpretation I have is sometimes it's okay to violate countries' sovereignty if it's for the greater good. So
Is that really that crazy?
What's that?
Is that really that crazy? Like, we make rules for this stuff like this all the time.
You can't say we are justified in militaristic engagements because the idea of protecting sovereignty is so important. But when we violate other nations' sovereignty or when globalists violate other nations, every single time we are right to do it. We're right.
Number one, I don't endorse all of America's use of military force in the globe. I don't endorse the invasion of Iraq. I don't think we should be supporting the Saudis and Yemen. There's a million things I could like stand up and say these are bad invasions. These are things I condemn.
Should Russia invade?
Let me. No, I don't think Russia. I don't think Russia could invade. I don't think they would have solved anything. But under international law, it would have been legal to send weapons to Saddam Hussein, just like it's legal for us to send weapons to Ukraine. But when it comes to this issue, in the Bible, it says, thou shalt not kill. But if someone comes up to me, puts a gun to my head, I'm going to kill you, and I come out, take a knife, stab him in the neck, no one's going to say, that shouldn't be allowed. So, Dylan, you say in some instances you shouldn't kill, but in this instance you kill. There are certain scenarios where certain things can be violated because, hey, the rules have changed because you have violated something that the world community has said is norm. For example, when it comes to laws, it is illegal to detain somebody, usually. It is illegal to grab them, to kidnap them, and do that. But if a cop arrests you for smoking crack on a street corner before assaulting a homeless person, yeah, you're going to get arrested. And now something that used to be, hey, this isn't allowed, you can't do this, is now allowed because the conditions have changed. Because of the transnational nature of ISIS and the Assad regime's inability to deal with it, there had to be an international operation to deal with the problem, because it wasn't just spilling over into Syria, it wasn't just spilling over into Iraq, it was spilling over into Libya, it was spilling over into Philippines, it was spilling over into terror attacks in Paris and the United States, all across the world, and their hub was in Assad's country, which he let become a fucking mess due to his inability to rule it.
Okay, as I was saying before, Beckett chimed in, which was fair, like, no problem. But to keep my train of thought here, I've had this discussion with Phil before. You notice the clever sleight of hand that he shows here. So he's like, we had to be there to fight ISIS. It was pretty good. We had to be there to fight ISIS. That's right there. What he ignores is when pushed on this, he'll admit that we were also pressuring and doing things against Assad. We also were doing that. And so what he's saying here is, well, we had to go in because ISIS is so bad and Assad couldn't deal with them. So we had to violate Syria's sovereignty and say, you can't take care of this problem. We think it's going to affect us. So we're going to go in. We're going to take care of it. But while we're here, we're going to fuck with you too. That's not the interpretation of, well, we had to come into someone's house and clean it up. That's we came to their house, cleaned it up, and then started punching them in the face. That's what happened. That's the violation of sovereignty, specifically in Syria I'm talking about. And you can say what you want, but you heard Dylan say, he said it was when I commented on his opening statement. Go back and listen to his initial opening statement when he came in. He said the expansion of globalism in Europe and the expansion of NATO could be one of the reasons that Russia invaded. Do you agree with that statement that you made previously? That the expansion of NATO could have been a reason?
Absolutely, it could be a reason. It's a shit reason to invade a country, but it could be. Just like, for example, gay people getting the right to marry could be a reason why gay hate crimes spike. That doesn't mean it's a good reason gay hate crimes are spiking. I believe the European project is moral. I believe the European project is right. And if European states want to democratically join a project for international trade, democracy promotion, and encouraging peace, because the European Union has been one of the best peacemakers in Europe ever, then I think that's perfectly fine. And the majority, and by the way, I do want to go back, pivoting away from Syria because we've kind of gotten off topic, back to a comment you said earlier about the NGOs starting the coup in Ukraine, starting what did you say? What was your statement?
I said the NGOs could have been involved in the way, even if it wasn't a color revolution, there clearly was NGOs financed by the United States that were involved in trying to encourage an outcome that was more friendly to the United States and harmful to Russia. Okay. That's true. You can't deny that.
So the problem with the Euromaidan, and I don't like what this framing around the 2014, is what happened in Euromaidan is this, and this is I think the narrative most people don't know, is that it didn't actually start with just protesters coming on the street. How it started was Russia was engaging in economic coercion after Yanukovych was fulfilling on a promise he made to enter in a trade deal with the European Union that included visa-free travel and a bunch of other stuff. That economic coercion included stopping 25% of your nation's trade right at the border, just stopping it there, something they promised not to do in the Budapest Memorandum. So Yanukovych, at the last minute, after getting a call from Mr. Vladdy D himself, says, you know what, instead of doing this deal with the European Union, I'm going to do the deal with Russia's economic stuff. This causes protesters to go out on the street. Now, this was spontaneous. This couldn't have been organized by an NGO. This couldn't have been NGO. This is in the middle of the night, like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., they go out on the street. Then they're responded to with violence by the Berkuts and literal hired gangsters known as the Tutushki, which went out and beat them and murdered them. Then protests erupt because protesters getting murdered, protesters getting beaten with metal poles, protesters are getting exploded with flashbangs with nails and screws and bolts tied to it, and that's when the protest exploded. Now, if you look at that from the outside, what do you think are the motivating factors for those people on the street? Do you think it is hired gangsters by the state? This would be like if Biden hired MS-13 to go to a Trump rally and start fucking firing off at people. Do you think it was that, or do you think it was, oh, an American NGO told me to go out and protest? When we talk about the amount of influence the United States have in Ukraine, a lot of people, I think, really overestimate. I think the most clear example of this is the Victoria Nuland phone call people talk about all the time. What people don't know is if they listen to the entirety of that Victoria Nuland phone call, in that phone call, they say, hey, I think the protesters should accept a deal that Yanukovych offers them. The protesters then afterward do the exact opposite of what American officials were asking that they do, not accept a deal, keep protesting, which led to Yanukovych fleeing the country. If we were really trying to use these NGOs to exert the will of American government, then they failed, because the will of the American government was not fulfilled in there. They went further than what the American government pursued.
Okay, hold on, guys. Rob, pause 1 second. I don't want you to ask a question. I want you to give a response. Then I want Nevin to go because I did see his hand up probably about 3 minutes ago, but we had such a passionate rant that it felt, I saw like the hair waving back and forth. It felt like bad to interrupt it. I want Rob to respond. I want Nevin to go. And bear in mind, we're about like 10 minutes from wrapping up. So if you want to get your last shots in, get your last shots in. Then we're going to do shout outs. If you want to hang out with us for the following hour where we kind of decompress and talk to each other, you're more than welcome to. If you got other stuff to do, like, I don't know, trying to become a grandmaster at StarCraft or whatever the fuck, then you can dip out at the 2 hour mark. But Rob responds, Nevin rant, open again, and we're going to start doing outros in about 10 minutes or so.
First off, StarCraft. I thought Destiny was League of Legends. I thought StarCraft days were over. But anyway, specifically on the Syria, on this situation, notice we got away from Syria because it turns out, oh yeah, the United States was doing stuff. I want to go real quick. please, let me, like, Dylan, what do you want from me? It's
Yeah,
basically
Dylan, let Rob do a response, Nevin go, and then we'll open it back up, and you guys can tear each other's throats after the last 10 minutes. So go ahead.
So I'm serious. So we can see that Dylan admits that NATO expansion, which by the way is a militaristic alliance, but he thinks it's unfathomable that a country that is the sole reason for the alliance existing, basically, and the military alliance is expanding closer and closer to the border. It's unfathomable, but that could be something that would be a good reason for them to start to be worried. The attacks on Assad, we can see, which was one of the allies. The fact that regardless of the specific reason, whether the NGOs or Victoria Nuland or whatever, by the way, Dylan's full of shit that these things happen totally spontaneously. Every color revolution that the United States has ever participated in, you could make arguments. Well, that was a shitty regime. Almost every regime, particularly in areas like Eastern Europe, the Middle East, etc., are shitty regimes. But that doesn't mean name me a country that's not.
No, name me the
Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to interrupt this flow because I already know you guys are going to kick each other's ass for the last 10 minutes. So, Nevin, share the thoughts that you wanted to share. Everybody for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll be out. Go ahead, Nevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask more of a question since the passions are flying here. You know, how far, Dylan, would you support Ukraine? How far would you go in military and economic support? Would you just stop at the export of HIMARS and other defensive equipment, even the tanks, which arguably can be also aggressive equipment? I would argue it's defensive. And Rob, how would you? I'm not trying to play host. I'm just genuinely curious. Rob, what would your policy specifically be with Ukraine? It doesn't sound like, obviously, you're not a supporter of the Russian side, but would you just let the Russian forces just withdraw support and let them potentially roll into Kiev? I mean, I'm just.
You want to go first?
Sure. I mean, I'm supportive of the HIMARS. I think the HIMARS have been particularly destructive to Russian logistics. From my conversations with the Ukrainian soldiers when I was over there, they praised that a lot. They seem to be very much like the HIMARS. I would, from what I was told, some of them actually like to take like selfies with it, almost like it's a celebrity because it's been so effective. But I mean, I'm very supportive. I think we need to up ammunition production in countries like South Korea and Japan and the United States because artillery shells is going to be something Ukraine's going to need if it's going to conduct the spring offensive everybody wants them to. I do think we need to supply them the armor, and I'll even go to the point where I think that we should be training Ukrainian soldiers in F-16s in secret, planning for the long haul for eventually when Ukraine gets integrated into European security structures.
Okay, and I'll answer about what would I like to see happen in Ukraine. Before I lose my train of thought on this, the most important thing about the color revolution or the NGOs, at the end of the day, regardless if it was organic or not, the United States got the president that they wanted, that was at their beck and call, that literally affected their legal system so much that when there were globalist organizations like those that were sponsored by the Obama State Department, George Soros, the Obama State Department through George Kemp was, I mean, it's funny, I get it.
Where did Soros come in?
By the way, weren't we going to do a debate in Burisma that you ran from, Destiny? That you could laugh just like you did about hiding the bodies, right? That you were proving an ass on that too. But nonetheless, what you see is George Kemp specifically was telling these organizations in Ukraine that he was giving money to the NABU, that the Obama State Department, not to prosecute certain organizations, again violating the sovereignty of the people of Ukraine. So the United States got the president they wanted, which was another reason, even if they didn't lead to it, to piss Russia off. What would I like to see happen in Ukraine? I would have liked to have seen a movement that was attempting to use diplomacy to resolve the situation before thousands of Ukrainians and Russians had to die. Does that mean that initially Russia would have beholden to that, or even that they still would have? Probably not. By exacerbating the situation, though, by continuing to spend billions upon billions of dollars. Dylan, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. $100 billion, and I believe the budget for Russia's military is $80 billion. What this is doing is ensuring that the conflict ensues. So instead, we should have been approaching a diplomatic resolution instead of encouraging one side to keep fighting so that their livelihoods could be ruined because this war would continue and with no end in sight. And mark my words, if it escalates, God forbid that a tactical nuclear weapon or something like that be deployed, people like Dylan Burns and others, who I like Dylan a lot, I really do, but people that were so flippant about, oh, there's no possibilities for peace, oh, we have to keep sending this money, they're not going to take responsibility. Just like they didn't take responsibility with violating Syria and their sovereignty, just like they didn't take responsibility with the expansion of NATO. They have all of these things that they suggest, and when people like me saying, we need to stop meddling in affairs around the world, like,
right now.
it causes blowback, and then they say, see, now we need to meddle further.
I officially will take responsibility. If Ukraine is joined into NATO, I take full responsibility. I should get all credit for that. I should get all the rewards for that. I should get everything from that. I should be gifted a ton of cash for that if I achieve that goal. I should be given a medal of honor from the Ukrainian government. Okay, so first off, when you talk about 100 billion compared to 80 billion, that's the total amount of aid. Not military, that's total amount of American aid, period. That's financial, everything. And that includes shipping old equipment. So I don't know if that's really fair to compare to just the military budget, because we need to compare it to everything else that the Russians spent. For example, construction efforts and everything else they've spent on the war in totality. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is, if your point right now is that the United States spent money on NGOs, and at the end of the day, America got a leader that they were looked more favorable to. Okay, then I'll say this. The Russians spent a lot of money on the Internet Research Agency. They spent some cash on that. They hired some people to spread a few memes here, spread some disinformation here. At the end of the day, you can say, hey, that that I don't know how much of an impact they had, but at the end of the day, they got the guy they wanted. They got Donald Trump. Now, me and you, if we're being honest, we will say, at the end of the day, that probably had a very small impact. We don't know exactly how the impact was, but they did get who they wanted. I view it very similarly to what happened with the NGOs. I think to a lesser extent, because we don't see the United States spreading misinformation in Ukraine in order to benefit their candidates. It's them promoting NGOs that are dealing with issues like corruption or democracy promotion, which is a huge issue in Ukraine. When we talk about all these prosecutors that got fired, like Viktor Shokin was a corrupt piece of shit bastard who didn't deserve his job. The European Union said so. Most Ukrainian civil activists said so. The World Trade Organization said so. The United States said so. This was a bipartisan issue between Republican and Democrats. Hell, if Donald Trump was president at the time, he would have said so. And you want to know what? It was a really Trumpian move what Biden did, going over there saying, hey, buddy, if you don't do this, I'm going to actually hold all this aid back, and if you don't get rid of this guy who isn't prosecuting all these corrupt bastards, I thought you would praise a guy over something like that. But since it wasn't Donald Trump and he had a blue hat on his head instead of a red hat, you're not praising him.
No, that's because you're lying. Just like what you did is give a great example of why these globalist institutions shouldn't be institutions that we trust our sovereignty to, because they are self-interested and corrupt. Yeah, all of these organizations said that about Viktor Shokin, for example. Now, it's interesting.
All of them are wrong. All of them were serving Hunter Biden, every single one, and Soros, of course. You gotta mention him.
If you let me finish my point, then maybe you can enlighten for once. You know, I know the CIA is paying you to be here, but calm down. Let me get through my point. So, Not enough.
Wait, I want to hear this. Are you really going to defend Shokin? Yeah, what's the defense for Shokin?
Yeah, I'll defend Shokin. By the way, Destiny, you said you would debate me on this. I'd be happy to do it.
I just haven't gone around to it, but I'm curious what the defense of Shokin was.
Let's defend Shokin. So one of the arguments about Victor Shokin was the fact that he was not prosecuting Burisma, correct?
No. No, actually, not only was it not about Burisma, I don't think Burisma by name was ever even mentioned. This is a minor company in Ukraine insofar as all the corruption that existed there. The problem with Shokin was that there was so much corruption around the energy industry in Ukraine, and he wasn't moving on any of it. That was the issue. Burisma was a small player compared to everything that wasn't being dealt with in the country.
So you just contradicted yourself. You said there was corruption surrounding the energy industry in Ukraine, and he wasn't prosecuting any of it. But Burisma, well, if he was prosecuting Burisma, then he was prosecuting at least some of it. Correct?
Burisma was a small player. They weren't even there, but I don't know what percentage, but I do remember reading that name, the name of Burisma, wasn't even brought up when people complained about Shokin's inability to act on the corruption that existed in that country.
So let's go through the list, right? So then Shokin, what we were told repeatedly, the reason it was okay. I want to go real quick to something real quick. Dylan talked about coercion being the reason that the revolution started, right? But it's okay, a country that's desperate for U.S. funds, to say we're not going to give you the funds unless you fire a prosecutor. By the way, who happens to be looking at the company that my son is on the board of directors. By the way, that exact no other prosecutors, just that one, right? Now Dylan's full of shit because he knows if it was Donald Trump forcing the firing of a prosecutor that happened to be looking into one of his son's companies, there's no fucking way that Dylan and the Democrats would say, oh, it's fair. That guy was corrupt for other reasons, so no problem. I know this because they supported the Mueller investigation that started because Trump wanted the firing of James Comey, even though Republicans and Democrats both believed that James Comey should be fired. Because they said, well, it doesn't matter if other people believed it. The fact that the president could have had a personal stake in firing this.
What are we talking about right now?
Well, let me
I completely separate every time Rob talks.
My understanding is Burisma was a very small, like, privately owned company. Like, it didn't when we're talking about the energy industry in Ukraine, there was like one company that owned like fucking 80% of it.
So?
That's what the issue had to do with, was the competitive environment, or the lack of competitive environment. But hold on, the issue was with that company. Burisma was like a small, no-name, privately owned company that nobody gave a fuck about. Natural gas controlled like 2/3 of the fucking, or more, of the natural gas in Ukraine. That's what a lot of the issue was surrounding. The idea that Burisma was like...
That's not true, as even evidenced by the testimony of people at the State Department in the original impeachment of Trump that said that even they were concerned that the Biden administration, or the Obama State Department, had labeled Zlochevsky as a Russian oligarch that was corrupt, and they were very concerned that Hunter Biden went and worked with them, particularly because Joe Biden was the point man to deal with that corruption. So the idea that this was not on anyone's radar is bullshit, according to the very State Department people that are defending Biden. They knew that it was a big deal. They knew that it looked really bad. Now, if you let me finish real quick, I'll get to the end of this. What happened was that we saw that Biden, that there was an investigation. Victor Shokin froze the assets of Zlochevsky. Immediately surrounding that, you saw that the lawyers for Victor Shokin contacted the Obama State Department and said, oh, Hunter Biden's at this company. We would love to talk to someone at the State Department. Then they got an audience with the State Department, and a few weeks later, Joe Biden got in a plane and issued the quid pro quo. The end of the story is, if it's really true that it was just about ending corruption, well, guess once Shokin was fired, guess where all those investigations went? To the National Anti-Corruption Bureau.
What was the motivation for firing?
Let me finish real quick.
Everything you're saying is wrong. There was no, the pressure, I'm pretty sure that filing Shokin was fired was the IMF saying they were going to cut off money to Ukraine if they didn't deal with corruption in the country. Biden just didn't. I don't even think Biden had the power to withhold that aid. I don't think Biden was.
What he testified to, or what he said.
Biden testified that he was the
sole. I didn't mean testified. Wrong word. He publicly said at the Council on Foreign Relations, he said, I went there and I said, you're not going to get this $1 billion unless you fire him. And they said, you can't do that, and you're not the president. And I said, call him. And what you know, son of a bitch, before I left, they fired him. Is it just purely coincidental that they fired him?
You're taking the. Do you also believe Biden when he said he had like 170 IQ when he was like a fucking Harvard grad when he was shouting at that one person in front of? Do we believe like yeah? I'm
sure that is not something.
But I'm pretty sure it was the IMF threatening to withhold funds that finally got Shokin fired. Like here's something I'm pretty sure. If Biden hadn't intervened whatsoever, Shokin still would have been out. Like the guy was taking bribes from tons of people. There was a lot of corruption that wasn't being looked into. Like
that's not what he's testified to under oath. He testified under oath that Poroshenko specifically told him that he was being removed because Joe Biden wanted him removed and they needed that $1 billion in aid.
Who testified under oath when? That he was removed solely because of Biden? Who said that?
That's what Shokin said. That's what Poroshenko said. There's also phone calls.
Wait, under oath where? In an American court? Or what are we talking about right now? I'm sorry.
I believe it was a Ukrainian deposition.
And
okay. So, anyways, to finish my point,
let's let you guys wrap this up, and then we're going to do outro. So wrap it up.
I'll as brief as I can, which is not very brief. But it went to the NABU that was created by Obama. So if it's true that, okay, well, these dudes were corrupt, that Shokin was corrupt, they weren't prosecuting, why is it that the NABU almost instantaneously dropped the investigation into Burisma and Zlochevsky? Someone who the Obama State Department people said was a Russian oligarch who was corrupt in the energy industry.
Wait, but the whole point was that they weren't investigating Burisma, though. That was part of the problem.
They froze their assets. Now you've changed your stance. You said that wasn't the point. It had nothing to do about not investigating Burisma. They literally froze their assets, and then immediately the people from Zlochevsky were at the Obama State Department, which immediately led to Biden going and saying, we want this guy fired. You don't think freezing the assets of the owner of Burisma, the corrupt Russian oligarch, you don't think that that's no evidence that an investigation?
Okay, hold on. You just say like 50 things that are all not true. I'm just curious. If you can give one source, if there's a chat room here in the Discord, if you can throw one thing where anybody that is anything like important said that the reason why we fired this guy was because of Biden, or the reason why we fired this guy was because Burisma was threatened, I would love to see that. I've never seen anything like that substantiated in my entire life.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, because we're running out of time, and I want to be respectful to everybody's time. You are welcome, because this is the most animated I've seen Destiny all night. Okay. You are welcome to stay here and continue on the debate of Ukraine, Biden corruption, all that kind of stuff. And then just for my edification, if you'll allow me, because I've been listening to you guys for the past 2 hours. What I was hoping for this conversation, which has nothing to do with y'all, you're a panelist, you came here, you gave me content, thank you for your service. 07's in chat to everybody who's here.
What does 07 mean?
Salute. It's the 0 is somebody's head, and then the 7 is a salute.
Sounds like white supremacy to me.
True, except for the Roman one would be like an eye, so it would just be like, one arm going out. I won't do that for Twitch purposes. Anyways, the point is, we're going to do outros. We're going to let everybody say whatever they want to say for 1 to 2 minutes about either the topics or about, basically this new topic. Then at that point, people are free to leave. If they want to stay here and if they want to hang out and they want to continue the Barisma conversation, that's fine. If they want to stay here and bullshit, get drunk, smoke pot, do whatever, and hang out with their fellow debaters and bring down the temperature, they're welcome to. If they just want to say, fuck you, I need to do something else, they can dip out. So what we're going to do is, since Rob and Destiny and Dylan are the last folks who were kind of talking about this subject, I'm going to let them go last. I'm going to let Beckett go first, then Nevin, and then we'll get into the other contenders. Beckett, can you please share any final thoughts that you have in reference to globalism, nationalism, corruption in Ukraine, anything you want to talk about, and also shout yourself out. Where can people find you on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter, or anywhere else you want to highlight?
Cool. Well, other than my home address, obviously. Beckett of Crabs, you can find me on Twitter, Twitch. I have a YouTube channel that I never do anything with, and I do Odyssey streams. I do, let's say, old school internet lore and obscure history and stuff from the alt-right. I do some counter-terrorism stuff, theology, and just shoot the shit generally. There's a quote I really like because I wanted to let this run because fuck, it's really impressive to see like Dylan go through some of this stuff. I'll be honest. But like I really like the quote. War is the continuation of politics by other means. They're like this idea that we can just cut ourselves off and live as islands. It's just not true. There's a really famous anthropology find, which was basically a tribal community that had been separated by a river. And in the section that had been separated off, they found that people who were separated off from the mainland not only hadn't progressed in their tool uses, had regressed to be not able to understand how to use the tools of their ancestors. We're not just tribal, we are a highly, highly social species. We collect generally as we grow. And whether we're talking about the fall of Mesopotamia, the fall of Rome, the fall of the Chinese Empire, the fall of the Middle Eastern Empire, the truth is we always grow back to globalism. And that's not just because we don't learn from history, it's because we recognize the intrinsic value of sharing culture, sharing trade, sharing values, and growing stronger. Because that's generally how humans work. And it's one of the reasons that we call the Dark Ages is because that's what went away. It wasn't just the progress, because we still had that. It was that we lost kind of the wider worldview. Thanks for having me on. It's been a real pleasure. I'll stick around as well because it's a laugh. And yeah.
Thank you for coming out, even though you were high on pain pills. It is appreciated.
My tooth is fucking killing me, but that's fine.
Still based. It helps you to be eloquent, so I appreciate it. Mr. Nevin, can you share with us any final thoughts you have, and also where people can find you?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion on the Ukraine-Russia conflict, I think we should continue to provide the HIMARS and other defensive equipment with that. At the same token, I also am wary about poking the Russian bear too much. We can't just simply pull the plug on Ukraine either. So I'm steering kind of a middle course on that, just to exercise caution. I'm a radical civic nationalist. It's a term of my coinage. I guess you could say what Arthur Schlesinger Jr., President Kennedy's former assistant, would say the vital center, what has been termed the radical center. It emphasizes a sense of community without suffocating individualism and a type of individualism that is not overly atomistic. Wherefore, radical civic nationalism is for continuous national improvement of the people, the health, the wealth of the people, maintaining a reasonable level of sovereignty. When it comes to allies, I don't believe in most cases there's such a thing as allies. Countries have intersections of interest. Yes, countries are going to band together to defeat radical Islamic terrorism, but also when you look at the historical data, some of these same countries that we're allied to, like in our dealings with Iran, NATO countries, Germany, and others, they have traded high technology with the Iranians. So we have to recognize that there are limits to alliances. We have to approach dealing with other countries, friends and neutrals, with both eyes open, rather than being blinded by any ideology, any ideological extreme. You can find me, I can go on and on and on about this, but you can find me on the Populist Patriot YouTube channel. I do live streams on occasion. I interview guests from across the spectrum. I have books that you can access on Amazon.com. If you want free PDFs, I'd be happy to email it to you. Thank you all for having me. It's been an interesting discussion, and I've learned quite a bit too as well.
Awesome. Thank you kindly. And then, Mr. Dylan, can you tell folks where to find you, the interesting things you're doing, also any final thoughts? And then if you do want to lead into what you and Rob and Destiny have going on, go ahead. If you need to dip out, go ahead as well not when everybody's done with their intros.
So my name is Dylan Burns. I'm an amateur, very amateur war journalist and Twitch streamer. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV, DYLANBURNS TV on Twitch. Same thing on YouTube, and on my second channel on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live, is where I repost my live content. Interesting stuff I'm doing on March 4th. I'm flying back to Europe, and around the 15th, I'm going to be crossing the border back into Ukraine to film with the crews who disarm IEDs. The munitions left back by the Russian army, which are still killing a lot of civilians, are going to be in the country for a very long time. Even after the war is over, as we've seen in other countries like Cambodia, it can be a real humanitarian crisis for those left behind. So I want to talk to people who are going to be doing God's work for the next few years. I want to show the type of work they have to go through. I'm going to interview soldiers and a bunch of other stuff. So if you want to support me in that mission, just viewing my content, donating something, anything like that, I greatly appreciate. As for this, I think it was William Tecumseh Sherman who said that the only just cause is a more prosperous peace. The only just cause for war is a more prosperous peace. And when we see what Ukraine is facing right now, that is what that is the options on the table. What the Russians are currently putting forward for negotiations is that they get to annex Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. Ukraine has to accept neutrality, meaning they can't join any defensive alliances that can stop an invasion from happening in the future, and they have to demilitarize large swaths of their territory, making it easier for the Russians to invade next time when they'll be more prepared, they'll lick their wounds, they'll be ready in advance, and the Ukrainians will have less ability to defend themselves from international institutions, alliances, and from their demilitarization. That is an unacceptable standard that the Russians are putting forward, and it shows that the Russian position and the Ukrainian position are irreconcilable right now. And for all the talk of negotiated settlements at the moment, it just isn't in the cards. And so the Ukrainians are pushing for a more prosperous peace. Zelensky actually talked about recently how he doesn't see the struggle as just a struggle to end this war, but to end the cycle of oppression and colonialism that the Russian state has engaged in Ukraine for generations. And that's going to need a Ukrainian victory, a strong Ukrainian victory. And that is not dependent on solely the will of the Ukrainian people, which has been strong throughout the entirety of this war, but also on Western support. And so I hope those at home will give them that support as they go forward in the struggle. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV.
Thank you kindly, sir. While you're working with EOD teams, my friendly advice, which I'm going to give you more in DMs whether you want it or not, keep your fucking armor and helmet on. Don't be by the truck while they're loading up the explosives, and if they give you an option to stay by the robot control or to walk up with the Texas cowboy who's walking up to disarm shit with his fucking hands, stay with the robot tech so you don't come home with fucking chicken nugget without any arms or legs. But I love you, I appreciate you, and I'll DM you some shit. Destiny, can you share any final thoughts you have, anything interesting you want to pick Rob at, where people can find you?
Hi, I'm Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny and instagram.com/Destiny.
Okay, based. And then Rob, final thoughts and shout outs, and then whoever, when Rob is done, whoever wants to leave, leave, and whoever wants to stay, stay.
Okay, yeah, my name's Rob Noor. You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Normal America on Rumble as well on Twitch. It's just Rob Noor, ROBNOERR. Also, I do a panel show on Saturdays. I know Connor's going to be part of it. Dylan's going to be part of it.
Tomorrow.
So you guys can take it out on me, and I just have to sit there. But no, I'm looking forward to it. If any of you, other three gentlemen, would like to be on that show, ever, just reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to have you on. This topic specifically of globalism. Look, globalism, we didn't talk about it in general as much as I would have liked. We got more specific on a couple of issues, but I think globalism decentralizes government from individuals. Government is better at the local level. It's better at levels that are closer to it. I don't think that the idea of globalism is necessary part and parcel with the idea of getting against isolationism. For example, I don't believe that we shouldn't trade with any nations. I don't believe that we shouldn't have cultural, economic exchanges with other nations. What I believe is that our government exists for the interest of the citizens of this country, and I expect other countries to do the same. It's in that vein that I do feel terrible for the people of Ukraine, because it seems like they are a puppet state of the United States or Russia, and have been so for a very, very long time. Zelensky, let me be quite clear here. Dylan, I hope that you're safe and the friends you make there in Ukraine are safe. I really, from the bottom of my heart, mean that, even if I disagree. I hope that Russia loses tomorrow. I hope that it's over. I hope that they leave with the I really do hope that. But what we can't ignore is the terrible nature that NATO expansion, that the provocations that have been done by these globalist regime in going against Russia and going against other people that they target, just like they did in Libya, just like they did in Iraq, just like they did in Afghanistan. And what I'm concerned with, Dylan, is 5 years from now we'll be having a conversation about how these very neocon, neo-lib people that you've cheered on right now are going to throw the people of Ukraine under the bus, and their country is going to be far worse off than if we would have just stopped meddling in the first place and encouraging this seemingly never-ending war that's resulting in all sorts of economic boons for the people that these sort of establishment Republicans and Democrats like military-industrial complex and other sorts. So I think it's terrible. I think that Zelensky's a horrible, horrible man. Don't forget, he tried to lie when Ukraine accidentally had a missile hit Poland and say that it was Russia. He suggested that perhaps we should use nuclear weapons in Russia before Russia does them with us. This is a lunatic. He's getting personally enriched. He is leading to this war escalating, and I hope that it doesn't come to the worst outcome. I still think there's a low chance of that, but it could happen. We need to be sober-minded about this stuff, and that's the reason that I think we should go against globalism, because the fucking maniacs that run the globalist system don't give a shit about anyone on this panel. They don't give a shit about normal people. They give a shit about consolidating power. Just like you might say the nationalist governments do as well, but at least it's closer to the people. And the more we expand it, the less there will be cared for. I'd be happy to continue to make Destiny and Dylan look foolish, particularly on the Ukraine, Boris Zilchevsky stuff. But they'll run through them. They always do. Is that right, Destiny? You said you'd do it last time. And you ran.
I'll stay and talk about it if you want.
Rob, do you speak Ukrainian?
What's that?
Do you speak Ukrainian?
No, I don't believe that's the language.
Okay, so no. It's just that the video that you're talking about, where Zelensky and is talking about doing the preemptive nuclear strike, he didn't say that. He was talking about preemptively arming the Ukrainian nation. The words were edited afterwards to make it seem like that. I can send you an AP article where it specifically does this. If you speak the language and you,
gentlemen, before we do it, I just want to give anybody who wants to leave the opportunity to leave. If you guys want to stay, stay. Free fucking content for me. Content, baby. So I'm gonna go get some water. You guys are free to conduct yourselves however the fuck you want. You were always allowed to say retarded. You were always allowed to say bitch. You were always allowed to say bastard and cunt and all that kind of stuff. That never happened on this stream. I appreciate your guys' professionalism.
Okay, what about the real slurs? Can we get racial in here, or what? Are you just gonna be a pussy?
See, actually,
yeah, that's what I
thing.
thought. There it is. Yeah.
Listen.
That's what I thought.
You know,
the globalists win again.
I want to say the N-word with an A, not with an ER, but I haven't followed through on my Patreon promise yet, which is basically like we'll set up like a $50 tier where basically we'll just direct all of it to disadvantaged communities in order for people to earn their slur pass. So maybe once we set up the Patreon for slur passes, then we'll start getting into the N-word and the K slur and all that kind of stuff.
Say that for the Prime Kai panels, okay?
It's for a good cause, right?
I'm just saying that's the way like it would. Anyways,
that's fine. But wait, here, just real quick to tie this YouTube video up for August. So earlier in this conversation, I didn't actually know this existed. Earlier in the conversation, you and Rob had posed to me the question: if it was actually an investigation, would you be okay with that? And I said, well, even if there was, you guys would probably reject the findings anyway. ways. That just happened right here. I just want that to be demonstrated. You actually don't care about the results of any investigation. We just saw that. But go ahead. You lie probably more than anybody I've ever spoken to before. That's why for you, I have to get...
What's the lie? Go ahead, give me one.
Okay, I have to defend Rob's honor here, okay? He doesn't lie. He believes what he said.
Literally, the entire section that we just did earlier on Brexit was hilarious. You didn't even know that the country had Brexited yet, but you were out here, like pounding your chest about how, like, confident you were everything related to Brexit.
Listen,
Insane. Like, Jesus.
Listen. I'll say this. I was out of my depth in the Brexit shit.
Okay.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Akua and Jerry was 19 years old and sleeping next to her fiancé, the Illinois Black Panther Party chairman, Fred Hampton.
The next thing I remember was someone in our room shaking Chairman Fred. Chairman, wake up, wake up. Plaster was flying off the wall. You could smell the cordite from the gunshot. If you've ever been under gunfire, 5 minutes is 5 hours. To you, it seems like forever. The shooting started back again. Then another voice unfamiliar to me said, "He's good and dead now." I knew they were talking about Chairman Fred.
Fred Hampton was murdered by his government.
True.
But before that, He was a leader in a movement practicing a new kind of activism. A movement targeted because of its power to unite people.
Please don't forget to subscribe, because a lot of people that watch my videos don't subscribe apparently, and hit that bell.
Marking 1964 as a historic year in race relations, on July 2nd, President Johnson signed into law the Civil Rights Act. It was the strongest...
In the 1960s, racial progress in the U.S. was at a turning point. Activists won major civil rights victories, and the era of Jim Crow laws came to an end. But at the end of the decade, there were still deep social and economic gaps for Black people across the country. Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment, and they still had little to no political representation. These disparities and an increase in brutal police violence led to uprisings across the country. Many young Black activists grew frustrated that the changes they'd hoped for hadn't come.
It's just the opposite of being a white man. That's about the best I can abbreviate that for you.
After the police killing of an unarmed Black teen in San Francisco, two activists in Oakland, California, Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton, founded what was initially called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Newton had studied law and knew it was legal to carry arms in California as long as they were not concealed. The Panthers began to patrol their communities. As the movement grew, several highly publicized confrontations with police would bring about mainstream awareness of the Black Panther Party.
How about that 12-month subscriber? Are you happy?
The allegations in these confrontations were serious.
Idiot.
But the public accounts of them were typically one-sided and shaped largely by police. Media coverage depicted party members as a caricature of Black militancy.
The Black Panther Party was portrayed as a marauding gang. They say their goal was to kill all the white people.
In reality, the Panthers did call for radical change.
What they were hoping for was a revolution to overthrow the capitalist enterprise.
But what they called revolution might not actually sound so radical today.
Focused on socialism as a way of solving economic needs. They looked to places like Canada, which always had a democratic political system, but the economic system has always been socialism. So they want a democratic socialist country here in the United States, which they saw as a more equitable, more humane system.
This is why the Black Panthers, specifically Fred Hampton, but especially the Black Panthers were... Are you guys saying that, oh, they're talking about Canada is socialist? Is that why? Yeah. Don't focus on that. That's dumb as fuck. Obviously, Canada is not socialist. But this is why the reason why Fred Hampton said we can't fight we can't, what was it? We can't fight capitalism or white supremacist capitalism with Black capitalism. We must fight it with socialism. And then that's the reason why he was considered a larger threat, or the reason why the Black Panthers were considered a larger threat than anything else at the time.
They released a 10-point plan for broad social reform that called for an end to police brutality and for Black employment, housing, education, and freedom from prison and jails. Chapters began forming across the country. They started to implement social programs, which they called survival programs.
The Panthers would say, put that theory into practice. If you really want to change minds, if you really want to meet the people where they are, you have to give them the services which they need.
The programs included food and clothing drives, free health clinics, and sickle cell disease testing, and were funded largely by volunteers and donations from businesses. One of their biggest programs was a free breakfast for children initiative.
Here we are living in 1966, 67, is the most wealthy nation in the world. And kids were going to school hungry, especially in African American communities. So one of the first community service programs were free breakfast for school children.
And all the children had to do was come.
It was during this time that Akua and Jerry, then known as Deborah Johnson, met Fred Hampton.
I was a student at Rice City College, and Chairman Fred had come up to the school to speak, and he said, "In the breakfast program, we feeding over 3,000 children a week. We're serious about making power to the people of reality. We not just sitting up here jaw-jabbing and talking shit, you know. We about work." And I said, damn, we serious about this business.
Fred Hampton grew up in Maywood, Illinois, just west of downtown Chicago. He became president of his local NAACP Youth Council in 1967, at 19 years old. Shortly after, he was recruited by a founder of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
The dude who fucking recruited him literally supported Michael Bloomberg in the primaries.
You can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Right.
Because of his charismatic skills, he quickly rise to the top.
Wow, dude. Typical, by the way. Marxist, claims to be a Marxist-Leninist, wearing cool hats. Here you have yet another young Marxist-Leninist walking around in clothes. Champagne socialism, boys. Cool hat. Shit looks like Bape, dude. Ahead of the game.
He quickly rise to the top of the crop.
Here he is at age 21, building and leading the Illinois chapter Black Panther Party.
Soon after they met, and Jerry and Hampton became a couple.
Anybody that has met him or heard him speak, they say he wasn't bullshit. He was for real.
You have to understand, the people have to pay the price. If your dad struggle, your dad win.
Not the same, you hypocrite, lol. What? Wait, what? I can't tell if that person is being serious or not. Okay.
Your dad not just struggle, and goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
Chicago in particular was a place where the party's ideals especially resonated. It was then the second largest American
You think
city.
Daniel Kaluuya sounded nothing like him? I think he did a really good job. I think he literally did a fucking really good job getting his voice down. I actually, it's probably one of the better parts of the movie. He sounded a lot like him.
Due to decades of discriminatory policies, also one of the most segregated. Chicago's mayor at the time, Richard J. Daley,
And it's like a weird
opposed
accent
neighborhood
too.
Integration. And in the 1950s, the city had begun to redevelop certain neighborhoods, pushing low-income residents out and into densely packed, high-rise public housing in already overcrowded neighborhoods. Black people were pushed primarily to the south and west side of Chicago. A large Puerto Rican population was here in Lincoln Park, and poor white people were concentrated here in Uptown. These groups all faced similar problems.
They all had dilapidated schools. They all had dilapidated homes. They were all being drafted into Vietnam. Very few of those communities had health care.
In 1969, Hampton led the Panthers towards an unexpected alliance.
Look, he's wearing, they got drip again, dude.
A coalition of activists working across racial lines against a corrupt city government that threatened their communities.
We're going to fight racism, not racism, but we're going to fight with solidarity.
What they had in common was their poverty. So they was building a revolution based on class solidarity that transcends race, that they all had the same hell to pay.
Hampton named the group the Rainbow Coalition. It included the Black Panthers, a Puerto Rican group called the Young Lords, and a group called the Young Patriots, made up of largely poor white migrants from Appalachia who had moved to Chicago seeking economic opportunity.
We don't hate the motherfucking white people, we hate the oppressor, whether he be white, black, brown, or yellow.
I don't mean sing Kumbaya and make a quilt. I'm talking about bringing them together on common things they can unite on. Not everything, but who.
The annoying thing is that, like, people now use that on the internet at least, like the really fucking annoying leftists on the internet will be like, this is why we need to have like a red-brown alliance and like go try to fucking build allegiances with white supremacists and shit. Very annoying. It's not how that fucking works, okay?
Could say that children do not deserve to have a healthy meal.
We work with anybody and form coalition with anybody that has revolution on their mind. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism.
Hampton and other Panthers helped the Young Lords and Young Patriots launch their own social programs. They organized protests together. And it was working. Members were traveling across the country to organize Rainbow Coalition chapters.
Particularly where Black Panther chapters were, but also in these rural white communities as well, to bring this blows people's minds. These people are not supposed to get along, but here they are operating as brothers of the struggle, as revolutionaries against the capitalist structure. And that was the threat to the state at the local level, but also at the national level.
In 1968, the FBI had sent around this internal memo. It outlined goals to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. It wasn't written about Hampton specifically, but by 1969,
Chairman Fred Hampton.
That is also the reason why the movie is titled. The movie that a lot of people are referencing here with Daniel Kaluuya is Judas and the Black Messiah.
Was the one that fit the bill.
The revolution was in the air. And the ways in which the Panthers was able to transcend those racial lines, especially their charismatic leadership of one like Fred Hampton, they saw him as a greater threat even than
the counterintelligence program, ladies and gentlemen,
Martin Luther King or Malcolm X ever was.
In one FBI memo about the Black Panthers' breakfast program, they claimed their real purpose was to poison minds with anti-white propaganda and indoctrinate youngsters in hate and violence.
Dude, the irony is like that kind of propaganda has literally not changed at all. Reactionary talking points are literally identical, dude. They are literally fucking identical, dude. Ask any motherfucker that comes into my chat if you know any like reactionaries or conservatives that come in this chat. They say the exact same shit about me. They say the exact same shit about fucking Black Lives Matter as a movement. They say the exact same shit all the time about like any fucking left wing or any sort of like movement that any sort of movement that seeks to dismantle the status quo.
FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, had deemed the Black Panther Party as the #1 threat to the internal security of this country.
The FBI operated a counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. It was a program that targeted dissident political groups in the U.S. Their methods typically went outside the law.
Dude, when chatters start getting annoyed with the same chatter, spamming the same fucking stupid salmon shit over and over again, that's when you know, like, this is why I ban motherfuckers, okay? Even other chatters are like, dude, stop, like, it's not gonna work. Oh, yeah, he's still doing it.
They were using tactics such as assassination, discrediting, false narratives. They were falsely putting people in prison and exile, which were all illegal.
Several Black Panthers were killed or imprisoned, including the party co-founders. In Chicago, the party was also targeted by Mayor Daley and the Chicago police.
Our office was burned down at least 3 times. People would disappear. You never see their bodies again.
Before you go to bed tonight, say I am a revolutionary. Make that the last word. In case you don't wake up, then somebody might believe it and you might, end up in what they call a revolutionary happy hunting grounds.
Hampton, a rising star at just 21 years old, knew he was a target too. He'd been arrested in 1968 for allegedly robbing an ice cream truck and handing out $71 of ice cream. In 1969, he was sentenced to 2 to 5 years in prison. He appealed and was released on bond, but lost the appeal. He'd have to return to prison by December 6th. December 4th, around 4 a.m., 14 Chicago police officers arrived outside Hampton's apartment on Chicago's west side. Inside, Hampton and Jerry and 7 other Panthers were asleep.
I was very pregnant, and the first thing I remember was Chairman Fred had fell asleep while talking on the phone. The next thing I remember was someone in our room
started shaking the chair.
Chairman, wake up, wake up, the pigs are vamping. And I'm seeing Chairman Fred look up, and then he laid his head back down real slow.
Officers kicked open the door and shot Mark Clark, a visitor from another party chapter. They shot a sleeping 18-year-old named Brenda Harris. Then they shot in the direction of Hampton's bed.
Mattress is just going, you can feel the bullets going into it.
I had moved over on top of Chairman Fred because there was shooting into our mattress. The person that had come into the room kept shouting, stop shooting, we have a pregnant sister in here. Eventually, the shooting stopped.
And Jerry was forced into the kitchen when she heard another voice.
Someone said he's barely alive.
He'll barely make it. I assume they were talking about Chairman Fred. Pig said he's good and dead now.
As they took me out and jammed a revolver to my stomach as I was handcuffed behind my back, I didn't look towards our bedroom because I didn't know what I would see or how I would respond.
The police fired nearly 100 shots. Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were dead. The 7 surviving Panthers were arrested. And police smiled as they removed Hampton's body from the scene.
They're carrying him under their...
The Chicago police and the state's attorney's office quickly shaped the...
Oh! Black Panther chief dies battling police. That's so crazy. What a crazy way to describe the circumstances, dude. What a wild way to describe the circumstances. It's so different now, as the media certainly operates, not as the defender of American hegemonic power, whether it's white supremacist or not. Yeah, clashes, you know? Israel clashes with Hamas. Palestinians wage war against Israel and lose. You always see this.
Narrative. Call it a gunfight, a battle, and a shootout.
Officers involved in the raid testified that they were fired on from 4 different rooms in the apartment by shotgun.
Before I could get past the threshold, there were 3 shots fired from the rear bedroom.
They played back a story that
During the Tulsa massacre, it's 100 years since then, and Joe Biden actually talked about it. But important to remember that I believe the titles on the newspapers in the aftermath of the Tulsa massacre was 2 whites die in race riot. You put the fucking white death count there.
you could not even fathom. They gave a fictional account of what happened. Again, vilifying the Black Panther Party.
I mean, they were firing at police.
Yes, sir. We saw the shots coming out of the 2 bedrooms.
This attack by the Black Panthers on the police.
This is called testifying, by the way. Cops have a term for this.
Police clearly demonstrates the true character of the Black Panther Party.
But experts and lawyers hired by the Panthers, along with other journalists, inspected the crime scene. The Panthers even opened the apartment that anyone could examine it, and a drastically different picture emerged. It was clear that the police had fired unprovoked. Of the nearly 100 shots fired, only one possible shot could have come from a Panther's gun, likely from Mark Clark at the front door. The bullet holes that the police said came from Black Panthers were nail heads. Later, it also emerged that the FBI had assisted Chicago police with the raid. The FBI had an informant within the Black Panther Party named William O'Neill, who had become chief of security and Hampton's bodyguard. O'Neill had provided the FBI with a hand-drawn floor plan of the apartment, which the FBI then gave to Chicago police, and evidence strongly suggests that before the raid, O'Neill had drugged Hampton. In the years after Hampton's assassination, the police and the FBI
Here, I just wanted to show you 300 black people were murdered with like an aerial assault. One of the few instances of domestic aerial assault where like people were using planes, people were using private planes to fucking drop like basically TNT artillery onto black businesses in the wealthiest fucking in the wealthiest black city in the country at the time. The newspaper in the aftermath wrote, 2 whites dead in race riot. Race war rages for hours after outbreak at courthouse. Troops and armed men patrolling the streets. Many more whites are shot. Whites advancing into Little Africa. Scores badly wounded. This is the bombing of Black Wall Street. This is what I'm talking about here.
continued to imprison dozens of party members across the country. The official Black Panther Party would continue to exist until 1982, but membership decreased dramatically, and it would never be the same.
And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or you didn't be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
Fred Hampton wanted revolution. Those in power wanted to destroy him and what he stood for. But they weren't totally successful.
Chairman Fred lives. You know what I'm saying? Through the military assault, through the destruction of the party as an organization itself, you know, by the state, the legacy of the party is still here.
Today,
it is kind of wild that they barely touched on his Marxist-Leninist roots in an entire video that is 18 minutes long, even though it is a good fucking video, ultimately. And the only way you can, like, get that is by listening to his fucking words. I mean, they literally said he was a democratic socialist. I originally thought the movie probably didn't do a good enough job, but no, I think the movie straight up shows, like, him talking about Mao and Marxist-Leninism, like, regularly. At least all the way. I watched it halfway and I got bored, I'm not gonna lie. But
the work of Fred Hampton is alive through some of the same programs that marked him as a threat.
Many of the programs that
I mean, saying that the Black Panthers wanted America to be socialist like Canada, like 1 minute into the fucking video, kind of set the tone for what was going to look like. What it was going to look like. That was insane. That was like an insane thing that I mean, yeah. They literally cut the part out of the speech you mentioned. Yeah, that's true. We can't defeat capitalism with black capitalism. We defeat it with socialism. They showed his speech leading up to that statement and didn't show that statement.
Panthers created are now staples of our society. We didn't have free breakfast in schools prior to the Black Panther Party's free breakfast program. Those free clinics, almost every major college campus got a free legal aid clinic. The ways in which sickle cell testing is now respected as a disease by the CDC and others. None of that stuff existed before the party. I think that's revolutionary.
The history of the Black Panther Party is going toe-to-toe with this government will never die. Never die.
It was a decent video though, overall. I mean, anything that like even admits this or shows it, in my opinion, is good if we're being real. Like,
Oh look, more things you didn't know about Breath of the Wild. I don't know how we keep doing this. If you continue to follow this series though, hit that like button. It lets us know that you want us to keep making these for you. Alright, let's go. Some players may have come across this weird thing in the Hebra mountain range. Sometimes you'll just get a random Korok, literally for free. Over the years, this has happened to many players and has gone on unexplained, but player Swiffy has cracked the case a while ago. In this area, there's a Korok that requires you to push a snowball down this hill. Well, in some instances, when you're moving closer to load the snowballs in, then away from the snowballs, moving farther away causes the game engine to create less polygons in the area, and in turn, deforms the ground underneath the snowball into a downhill slope, automatically dropping the snowball down the hill right into the goal. You can see it happen from this shot here. If you ever thought it was the wind or a completely random glitch, well, here you go. Mystery solved. Another mystery players have run into is a strange skewing of NPCs, sometimes completely sideways or underground. These cases started happening in 2019, coincidentally right after the VR Labo update, the 1.6 final patch that Breath of the Wild ever saw on the Switch. The Wii U version never got this. While we still don't know what specifically in the update causes the glitch to occur, thousands of players around the world since then have been running into these tilting oddities. Did you know that any of these types of lookout towers can be cut down from below? Helps out in taking out these annoying snipers. I have to add an addendum to the last episode, where I showed Lionel and Moblin warning horns were an idea that Breath of the Wild developers scrapped and never made it into the base game. But these are only partially true. Moblin warning horns are a real thing, and they were fully modeled and ready to go. Not only that, they were fully ready and animated with moblins on watchtowers. While this is only viewable from mods, the horn and the animation here is made by Nintendo from Breath of the Wild's source code. We just never got to see these moblins on watchtowers. And on top of that, we recently learned that Lionel horns were indeed never developed for Breath of the Wild, but were finally completed and used by the new enemy in Tears of the Kingdom called Boss Bokoblins. Do you also know exactly how warning horns work? Sometimes you'll see them use it once or twice, other times they seem to use it over and over. They do this because they're programmed to call the enemy camp's attention until most of them see you. If most of the camps still can't get a visual on you, they'll just keep blowing that horn. Eventide Island, as most players guessed, is loosely based on the game Link's Awakening, especially with most players taking a raft over here, but the developers put a tiny detail into the weather specifically here. Most normal areas of Hyrule have a percentage chance of different dynamic weather systems, such as clear sky, cloudy, rainy, heavy rain, thunderstorms, snow, rain with clear sky, etc. But Eventide has its own special weather system. It's either always clear skies, or specifically from 5 PM to 9 PM, it will always shift to a thunderstorm. Besides the gameplay implications of making it a challenge for players, this may be a reference to Link's Awakening's very first thunderstorm that washes Link ashore Koholint Island. There's also a specific area right here in the East Akala Plains that spawns a Stalnox, and in this small circle around it, it will thunderstorm 24/7 no matter what. Getting struck by lightning will light objects around Link on fire. But did you also notice that your core temperature goes up to the max for a split second? On the same topic of electricity, any number of things can deflect Octorok shots, hitting them, Master Sword beams, parrying, blocking, etc. But did you also know that you can deflect it with shock conduction? Did you also know that you could block a Guardian's laser with a Wind Cleaver's Air Slash? Most of the time when you're cutting grass, you'll get lizards or crickets that pop out for you to catch. But these areas of grass are categorized by region, and different regions have different drop tables for materials, such as hot-footed frogs in the Gerudo region, Hylian rice in the Faron region, Tabantha wheat in the Tabantha region, and the weirdest one, the Elden region, which in its limited patches of grass have a 10% chance to drop a piece of amber ore instead. Breath of the Wild's map is absolutely littered with hundreds of locations, most which reference out characters or places of past Zelda games. Some are easier to point out than others, so for a couple episodes, we'll start listing some references Nintendo has made. Tarm Point is a reference to the Tarm Ruins in Oracle of Seasons, where a golden ladle is placed as well. The Lost Woods are pretty straightforward. Mido and Saria are from the Kokiri Forest in Ocarina of Time, but the Korok references push out a little bit farther. Mikar, Elma, and Urch are all Koroks from the Wind Waker. And to the southeast, you have locations such as the Minishi Woods and Pico Pond, both names of the Minish race, Krenel Hills, which is a reference to Mount Krenel in the Minish Cap, and Trilby Plain, which is a reference to Trilby Highlands. Funny how the wording of mountains to hills and highlands to plains is changed in reference to Link's size perspective in his Minish form. This of course makes sense because Fujibayashi planned to have a form of the Minish NPCs in the game, but from a gameplay standpoint, he was unfortunately not able to make this work. From the only screenshot Nintendo gave us, there's theories that this may be here at the Minishi Woods, with the Lost Woods fog in the background. Talking about locations through development, location names were subject to change for various reasons, and some of them had placeholder names. You can see some of these strange names of locations through the Breath of the Wild object map, with notable ones like Typhlow Ruins, previously called Darkwood, Sanadin Park Ruins, called Brave Horse Park, Lanayru Promenade, called Spider Nest Mountain, which in the Creating a Champion book is corroborated, Tanagar Canyon called Oblivion Valley, Lurelin Village called Southern Village, and Terry Town listed as Yu-Mi Village. What is Yu-Mi though? Well, it was found a while ago that Nintendo had a system for creating Hylians and Sheikah called Yu-Mi. That seemed to be a more advanced version of the Mi creator. While we don't exactly know what the system looks like, this supports the theory that Nintendo used this internal system to help easily create its 400 plus NPCs to dot the land of Hyrule. On the Knight's Claymore, there's Hylian text on there that's pretty hard to make out. When translated, it says Hyrule Kingdom, Power, Wisdom, Courage. Did you know that the Master Sword's ability to power up near Guardians is not directly tied to Link? You can consider the sword, I guess, to be sort of sentient, able to detect Guardians on its own in its vicinity, on the ground, or even in enemy hands. What was your favorite thing you learned this time? Just let us know in the comments below. Of course, we'll keep going with this series until Tears of the Kingdom, where we'll continue on with the series over there. But for everything else gaming, you know where to go, right here on GameSpot.
This is Marxism, and Marxism is based on the belief that no person has any value as an individual.
I believe I was one of the first commentators to point out that it was a very Marxist movement, and the organization is part of a global movement to destroy life as we know it in America and probably in the rest of the Western world.
They're just bad. I believe in free enterprise. They're Marxists. I believe in equal opportunity. They believe in government-guaranteed equal outcome.
We will honor your courage with my administration's determination to defeat communism and socialism, and we will do that in our own country, too. We're in the process of doing it right now. The courageous veterans here today bear witness to how socialism, radical mobs, and violent communists ruin a nation.
If there's one thing America has down to a science, it's twisting the meaning of words and using them to terrify the population. Ever since the Soviet Union rose to prominence to the point of competing with the US for global supremacy, the powers that be have fought hard to burn the image of communism and socialism as great evils into the mind of the average American. In this episode, we're going to correct the record. There's nothing wrong with criticizing ideas you disagree with. But in order to do that, you have to engage with accurate depictions of those ideas. So, let's talk about America's favorite boogeyman, Marxism. But before we do that, we need to briefly discuss the history of capitalism. Once upon a time, there existed an economic system that was neither capitalism nor communism. Shocking, right? Under this arrangement, lords granted parcels of land to the lower echelons
Feudalism.
of society, and the recipients, known as vassals, in exchange would work the land and vow to fight for their lord should he call upon them. This was a pretty sweet deal for the nobility, because they got laborers to work their land, grow them food, and fight in their wars. The vassals had little choice other than to enter into these agreements in order to stave off starvation and abject poverty. This type of arrangement later became known as feudalism, and from a modern perspective, it seems outdated and cruel. Fast forward several centuries, and we begin to see a fledgling new economic...
This is very different than what we have now, by the way. Like the vassal states of tech feudalism.
System take its first...
Like Silicon Valley, where they have like, you know, corporate dorms, things like that.
Steps. Somewhere between the 14th and 15th centuries, feudalism lost ground to a market-based system, one that elevated some of the lower tiers of society, creating a new merchant class. Not quite peasant, but certainly not nobility. Since that time, various interpretations of market-based economies have been implemented with varying degrees of success around the world. When proponents of capitalism say that it raised the standard of living for millions of people, they're correct. Capitalism has its place in history, and has unquestionably increased global production many times over since the days of feudalism. But just like technology keeps advancing, so too does history need to keep moving. And just like feudalism was overtaken when it became outdated, so too will capitalism need to be replaced with a superior system. We have a tendency to believe that history is only something that happened in the past, that we've now reached the end of history. This perspective makes it difficult to see that life and progress are ongoing processes, and that there will come a time when capitalism will seem just as outdated as feudalism. I believe we're at a point where large portions of the world population are beginning to realize that global capitalism is actively making their lives worse, the system having generated such vast oceans of capital in the hands of the powerful that it's left the majority to suffer needlessly, even in tremendously wealthy countries. This inflection point, the shift in public perception to viewing capitalism less than favorably, signals the beginning of a massive societal change. Capitalism is falling out of favor, just as feudalism did those hundreds of years ago. So, what exactly is wrong with capitalism? This is the part where you may have to grit your teeth and sit through some things you don't want to hear. In America, we've gotten our self-identity so wrapped up in our economic system that we see capitalism and America as the same thing. Capitalism is our national identity, and therefore any criticism of capitalism is an attack on the nation itself. This should not be the case. An economic system is just one way to structure the monetary relations of a country. It's not a national culture. Capitalism is a tool which, in theory, should elevate the people of said country and materially improve their lives. Let's look at some examples of why this is no longer the case. We'll start with the most obvious problem, the massive discrepancy between worker and executive compensation and power. Your paycheck isn't actually based on how good a job you do. Not really. Your boss is in a position of power where he chooses which people to hire and which to fire. The people that work for him produce goods or services which then become his property, and which he then sells to make a profit. Your paycheck is, in reality, determined by your minimum needs and your boss's requirements for labor power in the relation to the number of people competing for jobs. The more people who are unemployed, that is, the more people who are looking for jobs, the easier it is for companies to hire desperate poor people for minimum wage. In this way, unemployment in society is actually beneficial for capitalists, and having a large reserve of people ready to step in and work for minimum wage means that the average employee is always living in fear of losing their job. If you make a fuss, if you complain, if you try to get a union involved, there is always someone to take your place. To the capitalist, you are expendable, just another cog in the machine, to be replaced at their convenience. It is in your boss's interest to make your paycheck as small as possible, while increasing the prices of goods and services. This maximizes profits for him, but forces you to tighten your belt. When your boss pays you crumbs compared to what you could be making and your landlord raises your rent, that leaves you with a lower quality of life and less financial mobility. This all works out beautifully for the owner class. Their profits increase year after year. There is, however, a flaw in this system. Well, you know, besides the blatant disregard for human life. Unemployed and poorly paid workers don't make for a profitable market. When workers are paid so little that they can barely afford rent, how could we expect them to buy goods and services on the market? Companies produce more and more consumer products, but what happens when the consumers can no longer afford the very goods their labor produces? This creates a snowball effect. Low wages and precarity lead to an unprofitable market. An unprofitable market means that the production of consumer goods is limited, which inevitably leads to economic depression.
I think Second Thought does a very good job of breaking down basic Marxist fundamentals in a way where you will literally watch the entire 26-minute video and not even recognize what he is describing to you is literally theory. Everything you are watching in this video is the rate of profit and its tendency to fall, whether it be like keeping the working class desperate for remuneration as a part of how capitalism operates. All of it is actually technically Marxist theory, what he's describing here.
Have you ever noticed how there seems to be an economic crisis like once every 10 years? Well, that's actually not by accident. These crises have been happening ever since the very beginning of capitalism. This upward and downward motion of the market is known as the business cycle. Boom and bust. Yo-yoing from one extreme to the other every decade or so. The boom comes from accumulation of wealth. When prices go up and wages go down, companies make money. But if the people are squeezed too hard and the market becomes unprofitable, it then leads to a depression, businesses close, people lose their jobs, debts aren't paid, banks collapse, governments run out of money. That's an economic crisis. And they're just gonna keep coming, even though every one of them will be dressed up as once in a lifetime and sure to never happen again. Just like we heard in 2008, and just like we heard during the Corona crash, which, not to be overly pessimistic, is only a teaser for what we'll see in the next couple years. Don't be fooled. Capitalism is unstable by its very nature. The system encourages greed, and because of this, capitalism will always shoot itself in the foot in the name of short-term gains over long-term stability. Just look at the financial crisis of 2008, the largest upward transfer of wealth in modern American history, until the COVID pandemic, of course. In short, the stock market crash was caused because predatory institutions became too greedy. They began offering unstable housing loans to people who would not have normally qualified. This led to millions of people taking on loans that would implode and that they would be unable to pay back. Housing prices went up, creating what's known as a speculative real estate bubble. And, as bubbles do, it burst, triggering the single largest single-day stock market drop in history up until that point. Millions of Americans lost their homes, their jobs, their health care, and many of them never recovered from the financial devastation. In the wake of the millions of evictions and foreclosures, huge corporate real estate firms and banks snapped up the empty houses at bargain bin prices, and many of them are held captive on the rental market to this day. In the end, the average American bore the brunt of the fallout, and the executives and capitalists behind the disaster got off scot-free. The housing crash is a huge, complicated topic, and I would encourage you to read more about it. But the most important thing to realize is that what should have been a completely avoidable catastrophe was inevitable because of our rabid devotion to ever-increasing profits. We've seen a similar occurrence since the beginning of the pandemic. The richest people in the country have increased their wealth at a staggering rate, while average Americans have again lost their livelihoods and their healthcare, which is a pretty bad thing to lose in the middle of a plague. But since providing our citizens with universal healthcare isn't profitable to insurance companies, our healthcare is tied to our employment. When we lose our job, we also lose our right to live in the eyes of our corporate overlords. To them, a human life has no value except what profits can be extracted from it. This isn't due to some inherent evil in every corporate executive. It's simply a byproduct of capitalism. Capitalists are very much conditioned into being cruel because cutting wages and other actions harmful to workers rewards them with greater profits, and giving their workers benefits like maternity leave punishes them with reduced profits. Even otherwise good people are affected by this. The problem isn't rich people as individuals, but capitalism as a system. Business owners learn to see everything in terms of revenue and expenditure. Taxes are an expense, rent is an expense, raw materials and machines are expenses, and that means labor is also seen as just another expense. Human beings are reduced to numbers on a spreadsheet. That brings us to our next point. Capitalism doesn't care about human well-being. The primary concern of every nation should be the well-being of its citizens. But in modern hyper-capitalist countries, the only factor worth considering is the almighty dollar. Profit is the sole driver. Contrary to what we're taught about classical economics, capitalism does not follow the law of supply and demand. Housing is in huge demand, but it's not profitable to supply it, so people go homeless. As of 2019, the US had a homeless population of nearly 600,000 people. We also
don't even follow neoclassical economics and the models they build on supply and demand, especially on concepts such as, well, housing is one of them, but also on concepts such as healthcare, where there is inelastic demand. And because there is inelastic demand, i.e. demand that is irreplaceable and you have to have it if you want to survive, there needs to be more regulation around it, because when there is inelastic demand, those who control the supply can literally dictate whatever price it is, and people will pay for it. But in America, we literally do not add any sort of price restrictions or regulations around it. As a matter of fact, we make it illegal to collectively bargain or put price restrictions on pharma, and therefore go against the understanding that you learn at Econ 101.
17 million vacant homes.
Why is supplying housing not profitable? Because it's about restricting shelter. That makes it. If there was more housing, I mean, it's not even the lack of housing in America. It's the fact that we have vacant homes that we just do not fill with human beings, because it is better to have vacant homes that people sit on with the hopes that inevitably their property value will increase so you can sell it off, rather than make sure that all of the houses that are empty have utility.
We could house nearly the entire population of the New York metro area. That's the nearby cities in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. But we won't house just 600,000 people because it's not profitable. We'd rather let them die of exposure because, under capitalism, their lives have no inherent value. And remember, those homelessness and empty homes figures are from before the pandemic. We currently have somewhere in the ballpark of 50 million Americans facing eviction or foreclosure because of our toxic system's inability to handle crises like the COVID pandemic. This will never change unless we're able to move beyond capitalism and assert that, yes, humans do have innate value beyond what capitalists can extract from their labor. And of course, the problems at home pale in comparison to how wealthy capitalist nations treat the rest of the world, especially smaller or weaker nations that we can bully. Just about every instance of American foreign intervention in the last 70 years has been in the name of capital. Whether we're securing oil fields, deposing leaders who want to escape the stranglehold of imperial rule, or creating environments favorable to US corporations, we're not afraid to use our military to destabilize and destroy other nations and regions in order to make a quick buck. The Middle East is the most recent example. We've been meddling in the Middle East for decades. We entered Iraq under false pretenses, propagandizing the American population with false intelligence reports. The global community knew that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, but it sure made for convenient cover to start a war that was unjustifiable otherwise. The tendrils of capitalism don't stop at the borders of our nation. They unjustly influence the daily lives of innocent people around the world. Not because America is necessarily evil and wants to kill people, but because our capitalist system demands it. There is no alternative if we want to maintain complete global supremacy. Okay, so what's the alternative? I know a lot of people are frustrated that videos like this don't often provide anything beyond criticism of the current system. I'll do my best to explain why socialism is a necessary next step. Under capitalism, your paycheck is made as small as possible. Unemployment is a positive for the ruling class. There being more empty homes than homeless people is simply a profitable housing market. Automation leaves people without jobs, and healthcare is a luxury rather than a human right. Socialism turns all those negatives on their head. Your paycheck is fairly scaled in accordance with the quality and quantity of your work. There's never a shortage of new jobs, homelessness can easily be eliminated, and automation allows people to spend their time pursuing their actual passions instead of toiling away in factories. The struggling artist who wanted to write symphonies but couldn't due to their financial situation will now be afforded the opportunity to pursue their aspirations. It's like the American dream, only real. The fundamental difference between capitalism and socialism is that capitalism puts the interest of the market before the interest of the people, and socialism is just the opposite. One of the most fundamental flaws of capitalism, including Scandinavian social democracy, although it may seem like a nice compromise between capitalism and socialism, is that capitalism and markets fundamentally rely on profit. Every year, a company's profit has to increase. Every year, a country's GDP has to increase. Forever and ever, for the rest of time, we always have to keep growing, keep expanding our economies, keep building new factories, keep producing more consumer goods. On an ever more finite Earth, infinite growth is a recipe for disaster. A disaster of which we're already seeing the beginnings. Not to mention the fact that we already produce more than we need. The issue of poverty or homelessness or starvation isn't that there's not enough to go around. The issue isn't scarcity, it's artificial scarcity. We produce plenty, but we don't distribute to those in need. Capitalism tells us that the market follows the law of supply and demand, that the market is simply the most efficient way of distributing goods to a large number of people. But if that was the case, then with our current level of production, we could give every human on the planet their own house, their own car,
there's also an efficiency in distribution under capitalism, where you know how whenever we're talking about healthcare, for example, we talk about how there is rationing healthcare, right? And yet, in America, there's also a form of rationing healthcare, and that is rationing healthcare to those who can pay for it. And that exists in every aspect of our lives. Food is not distributed in an efficient way to those who need it the most, but instead it's distributed in a way where those who can pay for it will have access to it. What I mean by that is, at a time when there's scarcity, like actual scarcity, not artificial scarcity, the person who needs cancer medication for his cat that has the capacity to pay for it will be able to get that cancer medication for his cat before the person who needs the cancer medication for his parents that does not have the money to pay for it. So it's not necessarily the most efficient mode of distribution. It's just that efficiency is determined by who can pay for it.
Free access to education from kindergarten to university, and free universal healthcare. We could do that at any time, but we actively choose not to. Or rather, Jeff Bezos and his ultra-rich buddies actively choose not to. Jeff Bezos has the power to end world hunger on a whim. He wakes up every morning and makes the decision not to, if the thought even crosses his mind at all. The world collectively produces enough food to feed all of humanity. In fact, the world produces more than enough food. And yet, the number of people undernourished in the world has been on the rise since 2014, reaching an estimated 815 million in 2016. Rich countries not only have problems with obesity, but are also throwing away metric tons of food every day. Private corporations have deemed that food which cannot be sold, milk that's out of date, tomatoes that aren't red or shiny enough, bananas that aren't crooked enough, is to be thrown into dumpsters, and bleach is to...
Not all products have the same value, including housing capitalism solves that under a fair measure price. No one is saying that we're abolishing prices under socialism. It's communism maybe, but there's still pricing. The difference is you can still have a higher valuation for houses by the beach or some shit. You can still purchase houses as a part of your personal property. The difference is when you have private property, you end up creating a situation where there are 56,000 vacant homes in the greater metropolitan area in San Francisco, okay, in the Bay Area, with a fraction of that in homeless people, in the population of homeless people in that region alone. So that's the issue. The issue isn't necessarily that like some houses are going to cost more than other houses. The issue is when people can make money off of pre-existing capital that just sits there, and you can literally just sit and allow what you have invested money into to gain more value just by sitting there, and it's worth more to you with the profit that you're potentially going to generate off of that when it's not being utilized in comparison to or not in comparison to it's more profitable for you to sit on a house instead of renting it out, or more profitable for you to sit on a house and not use it rather than allow someone else to use it. Then you create a problem. How is it worth more sitting than renting it? Oh, well, let's say people don't have the money to rent it, okay? Otherwise, there wouldn't be vacant properties in the Bay Area. Clearly, there are plenty of properties where people are just not using it and they're sitting on it. Some of that has to do with foreign capital. Wealthy people from foreign nations come in and purchase these properties. A lot of it has to do with the fact that it's just more profitable for you to wait for the market to offer you a higher price when you inevitably sell it, if you don't have anyone to rent it out to. Is the long-term equity play, especially if the intent is to move cash out of China and purchase U.S. assets. Yeah. Just look at Irvine, California, a whole city owned by a private company, and the owner is one of the richest dudes in the world. Half their rentals are empty, but the rent stays high as... Yeah. And they can do that.
:3.
Genuine question, isn't pricing by a market more efficient on the whole than something centrally controlled, at least a little more responsive to demand, actual conditions of consumers? I think there is centralized control in every aspect of markets. There has never been a fully free market. It's just a matter of how much centralized control you want to implement in that market. When we offer subsidies to public, or not public housing, but it's like section housing developers. That's one form of centralized control to increase the supply of a necessary resource. Free markets absolutely do price more efficiently, but the question is whether efficiency is worth the loss of quality of life. I mean, there also isn't really a free market, so I don't know what you mean by that. Where is there a free market? There's always going to be either price restrictions in some respect, whether it's taxes or whatnot, or subsidies on the other hand. Like, where is the free market? Not a good argument? No, but why is it not a good argument? We've never really had a free market. And if we did have a free market, the same forces that prevail, that interest for maximizing profit, that would allow whatever the bigger fish is in that marketplace to suck up every other small fish and eventually monopolize, would exist in all of those marketplaces. That's why in the United States of America we have so much monopolization, because it's the closest to a free market capitalist society as you can get. And even then, there's plenty of centralized control.
To be poured on top so that the hungry and homeless don't eat it. To not only deny food to the hungry when you have plenty, but to go out of your way to ensure that the hungry won't even eat your trash is a barbaric and inhumane practice. Under socialism, all workers would be allowed to reap what they sow, and receive according to the value of the labor they put in, as well as democratically decide how the workplace is run. The workers are the ones who produce value. They are the ones who should receive the benefits. CEOs and other corporate suits don't contribute to the value produced by the company, and yet they are paid hundreds of times more. For a worker to earn as much as a CEO earns in a single year, they would have to work 45 years. Socialism puts power, political, social, economic, and financial power, in the hands of the 99%, the proletariat, normal people.
And you're completely forgetting the fact that these leaders
provide
the logistics and
what they sow, to
management
benefit from their hard
services
work. And
required
isn't that what
for these
capitalists are always
businesses
telling
to
us?
run.
That hard work should pay off? Jeff Bezos makes $321 million a day. Someone who earns the federal minimum wage earns $58 a day. I do not believe that Jeff Bezos works 5.5 million times harder than the average minimum wage worker. Frankly, I think the average person works far harder than Mr. Amazon. If you're interested in what real workplace democracy looks like, worker co-ops are a good place to start. They're not perfect, but they're a massive improvement on the average predatory company. I made a video on the subject that you can watch if you're interested. Now, as with any term that's been hijacked by bad faith actors, there's a veritable mountain of misconceptions that need to be addressed. Covering all of them would take hours, but let's take a look at a few of the more common ones. First, let's consider the misguided notion that free market policies make poor countries rich. I think this is best summed up by Ha-Joon Chang, author of 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. He says, contrary to what is commonly believed, the performance of developing countries in the period of state-led development was superior to what they have achieved during the subsequent period of market-oriented reform. There were some spectacular failures of state intervention, but most of these countries grew much faster, with more equitable income distribution and far fewer financial crises during the bad old days than they have done in the period of market-oriented reforms. Moreover, it is also not true that almost all rich countries have become rich through free market policies. The truth is more or less the opposite. With only a few exceptions, all of today's rich countries...
The greatest example of this is literally China. Is China wealthier as a consequence of foreign capital and capitalism? Or is China wealthier as a consequence of, well, not wealthier, but like, or has China been able to escape the throes of pre-industrial poverty by growing across the board and redistributing the wealth generated better than, for example, the United States of America does now? You don't need to really look further than even the United States development itself. Obviously, it's two different factors there, but the United States' greatest leaps in industrialization came because of a war economy, but more importantly, higher degrees of socialization in the aftermath of the Great Depression. That those infrastructure, the great advances that we made in American infrastructure, that we still take advantage of to this day, is literally a consequence of post-Great Depression era policies.
Including Britain and the US, the supposed homes of free trade and free market, have become rich through the combinations of protectionism, subsidies, and other policies that today they advise the developing countries not to adopt. Free market policies have made few countries rich so far and will make few rich in the future. 23 things they don't tell you about
How is China socialize their economy if they have the most billionaires in the world? I don't know. Norway and Sweden have more billionaires per capita than the United States as well, but they seem to be doing all right with their robust social safety nets. So very clearly you can have a social democracy and have more billionaires per capita than the United States. The United States is unique in its cruelty. Like, it's just the wealthiest nation on earth, the wealthiest nation to have ever existed throughout history, and yet it subjects its own workers to such horrific conditions. With respect to how the wealthy live, of course, obviously not like horrific conditions in comparison to some worker in Indonesia or something like that, but still, the existence of billionaires does imply, in my worldview, a significant and fundamental policy failure. A failure of the economic organization that we exist under. However, having said that, you can have billionaires and still have robust social safety nets. As evidenced by both China, to a certain degree, but certainly Norway and Sweden.
Capitalism is a great book for someone interested in ideas outside the scope of usual capitalist economic teachings, but who isn't sure where they stand.
Yeah, they have more billionaires, but American billionaires are richer, LMAO. Oh, never mind then. Sick, dude. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're right. Even their billionaires are more socialized, I guess.
And yet, it's also not entirely antagonistic to the idea of capitalism. It's just willing to engage with the reality of modern neoliberal capitalism and its many problems. So even if you fancy yourself a capitalist, it's worth a read. I'll leave a link to check it out in the description below. Next, let's consider the myth of the American dream. Remember, criticizing an economic system is not an attack on the nation as a whole or its people. We just need to engage with certain realities of modern life under late-stage capitalism. When you hear the expression, the American dream, you probably picture a smiling family grilling in their backyard behind a white picket fence. Probably 2 kids and a dog. It's a pleasant picture, one of stability, contentment, and fulfillment. By definition, the American dream declares life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement regardless of social class or circumstances of birth. There was a time when the average American could afford a home on a single salary, where we could afford to have children, or a new car, or pay our way through school on a part-time wage. Those days are long gone. There are some Americans still living who experienced that reality, and for them it's often difficult to understand why younger generations seem to have such a hard time when they were able to thrive. World War II catapulted the US to the top of the global power rankings. The post-war years afforded many white Americans the prosperity we associate with the image of the American dream. That period began over 70 years ago, and the following 20 or 30 years represented the high watermark for American prosperity. But, as was inevitable, the nature of capitalism began to work against normal people over the years. The average American's quality of life and ability to afford luxuries, and eventually necessities, has been on the decline since at least the Reagan years. In the past, a college degree I
wonder why. If only there was, like, I don't know, something that happened in the Reagan years, especially that accelerated the America's demise. I just can't really think of anything, though. Yeah, that's why Donald Trump is the second Reagan of the United States, which is why he will be remembered fondly by the Republicans. And 20 years down the line, if we are alive at that point, at that stage, we'll be remembered fondly by dipshit Democrats too, who say, oh man, you know, I really hate that vampire pedo Hitler, who's successfully taken over the Republican Party and is now doing fascism, is making me remember the good old days of Donald Trump. If only we had someone who is a reasonable Republican like Donald Trump or Ronald Reagan instead of the vampire pedophile Hitler that is now in charge of the Republican Party.
all but guaranteed you a job that paid well enough to afford a home and support a family on a single income. Even those without college degrees could land a job with a smile and a firm handshake, and make far more adjusted for inflation than workers today could ever dream of. Today, a college degree means next to nothing. As of early 2020, the unemployment rate for new graduates exceeds that of the general population. Among those that are employed, 41% of them are working jobs that don't require a degree. I was one of those people. I graduated from a nice, expensive school thanks to the generosity of my parents, and I ended up selling cameras at Best Buy. The only reason I'm able to support myself now is because I got lucky and the YouTube algorithm picked up my channel one day. I now spend my time actively fighting that same algorithm as it tries to bury my content. Even with my difficulties on this awful platform, I'm still far better off than most of my friends working traditional jobs. My position is not unique. The only people I know who are able to achieve what could be considered a modern American dream are other YouTubers and people in non-traditional jobs. But that's not the American dream, is it? The American dream is supposed to be for all of us, not just a lucky few. If you accept a position in a typical American company, you will not be able to live the life your grandparents did, or even your parents. Supporting a family on a single income is unfathomable. Paying for healthcare on the market is unfathomable. Even affording the bare essentials like food and rent is becoming a real challenge for millions of Americans. The American dream died a long time ago, long before most people watching this video were born. That's not to say we can't reignite that possibility, but we need to acknowledge that it doesn't exist now, and it will never be possible again under capitalism. Finally, let's tackle perhaps the biggest misconception of all. Socialism has never worked. This one comes up in every single conversation about capitalism, whether you're
Vuvuzela, brother! Vuvuzela attack helicopter. Pinochet did nothing wrong. 100%. Ooh, I got him. Oh my God. Here, look at me. I'm throwing up the okay signs. Are you triggered? Are you triggered, libtard? Hell yeah! Socialism. Vuvuzela 100.
Advocating for socialism or not. It's a knee-jerk bit of propaganda that most Americans have swallowed hook, line, and sinker. First, we need to realize that socialism, like any system, is a spectrum. You can implement socialist policies in capitalist countries, and vice versa. To say socialism has never worked is just as silly as saying capitalism has never worked. But let's look at a few specifics. We'll start with Bolivia. If you're an American, the most you've probably heard about Bolivia is that their former leader Evo Morales was some kind of horrible dictator. As usual, this is anti-left propaganda. Morales served as Bolivia's 65th president.
Look at how brown he is. The more indigenous you are, the more socialist you are, the more socialism you're doing. Everybody knows this. That's why BLM is a Marxist institution. What the f is this man's name? Evo? Why isn't it something good like Hank?
And its first indigenous president from 2006 to 2013. He was democratically elected and well-loved by the general population. He is not well-loved by the United States. Why? Because he's a socialist, and he tried to free Bolivia from US influence and the control of multinational corporations. During his terms, Morales worked to improve the lives of Bolivia's poor, more equally distribute national gas profits, and introduce programs to combat illiteracy, poverty, racism, and sexism. These strong socialist policies led to a period of notable economic growth, as well as a reduction in poverty. Morales is regarded by many, with the exception of the US, as a champion of democratic reforms, common sense policy, anti-imperialism, environmentalism, and genuine care for the poor and working families. He objectively improved the lives of his people. To the US, he's a big scary dictator. Then there's Burkina Faso under the leadership of Thomas Sankara. Sankara assumed office at 33, having led a popular movement to overthrow the dominance of French colonial power. As a Marxist revolutionary, Sankara was deeply concerned with the health and well-being of the people of Burkina Faso. Immediately upon taking office, he launched a massive campaign to feed, house, and provide medical care for the entire population. He followed this with a large-scale vaccination program to eliminate polio, meningitis, and measles, vaccinating 2.5 million.
Classic leftist libtard, brother. Thomas Sankara, he was vaccinating everybody. I heard it!
Million people in a single week, earning the praise of the World Health Organization. As far as foreign policy was concerned, the Sankara administration—
He was microchipping them!
—was staunchly anti-imperialist and focused on agrarian reform to
really,
famine
dude?
instead of relying on foreign aid.
Can you
They
at least
prioritized
have
strong
real
education
takes?
and planted over 10 million trees to stop desertification in environmentally
Finally.
threatened areas. Sankara appointed women to high government positions and encouraged them to work outside the home in an attempt to reform outdated patriarchal notions. He also had the integrity to lead by example, only accepting a military officer's salary and redirecting the presidential salary to an orphan fund. Thomas Sankara's socialist policies did more to improve the lives
Wow, it's a lot like Donald Trump. He doesn't take a single dime either. I gotta stop. Okay, sorry.
His people in a few short years than most nations do in 100. Poverty was reduced. Hunger and famine
He
were
didn't.
reduced.
No, he
Preventable
maintained
diseases
a
were
lot
essentially
of his
eliminated.
original wealth,
Education
but he
and
didn't
literacy
take
rates
much
went through the
government
roof. Environmental concerns were addressed, and imperialism's hold on the nation was diminished. What did Sankara get for his efforts? He was overthrown and murdered by French colonial sympathizers. There are so many examples of socialist policies being implemented with great success around the world, and for each of them, the story ends the same way. a coup, an assassination, a fabricated war, or American intervention. When people say socialism has never worked, what they should really say is capitalist powers have never allowed socialism to continue working. These socialist policies do work. They are incredibly popular with the general population of...
I mean, again, one of the greatest examples is higher degrees of socialization has worked incredibly successfully in areas where there is no American imperialism. And when they are regarded as like European allies, for example, you get to freely implement whatever level or degree of socialization that you want to implement when you are not beholden to colonial powers that want to extract your natural resources. Then you get to nationalize your extraction industry, and you don't get 9/11 like Chile did, or you don't get you don't. What happened to Iran does not happen to Norway. What happened to Venezuela does not happen to Norway again.
Each country in which they're implemented, and they always produce outcomes that put wealthy capitalist nations to shame, until of course we come in and destroy everything they've worked so hard to build. Why do we do it? Because the United States can't stand the thought of people getting a glimpse of what life could be like under a more progressive, humane, and common sense system.
No, that's not the reason. No, that's not the reason at all. It's because it's natural resource extraction and being the hegemonic global superpower. It's just money. Read some Lenin, lib. I say to second thought. Imperialism is a necessity under capitalism. You have to.
System. So
he's going to conspiracy theories with that take. It's not. It's not. It's literally. I mean, there is a fear of a good example, certainly, but the main reason is because the fear of a good example is less that and more Russian influence or the USSR influence overall, the influence of socialism. But the bigger reason is also just exploitation and extraction of natural resources.
Let's wrap this up. If you're an American, like I am, you live in the richest, most powerful nation in the history of the world. We have almost endless resources that could be used to solve any problem that we face. We could fund universal healthcare, which would even save us money.
That's only true for Scandinavia. The U.S. Directly interfered in Italy, causing terrorism with Operation Gladio. Yes, but comparing Gladio to an otherwise relatively powerful Western power, to comparing that level of involvement, which is still technically indirect in comparison to like what happened in Iran or what happens in Iraq right now or Afghanistan right now, is silly. It's incredibly limited in its scope.
We could fund climate change mitigation measures. We could fund free higher education, better infrastructure, public transportation. We could end homelessness, build state-of-the-art schools, libraries, parks, and hospitals. We could ensure every American worker is compensated fairly.
Also, Italians are not white.
For their work. We could have the American dream. Instead, all that money goes to the military to fund intervention in other countries. It goes to tax breaks for corporations. It goes to bailing out criminal industries that destroy the planet and the lives of countless human beings. Marxism, socialism, communism, pick whichever scary word you want, they represent the rejection of our dystopian state of affairs. They stand for the expansion of human freedom, for the acknowledgement of universal rights, for kindness, decency, and care for the less fortunate. An America that embraced at least some of the tenets of Marxism would be a nation that didn't destroy the lives of innocent people the world over. It would be a nation that cared for its own, that addressed the material concerns of the many over the greedy demands of the few. It would be a nation that could truly lead the way into the future, a future that is bright, just, and righteous.
At least if America treated its citizens with more respect and dignity, then I guess it would be even grosser, like its actions against foreign powers would be even more gross, because then we would reap the rewards of our imperialism with an even, or at least more even distribution, and therefore we would be enriching ourselves across the board while the rest of the world suffered. But because of the fact that America, or at least American corporations that take the benefits of our military-industrial complex or our foreign imperialist endeavors, are not distributed in an egalitarian capacity whatsoever, the American working class continues to suffer as well. You know.
This is literally what your job is. That's what you're supposed to do. You're here arguing about this shit on the internet. If you have somebody right here that's willing to engage you in the concept, and you have the opportunity to educate them or to talk to them or to sway their opinion at all, why would you not take advantage of that? You literally asked her the question. You asked her, do you think, like, were you just looking for one answer? Like, what is the dialogue tree there? Do you think trans youth should be able to transition? Yes, cool, we agree. No, oh, well, not my job to educate you. Like, why even ask the question?
Or you could just...
I love the little implicit threats. I wish I would have watched this before I talked to her. I wonder what this...
Salutations, everybody. Salutations. Hello. I hope everybody is doing well.
I'm sure many of you, I've had so much engagement from people that wanted to see this happen, so I'm pretty confident considering the interactions we had. I guess that's about a month ago. That everybody knows who I am. So
yes,
we don't have to.
I don't want to be weird and objectifying, but it's crazy. Kidology suggested that only 40% of men would be interested in her. Conservatively, she's probably in the top 20% of attractive people. Yeah, I don't know where I'm at sometimes, but then people on my subreddit too are also posting like, oh no, like, here's like an issue that I run into sometimes. When I evaluate things, I try to evaluate like every individual thing like as its own thing. That's what I try to do. I mean, I'm probably not perfect, but I try to do that. Sometimes, so like if I have like a particular belief and you ask me, usually it's gonna believe like, it's like, oh, I believe this thing for this reason or whatever. I feel like sometimes people get beliefs as part of a package deal of other beliefs, and then, but they haven't actually like thought through the individual thing at all. So, will that train kill my people if I'm standing on the tracks? I have no idea. There was some issue that came up yesterday where a lot of chat was a disagreement. I'm like, do people really think this? Or is this like part of like, you have to believe this thing? Does anybody remember what it was? I said what it was. Did it have to do with a man being willing to fuck a random woman? Or did it have to do with, oh yeah, the masturbating replacing sex. I don't think that happens. Like, if you have the opportunity to go out and meet a girl, I don't think you're ever like, okay, I could meet the girl, but I thank God I just have masturbation instead. But I think that like masturbation replaces sex, I think is part of like the red pill and Jordan Peterson idea of like porn is destroying the modern man. So people are like, okay, yeah, masturbation must be replacing sex because like that's part of that belief system. Like if I don't believe that, then maybe porn isn't bad and maybe the modern man isn't being destroyed and maybe there's some, right? Like it's like part of the buy into that belief system. I mean, I could also just be wrong, but I don't know if I don't have any first-hand experience or second-hand. Like, I don't have any friends. I've never felt that way. Even when I wasn't like, it's not like I was the ultra riz in like college, but I never felt like, oh, like there's a girl I could talk to, but I don't want to because I can just masturbate to porn instead. I feel like it's more like some guys are shy and they don't go out or do anything or whatever, which is fine. And then they might also just stay home and masturbate, but it's not like you're choosing like porn over somebody else, right? Like I would never choose League of Legends over a girl, but I might be lazy and I don't go out and I just stay home and play League of Legends instead. Like, I don't know. Masturbation does help with keeping sex drive down. No? Does it? Oh. Did somebody just get ran? I still can't tell. Like, I mean, like, it might keep you not horny for, like, a few hours or something. But, like, do you really, like, masturbate? It's like, okay, thank God I masturbated. Like, I can focus on not women now or something. Or, like, again, I mean, I'm sure you're not gonna, like, masturbate and then, like, be horny immediately after or something. But, like, is that really, like, a long-term... I don't know.
I'm sure you have lots of questions for me.
Just fair warning.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Just fair warning. I have two little ones that may run down any one time. I think my wife just let you know we're doing this, but I just want to make sure if ever like I seem like I'm disengaged or I cut my screen because if ever that, just know it's not running off the stream. It's just
no worries at all. No worries at all. Just
hold the core.
Just let me sort of be a part of your melting pot of things. If you need to leave for anything, feel free. No hard feelings. Yeah, completely understand, definitely. But anyway, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. I definitely have questions about things. I'm perfectly happy for you to start with the question, unless you want me to.
I don't want to start with a question. I think I first want to start with an apology. It's something I did at the end of the critique video, but I don't think, I know that not everybody caught it, because that's just the nature of how we watch content. Most people watch content for the thing they're looking for most, and thus get out of it what they are looking for. But I was well aware during and in the aftermath, like genuinely considered, I think I'm just gonna vault this, the video, that it's just not fun to be the subject of discourse, even if that discourse is important, which I think the discourse was in the video that we did. Even if there were important things that need to be hashed out from that, or maybe learned, or even if there was
Oh my God, he's one of those talkers that talks forever and says nothing.
It's never fun to like scroll through your feed and see your face but not your videos, if that makes sense. It's something that's happened a lot to me, and you know, I said in the thing that this was not kind. This is not nice. We're going to try to be nice, but this is not going to be nice, but we're going to try to be kind. But there's no way to not recognize that there's a harm done when content is made about an individual that is not theirs, and they're not there to represent themselves. And when that becomes discourse, you then lose yourself in the entirety of the process. And so I know that wasn't a fun thing to experience, although I also know that that's just kind of part of my job. But being in front of it, I want to make sure that I was clear about that, you know, while I do think our video is important, and I don't think, I wouldn't take back much of what came out of the video. I watched it a while. So, you know, surely some things in my perspective may change. But
I locked in. It's okay.
We had the most righteous, you know, breakdown of ideas.
We win.
Right on every stage, we had all the logic and data. That doesn't matter in the face of a person was, you know, pilloried via a YouTube.
Oh my God!
And that's just never fun. You know.
Yes. Well, I think just in relation to that, I think I'd like to just ask, why didn't you talk to me about it? Why didn't you talk to me beforehand? Because you reached out to me a year ago to talk to you, and then I didn't hear from you at all. And then the next time I heard from you, you made a video with your
Hope you play The Outer Wilds someday. Best space game ever made.
Oh, for sure, dude.
It was also quite unique in that
Are you playing hardest difficulty?
You haven't before uploaded a whole stream that you've done on your Patreon onto your B-side channel. Why this video? Why was this the moment? Why didn't you talk to me? Because I was very confused by that.
Because as a mid-polarity Time Lord with iteration as one of his core values, he is very obviously going to be prone.
What the fuck is the
idea that
oh, I need more population.
Me on your channel,
sunk cost fallacy.
You don't. I'm getting the feeling, even from our email interactions, that you don't want to talk to me. That this is more of an inconvenience, or just something that has to be done because of sort of the consequence of you making that reaction video, than you actually wanting to talk to me as you would to Bellamy or Professor Flowers or Kadisha or whomever. So I just wondering about that.
So there's various, you know, I feel like that was multiple questions in a way, because there's various explanations as to why we haven't talked. So the first one is about the video in particular. That was just a spur of the moment type of thing. We watched your, several people out in the community watched the video, and you know, we tried to be very clear about this in the video, but it's kind of impossible. But our discussion wasn't meant to be explicitly about kidology, but about this specific perspective that I think all of us are thinking more about. It's something that I definitely wanted to make more of a focus for my own, maybe not content, but energy and like my, I don't know, participation online in 2023, I said, you know what, I'm going to get around and get out of explicitly just making my own content. But think about—
You get dinged for retries? What? Couldn't I just reload the whole save? Whoa! Okay. Hold on. This is, oh my god, this is probably one of the most painful... I think this is one of the most painful talking styles that I have ever heard, because the style, I think, has a way of inflicting a ton of pain. And I think that the problem is that when people talk in this manner, they tend to talk for a long time, and there's not very much being communicated, except for a lot of pain. There's a huge amount of words that are being said, and it feels like we're kind of retreading a lot of the same ground. And I wonder sometimes if there's a reason to talk this way, because we can just go on and on and on in a loop, and it feels like there's a lot of pain that's being communicated with a lot of words, but no actual message that needs to be said in like 500 words when it could have been said in 20, and it just feels like very lengthy and very wordy, and I just feel like we're just going on, and it's just like, oh my god.
About how I can, you know, provide perspectives that I think are missed from the discourse in a way that I may be uniquely equipped to do, as a, you know, as especially now that T1J has exited the political sphere, as the only brother still, you know, doing leftist content on YouTube that I love. And so as we discussed it, we realized we wanted to share this with more people, because there were so many things that were in your video that merited discussion and unpacking, and you know, would be useful to the community as a whole. So that's why, you know, you didn't get a email or any type of alert to have a discussion, because what I don't like doing, you know, I haven't done much. I did a couple this year, and I was like, yeah, is jumping on with people and like having this debate style content, because there's discourse, there's a discussion that we can have privately where we can meet out our ideas, have no fear of consequences of how our ideas might be misinterpreted by the crowd, or clipped out context, or used to validate a perspective that we don't want to be attached to. All these different things that happen to be in content, something that I've been trying to bring up more in a lot of other discussions. And then there's two individuals having a conversation about their ideas. And in the private setting, it's not content, it can't be affected by those, you know, commodified capitalistic forces. So I was never having against.
Oh my god!
Video. But I knew, like, when the video was over, that the idea of having a conversation with you was going to probably end up being like this, because it's only fair. And thus, you know, here I am. Now, in terms of like talking to on social media, all these other people versus you, those are people I'm in community. You know, those are people I talk to regularly. Those are people who, there is enough meeting of the minds, enough connectivity in our political ideologies that it is a different type of conversation around conflict. And I would have those conversations in private, you know, via screen if necessary, or, you know, through text chat. Because once it hits this screen, once this camera is on, it becomes entertainment.
Oh my god, shut up.
Doing or saying, or how we feel about what we're saying, or the perspective that people might have of us, or the perspective we have of ourselves. It is entertainment. It is, I don't know, I saw the tweet, I thought it was pretty cool. You watched the video, I talked about the culture industry, and that's what this is. And so, for me personally, I'm kind of at a point where I have the privilege of picking and choosing when I want to interact with this format, with this framework. And so with you, being a person I'm not in community with, it was just kind of like that's just the reality of the situation. One thing I got from watching, I watched chunks of both of your responses, is that there's maybe a sense of, I don't want to put words in my mouth, but there is a sense of maybe hurt in that, you know, there was maybe a possibility for us to be in community together, and then that didn't happen. And you know, I always want to be clear that that's mostly because I am really only interested in being, especially when it comes to YouTube content.
Oh my god, how can you be so wordy? Like, Jesus.
And being in community with other leftists, black and otherwise. And, you know, that was not a personal thing, it's just a consideration in terms of what I think is best for my presence online. And, you know, not wanting to compromise, you know, your stance position. If I recall, you talked about when Foreign reached out to you. And I think you misrepresented how that conversation went. And you know, I won't put Foreign on the spot to clear it up, but my understanding is, you know, he asked you about your, like, where you are politically, and you didn't respond to him, is what he told us.
He didn't ask me where I was politically. I mean, I'm happy to show you the emails. Yeah.
So how did that situation, like, happened from your perspective? Because I've only heard before.
Yes, well, in the email, Foreign just reached out to me. He'd signed up to my Patreon and just reached out to me and said, look, we have this community on Discord of creators. Would you like to join? I said yes. I joined, and then when it comes to the terms and all the rules of on Discord, I'm not sure how it exactly works. It was stated that this is, a leftist space, that this is for left opinions. So it wasn't something that I knew prior to being invited into the Discord group. So yes, that's what I was getting at. That sort of not having that information prior to, yeah.
Okay.
I think he assumed that you were more left-leaning, which is what I assumed initially. And so I can't speak to how the interaction. What this.
Wait, I didn't mean to click that. Oh, you can just redo these. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Connect this between Foreign's perspective and your perspective, but I just want to be clear that it wasn't it's not personal. And that's kind of the thing that came through, I think, with the video and the aftermath. That and a lot of, I think, misconceptions about the so-called left is that we don't own the left, right? We only own the space we create, and collectively, a lot of people within the left are saying, within this community, these are standards. You know what I'm saying? These are expectations for how you interact, or how we require what we desire to make sure people feel safe within our community. People feel like they belong in the community, and we have trans people in our community. We have,
I don't. Oh my God, this is gonna be agony to get through. 1 second. Ooh.
Hardcore leftists across the spectrum in our community, and so it would have been unfair to you, let alone an issue in the space, which is not perfect, by the way. Has conflict, is the irony, has lots of conflict. To have said, I was also we're gonna bring in a person who's apolitical, you know what I'm saying, into sharing the space. So yes, I just want to be clear about that, because that was something I felt. I won't say bad about, but I don't want wanted to feel like there was a malicious or
Gotcha, Dolores.
It was just like, well, we are doing this and you are doing that. And while I remain subscribed to your channel and watch your content, it's different.
Yes. I mean, I don't think you were malicious, but I do find it quite contradictory, because I think that when it comes to at least what I see of your content, and I see your content just on your sphere of things, it is about really trying to connect with people, surely, in order for people to realize the sort of vision that you have of not just the internet, but the world at large. And I mean, if you're not willing to engage with the very normal perspective or the apolitical perspective, or with other people who are, like me, willing to speak with you and engage with you, then I don't really see you getting any further along than it merely being what I see it as being, as just essentially a clique. Which was one of my critiques of the left, that it is very cliquey. And I feel that your description now of your sort of collective of creators, in a space, you have the same ideas. It isn't perfect, but it wouldn't be fair to have me involved in it, sort of immediately projecting me as the other, especially when none of you have actually ever spoken to me and never actually asked me about my views, and just sort of have these assumptions about my views. Even this assumption, I mean, at the beginning of your video, you assumed that I was British just because of how I speak. I mean, it's just these things which I think this whole situation just would not have happened if we just talked.
Okay.
So
I'm just gonna
take her out, dude. Don't let her think that, bro. There's a good reason to stereotype her views and treat her like a not human. Okay, let's go. FD signifier. Let's go. Time to destroy her ego.
I mean, there's again like varying things to engage with there. This is click. We are in the click. I think we admitted that as much, like we're watching your video. We organize explicitly for specific reasons. And those reasons also require, what's the word? Quality control over space. You know what I'm saying? We put people out because of that. People that I am still connected with and friends with. It was like, okay, for this space, you no longer really work. And people have left because they said, hey, for this space, I no longer. And that's unfortunate. But and that's what one misconception that I think I pulled from your video was just like the idea that I am the left, that my creator crew friends are the left. We are, entertainers first. You know what I'm saying? Our entertainment is built around education and political ideology and about spreading ideas. But we don't, like, if you wanted to come to the rally, you want to come to Cop City, Atlanta, and protest, I wouldn't disinvite you from that, because that's praxis, that's action. But I wouldn't invite a lot of those people, to my personal space. In terms
what
of
a non-answer. Answer the question.
One of my primary goals for my platform was for it to be a safe space for marginalized, targeted, oppressed people, and to just be to offer you a hypothetical. So if there was one, the irony of one of the moments, there was a moment in the first response because I've been actually trying to. I was in your chat. I don't know if you noticed it. It definitely came up from other sectors of YouTube that I was in your chat trying to communicate with you while you were talking the first one. But you weren't paying attention to your chat, which is understandable. And the one time you caught my words, it was me saying something about Jordan Peterson, and your response in the moment was exactly why I wouldn't bring you to my platform, which was it was instinctively to be in defense of Jordan Peterson, who is, surely you would admit, a raging transphobe at this point. And so, like, if I'm in a community with trans people, if I want trans people to feel safe with my content and the space that I have created on YouTube, you know, I would not knowingly pull someone on the team, pull someone in the clip, pull someone on the platform, and say, hey, this person's idea is da, 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 da. I would have to say, so, you know, BotW, great stuff here, which I have done. I don't know if you've seen me mention my content, but then I would have to.
Why can't we just pull them on and say, like, hey, this is why Jordan Peterson's views on trans people are problematic, or this is why we don't like his views on trans people? Why not just do that? Explosives have been used to contain them. Does that mean I need explosives for this? Wouldn't that be, like, the better thing to do instead of just excising potential allies? Mootin, if I expose you right now, your life would be over.
I have a caveat. Also, Kidology doesn't have a lot of negative to say about Jordan Peterson's transphobe. I don't know if you consider that a fair, you know, description of your respect of Jordan Peterson. I'm not saying that you love him. I'm not saying that you're a strong believer. But every time I've heard you mention
Should I expose him? You want me to expose Mootin right now on live TV? He already exposed himself? Oh, he messaged me to play League. I'm gonna be honest, Tristana's pretty strong right now, isn't she?
You haven't mentioned that. And that is, from my perspective, problematic, you know? And so when we're talking about, you know, I'm here on your platform because you get to set the standards for, you know, what comes on your platform. And you have a different perspective on what you want your platform to be. I'm not that interested in public discourse and debate. I'm trying to develop it. I'm trying to find ways to manifest it and utilize it going forward. But I want to do videos. I want to make videos about Black movies. And when I like fortunate upon this type of platform, then I said, well, I want my platform to be a place where everybody, or not everybody, where people who are used to not being seen and heard in a certain way can feel seen and heard in a specific way. And to just be blunt, I don't think some of the ideas that you harbor or that you haven't engaged in fit that. And so that's really the main reason, you know. I'm not saying you're transphobe, but
I mean, you have
called me a
transphobe, so
I take that back until further notice.
Until further notice.
But I will say that your channel is trans antagonistic. Your channel, much like, you know, we talked about around having preach. Your channel is not as bad as having preach, right? But I imagine that some trans people, when I know, because I talked and I heard from them, that some trans people saw that the left do better video and were like, ooh, there's some stuff in there that concerns me. And you cleared a lot of it up, right? But I'm sure you can imagine why an initial reaction from a person who's more sensitive to that issue would say, oh no, there was some stuff there, you know?
Not really. I did find that quite difficult to navigate because in terms of, I hadn't actually really ever heard of dog whistling as sort of a term before your video, and so that was very interesting to hear about all the alleged transphobic dog whistles and anti-black dog whistles and all of that. But I think with what you were saying beforehand about my apoliticism, for instance, in relation to your content and what you do, and sort of us being entertainers and creators front and center, and also what you said in your last video. Yep.
Oh, he's like, nah.
No.
He's like, nah, little bro trying to lecture me? I'm a bounce.
You know what, I'm gonna...
Following chat. Sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Thank you for all the super chats, by the way. I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Now he's got a rattle. That was a debate tactic. What is this?
I think one thing that I just, in some of what I was saying, some things that I found quite frustrating, I think, was this idea that you just mentioned, sort of, about being, you know, an entertainer, being a creator, that sort of thing, and that you wouldn't then, alongside that, sort of platform somebody who is apolitical, even though surely what you're describing as what you're doing is apolitical. And even in your latest video, which is brilliant, and I'll link it below because I think everybody should watch it. Even though I don't agree with a lot of what you said in there, which is totally fine, and that's just reality, brilliant.
Whoa! What is that blast radius?
You even said that you know, a lot of what we do is actually apolitical, that we don't actually do politics. So is there reconciliation there? Because I sort of feel that it's fine for you to say these things, but for me to say these things, it's dog whistling. So I sort of feel that there's just a completely different scope of reality happening here, where we're saying the same thing, but because you have the badge of honor of being on the left and being in this particular sphere with people who agree with you, and the sort of, I'd say, cultural capital that you most definitely do have within your sphere of things, that's when you say it, it's fine. When I say it, it's sort of this
problematic
psychological analysis of how I'm anti-black, transphobic, etc. Yeah.
Oh, he's doing the blurry camera tactic. He's pulling out every bad tactic in the book. If you keep A-clicking, do you actually attack faster? Somebody said that. I don't think that's true, is it? Moon wants to play one game, guys. Do you think I can play just one game of League? Just one game. Clicking directly on the target increases your text by a lot.
So I'm sorry about this. Give me
No
a
worries.
second to fix
It's
whatever's
fine.
happening to my
Don't worry.
camera.
It's totally fine. No worries at all. These things happen. I'm terrible with tech anyway, so yeah.
All the debate tactics, guys. He's a god. I'm learning so much right now.
Anybody who's watching me live knows that this is not some Machiavellian-like thing. I generally suck at the tech I am beholden to. So
It's fine. I'm exactly the same. It's yeah.
So let's clarify some things you said. Me not platforming you was not due to you being apolitical. I explicitly said because I found some of your content trans-antagonistic, and I want my space to be trans-positive.
Trans-antagonistic.
It's not called transphobe, but this is saying that I don't want to put viewers of mine that are trans or trans-positive in a position where they have to grapple with and engage with, antagonistic ideas or individuals or ideologies to their existence. And again, it's like imagine.
I think FD Signifier, I would say, is probably one of the worst of all the video essayists. I think he is like one of the worst. I don't mean I don't mean like his audio. I just mean like his attitude is everything he says. He's just horrible.
I had a really good friend, right? And me and you were really good friends. And my really good friend like hates you.
Oh, true. FD Signifier is a good litmus test for where somebody's mind is at. When somebody tells you they're an FD Signifier fan, they're a left writer. They're just like the worst type of like. I don't think there are intelligent people that watch this guy, but hey, that's just me,
Shit about you all the time. And then in front of you, I talk about how great my friend is, and then say you two should meet. That's Jordan Peterson. You know what I'm saying? Like, we cannot engage. I know you are not a huge Jordan Peterson fan, but like, your Jordan Peterson video is excellent. It helped jumpstart ideas for me that I use in my content in the future. Your analysis is great. I get credit. A lot of analysis, a lot of theory is great and made by interesting people, thinkers who are imperfect, and within certain contexts, I would not introduce them or their theories to certain people or put them in certain spaces. So, like, I want to be clear that it's not about you. The platforming is not about you being apolitical. In terms of like the existence, this being apolitical, I don't think we disagree, but I think we're talking about two different things at times. So, doing politics, I have one video where I'm doing politics, and that is my Stop the Atlanta Cop City, of which for most of its existence I've kept the ads off. I took it down because there was concerns for my safety here for a second. It is not my usual content. It's closer to B-sides content because it was a specific cause. I put it on my main channel to give it as much reach as I thought it could. That is doing politics with content, which I don't do because that doesn't pay my bills of feeding children. So being political, though, to me, and this is an interesting discussion I think we can have, is about where your ideology and your opinions lead to. What ideas do they lend credence to? What do they support? And so in that regard, I've heard you, and I've never engaged with your take on being apolitical. But if your, content is, if I were to use your content as an artifact of analysis and have to extrapolate meaning from the content and put it on a gradient scale from left to right, it would obviously be center right, by, a general scale, which makes you relatively left-leaning in the Western world. And so that's a different thing than what I'm speaking to. When I had that moment where I say that the one-line left is apolitical, I'm alluding to the fact that they don't do that. You know what I'm saying? And you not doing and participating in politics is one thing I have to say. It does make you apolitical in that regard. But making videos and sharing political ideas is not a political act in the sense that you're actually participating in political action, but it presents a political ideology to the world, to 130-something thousand people. And so, to me, that's two different things. You know, I think
Brain Bleach, your name is whatever the fuck.
Is mostly just shielding from
this guy is living Brain Bleach
around what political ideas were shared in your content. So if we wanted to, we could just say, okay, because I just hate political, but this video was right wing, so we're going to assess the right wing or centrist ideas within this video, and that, I mean, that obviously made it unsatisfactory, but I think that's the reality of the situation.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you interpret my content as being sort of center right, based on your perspective. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. I mean, I think this is...
Just to be clear, I consider Joe Biden center right and Barack Obama center right, if that clarify. Because I don't, you know, center right means different things to different people in different spaces. So yeah.
Does the fire hurt you?
Okay, yeah, I mean,
no.
Yeah, that doesn't, it doesn't change anything for me exactly. I think it just, I find that very hard to grapple with, especially when it comes to, I think that, at least with my views and opinions, I'm a human being, like everybody. My views change and are different all the time, and I'm sure yours are as well. In terms of fitting neatly into any ideology, into any politics, it's impossible for me. And that isn't just because of my perspective, but largely because of sort of the boundaries and the individuals within a group. I mean, you, for instance, made it clear that in terms of me being invited to the clique, that's not happening. And so I found that that's been a situation, a circumstance in my life, just because of my views, because of the color of my skin, what have you. And that's been groups of white people and groups of black people. So it is what it is. And I've accepted that. And the way that I've accepted that is by saying and identifying as apolitical and as a devout individualist. Not because I sort of have any vision of this being something that the rest of the world needs to subscribe to or should, or that this is the truth. It's my truth. But I think when it comes to any politics, any ideology, there is inherently and necessarily this idea that your ideology, whether it be left or right, say, is about the universal truth. It's about where we can get humanity toward this sort of end goal, this end utopia, this end vision of human existence and coexistence. And so that's a truth. It's meant to be sort of a truth that goes beyond you. And I don't, just based on my personal history and experiences, have not experienced or been immersed in any kind of truth or storytelling that goes beyond just me and sort of my personal survival and interaction in the world. So I think when that is, I feel, misconstrued as being centre-right or right-wing dog whistling or transphobic dog whistling or what have you, especially when I don't have anything against trans people, for instance. I've said numerous times I think trans women or women, you know, all of that. I think that just identifies a problem and a centre problem that I see with just all politics. But I think that when it comes to the left, and I said in my video, the reason why I made my video about sort of the left doing better and not the right is because I see the left as having a lot more potential insofar as recognising people, insofar as being a home for people. And currently, I don't find the left a home for the vast majority of people in this world, let alone even the people whom right now it tends to claim to represent. And I think that that's where, inevitably, in the long run, it's going to fail as a politics, because people cannot change their reality, their personal histories, how they see the world, because you say so. I mean, it's like, as a very simplistic example, when Bellamy said that if a trans person says that I'm pedology and transphobic, then I must accept that. That's ridiculous. And I think that that just goes so against not just human nature, but just the basic tenets of politics, which is empathy for the other and understanding of the other without projecting yourself onto them and your vision onto them in order to come to some kind of resolution toward a political reality that will actually work. And I think that's why a lot of movements have inevitably failed in the past, because they can't see that. I mean, Marxism is a perfect example of that.
How long did it take you to beat Forager? That's like a 2-day game max, I think.
A disalignment there.
That's a fun game, though. I highly recommend it.
I don't think it's being resolved or is being addressed, but I think it's just being sort of swept under the carpet, and sort of the issues are just sort of reduced to being the patriarchy or white supremacy, when it's just a lot more complex and a lot more dense than any of that. Yeah.
What am I missing?
I'm sorry.
No.
What am I missing for research? Oh.
So a lot to engage. So you're talking about, on one hand, the general failure and incompetence of the language. I think we all conceded a lot of things in that video. So yeah, this is trash right here. This is some trash. Hell, if you are at all engaged with one line left and left two right now, it's a dumpster fire of monumentous proportions, and really a tautological proof of the conceit of my video right now. So like, there's that, which is true. What's also true is we have the right and necessity to be focused on self-preservation first and foremost, especially in the face of overwhelming hostility. And so, for Bellamy to say if a trans person calls you transphobe, you're transphobe, that doesn't mean you have to change your perspective on whether or not you're transphobe. That is our internal memo to keep in mind. That is our internal thing to consider, understand, define, read out to each other. And it's the reason why stuff like that is said is because for trans people, the debate, like there is a debate on their existence that is ongoing, that you call a micro issue. You know what I'm saying? Like that is.
Yeah, I think we have a very different definition of micro issue. My micro issue is very much in line with what Kadisha Mbawe said in a video a few weeks ago, that trans people make up a minority of the global population. Just realistically, it's a micro issue. The majority of people aren't thinking about trans people and trans rights. That's just a reality. It wasn't me putting any normative significance on that. I was just explaining very realistically why I think it is very alienating for the rest of the world to even be able to comprehend and understand transgenderism, just realistically.
You're explaining that the rest of the world doesn't understand trans people, so if they're in community with us, then we better be pretty understanding and gracious to their experience and what they're going through.
He just totally missed the point of that. Oh God, I don't think he can engage on anything. Oh man.
Which means we need to be a little less gracious to y'all, because y'all are doing good without us. Y'all are doing good on your own, And while I, especially upon your explanation, right? Well, I'm going to again rescind the label of transphobe. If I've said that, again, I apologize. I don't see you as that right now. But trans antagonistic is exactly what I would call what you did there. So like imagine if you were a white person, you call police brutality a micro issue because black American men represent 5% of America's population and a fraction of the percentage of the world population. It would not change how serious that is to me as an individual, and it would come off galling to see that offered with minimal, with minimal reflection on how that would land. And that speaks to how, you're very correct in that the rest of the world finds trans existence alienating. Which is why I'm not going to force trans people in my community to defend their existence if I'm going to say you're part of my community. You know what I'm saying? And therein lies, I think, this hopefully came across, again, I don't remember the video much at this point, but therein lies the fundamental criticism of your video, and I think the perspective that not just you, because this is not a kidology issue, this is, on one hand, a left, because the left is a nebulous concept, right? But this is a left issue in terms of action and communication. But this is also a moderate to liberal issue in terms of knowledge and understanding. What the video to me was what made me want to respond to the video was realizing that your perspective on the left was very typical, meaning shared, it mimics conversations I've had with so many people, and I'm new to it. I'm a baby like this. I don't know if that's understood. I'm sorry. So what's your perspective on J.K. Rowling's transphobia? And do you think she should be platformed in major newspaper publications?
Yes, I do, because I don't think, for instance, what has J.K. Rowling done? I'm just asking this just as a question, because I actually don't know. I've looked. I don't actually know what J.K. Rowling has said that is transphobic. She's never denied the existence of trans people. She's never said that trans people cannot have rights, cannot have autonomy, cannot exist.
Uh-oh.
But she has a particular ideology, which is very much invested in the experience of
time to get triggered.
Feminism in its very traditional sense. This idea that biological sex matters. And I can respect that. It's fine. I don't see that as being genocidal. I don't see that as being J.K. Rowling responsible for the very precarious existence of trans people in this world today. But I think that I need to hear, and which is why I'm very excited for J.K. Rowling being interviewed, an interview or podcast interview of everything that she has to say is going to come out next week. I can't actually say that J.K. Rowling is transphobic because I haven't actually heard her say, in her own words, without the influence of Twitter and the internet and everybody else's perspectives, what she actually believes. So I need to wait and see.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and explain.
He doesn't know. He doesn't even have a couple examples. He doesn't have a single example. He actually has no fucking idea. Oh my God. He's just fucking drinking the Kool-Aid.
So I make content that engages very, very lightly with J.K. Rowling's transphobia. And I'll just say, J.K. Rowling has been incredibly antagonistic to trans people. She supported legislation to limit the rights of trans people. And she's been outright insulting to trans people. And I'm going to
just name
that
one.
As just an effort to provide a perspective as to why one might see J.K. Rowling as transphobic.
We haven't provided a perspective.
Like, have you watched ContraPoint's video about J.K. Rowling transphobia? Have you watched, again, Velocity's video about those things?
Not as of recently. When they came out, yes, but not recently, no.
So I would say, if we can't call J.K. Rowling transphobic, who is transphobic? You know, and that's what.
Just real quick from an academic background, okay? Because I did do some high school. When you watch material and you need to talk to somebody else about the material you watch, if you're citing the material, you have failed to understand the material and you need to go back and watch it. If somebody would ask you, what's the main point of 1984? And your response is, well, go read 1984. You've failed to understand the material. You should be embarrassed. Don't ever do that. If somebody's like, oh, why is this or that? Oh, go watch this video, and read that book. No, you're here right now talking to me. Summarize it. Give me a summary. Tell me the bullet points. You should know if you watch and you engage with it. You should know. When you have to point somebody towards a whole fucking work, it shows that you didn't understand the work that you read. I don't understand why people do that. It's so embarrassing.
This is the problem. No, but this is the problem that I do have, because I think far too many people are being branded as transphobic for just their views on things, which in no way align to this idea of being fearful of trans people or not believing in the existence, the autonomy, the right to self-identification of trans people. I mean, transgender people have been throughout history. I don't deny that at all. It's very divisive and very.
Should children be allowed to transition? Should children be allowed to transition? To medically transition?
To medically transition.
Do you understand medical transition?
Yes. To medically transition.
You disagree with J.K. Rowling? Should
Wait, no, I haven't answered the question yet. So, should children be able to medically transition? I think in the current climate and with current lack of knowledge, especially medical knowledge about consensual medical knowledge, I don't think so, no. I think that once you're an adult, you can do whatever you want, but I think as a child, not medically, no. But of course, I think there are extenuating circumstances. I don't think it's a universal thing. Medical professionals, I have to leave it up to them, because I, like you, to be perfectly honest, and everybody else with very emotive opinions about this, don't actually know everything, especially not about individual cases, which are very much between medical professionals, the individual themselves, and their families, and what is going on between them. I don't think this is a political thing. It's a very individual and personal thing, and I don't think that my opinion on it should implicate that, or should come before that. Ideology should not precede the individual at all, and I think the individual, whether trans or otherwise, is paramount. So it isn't ready for me to say at all. And that's really all I have to say.
I don't like this her thing really. About like the individual, or whatever. I don't really think it makes much sense. Does he have? Can he engage with that?
I am not interested in debating the nature of transphobia and the rights and needs of trans people for content. I'm just not.
He can't do it. This guy is actually one of the dumbest people on the internet. He's actually so stupid. Here you have somebody that's like, compare my answer and my engagement with her about transitioning minors yesterday to his answer here. Personally, I think that trying to sort out gender identity and stuff as a minor is going to be very, very, very difficult, because there's a lot of other issues that could probably come up where you might think you have these issues relating to gender identity, and starting like medical transition or puberty blockers is feels pretty scary for somebody who's like 14 or 15, and to endorse that medically feels pretty scary, especially when there are probably some social components that are involved in this. I would agree with that. I guess the issue that I run into is that, like, I think that trans people are most likely a real thing. It seems to be. That's where I'm at right now. And I know that for trans women especially, transitioning post-puberty is very, 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 very difficult. Almost impossible depending on the type of puberty you have. So I guess my thought process is that, like, if there is a way to accurately identify somebody legitimately experiencing gender dysphoria as a minor, giving them the opportunity to kind of put a hold on that puberty until you either figure out what their issue is, they were just depressed, they just had social problems, or you figure out, okay, well, this person was actually trans, and then preventing that, like, disastrous puberty from happening to, especially for trans women, like going through male puberty if you're if you feel like you're a woman. That's kind of why I lean in favor, I guess, of the puberty blockers at least being an option for minors. If you have compassion for that group of people, I don't know how. Yeah, I guess I have a difficult time saying, like, sorry, there's no medical treatment whatsoever available for you. You just kind of have to eat shit. That's like my issue, I guess, and that for the minor thing, why I feel like it has to be available to them. I don't know if you have a feeling on that. Like, it's not my job to educate you. I'm not here to do this for content. This is literally what your job is. That's what you're supposed to do. You're here arguing about this shit on the internet. If you have somebody right here that's willing to engage you in the concept, and you have the opportunity to educate them or to talk to them or to sway their opinion at all, why would you not take advantage of that? You literally asked her the question. You asked her, do you think, like, were you just looking for one answer? Like, what is the dialogue tree there? Do you think trans youth should be able to transition? Yes, cool, we agree. No, oh, well, not my job to educate you. Like, why even ask the question? God, this guy is so stupid. Fuck, I hate this guy.
So I don't want to move too far forward. I'll just say the thing I think I want you to understand is that the reason why people are going to now label you a transphobe is because you're speaking.
And look at what he did. Look at how gross. Like it was a literal gotcha. Like he's literally just, oh, now you're gonna be labeled a transphobe. He's literally doing what she, like the outset of what she kind of was worried about the left doing. Right now, he's doing it fucking live in 4K. What a fucking loser, dude. What a Weasley little fucking loser. God, I hate this guy. He's so, he's disgusting. Ugh.
To opinions that are explicitly harmful to trans people.
I'm not a transphobe.
I understand it. I understand it.
He's laughing. You are transphobe.
So like when you say that
get canceled.
The doctors are very clear. The
doctors are not clear. The doctors are not clear. Everything in the trans stuff is very, very, very new, very cutting edge. There is no clear answer here. That's why some countries are still reforming their guidelines on this. It's not true that the answer is clear.
Clear, at least in the U.S.
No, they're not.
For a while. It's very good that you point out trans people have been with us since the end of history. Doctors have been pretty abreast of trans issues and trans needs for Generation X. It's only recently in which trans people have gained greater visibility that all of these things are coming into question. And the fact that there is even a debate, like me not, and I want to be clear, me not debating you on this and the left not wanting to debate things isn't an issue of arguments and ideas. It's fucking respect. And it's like being the type of, like I would be, and I have been very annoyed to watch two white people debate racism.
Oh my God, I'm glad that people like him exist. So at least you can see that like black people are just as cucked sometimes as white people are on like like he's doing the equivalent of like the white guys that like get on their hands and knees and kiss the boots of like Black Panther people, like begging for fucking forgiveness or whatever. At least we can see that black people can be cringe too. I am grateful for FD Signifier for that. The cringe is an equal opportunity. It transcends race. Oh my God, just like people debating black issues, white people debating black issues. I don't want to debate trans issues. Why did you ask the question? I'm just so fucking irritated that he asked the fucking question. That's what's pissing me off so much. Like, if you didn't want to talk about the thing at all, that's fine. Why the fuck did you ask her? Now people are going to see you as transphobic. Like, good one, Chief.
Especially if one of those persons is in community with black people, that they can platform to have that conversation. So I want to be clear. Like, the reason why I don't want to go further is a matter of
respect.
Not wanting to participate in the debate of the existence and humanity of people I call peers and friends.
Yeah, I'm not debating that at all, but I think that in this day and age, you have to acknowledge that more children than ever before are identified as non-binary, are having existential crises surrounding gender. Gender is all the rage, okay? The number of people who are detransitioning because of this is just evidence of the fact. And that isn't dog whistling, that's just reality. And we need to talk about these things. We're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere politically, and insofar as people understanding trans people, actual trans people, if it's just, I'm not going to talk about this because I'll be called a transphobe by my community and cancelled, etc.
No. It's not about worrying about. It's not about worrying about accountability to my community. It's being accountable to my community. So I will put you in contact with some trans people that can have this conversation with you. I would advise privately, but if you desire publicly, or you could just.
I love the little implicit threats. I'd suggest doing this privately because you're gonna get slammed on this. I'd never have this combo publicly if I like. It's actually the most like shame tactics in the world. It's so fucking gross.
You can just do the research on the other side of this issue a little better than you have up until this point. And that might also help.
Okay, well, just because I reach a different conclusion to you, it doesn't mean I haven't done my research. Okay. I just have different opinions. It's not that I haven't done my research. I just don't see the world from your perspective, and that's fine. That doesn't make me a transphobe. It makes me a human being, like everybody else.
It also has consequences. And it has, not consequences like I am some authority. I didn't call YouTube and have them attack your channel, right? But consequences in that the public perception and the opinions about
Dude, this guy is an actual terrorist. Like, he's a discourse terrorist. The way that he talks, there's gonna be consequences if you're not. Like, he's actually the stereotype that conservatives talk about, how like progressives want to like threaten you with cancellation or some shit if you don't toe the line 100%. Jesus Christ. There's gonna be consequences for the way that you're acting.
The ideas you are sharing willfully, publicly, is going to, especially, you know, like this is why I wanted to have this conversation with you privately, so that, you know, we can have a conversation without the inevitable backlash that will come, you know, based on some of the ideas that you share. And yes, I'll put you in contact with some trans folks that I'm in community with and see if they want to you know, have this conversation with you. It's not a matter of being afraid of being canceled. It's a matter of, I don't know what it feels like to be trans. This is not my area of expertise, and I am just not feeling the idea of me being the person that explains it to you, because I may miss a lot. If we could, I want to talk about maybe there was one thing that I thought was, that I like talking about a lot, that you touched on, or sorry, I was waiting for the noise. In terms of like what the left is, because I didn't read your addendum, so I'm interested to see what you know, if you could share that, because I think that's maybe the most valuable thing to get into.
Cringe fucking loser.
Okay, so what's your question, sorry?
What do you think the left is? And I'm not saying this as like a test, because I don't have an answer either, but it'd be interesting to discuss.
Yes, I mean, I didn't have a clear definition. I had particular sort of very generic things that the left typically stands for, insofar as very much looking at the left as including, I would include liberals, even though I think not neoliberals, but sort of the more liberal-leaning left as well. Primarily the idea of the state having a primary role in advancing the prospects of people, the lives of people, the idea of progress, particularly progress of ideas, and a disdain for privatization, sort of the private interests of the state, minimal state, etc. Very generic things that sort of just underlie, not necessarily just being sort of extreme left, like socialist, communist, but also the center left, which tends to align with a lot of those ideas.
So I think there's a lot of agreement there. Excuse me, sorry. So like, I tend to not look at center left as
the left
leaning, at least in the Western world, because
yeah,
you know,
they're already right leaning anyway. Yeah.
Kind of shows that we've moved so far right, at least in the US. In the UK, there's different things. But we move so far right.
Is there really different things in the UK, or does just every American say that constantly? Like, hasn't the NHS and hasn't education been under attack by the fucking Tories in the UK for like 3 fucking decades? Like, I like how people think like, oh yeah, in the UK you've got Labour and Tories and both of them are socialists. Like, it's like, what do you mean? Like,
that, you know, there's been actual analyses of like Barack Obama's presidency to show that he was basically Ronald Reagan. Like,
to be fair, Europe in general is more left than the USA. No, I don't think it fits that neatly. I don't know if I would say that Europe in general is more left. If you want to say like with respect to labor rights, then I would say Europe is more left. But in terms of like sentiments on, I would say like immigration and diversity and social issues, I would say that America is vastly more left than the majority of Europe, depending on the types of social issues we're talking about. Like, I think it's hard to just put everybody along one spectrum and say left versus right. Like, there's definitely things that a lot of Europe is more left than America on, and things in America is more left. I think it just depends.
Like, his policy activity lined up much more with Ronald Reagan than like, I don't know, Jimmy Carter. You know what I'm saying? And so that was one of the things that like I took issue with, because you kind of mentioned that the left abandoned the working white class, and it's more like they just couldn't get it to work, and they were being, you know, killed in, you know, counterintelligence programs were, you know, rallying against them, but also like a lot of other issues. And so like the thing that, you know, is important to mention is that like Bill Clinton, the last great Democratic president in the U.S. before Obama, took the Democratic Party very.
It's over. Oh. He's gone. He's gone. He got canceled. Oh my god, nice sniper shot.
I'm not sure what has happened.
He's Gonzo Garbanzo.
Yes. Hello?
Hello.
back.
Another debate
Hello?
tactic successfully
Yeah.
employed.
Yeah, that is a signature move of me unlock. The battery runs out from my camera. Because I have the first expensive camera I have does not have a battery.
Oh, like a dummy battery. Yes.
Yeah. It's not on the market because it's expensive ass camera.
Oh, they don't have one for your camera.
Not for this. Nobody get the Nikon Z50, whatever it is. It's a stupid camera for stupid people. For China.
Is there really no dummy battery for this? USB Type-C power adapter for Nikon Z50. There is a dummy battery for this. He's fucking lying. He's a fucking liar. He's a liar. Oh my god. Okay. Should we buy it and send it to him?
Please go and watch FD's latest video in order to contribute to a fund for a camera that can get a dummy battery. Yeah,
it's on the way, hopefully.
Oh, it is on the way. You can get one. You lied.
So the point I'm trying to get at is
he's a liar.
The popular idea of what the left is should start like Bernie Sanders, right? Like Adam Newman. Bernie Sanders gets so much flack and heat.
Bernie Sanders is the minimum for the left? Okay, bro.
Within the real left, which is, I don't abide by taking that term too seriously, but then that's something people don't understand. Is people getting called a liberal Democrat. Black people who don't know either. They don't understand that what Bernie's asking for is a decent distance in like the political beliefs I'm developing personally and the political beliefs of most I'm in community.
Yeah, it's quite socially democratic, but still very much in line with an appreciation of capitalist society. I would say quite different from you, most definitely.
Yeah, and that's kind of a thing that people just don't get. They don't get that. People don't understand capitalism. Like I said earlier, people don't understand how deeply entrenched and normalized certain ideologies are. And so thus they don't understand and struggle to critique capitalism effectively. They don't understand that what is presented in the media as the left is still right. And they don't understand. And so we're speaking hieroglyphics to them. We're speaking the whole different language to them, which is why, I get flack for it, and he definitely didn't do me any favors by kind of starting off a power cave of trauma this week. But like I really like Hassan, because Hassan breaks down these big leftist ideals to a wide.
Right. Of course he does. Why is that not surprising to me?
And that's kind of what I think I need to be doing more. That's like a goal I'm trying to undertake. It's like, okay, how do I shorten my videos a little bit, which I'm not doing a good job, and do stuff that engages better with a popular audience and still hit certain nuggets, So, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah, you see, I do agree with you. I think I do see sort of very much this capitalist realism as being a real thing. This idea that sort of it's quite unimaginable to see another world beyond capitalism or any alternative to capitalism. And I would say that I'm not a capitalist realist insofar as thinking that capitalism is something that we can't do without. But I do think that the majority of the world is in that framework, or at least moving toward trying to become richer and seeing capitalism as the viable way. And in terms of saying, well, actually no, that's not going to go anywhere, and ultimately I think that the rest of the world is just becoming a lot more capitalistic, and that we need to engage with that and try to understand why that is happening. I don't think sort of seeing, sorry.
No, go ahead. I want you to finish.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see socialism or perhaps the extreme left as being a viable alternative, or a viable alternative that is attractive to the rest of the world, especially beyond America.
Yeah, so I mean, I disagree, because I think the state of the world right now is evidentiary of the failures of capitalism.
Oh yeah.
you know,
The richest we've ever been, the safest we've ever been, the least at war we've ever been.
That was another thing you mentioned about, like, I think you mentioned it, or at least it's a point that I engaged with around your video, like, at the same time, possibly. But like here in the States, I can only speak effectively for the States. Like millennials and Gen Z are not getting more conservative as they get older. That's a traditional, that is like a data point that has been tracked for a couple generations in America. People when they're younger, they have all these, you know, left-leaning idealistic things, and then as they get older and they get to participate effectively in capitalism, they leave those ideas behind for the sake of security and prosperity. Capitalism no longer provides security or prosperity for most people. I feel like I've heard you say, like, you don't know if you're ever going to be able to save up to the house. That's a lot of people. I'm probably of the last section of millennials that comfortably bought a house, you know, because, and I only got my house because there was a recession and Obama was giving out, you know, loan stipends, you know what I'm saying? And so, like,
no,
now,
it's over.
These two generations that are living at a completely different economic world than their parents, or they might have the same parents. It's just my parents were boomers, but like a younger millennial's parents might be Xers or boomers, and Z's parents were Xers. But I still have to say, and that's just in America, like from an economic perspective. We talk about social unrest. Capitalism is imploding. It is not working, which is why it's important to master introducing leftist perspectives to the people, because this is the first time in a generation that we have the youth and the people's attention. You know, people have not. The left was destroyed between the 60s and 80s in the West, and especially in America.
No.
What's happening in the UK. And so, yeah, you described that as the abandonment of the white working class, but it was really just a dismantling of the whole project as a whole, on multiple levels and fronts. And so, Bernie Sanders is probably the first impetus of the left entering into popular public discourse and not being seen as this caricature of like hippies saying, "Hey man," and smoking weed. Like, no, people are understanding that there were leftist movements through, you know, the 21st century, but 20th century, through the 20th century and mid 20th century that were very scary to the status quo, very serious. Until essentially COVID. And so, like, yeah, there will, capitalism doesn't have the answers in, you know, it has the answers to, like, people who have access to capital and access to material goods and resources to utilize it effectively, you know. So I was able to buy a house. My little sister, who's 28, made her own house. You know what I'm saying? Whole different perspective. Some of my cousins in Chicago, you know, they're not feeling capitalism, saying I'm feeling capitalism. You know, so that's who I need to be talking to about socialism. You know, anarchism, whatever. So
Yeah, no, that is interesting. I think that this does speak to sort of an issue that I do have with the perspective of sort of the generic left. I think capitalism is a good example of this because it seems that blame for problems is placed on this sort of institutional monolith, on this ideology, without a real appreciation that it's sort of the people within that ideology who are responsible for its success or lack thereof. And I think that's the case with socialism and the history of why socialism, especially in Europe, especially Eastern Europe during the Cold War, why that failed. It wasn't because of the ideas necessarily, it's because of how they were executed by people with vested interests, by human beings. And I think it's the exact same thing with neoliberalism within capitalism. I think it is purely a fact of people and what people do, and people who then accumulate power and execute it in a way that benefits them. I don't think that this has to do as much, at least globally, with race in the way that is sort of at least presented a lot on the left as it sort of being a white supremacist issue. I think South Africa is a brilliant example of this, of how it doesn't matter if you have a white elite in charge or a black elite in charge. People are going to be people, and I think all ideologies have this problem, which is why one reason why I'm very individualistic, because I think that it is an opportunity to actually figure out why people act the way they do within ideologies or ideological frameworks, and why capitalism doesn't work. I don't think it's just because X, Y, and Z mechanisms and formulas of capitalism or of socialism. It's because people use it to their own ends in particular ways within their particular histories and circumstances. And I feel that there is an inherent failing with not just the left, the right as well, but specifically just as we're talking about the left, I think there is that failing in recognizing the humanity, which is really paramount to all of this, to capitalism, its success or otherwise, to socialism, anarchism, its success or otherwise. I don't think the world isn't going to be a better world if we become a socialist world. Because you're still going to have the exact same people.
My listeners, I feel like they're saying nothing. It's just the FD65 guy is very wordy.
Or functioning within socialist systems, and I think there is just a gap there, if that makes sense.
Well, Andrew was going to say we would have a better world in an anarchist world. Every day I wonder how much more I'm starting to agree with that as I learn. But that is not to reject some of the things you're speaking to here.
One of the annoying things is that, like, I don't think Kidology's worldview is very good here. Like, focusing on the individual, it's like the opposite of Brittany's, like focusing on, like, or no, it's the same thing as the individual. Like, we have to be able to talk systemically or structurally at some point. But he can't respond to anything she's saying. He has no response. It's just like he's just like rambling now.
Are core ingredients in any political system. Now, I would argue that capitalism is designed at its core, even in the many permutations of it, tends to incentivize people to act in selfish ways that disregard others. But it's obvious that many a socialist regime has started off with a bang and failed under poor leadership, bad decision making, incompetence, etc. Now, the thing you are leaving out that I want to be like we have to enter into the discourse is how this is not that is encouraged by outside forces. In the 1960s, and the CIA was engaging in international assassinations of democratically elected officials who were more.
And also this like obsession with talking about World War II and South America in the 60s. Like, bro, time has moved on. Like, we have to be able to talk about the world as it exists today and foreign policy as it exists today. Not like, don't like scream like Monroe Doctrine a million times and then talk about fucking Venezuela and Chile and fucking all and like, oh, South America, CIA, South America, CIA, South America, CIA, like, bro, the Cold War is over. Like, the wall fell in like 91, okay? We're past that. We live in a different era now, okay? We live in a different era, we live in a different age, we have different foreign policy now. Like, talk about what exists today.
Left inclined. So, like, we can't act like that is not part of the project. That's including internally. There were assassinated leftist people within America. But I think that the takeaway, the thing to consider is
Okay. You're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason. You're used to dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes.
You want to air it out? You want to bring up what happened? Do you want to bring it up all?
The only reason I had to lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was. What does she mean when she can't physically mentally have sex? Well, she means she doesn't want to have sex. Or she wants to have really good sex, but she doesn't want to go out and look for it. That's fine. I don't care. If I have this argument with somebody, I'll actually lose my mind. Me and Melina used to fight over this so much. The way that works for me and Melina is I'm not allowed to hook up with somebody unless she has somebody to hook up with. So there are times when I want to fuck a lot, and she's like, oh, I don't know. It's like really hard for me to find somebody. And it's like, what do you mean it's hard for you to find somebody? You just don't want to find somebody. And we would fight about this so much. She's like, well, no, it's not that I don't want to find somebody. It's just hard for me to find somebody. It's like, it's not. You can go to the beach. You can hop on Tinder. You can go to a coffee shop. Hi. Love you. Nothing?
What happened?
We're watching Forsen. He's on an insane run right now.
Steve.
What? Hi. What? We're watching Forsen right now. What are you doing? Yeah.
Is that your entire content?
Huh? I love you.
Fully low level.
You're on a sick run right now.
Some kind of Hogwarts.
Why are you acting so sus?
We're not acting
Why are
sus.
you acting so
We're
weird?
just hanging out.
I don't know.
Hello, mortals. I am Zeus, also known as...
I don't know what you're talking about.
And yes, I am actually real, unlike Jesus.
Hello.
Anyways, I noticed you've been wanting a god seed, but I cannot provide you with one until you've done your part.
We're just watching women make incels on the internet.
100 people from the chat for me. Thank you.
Wow, it's so pretty. It's so beautiful. Wow, golden melts.
Golden milk.
Golden milk.
Scented milk.
Nice. Okay.
Why? You're pushing the milk away?
Bye, Knowles.
Positive
Who's
or good
talking about
relationships.
anything?
This is why I believe increasingly.
What? No, I was talking about another Mel I knew. We're just hanging out. Not talking shit. This woman is doing a similar thing to you, where she's like, oh, she's calling herself an incel because she can't, because she's saying she can't find good sex. So it's like when we would argue and I would say, Mel, you probably just don't want to fuck anybody right now. And you're like, no, I really do. I just don't have anybody. And I'm like, bro, you can find guys in 50 million different areas of life. How can you? Doesn't matter. You then cycle through them. Then go try some out.
The people that's sending messages to me, would you ever? No, you wouldn't.
Mel, those are the worst messages you get. How many messages do you get?
I check the messages a day. You can go through them. It's not gonna be.
Really? How much money would you give me if I can find one attractive guy that you would have fun in your DMs?
How long ago would you have sent something?
Probably within you can just tweet out right now, hey, looking for somebody in Miami that wants to hook up. Anybody, any takers?
Should I do it in my form? List?
Sure, you could do that. And you literally get like, 200 attractive men.
Nah. No, definitely not. Because they don't have time to be on Instagram. I don't believe it.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
a bunch of people that has nothing else to do.
Okay. Okay.
Men are not gonna sit down like and look for hot women because you already have them. They just go outside. They're picked already.
They'll f more than one woman. It's not like they've got one woman and they're only gonna f one girl. If it's just guys wanting to f around.
Because usually if they're fucking one, aren't the girls doing the cheating? Have you seen what the guys look like in Miami?
Bro, half these guys will cheat anyway. They don't give a f.
Yeah, sure. But why would I want to have someone that is a monogamous person, that gets really jealous, that might be a dickhead?
Okay, that's fine.
Shut up. What if they're what if they're an anti-fan of you? What if they hate you?
Who cares?
Let's say that they take a picture of us f***ing, and then they post and said, I fucked Destiny's girlfriend.
Good for him. Congratulations.
No, it's not good. It's shit. Okay? I'm scared of that. I don't like that.
Okay, if you want to put 50 million qualifiers, that's fine. But just don't be like, oh, I can't find anybody. What you really mean is I can't find anybody that means this and this and this.
Shit. It's dog shit. That's
Okay.
it. It's like scary. I have to worry about my safety. It might be wasting my fucking time. It might be terrible.
Oh my god, that's just exhaust. I feel so bad for you. What an exhausting life.
Why would I ever want to go out and do shit and just feel like it's gonna be a waste of time?
Because you don't, well, the reality is you just don't want to that much. You don't care that much, which is fine.
No, I just wait for it.
Yeah, because you don't care that much. No, you don't. If you did, you'd go look for it.
No,
okay.
It's gonna be a lot of stuff and it's like the shittiest, most draining, just like bleh. Like maybe someone looks really good but they're too young and they get.
Yeah, well, sometimes it happens, but.
I don't want to have that in my life.
Okay.
I'm not for it,
Okay, so you're just looking for like the.
No, you can fuck anything that's just like you fucking.
Good, yeah, true. But if I wasn't in the mood to, I would say, oh, yeah, I don't feel like I want to wait for like a high quality person, or I want to wait for somebody that I really like. I would just say that. But I would never be like, oh, I can't f right now. I can't have any sex right now. I would never say that.
I never said that. I just said like, hey, I just don't think that there's anyone around right now that's good for me. And let's say that you're just like really sexual, and if you're gonna be with someone that is really pushy. And
Yeah, that's fine. So you just don't feel like finding anybody. That's good. Just say that.
You could still want to find someone. Let's say that you would basically say, hey Mel, in the other room right there, there's the most perfect guy ever. I would probably go for some.
Okay.
I would probably do it. But the thing is, there's probably a lot of things that makes it not that cool. Okay? And I have to explore that entire thing before I do anything.
It's just a hookup. How is this okay? Okay, listen.
Because of safety reasons.
Oh my God, how many of these people are actually?
Men don't shower like.
Oh my goodness. Oh, now it's. Oh, now it's the best. Some men don't shower. Listen, I love you.
Hold up.
I love you.
Steven didn't shower after gym yesterday and went to bed. Okay?
Oh my
and
goodness.
I noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. So some men don't even shower.
Okay.
And why would I want to suck a dick that smells like pee? This has happened before. I don't want to do that. I have to like know. How often do you shower? Shower 3 times a day. Why would I want to do that? It's just like if I'm just going on Bumble or Tinder or whatever, and I'm just finding this random dude, like the first one to swipe, and I'm just a prostitute. It's not gonna be a good time for me. It's gonna be dog shit. A lot of guys are so bad at oral. They don't know how to fuck around. They're gross. They're weird.
Okay.
Most of them are weird. No, yeah, shower 3 times a day. Okay, that's what I need. A lot of people just suck, okay? They don't take care of themselves. You've seen a lot of dudes. You've seen what they're doing. It's fair. We did actually swipe on Bumble that day. We did see a really good guy.
There's tons of good guys. You just don't care that much.
That guy unmatched me.
Good, that's fine.
No.
That's probably because he knows you're being a princess.
Wait, am I not allowed to be picky?
You can be. You just don't know what it's like for a normal dude trying to like.
It's not my problem
That's fine. Then I didn't say it was. But you can't just can't do the thing where it's like, oh yeah, like I really want to have sex with somebody right now, blah blah blah, like, because that shit creates serial killers.
I haven't said that.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I don't know why you're even in this conversation then.
You're saying things that's not true.
Because you've said that to me in the past.
But why wait, what have I said in the past?
Because there have been times where I wanted to hook up with people, and you're like, oh, I don't have anybody that I can see, so you can't. And it's like, oh, well,
That's
me, I
being
guess.
an
But
insult.
what
It's
you
about
really
other
mean is,
people
you don't
choosing
have
to not
anybody that you
sleep with
want to
you.
see.
Since women choose partners, they are by definition bosses.
You know that there's people that I wanted to see, but those guys have been really hard to see, right?
Okay, never mind. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're like pretty girl brain. You have no idea what a normal human being's existence is like. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just telling you, you have no idea what you're saying. You just don't understand.
About what? What do I have to
We're living in totally different realities.
Sure. But you know that, wait, you have to say that we have definitely hooked up with people, like with people.
I don't, nothing you say right now matters.
Wait,
nothing,
why?
because this conversation is retarded right now. And you're gonna trigger the fuck out of me.
What is, okay, are you just trying to make me look bad?
No! You jumped into this conversation.
Because you're talking about me.
I was just giving an example that women say dumb things about not having people to hook up with.
You mention my name to it? Nice.
Because it's the same type of conversation we've had before. I know, we all know what you mean. You mean what I said you mean, which is you don't have ultra high quality people that are coming to you with zero effort. That's what you mean. But women will sometimes say autistic shit like, oh, I don't have anybody that I can sleep with, which isn't true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine.
I have never said that before.
Okay.
I just said, like, I don't really feel like I want to hook up with someone that isn't putting an effort into anything, sexually or anything.
Okay.
Right? Like, why would I want to do that? Just waste of time. That's all I've said. You can't say that. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's anyone that ever wants to like me. I've never said that before.
Okay.
That's unfair for you to say.
Okay.
Right? Agree?
I feel like you phrased things that way before,
I have never said that before.
Okay.
Have I, like, show me a clip of where I ever said that on stream.
I don't think we don't talk about this on stream.
But why would I say it to you privately whenever, like, I talk to stream about everything I do all the time. Yeah. So there's not, you're just making shit up right now. Because you are judgmental and you just...
Yeah,
that's
that's
what you do. You just get mad. You just, like, you get insult brain.
Okay.
Go off, even
Yep.
though I've never said that before. So,
Okay.
yeah. Really, find the clip of me saying that. Do it. Yeah. And also, for the record, you do hook up with people when I'm going through it with
Yeah, if I lie about it, yeah. Only when I'm cheating.
Yeah, but in the past, when you were not cheating, we would do things not at the same time. But then you would be cheating sometimes, and I'd be like, okay, now things are getting a lot more complicated.
Okay, well.
He's a cheater.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yep. And when you start cheating, then I get uncomfortable in the relationship.
Nice.
So why would I ever be
True.
okay with anything if you're not even being
Absolutely
it's
true.
an open relationship, but you can't even be honest.
Yeah, because I can't see someone unless you're seeing someone at the same time, and half the time you're like, oh, I don't feel like seeing anybody for 4 months, and you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't have anybody that wants to have sex with me right now. And it's like, okay, you can hop on Tinder and find anybody. Yeah.
That's a rule that we made a lot, like years later after we started dating. But before
True.
that, you were cheating when we had an open relationship. You would just be like, not tell me shit, and then I would find out later.
Yeah, because I thought when we did an open relationship means we can fuck whoever we want to fuck. Not I have to wait until Mel finds the perfect 10 out of 10 Giga Chad to roll into her life with zero effort by her, and I'm sitting here with like 20 women I can, and I'm gonna be like, sorry, hold on, my wife is my 10 out of 10 23-year-old Swedish bombshell wife has nobody that wants to fuck her right now.
That's not true. You still, like when we started dating, this was not a requirement that we were doing, but still, you would like, we would basically have an open relationship, everything would be fine. Like we were like 2 months in, and then you would still lie about shit even though you didn't have to. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he's just naturally a liar.
True.
Probably
Based
because
and
he cheated.
lying pills.
Probably because you
Sometimes you just gotta be based.
Did Steven ever cheat on his past relationships? Yes, he did. So maybe he still has that sort of cheating brain that he has to lie about things because he's traumatized.
Holy Giga Chad.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Does it get more alpha than that? I cheat when I don't even have to. I heard from the Fresh and Fit guys that makes you more competitive, so I'm just trying to make you love me more.
He has a cheater brain. I think that's just his thing sometimes. You know, guys, sometimes people want to have an open relationship because they fuck around, but they can't stop lying about it. Even though they have an open relationship, they still lie. They can't talk about things they do. Yes. And how many people has he cheated on? Several.
I think just 2.
Probably most of your relationships.
Pretty sure just 2, but you know.
Really? Like your wife?
I didn't cheat on my wife. Well, unless you count.
Huh?
Unless you count.
No, the first wife.
No, she wanted an open relationship, and it got that was her fault.
Was
It was, yeah. And then she went crazy.
Well, how many people have you cheated?
Just you and Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to say it. You're kind of bad at communicating. Yep.
Do you want to do all the relationship stuff right now? If you want to, we can do that. I've not started. I brought up a mini thing about how silly it is that sometimes women say, oh, I don't have anybody to fuck right now. I think it's silly.
And then you bring up me as an example.
Because you say things like that.
I don't say anything like that.
Okay.
I just say that, like, why would I want to have someone that's just gonna make me a terrible time? It's not fun. It's a bad time. I gotta make sure it's a good time. Divorce stream. No, you're fine. This has been. Hey guys, this has been the past 4 years. It's alright. We're still here. You guys haven't even seen it, okay? Yeah. Keep pushing. Mel W. Are you mad at me?
No. I mean, if you want to air a relationship shit out, we can. But I'm gonna blow you the fuck up pretty soon. So I'm just letting you know, okay? You can listen. I will emotionally recover in 1 day, okay? It's gonna take you 2 months if you want to air everything out right now. That's what you want to do. Okay, well then.
How much would it cost to see a Melina reaction to this specific Fidelity comment?
I didn't. I just said sometimes women say autistic shit. You just said the autistic shit that I said you say.
If you're gonna bring up and say we can only see people at the same time or whatever, and it's not fucking right. If you're gonna say that, then I have to tell them why that is, right?
The reason why it is because you're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason.
Why is that?
This is why I only date men.
Because you're used to being dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes. No. The only reason I'm gonna lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was gonna have a mom babysitting
Do
me.
you want to air it out? Do you want to bring up what happened?
Which time?
A lot of times. Do you want to bring it up all? I can see it.
Can I just play video games?
Well, you have to say that there are things that you've done that made me probably pretty insecure about the relationship, yeah?
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
don't think so?
There have been things that both of us have done.
Wait, you have to think about a little bit more now. What do you think has happened here?
A lot of things have happened.
Yes.
For not just me.
Okay. Well, there are things
Yeah.
that makes me not too secure in the relationship that you've done.
True. I understand that. You need that.
And I'm
You
not
need that
you. I don't know
real
what you're thinking about.
hyper obsessed guy. That guy who will always treat you like a queen.
Really? So if someone isn't cheating on me, they're treating me like a queen.
Is that the only
Is
thing
that
you
what
think
you're
you?
basically saying? Yes.
She can call up a 9 or 10 guy right now.
It's hard. And if we want to finish this?
Not really. Now I'm losing my game. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Jesus.
Hi Hyrians! Some of you may know that there are some missable items in Zelda Breath of the Wild. Today, we're going to talk about those items, but also some other things that many players may miss. There are some weapons and shields that you can't get once again after you lose it, but there are also some special modded weapons with limited opportunities to get them, and also some special pictures that you can forget if you want to have some great pictures. I'm Nico, and I'm a Zelda collector. I try to get everything possible in Zelda games, and I try to help Zelda players find them too. So if you need some help finding anything, or you need some Zelda tutorials, consider subscribing, or at least checking out the channel. Before we get into anything, one important aspect that needs to be mentioned is the hidden experience points system in Breath of the Wild. Link gains experience points after each enemy he defeats. And the reason why this is important is because after Link gains a certain amount of experience points, certain things in the game will not be achievable. And many of those things mentioned in this video all depend on Link's experience points. There's so many details to the system, but to sum it up, enemies will upgrade in color the more experience points Link gets from defeating enemies. And also, the weapons they carry and the weapons you find in chests will also have certain modifications depending on how much experience points Link gets. If you're really into numbers, you can check the link in the description explaining in detail all the numbers involving this experience point system. And also, Croton has a great video explaining all of this. Link in the description. But now, let me tell you all the things that you can miss, but also all the things people think they can miss, but they're actually hidden somewhere. First, let's talk about the weapons that most people talk about, then I will talk about some special weapons that most people don't talk about. Lionel Spear, Lionel Crusher, Mighty Lionel Spear, Mighty Lionel Crusher, Forest Dweller Sword, Kite Shield. After obtaining all of these weapons from their designated locations, you can't get them again after losing or breaking them. There are 3 kite shields in normal mode and 4 in master mode. First, in the Skull Cave in the Snow Field. Second, up the waterfall of the Hebra Plunge. The third one is obtained from Selmie's Shield Surfing minigame if you finish the race between 2 minutes and 5 seconds and 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If you want to know all the shields you can get from Selmie, how to get them, and the best routes for the shield surfing, check the card in the corner or the link in the description for my video on that. And the fourth kite shield, which is only in master mode, is on top of a floating platform by the Hebra Falls. For the Forest Dweller Sword, there are 4 in normal mode and 5 in master mode. There's a treasure under the bridge in Farron. Another one in some ruins in central Hyrule. The third is by the shrine at the end of the Test of the Woods quest. The fourth is from the Test of Woods quest. You can only keep the sword if it's the first time you do this quest and you don't have a Forest Dweller sword already. This quest is on the northeastern side of the Korok Forest. And the fifth one is in master mode on top of some floating platforms south of the Woodland Tower. Now for the Lionel Spear and Crusher and the Mighty Lionel Spear and Crusher. The reason they are missable is because of the experience point system that I mentioned earlier. In normal mode, only red Lionels carry Lionel Spears and Crushers, and in master mode, only blue ones carry them. These are the locations for those Lionels. Feel free to take a screenshot or just Google it yourself. Once you defeat a certain number of enemies, Link will gain experience points, and those Lionels will upgrade and no longer carry those weapons. And this also applies for the Mighty Lionel Crusher and Spear, in which the blue Lionels carry them in normal mode and the white Lionels carry them in master mode. The location for these Lionels are the same as the ones before. Feel free to take a screenshot or again, Google it yourself. Now if you're curious why not the Lionel bows, shields, and swords, it's because the Lionel by the Zora's Domain will always carry a Lionel sword, shield, and bow, and there's a Lionel in Hyrule Castle that will always carry a Mighty Lionel sword, shield, and bow. However, when you defeat that Lionel, they won't drop their weapons, but for whatever reason, if you save and reload before defeating them, they will drop their weapons. One note about the Lionel Spear, in Master Mode there is one Lizalfos on a platform by the South Alcala Lake that carries the Lionel Spear. Now let's talk about some special weapons you can miss. There are 2 useful ones and 1 for collection purposes, but first, let me explain. Like I mentioned earlier, after you defeat a certain number of enemies, Link will gain experience points, and the enemies will upgrade. This also applies to the weapons and the modifiers for those weapons. For example, after defeating enough enemies, the Lizzle Boomerang will have a chance to upgrade with a white modifier like critical hit, then a chance to upgrade with a yellow modifier like long throw and attack up. Then, after you defeat more enemies, if you find that Lizzle Boomerang again, it can upgrade to a Lizzle Forked Boomerang, which again can also upgrade to a white and yellow modifier, then again upgrade to a Lizzle Tri Boomerang with the same modifiers. Another note, you can only get weapons with modifiers from treasure chests and high level enemies. So if you want to collect a certain weapon with a modifier, that weapon may no longer be available after a certain point in the game. For example, if you want a Hunter Shield with a durability up plus or the highest shield guard up, there is only one spare one that respawns every blood moon, and that's in the North Labyrinth in Hebra. And you can get another one at Selmy Shield Surfing Game, but there is only one Hunter Shield that's in a treasure chest, and that's by the Linewu Tower. So in order to get the shield with the highest durability and keep it, you have to wait until you're further in the game, then save before opening the chest, and keep reloading until you get the one you want. If you've opened this chest early, you will no longer be able to get this shield again. So if you want a specific weapon, shield, or bow with a special modifier, you have limited tries to get them. There are some that are collectible, like the missable Lionel Crusher with the highest attack, or maybe you want to collect all shields with yellow modifiers. Or simply your favorite weapon with critical hit, since critical hit disappears after a while. The choice is yours, but there are 3 specific weapons that I would like to mention. First, what most people know is the most important one is the Hylian Shield with Shield Guard up or Durability up plus. First of all, you get the shield from Hyrule Castle in the lockup. The easiest way I can explain to get this is from the entrance, jump left, go in the cave, follow along the path all the way until you get into the lockup, then turn left. You have to fight a Stalnox for the treasure to appear. Now save the game before opening the chest, then keep reloading until you get the one you want. If the shield isn't modding to the modification you want, you probably need to get further in the game. So leave it alone and move on. Come back later. My recommendation is to get the durability up one because you can transfer its durability to other shields using the durability transfer glitch, and also duplicate it. Check the card in the corner or the link in the description on how to do this glitch. Having the shield guard up 54 makes the shield total 144, which is also cool, but there's no real reason to have a high shield guard. If you want to know how the shield guard works, Crowtown also has a video on this, link in the description. And if you want to know a long glitch that allows you to keep both Hylian shields, Cleric has a video on that too, link in the description. The second weapon deals the highest attack on Taluses. If you weren't aware from my strongest weapons video, there's certain weapons that can do extra damage to Taluses, and the one that does the most is the Iron Sledgehammer with attack up. The Sledgehammer does 4 times the damage of the hammer's attack. The highest attack damage the Iron Sledgehammer can be is 34, making the damage to Taluses 136. There are sledgehammers all over Hyrule, especially in all the towns, but to get a modded one there are only 4 treasure chests and 5 in Master Mode. There is another on Eventide Island, but I guess it's because it's Eventide the hammer cannot be modded. There's one chest on top of the northern part of Dueling Peaks, The second is behind the wall of Fort Hateno. And the third and fourth are in the same shrine. The shrine is in the Woodland Stable and happens to be one of the top annoying shrines. Enjoy it. And the fifth treasure in Master Mode is on a platform east of the Great Plateau at the beginning of the Proxim Bridge. And the final special weapon, it's not that special, but it just feels really rare, and that's the Forest Dweller Bow with a 5-shot burst. There are 9 treasure chests that carry the Forest Dweller's Bow, so you have a few chances to get it. The reason this bow may be good later on is because it shoots 5 shots, but also it doesn't attract lightning like Lionel's bows do. Now for some special Hyrule Compendium pictures. Yes, you can buy them from Simon, but there are some you might want to get good pictures like this one, or earned pictures. And I'd like to share which pictures you cannot take after you've missed the opportunity, but also there are some pictures that you probably didn't think about missing. And also there are some pictures that you thought you can't find anymore, but there are some places to find them. I'll share that too. First, the obvious ones, Koga and Sentry. When you fight Koga, that's the only time you will see him. So if you want a cool picture of him, when you fight him, that's the only time you can do it. And sentries. They appear during the climb up Death Mountain with Yunobo. There isn't much cool pictures you can take, but if you want a custom picture, that's the only time you can do it. There's also the Blight Gannons. After you defeat them, you cannot take pictures of them again unless you have the DLC in which you fight them again in the Champion's Ballad. Another monster you can miss is the Blue Lionel because of the monster upgrades. Next, this all applies for weapons that are missable like I mentioned earlier. Lionel Spear in normal mode, Lionel Crusher, Mighty Lionel Spear, Mighty Lionel Crusher, Forest Dweller Sword, and the Kite Shield. Now there are some enemies you may think they are gone towards the end of the game, but they are actually hiding somewhere in Hyrule. The Red Bokoblin, south of the Great Plateau, Green Lizalfos, east of Vah Ruta, Red Moblin in a spring on the northwestmost part of the map, Ice Wizrobe at the Forgotten Temple, Fire Wizrobe east of the Skull Shrine in North Akkala, and the Electric Wizrobe on the south part of Hyrule. And finally, there are some companion pictures that can be taken later in the game, but if you want special specific ones, you may lose your opportunity. Let me explain. The first one I wanted to mention is the Obliterator. Yes, the Obliterator is in the Shrine of Resurrection, but if you want to take a picture with Link holding it, you can only do that during the Champion's Ballad quest. After you've completed the Champion's Ballad, the Obliterator cannot be taken from the Shrine of Resurrection. The next Hyrule Companion picture you may want, but not have thought about it, is the treasure chest. Even if you opened all the treasure chests in Hyrule, there are some treasure chests on Eventide Island, and you can get metal chests from Amiibo. However, there's 2 special treasure chests that you can miss the opportunity to take great pictures of, and they are the Xenoblade Chronicles chests from the DLC, and also the DLC treasures. As a matter of fact, this is one of my favorite pictures that I've taken. And finally, not a big deal, but the Master Sword in the pedestal in the Master Trials makes a pretty cool picture. There's one more very special thing, or at least one more thing that I thought about, that you can miss. And that is to be able to do the memory storage glitch, which allows you to start a new game with almost any weapon you want, like the Bow of Light. One of the things you have to have in order to do this glitch is to have at least one incomplete side quest. So if you have all the side quests done, you cannot do this glitch. If you want to learn how to do this glitch, I recommend this video from Cleric, link in the description. I'm sure there are many other things that you can miss in the game that I didn't mention or I didn't even think about. For example, maybe you wanted to have a cool picture with a Sheikah monk. If you have some other ideas, feel free to let us know in the comments because I'm curious to know what you've thought about. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you found this interesting and or entertaining. If you want more Zelda content, I hope you consider subscribing or at least checking out the channel. Thank you so much again.
Oh, that didn't work out. Why would I want?
Oh.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
At the time of writing this script, Ice-type Pokemon have the fewest numbers of entries in the entire Pokemon universe. But that's not to say they're lacking in Pokemon of all shapes and sizes, as well as defining characteristics. From Pokemon who help transport people across large bodies of water, to other Pokemon freezing victims and using them as decorations in their home. Today, we're going to examine each Ice-type Pokemon, and really look at their morality, based on their Pokedex entries and to an extent the anime. But first, let's set a few ground rules. We'll be judging these Pokemon by the characteristics of the species as a whole, meaning we won't be looking at any individual instances of the Pokemon in question. An exception can be made for some legendary Pokemon, but this will mostly be on a case-by-case basis. Also, if an entire Pokemon evolutionary line shares the Ice type, they'll be sharing one spot. So, try not to get too chilly as we take a look at these frigid Pokemon. I'm Kyle with Pokebinge, and this is Ice-type Pokemon Good to Evil. As usual, we'll be starting with our most noble and honorable Pokemon, and working our way down to the most evil. These Ice-type Pokemon are the good. The gold medal of good is going to a fan favorite, the transport Pokemon, Lapras. This seafaring Pokemon is the perfect example of a gentle giant. Kind, incredibly intelligent, and willing to help others, regardless if they're humans or other Pokemon. Like their Pokedex title suggests, Lapras helps transport others across large bodies of water. They don't do this because they feel like they have to, however. Lapras actually loves to help anyone in their travels. Even in battle, their Gigantamax form's signature move, G-Max Resonance, helps out their fellow Pokemon, as it creates Aurora Veil, which helps reduce damage. One of the saddest facts about Lapras is the fact that this gentle Pokemon was nearly hunted to extinction at one point. But as there are now sanctuaries in place to help protect Lapras, this incredible Pokemon seems to have a bright future and more than deserves the gold medal here. Our silver medal of good has to go to the delivery Pokemon, Delibird. With its bright red body, feathers on its head resembling a beard, and the fact it always has a sack wherever it goes, it's clear Delibird is the Santa Claus of Pokemon. Just like that jolly guy, Delibird delivers gifts, mainly of food, to others. Really, the only reason we're not awarding Delibird the top spot in our ranking is because of the Pokedex entry from Ultra Sun. It makes mention that Delibird eats bug-type Pokemon, but a Pokemon has to eat, so we can't fault it for it. The bronze medal of good goes to the comedian Pokemon, the Mr. Rhyme line. Much like Delibird, Mr. Rhyme seems to be based on a famous figure, this time the silent film era star Charlie Chaplin. And just like his real-life counterpart, Mr. Rime seems to truly enjoy putting on a show, often seen tap dancing and entertaining their trainers and bystanders. Mr. Rime's dance moves also serve the purpose of teaching Mime Jr. the needed rhythm and footsteps in order to evolve into the Galler Mr. Mime. Since the Mr. Rime line is relatively new, however, and really hasn't been an anime yet except for cameos, we're relying on the 2 Galler Pokedex entries. But since Mime Jr., Mr. Mime, and Mr. Rime are all very popular in Galler and love entertaining others, we feel confident in giving him the Bronze Medal of Good. Next up, we have the Fox Pokemon, the Alolan Ninetales line. Both Alolan Ninetales and Vulpix are mainly found on the snowy Mount Lanakila, which some consider holy ground. While on the mountain, these Pokemon form packs, with Ninetales both providing for and looking after the Vulpix. If one is unfortunate enough to become lost while exploring the mountain, these Pokemon are known to appear and help guide the person back to safety. This has been said that the Ninetales line does this in order to keep intruders from entering their territory, since Ninetales and Vulpix actually help those who are lost. Instead of leading them somewhere else on the mountain where they might possibly freeze to death, they certainly do have good intentions. Sure, they just want to be left alone for the most part, and will defend their pack when push comes to shove. But those are still good qualities as well, which earns Alolan Ninetales its place here. Next up, we have the Frost Tree Pokemon, the Abomasnow line. Even though these Pokemon have the nickname of the Ice Monster in some areas, the Abomasnow line is actually quite docile. Sure, for the most part, Abomasnow and Snover live a reclusive life and stay in snowy mountainous regions. But if Snover are attacked by Darumaka in order to steal the berries that grow on Snover, you can bet that Abomasnow will be close behind in order to chase off the attackers. And while they do prefer to not be around others, Snover in particular has been known to approach areas where people live. Not to cause any harm or mischief, but it just loves to play with the kids that live in the area. We have another Pokemon native to the Galar region next, as well as our first legendary on this list, the King Pokemon, Ice Rider Calyrex. While in this form, Calyrex has been said to be a fierce warrior during battle. However, looking at the flip side of the coin, Ice Rider Calyrex also helps to heal the wounds that are inflicted on its opponents once the battle is over. In this form, Ice Rider Calyrex is also known to bring life back to the wastelands throughout Galar. Going by the stories told about this Pokemon, Ice Rider Calyrex was a kind and fair ruler in ancient Galar, and based on how it's still respected and is viewed as a benevolent legendary today, Ice Rider Calyrex definitely deserves a spot in the good camp. The only thing that counts against Calyrex is it being merciless during battle, but as it helps heal whatever opponent it has afterwards, we can't dock it all too much. Next, we have the first 3-stage evolution family next on our list, the Twin Tusk Pokemon, the Mamoswine line, with Mamoswine being an unofficial fossil Pokemon, as there are records of it being around as far back as the last Ice Age. These Pokemon have been around a long time, and for the majority of the time, either as a Swinub, Piloswine, or Mamoswine, these Pokemon have lived peacefully with humans and Pokemon. In ancient times, people relied on both Swinub and Piloswine in helping them locate mushrooms and other food buried underneath the snow. Meanwhile, Mamoswine has helped countless people and Pokemon ride on its back, making their journeys through icy regions much easier. And while Piloswine does charge randomly at times, we can't fault it due to the fact that it only seems to do this in battle, and can't see due to the thick fur covering its eyes. Overall, all 3 Pokemon in the Mamoswine line are very helpful creatures. The final Alolan form Pokemon is up next. The Mouse Pokemon, the Alolan Sandslash line. Like the Vulpix and Ninetales of Alola, Mount Lanakila is the home of the Alolan Sandslash family. They mostly try to hide in the deep snow the mountain provides, trying to stay out of the way of their predators. When threatened, however, both Alolan Sandshrew and Sandslash will band together to protect one another. Sandslash in particular is willing to fight opponents much larger than itself, such as Tyranitar, in order to keep its home safe. So Alolan Sandshrew and Sandslash are a very tight-knit group of icy Pokemon. Next, we have the Penguin Pokemon, Ice-Q. We don't have a whole lot to go on where Ice-Q is concerned. What is known about these ice cube-headed penguin is that they are very easygoing, using the ice that covers their head as a sort of flotation device as they are in the ocean. If Ice-Cube do find themselves in a new area, they maintain their easygoing attitude, looking to adapt to their new life. Unfortunately for Ice-Cube, the ice that covers their head is not particularly durable. If it's shattered, Ice-Cube's true face is revealed, causing people to fall in love with its silly, worried expression. Thankfully, the ice can be reformed to give Ice-Cube back its signature look, as well as the penguin Pokemon being able to calm down once again. Our first fossil Pokemon line takes the next spot, the Tundra Pokemon, the Aurorus line. These Pokemon have been recorded to have lived 100 million years ago and were recently brought back to life with the Sail fossil. Aurorus and its pre-evolved stage, Amora, both share gentle dispositions and get along with most Pokemon. However, if in danger, they're known for releasing powerful ice blasts capable of encasing their attackers in ice. But as this is just done to protect itself, we're giving the Aurorus line a pass. Plus, they have the awesome ability of creating auroras in the sky when they howl. Since these two are normally very gentle, and only go to the extreme of freezing opponents in dangerous circumstances, they deserve a spot in the good section. Next up is the Ice Break Pokemon, the Walrein line. This Pokemon family follows a tradition for several multi-layered evolutions of a cute, cuddly Pokemon becoming a powerful and tough Pokemon by the final stage. Spheal and Celio are often seen together, with Celio spinning and balancing Spheal on its nose, with Spheal not minding at all. After Celio evolves into Walrein, however, it seems to lose its fun-loving personality for the most part. And while having a fun-loving personality is a good thing, it's also actually the only significant good thing that is known about part of the Walrein line. Thankfully though, there is also nothing negative known about them either, which leaves them in the tail end of our good section. But rounding out this category, it's time for another legendary, the Freeze Pokemon, Articuno. This large bird Pokemon is said to create snow by freezing the moisture in the air whenever it flaps its wings. And much like the Alolan Ninetales line, it is said to appear to those lost in snowy areas and help guide them back to safety. What brings Articuno below our previous entries are its actions in the movie The Power of One. Sure, the main villain of the movie is the cause of most of Articuno's actions, along with the other two legendary birds. But they also go way beyond overboard when they confront Lugia. Once their fighting is calmed, however, Articuno willingly returns to its home to live in peace. Since Articuno is a peaceful Pokemon for the most part, as well as helping lost travelers back to safety, we're going to give it our final spot in the good section, even if its actions could have caused widespread destruction. Speaking of which, that brings our good section to a close, so it's now time to descend into neutral territory. These ice Pokemon fall in the gray area. Starting off this section, we have Kyurem. If we look only at Kyurem's Pokedex entries, this Pokemon battles to protect an ideal world for both people and Pokemon. And that is pretty amazing. But much like Articuno, Kyurem has a villainous side in a movie. Unlike Articuno, however, it doesn't have anyone behind its actions in Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice, as it is the main villain of that movie, where it relentlessly chases the heroes, causing damage to the city that the heroes find themselves in. At the climax of the film, however, after it's defeated, it does acknowledge the hero's strength and retreats back to its home. Moving on to the Frost Moth Pokemon, the Frostmoth line. When Snom evolves into Frostmoth, it's been said to look over the snowy mountain region it lives in. If anyone desecrates that area, these Pokemon have been known to summon fierce blizzards to chase off the offenders. Since it's not doing this to cause harm to anyone that does not cause damage to the area, we'll give this Pokemon some credit. But we will place it in the gray area because of the unintentional damage that the blizzards can cause. Next up, we have the Ice Evolution, the fresh snow Pokemon, Glaceon. This Pokemon is a favorite at most ski resorts since its cold body temperature causes powdery snow to fall. And while Glaceon gets along for the most part with others, it's also had a brutal habit of freezing its fur to become sharp needles and uses them in battle. And while it might be looked at as just how Glaceon fights, being tackled full force with what is basically a frozen pincushion would suck and may be unnecessarily brutal. But while Glaceon only does this while fighting, and has a pretty good reputation otherwise, we place it here. Next up is a Pokemon who loves gadgets, the Plasma Pokemon, Frost Rotom. As Rotom has decided to possess a fridge in this form, it takes advantage of its newfound abilities to play pranks on others, ranging from making someone's bathwater into a block of solid ice to frosting everything over. It loves to play jokes at others' expense, though these pranks aren't done out of mean-spiritedness, but just because it loves to create lighthearted mischief, wherever it goes. Sure, playing jokes at others' expense isn't great, but a prank here and there isn't the worst thing in the world. Moving on to the sea lion Pokemon, Dugong. Despite being introduced in the first generation of Pokemon, Dugong is another Pokemon we don't have a whole lot of info on. It basically just acts as any other sea lion. While we do enjoy the fact that one of its Pokedex entries takes a nod at an old legend by saying a Marnier once believed Dugong was a mermaid, there really isn't much to go off from a moral standpoint. And another first-gen Pokemon to talk about is Cloyster. This Pokemon is probably one of the most resilient Pokemon, as many of its Pokedex entries mention that even a bomb blast can't destroy Cloyster's shell. But like many Pokemon in this section of the gray area, there isn't a whole lot known about Cloyster. It does use the spikes on its shell to attack and defend itself, but that's pretty standard behavior. The Iceberg Pokemon, the Avalugg line, takes its spot here. Another Pokemon line that we unfortunately don't have a lot of info on. What we do know is that the Bergmite will sometimes catch a ride on Avalugg's large back. And while that does present a cute picture, it's really the only defining thing we know about these frigid Pokemon, though the Hisuian regional form is said to be pretty docile. Okay, next up, we're gonna cheat a little here. The Pokedex refers to both Arctovish and Arctozolt as the fossil Pokemon. That, plus the fact that you need the fossilized dino fossil to create either one, helps tie them together. With that said, as these two fossil Pokemon were introduced recently, they once again fall into the we don't know too much about them banner. While Arctozolt seems like a pretty happy-go-lucky Pokemon, we're kind of just assuming that. Really, the Pokedex pretty much just tells us how these prehistoric Pokemon went extinct, with Arctozolt moving extremely slowly, and Arctovish having a difficult time breathing. Moving on to the final Pokemon introduced in Alola, the woolly crab Pokemon, Crabominable. This Pokemon's only been found in Sun and Moon, and again, not a whole lot of information is available. It's been said to have adapted to the icy climate, and is a pretty good fighter. But that's about it. One of the legendary Titan Pokemon, Regice, the Iceberg Pokemon, takes the next spot. This Pokemon has been said to have helped shape the world by working with the other legendary Titans and moving the continents. With its work done, Regice, along with the others, were deemed too powerful and sealed in stone structures. Regice, once disrupted, has been known to attack those it perceives as a threat, and as it's able to control frigid air at negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit to freeze others, that counts a lot against it. But keep in mind, we said that it does this to people it sees as a threat, and while that can be subjective, and it is a harsh fate no matter what, for the good that it did, we're gonna keep it placed here in the gray area. Next up is the Jinx line. Smoochum's name is pretty self-explanatory. Many of the Pokedex entries make mention of Smoochum using their lips to examine everything and everyone they come across. But luckily, after Smoochum evolves into Jinx, it stops this weird behavior and seems to actually have a pretty good in-game fanbase due to its dancing. And while we are glad to hear that its inappropriate behavior stops after Smoochum evolves, we'll still place the Jinx line here. And rounding out our gray area, we have the freezing Pokemon, the Beartic line. These Pokemon start off as being snotty-nosed kids, and seriously, Cubchoo, do you need a tissue? Two aggressive fighters, with one of Cubchoo's Pokedex entries listing it as rubbing the snot dangling from its nose onto those it doesn't like. Ugh. You would hope that Beartic would become more mature after it evolves. While it does ditch the childish behavior, Beartic has been shown to be an equally arrogant and aggressive fighter. Even outside battle, Beartic has been shown to be unnecessarily aggressive to others. And while having this attitude is far from great, at least Beartic do seem to care about the younger Cubchoo they look after. And finally, we wrap up our gray area, and we arrive at the ice Pokemon whose actions chill us far more than their cold temperatures. These ice-type Pokemon are the bad and the evil. At the very top of this category, we have the Zen Charm Pokemon, the Galarian Darmanitan line. While Galarian Darumaka normally get along well within their own group, these Pokemon try to go after and attack Snover in order to steal the berries that grow on their bodies. And the stealing for food habit doesn't stop once Darumaka evolves into Darmanitan. While it no longer tries to swipe food growing on other Pokemon and harming them, they are known to walk into towns and settlements to steal food. Even during battle, Darmanitan freezes the large snowball on top of its head in order to deliver more devastating headbutts to its opponents. Our final legendary is up next, the wild horse Pokemon, Glastrier. This icy horse is found in the Crown Tundra, where it eventually meets meets with Calyrex to help the King Pokemon change into its Ice Rider form. So why is Glastrier so far below the Pokemon it helps out? Well, on its own, Glastrier is known as being needlessly aggressive, stealing whatever it wants by force, as well as terrorizing those who lived on the Crown Tundra. Additionally, Glastrier has a pretty arrogant and proud personality, only accepting fights from those that it sees as worthy. Glastrier's personality seems to be mellowed out for the most part after it has Calyrex alongside it. We're looking at Glastrier's actions before this, and that its behavior would have continued if Calyrex had not stepped in. Just missing out on our bottom 3 entries, we have the Sharp Claw Pokemon, the Weavile line. Sneasel and Weavile are hunters, pure and simple, and while that is just their nature, what brings them down are the Pokedex entries that go into pretty graphic detail on both of these Pokemon's hunting habits. From stealing eggs from unguarded nests, to flipping Pokemon like Sandshrew over to expose its softer belly, in order to finish it off. The Weavile line are both crafty and merciless. They have also been known to attack much larger Pokemon, like Mamoswine, as a group in order to bring it down. And while we can't knock Sneasel or Weavile for doing what their nature is, their viciousness definitely earns them a lower spot. The crystallizing Pokemon, Cryogonal, is being awarded the Bronze Medal of Evil. This is the only Pokemon in this category that we don't have much info on, but what we do know more than qualifies Cryogonal for this spot. It's been said to use its icy chains attached to its body to capture prey before freezing them at -148 degrees. If that isn't bad enough, Cryogonal is also known to use the same chains, after freezing whatever it chooses, to kidnap its victims to parts unknown. Between being frozen and taken to who knows where, we have to give this Pokemon the Bronze Medal of Evil. We're giving the Silver Medal of Evil to the Snowstorm Pokemon, the Vanillix line. You would think Pokemon that actually look like ice cream would be a lot sweeter, but no. These Pokemon will give you much worse than a brain freeze. Vanillite might be the least harmful in this evolutionary line, but it's Vanillish's and Vanilux's info as to why we feel they deserve the Silver Medal of Evil. Surprisingly, it's the Pokedex entry of Vanillish that is the darker of the two, with it being said they freeze their opponents in battle, and then smash them into pieces. And just to state the obvious, that is murder. Vanilux's Pokedex entry thankfully doesn't mention smashing other living creatures to bits, but it does state that it can release blizzards when angered that freeze everything over, regardless if they are friend or foe, which more than earns this evolutionary line the Silver Medal. And finally, we're gonna give the Gold Medal of Evil to a branching evolutionary family, the Face Pokemon and the Snowland Pokemon, Glalie and Frostlass. We might be cheating a bit again, but as both Glalie and Frostlass evolve from Snorunt, we feel like they should share this spot, especially since it is hard to tell which fate either one can create is actually worse. Both involve eating, with Glalie being said that after it freezes its prey, it eats them in a leisurely fashion. So if its prey isn't granted a swift death by the initial freezing, they may very well be eaten alive, which is pretty messed up. Frostlass, on the other hand, is said to eat the frozen souls of those lost on the mountain it lives on. Not only that, but Frostlass also is known to kidnap her prey after freezing them and arranging their frozen bodies as decorations in her home, which is lovely stuff. But we also feel like it's impossible to really rank either Glalie or Frostlass over one another, and that they both deserve the Gold Medal of Evil. And that completes our morality spectrum. So let's wrap things up by handing out our Sinner medals. The Lust Medal has to go to Smoochum, as it examines everything with her lips. The Pride Medal goes to Glastrier, since this Pokemon only observes those it deems strong, as well as its opinion of itself. We feel that this award is well deserved. The Sloth Award goes to the fossil Pokemon, Acrosult. If moving so slow caused your entire line to go extinct, you would get the Sloth Medal as well. The Gluttony Medal goes to Glalie. Sure, other Pokemon on this list eat as well, but since Glalie does this in the most disturbing way possible, freezing its opponents and eating them alive, it's a clear winner. We're gonna give the Greed Medal to the Galarian Darmanitan line, mainly because they have the habit of stealing stuff. And for that matter, we're also gonna give them the Envy Medal, because this is a pretty envious thing to do. The Wrath Medal goes to Kyurem. This legendary caused great damage to a city, simply because it had to continue its fight. And finally, the Darwin Medal is going to Ice-Q. While not particularly dumb, they are needlessly worried after the ice covering its face breaks, since the ice will reform later on. And that's our list of ice-type Pokemon from good to evil. Let us know if you agree. Be sure to hit that notification bell and binge our other Pokemon videos here on PokeBinge, your hub for all things Pokemon. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
It's like Bremen Rock's colorful Hawaiian villa.
Aloha. Hi, AD.
Holy, this dude is caked enough to get a villa in Hawaii. That's crazy, dude. I mean, good for him. Hawaii's cheap. Wait, what? No, Hawaii's not fucking cheap, dude. What are you, crazy?
So this is my formal living room. I feel like it represents a lot of like Bretman Rock, random, it's very colorful, and it's very gay, duh. I'm obviously from Hawaii, but I am Filipino, so I have a lot of like local pieces in this room, and I also have a bunch of like Filipino pieces in this room.
Dude, this drip is out of control.
This is my live terrarium out here. I feel like it's just like a piece of nature in my house, and I don't know, like staring at it is so therapeutic and I love it so much. It's definitely my favorite piece in my formal living room. And you already know, you recognize the name, it's the battery. I also love the fireplace. I feel like fireplaces are really kind of rare to see in Hawaii because no one really has, like, we don't have fireplaces here. And my favorite chair out of like my whole entire house is this bloom chair from Kenneth. He is a Filipino designer and it's called a bloom chair because it resembles a flower. But
It looks nice, like it looks cool, but I bet that's so uncomfy to sit in.
let's be real. Y'all know what it resembles to me, so it's very comfortable actually. And I don't know, I just feel like it's so sensual and so Bretman Rock. Over here is kind of like a photo op moment. This is designed and made by a local artist. It also reminds me so much of like my MTV show because of this chair. And honestly, I just be sitting here sometimes and like admiring my house. Like wow. And of course, we can't put a chair for my little niece to play on. This is for her. I also collect a lot of crystals. You guys will see them all throughout my house. I love crystals. I'm pretty sure this is heat-treated selenite. Not selenite, celestite. I don't know what it's called, but it's orange, and I love it. My office is kind of like a mess, but like a hot mess. So it's very much like me. When I am working on something, I like to surround.
What the fuck is this, dude? He has an entire fucking wall dedicated to color-coded Crocs. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy.
Myself with what I'm working on, and so that's why I have all of my Crocs in here. I also do a bunch of like my gaming over here, YouTube stuff, and a lot of like my achievements are also here because I like to remind myself that I'm a bad. What I'm most proud of in this room would probably be this award. It is the People's Choice Awards Beauty Influencer of the Year. The reason why I'm so proud of this is because a couple days before I received this award, my dad passed. And I almost did not want to take the flight to accept this award, but I just felt like I had to, and my dad would have probably wanted me to go there and accept my award. And to be honest, I felt his presence that day. I feel like just this award itself is not just for me, but it's also for like my parents and their like dreams and aspirations of me when I was a kid. So yeah. I have like a non-makeup stuff in here that I've worked on as well, like this What Do You Mean set. Obviously, She's a James Campbell High School grad, you already know. I don't really do much in here besides like work, so it's pretty boring. So this is my formal dining room. My favorite piece in
similarities. We can start being vulnerable, being able to be vulnerable with somebody who sees, admires, cares for you in and of who you are. I think perhaps due to but what do I know, that there's a real underappreciation among modern men that for many women, bad sex can be incredibly scarring and shocking. That doesn't mean that I don't want sex or I'm voluntarily choosing not to. I physically cannot. I have not chosen to be this way. Bad sex.
Somebody sent me an interesting email. I thought it was kind of true. People criticize men for toxic masculinity, saying that men push too much and they're inconsiderate. And I agree, that's bad. And men are socialized that way, and so we ought to socialize them differently. That's a good thing. However, the flip side of that is, should we be allowed to criticize toxic femininity? Meaning women being too agreeable, not asserting themselves, not making their preferences known or aware, making the other guy aware of them. Isn't that toxic femininity? And women do that because they've been socialized that way. Why do we push them out of doing that?
Non-consensual sex and a dismal lack of raw, personal and empathetic communication between men and women, between me and whoever, has contributed to this involuntary stuntedness for me, and I'm sure for many. I think incels, for their own personal and particular reasons, can relate to this. It's easier to blame women, society, and the hypergamy for this.
No, incels cannot relate to, I can have sex with so many different people, but it's just not gonna be good sex. No, that's not something an incel is gonna relate to.
Confront the issues within yourself and admit it to yourself. It's hard, but in recognizing similarities, we can start to talk honestly. And I stand by that entirely. I think sex education in schools, in Western societies, is dismal. Inevitably, individuals are going to look online, and online is purely about turning the human being, the sexual human being, into a product or into a consumer. It isn't about fashioning you as an individual to have positive or good relationships. This is why I believe increasingly...
What? No, I was talking about another Mel I knew.
You're not. What are you doing? You're talking shit.
We're just hanging out. I'm not talking shit.
You are talking shit.
This woman is doing a similar thing to you, where she's like, oh, she's calling herself an incel because she can't, because she's saying she can't find good sex. So it's like when we would argue and I would say, Mel, you probably just don't want to fuck anybody right now. And you're like, no, I really do. I just don't have anybody. And I'm like, bro, you can find guys in 50 million different fucking areas of life. How can you?
Are they any good? No.
Doesn't matter. You then cycle through them. Then go try some out. Mel, those are the worst messages you get. How many messages do you get?
I check my messages every day. You can go through that. It's not gonna be...
Really? How much money would you give me if I can find one attractive guy that you would have fun fucking in your DMs?
How long ago would you have sent something?
Probably within you can just tweet out right now, hey, looking for somebody in Miami that wants to hook up. Anybody, any takers?
Should I do it in my forum, like list?
Sure, you could do that. And you'd literally get like fucking, 200 attractive men. Okay.
Just a bunch of people that has nothing else to do. Okay.
Okay.
Men are not gonna sit there online and look for hot women because they already fucking have them. They just go outside. They're picked already.
They'll fuck more than one woman. It's not like they've got one woman and they're only gonna fuck one girl. If it's just guys wanting to fuck around.
Because usually if they're fucking around, aren't the girls doing that too? Have you seen what the guys look like in the
Bro, half these guys will cheat anyway. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, sure. But why would I want to have someone that is a monogamous person, that gets really jealous, that might be a dickhead?
Okay, that's fine.
Shut up. What if they're what if they're an anti-fan of you? What if they hate you?
Who cares?
Let's say that they take a picture of us fucking, and then they post and said, I fucked Destiny's girlfriend.
Good for him. Congratulations.
No, it's not good. It's fucking shit. Okay? I'm scared of that. I don't like that.
Okay, if you want to put 50 million fucking qualifiers, that's fine. But just don't be like, oh, I can't find anybody. What you really mean is I can't find anybody that means this and this and this.
Shit. It's dog shit. It's like scary. I have to feel about my safety. It might be wasting my fucking time. It might be terrible.
Oh my god, that's just exhausting. I feel so bad for you. What an exhausting life.
Why would I ever want to go out and do shit if I just feel like it's gonna be a waste of time?
Because you don't, well, the reality is you just don't want to that much. You don't care that much, which is fine.
No, I just wait for it to come naturally.
Yeah, because you don't care that much.
No, I don't care that much.
No, you don't. If you did, you'd go look for it.
Sometimes I care more, sometimes I care, but I just know it's gonna be a lot of stuff that is like the shittiest, most draining, just like bleh. Like maybe someone looks really good, but they're too young and they get like
Yeah, well, that's sometimes it happens, but
I don't want to have that in my life. I'm
okay.
not poor,
Okay, so you're just looking for like the.
No, you can fuck anything that's just living. You can fuck
Good, yeah, true. But if I wasn't in the mood to, I would say, oh, yeah, you know, I don't feel like I want to wait for like a high quality person, or I want to wait for somebody that I really like. I would just say that. But I would never be like, oh, I can't fuck right now. I can't have any sex right now. I would never say that.
I never said something you're making up. I never said that. I just said like, hey, I just don't think that there's anyone around right now that's good for me. And let's say that you're just in a phase where you just don't really feel too sexual. And if you were gonna be with someone that is really pushy. And
Yeah, that's fine. So you just don't feel like finding anybody. That's good.
Yeah,
Just say that.
You could still want to find someone. Let's say that you would basically say, hey Mel, in the other room right there, there's the most perfect guy ever. I would probably go for second date.
Okay.
I would probably do it. But the thing is, there's probably a lot of things that makes it not that cool, okay? And I have to explore that entire fucking thing before I do anything.
It's just a hookup. How is this okay? Listen.
Because of safety reasons.
Oh my God, how many of these people are actually?
Men don't fucking shower like.
Oh my goodness. Oh, now it's. Oh, now it's a mess. Some men don't shower. Listen, I love you.
Hold up.
I love you.
Steven didn't shower after gym yesterday and went to bed. Okay?
Oh my
and
goodness.
I noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. So some men don't even shower.
Okay.
And why would I want to suck a dick that smells like pee? This has happened before. I don't want to do that. I have to like know. How often do you shower? Shower 3 times a day. Why would I want to do that? It's just like if I'm just going on Bumble or Tinder or whatever, and I'm just finding this random dude, like the first one to swipe, and I'm just a prostitute at that point. It's not gonna be a good time for me. It's gonna be fucking dog shit. A lot of guys are so bad at oral. They don't know how to fuck around. They're gross. It's just they're weird. Okay. Most of them are weird. No, yeah, shower 3 times a day. Okay, that's what I need. A lot of people fucking suck, okay? They don't take care of themselves. You've seen a lot of dudes. You've seen it. It's fair. We did actually swipe on Bumble that day, and we did see a really good guy.
There's tons of good guys. You just don't care that much.
That guy unmatched me.
Good, that's fine.
No.
That's probably because he knows you're being a fucking princess.
Wait, am I not allowed to be picky?
You can be. You just don't know what it's like for a normal dude trying to like fuck.
That's not my problem.
That's fine. Then I didn't say it was. But you can't just can't do the thing where it's like, oh yeah, like I really want to have sex with somebody right now, blah blah blah, because that shit creates serial killers.
I haven't said that.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I don't know why you're even in this conversation then.
You're saying things that's not true.
Because you said that to me in the past.
Wait, what have I said in the past?
Because there have been times where I wanted to hook up with people, and you're like, oh, I don't have anybody that I can see, so you can't. And it's like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess. But what you really mean is, you don't have anybody that you want to see.
Since women choose partners, they are by definition balls.
You know there's people that I wanted to see, but those guys have been really hard to see, right?
Okay, never mind. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're like pretty girl brain. You have no idea what a normal human being's existence is like. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just telling you, you have no idea what you're saying. You just don't understand.
About what? What do I have to?
We're living in totally different realities.
Sure, but you know that. Wait, you have to say that we have definitely hooked up with people,
I don't. Nothing you say right now matters.
Wait,
nothing
why?
because this conversation is fucking retarded right now, and you're gonna trigger the fuck out of me.
What is? Okay, are you just trying to make me look bad?
No, you jumped into this conversation.
Because you're talking about me.
I was just giving an example that women say dumb things about not having people to hook up with.
You mention my name to it? Nice.
Because it's the same type of conversation we've had before. I know we all know what you mean. You mean what I said you mean, which is you don't have ultra high quality people that are coming to you with zero effort. That's what you mean. But women will sometimes say autistic shit like, "Oh, I don't have anybody that I can sleep with," which isn't true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine.
I have never said that before.
Okay.
I just said like I don't really feel like I want to hook up with someone that isn't putting effort into anything, sexually or anything.
Okay.
Right? Like why would I want to do that? Just waste of time. That's all I've said. You can't say that. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's anyone that ever wants to like me. I've never said that before.
Okay.
That's unfair for you to say.
Okay.
Right? Agree?
I feel like you phrased things that way before,
but. I have
but.
never said that before.
Okay.
Have I show me a clip of where I ever said that on stream?
I don't think we don't talk about this on stream.
But why would I say it to you privately whenever I talk to stream about everything we do all the time? Oh. Yeah. So there's no making sure because you are comfortable and you just that's what you do. You just get mad. You just you get insult brain. And just go off. Even though I've never said that before. So,
okay.
Yeah. Really, find a clip of me saying that. Fucking do it. And also, for the record, you do hook up with people when I'm not with someone that's in college. Yes.
Yeah, if I lie about it, yeah. Only when I'm cheating.
Sometimes, yeah, but in the past, when you were not cheating, we would do things not at the same time. But then you would be cheating sometimes, and I'd be like, okay, now things are getting a lot more complicated.
Okay, well.
He's a cheater.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yep. And when you start cheating, then I get uncomfortable in the
Okay,
relationship.
nice.
So why would I ever be
True.
okay with anything if you're not even being honest?
Absolutely
it's
true.
It's an open relationship, but you can't even be honest.
Yeah, because I can't see someone unless you're seeing someone at the same time, and half the time you're like, oh, I don't feel like seeing anybody for 4 months, and you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't have anybody that wants to have sex with me right now. And it's like, okay, you can hop on Tinder and find fucking anybody. Yeah.
That's a rule that we made a lot, like years later after we started dating. But before
True.
that, you were cheating when we had an open relationship. You would just be like, not tell me shit. And then I would find out later.
Yeah, because I thought when we did an open relationship means we can fuck whoever we want to fuck. Not I have to wait until Mel finds the perfect 10 out of 10 fucking Giga Chad to fucking roll into her life with zero fucking effort by her. And I'm sitting here with like fucking 20 women I can fuck. And I'm gonna be like, sorry, hold on. My fucking wife is, my 10 out of 10, 23-year-old fucking Swedish bombshell wife has nobody that wants to fuck her right now.
That's not true. You still, like when we started dating, this was not a requirement that we were doing. But still, you would like, we would basically have an open relationship, everything be fine. Like we were like 2 months in, and then you would still lie about shit even though you didn't have to. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he's just naturally a fucking liar.
True.
Probably
Based
because
and
you cheated.
lying pills.
Probably because you
Sometimes you just gotta be base.
Did Steven ever cheat on his past relationships? Yes, he did. So maybe he still has that sort of cheating brain that he has to lie about things because he's traumatized.
Holy Giga Chad.
Yeah. So that's.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Does it get more alpha than that? I cheat when I don't even have to. I heard from the Fresh and Fit guys that makes you more competitive, so I'm just trying to make you love me more.
He has a cheater brain. I think that's just his thing sometimes. You know, guys, sometimes people want to have an open relationship because they fuck around, but they can't stop lying about it. Even though they have an open relationship, they still fucking lie. They can't talk about things they do. Yes. And how many people has he cheated on? Several.
Just two.
Probably most of your relationships.
Pretty sure just two, but you know.
Really? Like your wife?
I didn't share my wife. Well, unless you count.
Huh?
Unless you count.
No, didn't the first wife.
No, she wanted an open relationship and it got
Was it
fucked. That was her
communicated?
fault.
Was it
It was,
communicated?
yeah.
Really?
Then she went fucking crazy.
Well, how many people have you cheated?
Just you and Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think he kind of. Wait, you have to say you're kind of bad at communicating. Yep.
Do you want to do all the relationship stuff right now? If you want to, we can do that. I've not started. I brought up a mini thing about how silly it is that sometimes women say, oh, I don't have anybody to fuck right now. I think it's silly.
And then you bring up me as a fucking example.
Because you say things like that.
I don't say anything like that.
Okay.
I just say that, like, why would I want to have someone that's just gonna make me a terrible time? It's not fun. It's a bad time. I gotta make sure it's a good time. Divorce stream. No, you're fine. This has been. Hey guys, this has been the past 4 years. It's alright. We're still here. You guys haven't even seen it, okay? Yeah. Keep pushing. Mel W. Are you mad at me?
No. I mean, if you want to air a relationship shit out, we can. But I'm gonna blow you the fuck up pretty soon.
You
So I'm just letting you know, okay?
Something that's wrong.
You can keep listen. I will emotionally recover in 1 day, okay? It's gonna take you 2 months if you want to fucking air everything out right now. That's what you want to do. Okay, well then.
How much would it cost to see a Melina reaction to this specific Fidelity comment?
I didn't. I just said sometimes women say autistic shit. You just said the autistic shit that I said you say.
If you're gonna bring up and say you can only see people at the same time or whatever, and it's so fucking annoying. If you're gonna say that, then I have to tell them why that is, right?
The reason why it is because you're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason.
Why is that?
This is why I only date men.
Because you're used to being dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. Yes. No. The only reason I had to lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people, and I never got together with you under the assumption that I was gonna have a fucking mom babysitting
Do
me.
you want to air it out? Do you want to bring up what happened?
Which time?
A lot of times. Do you want to bring it up all? I can see it.
Can I just play video games?
Well, you have to say that there are things that you've done that made me probably pretty insecure about the relationship, yeah?
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
don't think so?
There's been things that both of us have done.
Wait, you have to think about it a little bit more now. What do you think has happened here?
A lot of things have happened.
Yes.
For not just me.
Okay. Well, there are things
Yeah, there's
Makes me not too secure in the relationship that you've done.
true. I understand that. You need that.
And I'm
you
not
need that
you. I don't know what
real
you're thinking about.
hyper obsessed guy. That guy who will always treat you like a queen.
Really? So if someone isn't cheating on me, they're treating me like a queen.
Is that the only thing you
That's
think
what
you?
you're basically saying, yeah.
She can call up a 9 or 10 guy right now.
It's hard. Well, and if you want to finish this?
Not really. Now I'm losing my fucking game. Okay, bye. Jesus.
Depth conversation than that. And
I think the incel should be like the word for men. We're allowed to say it to ourselves, but women are never allowed to say that word because when they say it, it has a different meaning. They shouldn't be allowed to do it.
One says anything.
So, today we're going to be doing something really awesome. Today we're going to be doing a Minish Cap Randomizer, which if you don't know, takes every single item in the game and shuffles them around. So every item can be anywhere. On top of that as well, this randomizer has some really cool features, like it's open world, you only have to go to 4 specific dungeons to get the sword upgrades, and it also has some kind of cool cosmetic changes, like as you can see on the title screen right now, I have a blue tunic, and the music is randomized. So, I hope you will enjoy. Let's get right into it. Very nice mood to start the rando, yeah. Okay, we got a rupee, we got a bombs, and we got the flame lantern. Very nice. Okay. 20 rupees. 1 rupee. Yeah, all of these are open from the start. So this is made open world. So all of these annoying... Do you remember how annoying it was to have to get 2 pieces and perfectly match them to unlock everything? Well, in this randomizer, all of them are open from the start. So you don't have to worry about any of it. We got... Ah! We got fire! Okay, there's a lot of item checks up at the top over here. So let's go over here. Okay, there should be a couple of locations here. We got the Carlo Medal. I don't even know what that is. Okay, we got a 50 rupees. Carlo Medal. I don't even know what that is. Okay, we got a 50 rupees. We got the Caster Wilds Swamp
Wait, wouldn't that
Stone.
open up that
That's
door?
Good. That's
that
actually
room?
kind of useful. The yellow ones are not completed for the fusion. That's the only exception to the rule of fusions not being already done. So that's actually very, very useful that we got that, because we do actually need those. And we got a rupee. Well, I hope you guys like rupees, because we're going to be seeing a lot of them. No, come on, bro. I'm at a quarter of a heart. And I don't have a sword. Hearts. 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 Alright, we have a couple of more item locations that we can already check. Let's go over here. Oh, I can't go this way. I don't have bombs, I don't think. We got 1 rupee and it's green. Don't spend it all in one place, Chad. Yo, we got the big wallet. I can carry more rupees now. I'm telling you right now, that might be the most useful item check that we have found so far. Because, trust me when I say, when I do these randomizers, I get a lot of rupees. Like, a lot of them. I'm really starting to dislike this low heart sound effect, by the way. I really want some hearts. Alright, let's get these rupees, or these items. Piece of heart, please tell me they're yes! Pegasus boots! Oh, that is so nice. Oh, that is so nice. The bombs, unfortunately, are not too useful because I don't have bombs. But Pegasus boots is a massive pog. Okay, there's a lot of stuff I can do in the forest. Now, let's go down. 200 rupees? Dude, I told you guys it was going to be useful to get the bigger rupee bag. Let's see if I can go and spend it. There's just nothing pog here. Is there even anything I want to spend my money on? Well, let's head out of here. Whoa, this place is sick. We got the grip ring. Okay, dude, this is a beautiful seed so far. I am loving this seed so far. Pegasus boots, power bracelets, lantern. This is good. Oh, man. This way requires the use of the bombs. I forgot. Yeah, I've gotten plenty of bombs, but I don't have a bomb bag, so it's not really useful. And there's bombs here, too. It's got to be at the top, then. Is it bad that I actually hope that I get more hearts in this rando? Because Minish Cap can actually be quite a punishing game. Wait. I got another rupee bag upgrade? Why? I'm stupid. First sword technique you learned from the Master Swift Blade. Nice, we got the spin attack. I can't wait to use it. Oh, wait.
Now, as a lot of you guys might know, Manscaped has sponsored me this channel for a long time, and they sent out a while ago this perfect package for Pinot with a bunch of amazing products, which includes the Lawnmower for Pinot, which is an amazing trimmer. But some things are not great for a trimmer, and that's where a razor comes into play. So, they just released this brand new product called the Plo 2.0, which is this amazing, beautiful, high-quality, single-blade razor. Now, this is a single-blade, double-edge safety razor, which is a perfect weight with this beautiful brass handle and zinc alloy head, which gives you a perfect precision shaving experience. And you should also definitely check out the Shed Travel Bag, which if you didn't see is something I did use while I was in the United States because it's great to keep all of your Manscaped accessories in one comfortable place. It comes in this really nice leather material, so really do recommend it. So if any of this sounds interesting, you'd definitely be sure to use manscaped.com with promo code LINK7 or the link in the description because that will give you 20% off your first order and free shipping. So what are you waiting for? Do it!
We got the boomerang. Okay, you know what? We take those. That's at least a form of damage. I take it back. It's at least a form of stun. We got the large quiver. Now I can carry more arrows. Yeah. Can't wait to use that. Once again. Oh, wait. Good song. Oh, yeah. Bomb bag. We take those. You can have 10 bombs. Okay, that opens up a lot of item checks, Chad. Dude, we're making a lot of progress here. Piece of heart. Will gladly take those. Give me more of those, please. Do you want to trade for remote bombs? Sure. You got 1 rupee. Nice. Alright, normally I would be stuck here, but now we are a Giga Chad, so I can use remote bombs. We got the Ocarina. Dude, this seed is literally insane right now. I have so many items and I'm only 30 minutes in. All I really would love to see right now is a sword. A sword would be poggers. Alright, let's head over to the castle. There's a few item checks up in the castle. Let's turn small. Oh my god! This snake is just poning me. Dude, snake up, for real. Oh my god. Dude, this is just unfair! What am I supposed to do? Dude, we're back to MW2 when you're spawn trapping me in terminal. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Go, 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 go. No! The debate! Oh my god, I almost died. No, not more snakes. Not more snakes. No. Wait, I'm stupid. There's no items in here. Why did I take all the time to get in here? Why am I learning more fighting techniques? I don't have a sword. Not this again. I'm walking around. Bro. Bro. This snake is just so unfair. Alright, there's an item down here. Holy sh**! There's so many items! And none of them are a sword! Oh, this is the Fusion Rupee Cave. Normally, this cave has 15 rupees. But since it's randomized, instead of being 15 rupees you unlock throughout, you get different things. Rupee, rupee, heart. I do actually want that shield. That's pretty poggers. I do need this, so this is actually pretty nice. We got the Tingle Trophy. Yay! Colin.
Oh.
I knew it was a troll! 2 trolls! I think the only actual useful item we got there was pretty much just the shield. Nice. Ah! There's a downstairs rupees and there's a ton of them, so let's find that. Oh my god, I see a sword. Oh my god, I see a sword. Please don't be a debate. Please don't be a debate. Yes! Okay, finally. Okay, we take those. Nay! Nay! We got the flipper. Dude, what is this seed? How are we so lucky? Piece of heart, 20. Sure. Oh, I love that. 5 hearts. I need that. You got the power bracelets. You're filled with strength, even while tiny. Nice. That actually unlocks a lot of new locations as well, I'm pretty sure. Dude, we are getting so much stuff in this seed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, we are getting spammed with good items. Wait, let's do the cuckoos. Oh, crap. I don't know where the 3 are. Is there anyone on this side? Okay, there's one over here, too. And where's the 3rd cuckoo? Easy clap. Are you for real? 1 rupee. That's even worse than the vanilla game. I got plenty of bombs. I'm ready. Alright, this is pretty much just a game of patience, in my opinion. You got 5 rupees. No, I have not done the well. Dude! What is this seed? I keep getting good shit. Alright, time to dig. No! God damn it! I was about to be excited, but I keep getting fooled. Okay, now I should be able to turn small boy and do it. This better be good. Really? He just says, thank you, I can get out now? You're not even gonna pay me? I got paid in exposure. Alright, let's enter this forest. There's a lot of stuff I can get here. Oh my god. I want it! I want it! I want it! If you can't solve a problem, just ram headlong into it. That's what I'm doing! I gotta be a small boy for it. Oh my god, dude! Please tell me it's not a fake. Please tell me it's the real deal. Let's go! Dude, we have so many items. Look at this. Wee! Wee! Cute doggo. No! I'm on fire. I can't open the chest. I can't open the chest. I'm on fire. Free bear, just taking a climb. Going up to the clouds. Ooh, please don't be fake. Nice. Not nice. Don't mind me, just taking a climb. Ah! I hate ice. I hate ice mechanics. It's evil. Not bad. Alright, there's only a single thing left now in this area, and it's the Minish Flipper's Cave. But I think it's worth going for it, because it has 4 items. Yes! We got a better sword! Let's go! Piece of heart, we take those. No! Thankfully, I'm a strong boy, so I should be able to pick this up. Strong boy! I feel like I can break so many of these puzzles by jumping over them here. Oh my god, is that the Moo Moo Farm key? God damn it! Why is it continuously debating me? Hey, we got fast split. I have no idea what that is, but poggers. More sword attacks that I won't use. We're in the mines! Alright, and now we can warp here. Very nice. Is Cave of Flames a dungeon I'm actually, I have to do at some point? It is. I don't think I can beat it yet, though, because it's orange. I think orange means I can't beat the entire thing, but I can progress in some aspects. I'm gonna be honest, this music really doesn't fit with the dungeon atmosphere. 50 rupees! Ah! Minecraft! I don't have the wand to flip it. I'm not a wizard, Harry. Wait, I can get past this room. I have the jumping thingy. Oh my god. Are you serious? Another troll chest! Alright, I got every single check that I possibly can in this dungeon. I can head out of here. Oh god, not the cat. Cats are evil. Oh god, watch out for the cat. Watch out for the cat. You have to be careful when you're running around. You're awfully tiny, and not all dogs and cats are nice, like me. Oof. Okay, there's something up here in this attic. We got a blue rupee. Wow. No. Piece of heart, okay. Yo, the power of the earth and fire elements haven't been infused into your blade. I got a strong sword. You can start making clones once you have the red sword. Oh, really? That's super nice. Oh, that's why this location got unlocked. Ah! Piece of heart? You know what? That's not too bad. Dogo, I love you. You're super cute, but you gotta move. 1 rupee! Oh, baby. Please tell me that these hearts are real. Why? Why? Hey, at least we got a new cloud thing. We got a roll thing. We got another troll! And we got a rock breaker. Okay, well, at least we got a lot of stuff. These rupee caves are, redonkulous good in these randos. I'm telling you, dude. Also, I think this is the 3rd time I have seen this rod. This better not be a fake rod. I'm not picking up that big golden face, because that's 100% a troll, because I already have it. Please don't tell me that this is the 3rd fake rod. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, only 1 fake item out of all of them? You know what, I'll pick it up. Why not? That was a really nice item check. Also, why does it state that I can't beat the dungeon at the top yet? Oh, maybe I need the blower? Like the suction blow thingy? Maybe that's what I'm missing for that dungeon? I'm not sure. Yeah, the gust jar. That's practically what I said, chat. I don't have bow and arrow, so I can't shoot them in the eye. Are you serious? What is that? This game is literally broken. I'm not bad. That was the game's fault. Blue rupee. 5 rupees. Come on. Wait. Oh, I guess I can hold 999 rupees now? I mean, I guess that could be useful. Hi, kitty, kitty, kitty. Ouch! Hi, kitty, kitty, kitty. Ouch! Boo! Boo! Dude, let's go! Oh, I needed that. Dude, I almost have every item now that I need. We're getting so close to go mode. The only thing I need now is the item that goes... Woo! That's the only item I need. What? 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 Are you serious? Okay, I'm missing a single chest. Pre-lava basement room is what it's called. I'm assuming it's this door. It's this one right here. Oh, I'm so papega. 1 rupee. All right, let's go beat the boss. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I have to be a god gamer here. Flip. He gets damaged. Walk up. Let's go! What item are we going to get? Earth element. No heart container mod check? Oh yeah, 5 bombs. Hey, we still take those. Alright, that's 1 out of 4 dungeons down. Now I need this one, and this one. I surprisingly can't do a lot of things that I thought I could. A lot of these 3 are locked out. Okay, I actually am kind of confused that I'm missing so much stuff. I thought I was almost in go mode. It says I can't even get the small key. The second one. I need the gust jar. Gotcha, okay. Let's go on a hunt for the gust jar then, I guess. Hey, we got the big key! Oh yeah, you're right. This entire dungeon is locked behind this area right here. Oh my god, this is a question mark item? You have got to be shitting me. The main item of the dungeon is a question mark. Whee! What the hell? Why was that place so just jammed with good stuff? Oh, that's because of rupee sanity? Oh, yeah. I'm on fire! My ass is on fire! Oh, no. Oh, no! I can't even do this, can I? Oh, wait, yes, I can. I get it now. Whoa, 5 head. There's a mini boss which you can't kill. Never mind, let's not go down there. 20 rupees. Can I even unfreeze and do the rest of the dungeon right now? Can I even do that? I could kill the boss. Where do I go to get the second major switch on the right up here? Jump across the dark room and go up the stairs. All right. Okay, and then I go up here. All right. That should be it. Wait, why is the light not lit up on the other side? Oh, I guess you're not supposed to do that order. Oh, I think I stun him with the shield, right? Nate! I hate ice. I hate ice mechanics. What? He sucked me up! Nate, Nate, Nate. Let's go! You got the water element. Nice. And a 20 rupee. I'm rich. All right, well, we did it, chat. We got every single item that we possibly could in the dungeon. So let's get out of here. All right, that's 2 out of 4 dungeons done. The bottom left of the map has a lot of item checks, so we can go there. I thought you were more familiar with the game. I have casual knowledge of the game, but like a casual playthrough where you didn't 100% the game years ago, like 2-3 years ago, is not enough to clutch me out here. Yes! Yes! Is that go mode, or am I missing some other super essential items? I think that's go mode, question mark? Oh, I'm missing one sword upgrade. Wait, 2 more sword upgrades? Damn. Magical boomerang. Omega lol, okay. Okay, so pretty much, as long as I find the 2 sword upgrades, I'm go mode. Okay. Alright. Well, chat, you heard it here. Objective, find swords. Big rupee. Aye. No. Come on, give me swords. Give me swords. Sword! That's not a sword. That's still not a sword. Once again, not a sword. Crap. I had the wrong item equipped. That's so unfair. Nay. Is there a right or wrong? I really hope not.
Only 2.
All of that for a 20 rupee. All I feel right now is sad. Time for the boss. Oh man, it's Goma, or the sand boss in SM64, or the boss in Star Fox 64. The music inside of this area does not make me think about a boss fight. Wait, is the music not gonna come back? The music changed once I entered the inside of him, and it changed from an awesome boss fight music to the most calm-ass theme ever. Let's go! I'm assuming that this is gonna be a small key? Question mark? Yeah, that's what I thought. This room looks super sus. Oh, I knew it. I knew this room was sus. I'm so sad. I'm 99% sure I went through the entire dungeon for nothing. I think that's
I'm not
that's
gonna
all
go
the checks.
through all this after this.
Well, Fortress of Winds was a scam. You can suck the ghost up. Oh, like Ghostbusters? Who they gonna call? Ghostbusters! You know, I'm starting to think that at this point, I might as well just almost quote-unquote 100% the seed. If I get all the items I need, I won't. But, like, I'm starting to feel like this is a 100% seed, because I've almost gotten, like, all of the item checks at this point. Moo! Hey, that's the last one. We got a book. Look at the size of that Goron. Yeah, he's a big boy. Please don't tell me I have to do this stupid side quest here to blow away all of these things. No. No, not these. No. Oh, wait, I already have the King Stones. Is there any important item checks up here that I need to think about? Oh my god, there's a ton of them. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 item checks. Well, I think I'm done here. Okay, I want to go to the Grey Blade, which is supposed to be... It looks like it's on the right at, like, that one door, I think? Mirror Shield! That's nice! We take those. Now let's get a sword! Remote bomb. Hey, and now let's take a sword. You know what? That's still not bad. We got a mirror shield and we got remote bombs. We're starting to get items. I didn't even know there was a reflective shield in this game, I'm gonna be honest. My master Stockwell has been coming home far too late to play with me. I'm so lonely. Sad. How many checks do I have left? Very few. Right now I have a dungeon, and then after this check, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have less than 10 locations left in the overworld. I'm most likely, I'm thinking it might be in like the dungeon that I haven't gone to yet. All right, let's get the last areas in the swamp. Oh my god. That's one sword upgrade. I just need one more sword upgrade now, and I'm in go mode. I have to hand in the book first. Oh. He's excited. Sag. I'm assuming the last sword is locked behind one of the new locations behind the other sword, like I guessed. But at this point, I'm so close to checking all the other...
As someone who has iterated. Might be a bit prone to prone.
Other locations that I might as well just finish checking it. Fool! Let's go! Well, I got every bottle. Alright, I only have dungeons left now, Chad. Yo! We're in go mode! Oh my god! I just need to find the Master Sword now. That's it. I just have to find the Master Sword, and we're done. Boss key. I can't talk. As long as I find the boss key, we're done. Manen, are you fall down? Well, this blows. Good one. Get it? Because, like, the wind is blowing.
Grade A comedy there, bud.
Holy shit. Well, I think I have all the small keys. I feel like these enemies would drop something if I kill them. Hey, we got light arrows. That's poggers. That's a nice item. Oh boy, I'm getting scared that I might have to return to the lower floors. Pray to the chat, please, boss key. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Dude, if that wasn't the boss key, I would have had to literally go all the way down through the dungeon again to try and find where it was. Wait, I need another small key? Oh no, you're memeing me, right? So you're telling me that if this next chest doesn't have a small key, I might be screwed? Please, small key. Oh boy. Oh boy, please. How the hell do I enter that room? I drop in from upstairs. Here goes nothing. Is there any more chests on the way to the boss, or is that it? Am I ripped? Oh, small key. There it is. I don't think I need to pick up any other chests here. I think I have everything, right? I think I can just skip everything. I do not remember this boss fight. So I'm a little bit scared. This music really does not feel boss-like to me. This boss doesn't seem too bad. No! Oh. That's okay. Oh, I'm supposed to actually attack that dude, the flying dude. Woo! Easy clap. We did it! We got all 4! And we got a red rupee. Anyways, chat, I think we actually have, like, pretty much everything. I think that's it. I think we can go and, like, beat the final place. Technically, I am missing 1 item in 1 dungeon, but I already checked that item. It's a rupee, so I don't need to care about it. So the only place left now is the very last place. Dark Hyrule Castle. Alright, let's do this. Oh my god, it's a golden sword. It's made out of gold. I'm rich. No, not body. Okay, now everything is evil and stuff. Boss key. Oh my god, I can technically go and beat the boss. I don't know how to get to the boss room though. Dude, screw it. I have what I need. Let's just go. This game has one of the hardest boss fights in all of video game history. You have to fight these 3 knights and then him, and he has like 4 faces or some crazy stuff like that. And he's also a really hard boss in general. I always hated fighting these knights. Alright, here we go. I don't remember how to fight this guy, so I have to remember this again. I don't remember. Can you suck this off? Yeah. It's slightly easier than it was last time because I have everything so OP at this point. Like, I literally have a 100% save file. But it's still bad. Okay, it's from the front. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Come on. Yes! Here we go. I don't remember how to do this boss fight. Oh! 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 One guy has... Oh! 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 Yeah, get that arm up here. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. No arms. How does that feel? A mega lol? Oh god, it's dark. I'm scared. Oh, I see the eye. I see the eye. I see the eye. Come here. You can't beat my speedrunning mashing. Oh, I probably reflect. Oh my god, it's gotta be that I reflect with the thing. Oh yeah! No! That's so unfair. That's so unfair. Ah! Can we all agree that was broken? That was actually broken. Like, that was not my fault. Is that it? Oh my god, I did it. Oh my god, we did it! Let's go! Time. I think that's a new world record. 8 hours, 29 minutes, and 30 seconds. That's gotta be the fastest ever completed Minish Cap randomizer. As long as you never watch another Minish Cap randomizer. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this Minish Cap randomizer. If you did, please feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel down below and leave a comment of your best memories from Minish Cap as well. If you want to find this randomizer, I will link to the Discord of the Minish Cap randomizer in the description of this video, as well as a link to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Link7. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all tons. Later, everybody. Bye-bye.
Well, if socialism is nothing more than being kind to other people, then you might think the answer is yes. But you can be kind to other people and be a capitalist. John D. Rockefeller.
Wait, what? Yo, he's not gonna say the Rockefellers were kind, right? No. Oh my God, my dude. Like, this is the one. This is literally the perfect example of someone who tried desperately to engage in philanthropy to fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Rockefeller probably gave away more money than anyone in human history, and he was certainly a capitalist. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett have given away millions too.
Bro, you could have gone with anybody else, dude. You literally could have gone with anyone else. Why did he go with, like, he went to the fucking core?
To get an accurate answer to our question, we need to define socialism. Socialism is the concentration of power into the hands of government elites to achieve the following purposes: central planning of the economy and the radical redistribution of wealth. Jesus never called for any of that. Nowhere in the New Testament does he advocate for the government to punish the rich or even to use tax money to help the poor.
Oh my fucking God.
So, do we just not look at the actions of Jesus? Like, I'm no fucking theology geek, but I feel like his actions, like, you know, curing the lepers and shit, and you know, feeding the poor, I feel like that's kind of important, right? Like, isn't that basically what the fuck a socialized medicine is advocating for? I'm so confused. Like, how do you make the argument that Jesus, St. Paul killed?
I thought this video was about to
people
go
who
the
lied about
whole
giving away
other
all their
direction. Because it was blatantly
the
obvious
needle
to me
camel,
that he's
rich
a
man
socialist.
heaven shit is the famous
communist.
thing that I think about. Like, a rich man at the gates of heaven has a harder shot than a fucking camel threading through a needle hole or whatever the fuck. What is the take? You guys know better. Just then a man came up to Jesus and asked, "Teacher, what good thing must I do to eternal life?" "Why do you ask me about what is good?" Jesus replied. "There's only one who is good. If you want to enter life, keep the commandments." 18, "Which ones?" he inquired. Jesus replied, "You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not give false testimony, honor your father and your mother, love your neighbor as yourself, and also arbitrage and those who buy PlayStation 5s with bots on the Walmart website are totally a normal and nay a necessary part of supply side economics." That's what Jesus said, which was pretty base, dude. Neoliberal Jesus. He said, those who purchase as many PlayStations as possible through different means, allowing others not to, those are the people who are definitely going to go to heaven, as long as they sell it at a ridiculous price afterwards.
Nor does he promote the ideas of state ownership of businesses or central planning of the economy. In Luke 12, Jesus is confronted by a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. "Master," the man says to Jesus, "tell my brother."
I don't know why these guys are advocating for socialist Jesus, when it's very clear that Jesus Christ literally said to the lepers, "No, you have a pre-existing condition. I can't heal you. You have to pay me." Like, it's just like buying a couch. Healthcare is just like buying a couch. Jesus famously said this. Okay? And he was also an ANCAP. He hated taxes as well.
To divide the inheritance with me. Jesus replies, man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling.
Wait, but that's the conversation revolves around envy and not around fucking, wait, what? That's not about like ending estate taxes, man. Like, what?
Tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me. Jesus replies,
bro, my man saw this and was like, no, this is actually about abolishing the estate tax. That's what's Christian like.
man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling. How about Jesus' parable of the talents? Talents were a form of money in Jesus' day. A man entrusted 3 of his workers with his wealth. The 2 who invested the money and made a profit were praised, and the one who buried his share so he wouldn't lose any of it was reprimanded.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, isn't usury a sin in Christianity too? Wait, what? Am I crazy? I thought it was only not a sin in Judaism. This motherfucker literally is saying that the Bible literally wants you to invest your money. Did he just patch it? Was that a live patch, dude? Oh, this guy's unironically making supply side Jesus arguments. What the fuck?
Sounds a lot more like an endorsement for capitalism than socialism, doesn't it? Yes, Jesus spoke of the difficulty for a rich man to enter heaven, but not because having money is evil. It's not money, rather it is the love of money, the New Testament tells us, that leads to evil. Jesus...
Dude, I've never seen... Yo. Okay. This, like, capitalism and Christianity cannot coexist, okay? It just does not work that way. I mean, it's all interpretation, and you can use religion for whatever fucking personal interpretation that you have for your own personal interest. But this guy is no different than, like, I don't know, some fucking cult leader that's like interpreting the tenets of Christianity to imply that like he can fuck everyone's wife in his cult and also the children too. You know what I mean? Like, this is some Waco shit, dude. Seriously. Like, there's no difference in the way that this guy is interpreting the Bible, like, than fucking Waco. I mean, prosperity gospel is like pretty much the entire thing that he is doing right now, right?
Jesus was warning us not to put acquisition of money and material possessions above our spiritual and moral lives. Was Jesus promoting a socialist model when he kicked the money changers out of the temple in Jerusalem? Again, the answer is no. Note the location where the incident occurred. It was in the holiest of places, God's house. Jesus was not angry at buying or selling in and of themselves. He was angry that these things happened in a house of prayer.
So buying and selling is ungodly, and like tradesmanship of this, like mercantilism of this sort, is not good enough for God's house, but everywhere else actually technically it's really good. Is that what he's fucking saying? Also, churches do this shit nonstop. Bro, usury is a sin. I can't get over this, dude. Usury is a sin in both Christianity and Islam. Okay? It's nuts. Like, money is the root of all evil. The fucking rich man's chances in getting in through the gates of heaven. Like, you can't just retcon all this shit. I mean, you can. He's literally doing it.
He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the orphan. But he clearly means this to be our responsibility, not the government's. Consider Jesus' Good Samaritan story. A traveler comes upon a man at the side of a road. The man had been beaten and robbed and left half dead. What did the traveler, the Good Samaritan, do? He helps the unfortunate man on the spot with his own resources. Ask yourself, to help the poor, would Jesus prefer that you give your money freely to the Salvation Army, for example, or have it taxed by politicians to fund a welfare bureaucracy? Progressives like to point out that Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar."
Okay, dude, I'm losing my mind. Oh, wow. This is really informative. To see how people justify this shit is so funny. Yeah. By the way, welfare, dog. Welfare. Like, you can't use that as a bad word while you're literally talking about a form of Christian welfare, just because the implication is that welfare is bad in your mind and in the opinion of your audience. Is this super typical of how Christian pastors talk about money? Yeah, no shit, because they want to get like a third fucking private jet to fuck kids in, okay? That's why. 2 private jets are not enough to fuck kids in. They need a third one just for kid fucking. That's why they need to preach the prosperity gospel. Welfare bad, corporate welfare good. Jesus said, render unto
Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's.
Wait! That's not Jesus, right? Is Jesus getting progressively whiter and more Aryan throughout this? It's Obi-Wan Kenobi? Yo, Jesus got blue eyes and blonde hair in this? What the fuck?
Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. And
oh no, sorry. This is not. He's saying Jesus
unto
said
God the things that are God's. But that has absolutely nothing to do with high taxes or wealth redistribution. It was the seed for the idea of separating church and state. That are God's. But that has absolutely nothing to do with high taxes or wealth redistribution. It was the seed for the idea of separating church and state. It certainly wasn't the same as saying that whatever Caesar said.
Wait, motherfucker, but you don't even want to separate church and state. Like, we're talking about prager you.
As is his must then be so, no matter how much he demands or what he intends to use it for. So there is no evidence that Jesus was a socialist, and there's lots of evidence that he supported free markets.
There is what?
In addition to the parable of the talents, Jesus offers his parable of the workers in the vineyard. In it, a landowner hires some laborers to pick grapes. Near the end of the day, he realizes he needs more workers to get the job done. To recruit them, he agrees.
Bro, the Bible explicitly says tax collectors are sinners? Wait, what? Really? I mean, it's, first of all, like, lending money is literally a sin. Like, charging interest after lending money to someone is a sin, okay? Like, am I getting this wrong? Like, it is undeniably a sin, both in Islam and in Christianity. That's usury, by the way, for those of you who were wondering. Why are you saying no? It's because Roman tax collectors fucked the poor instead of wealthy Romans that lived in villas and shit. Because tax collectors bought the roll from Roman politicians, whatever they could collect, they could keep. Christians are supposed to forgive all debts every 7 years, only because they exploited the people. Wait, I want to know. In the time of Jesus, tax collectors collected extra and kept the difference.
Agrees to pay a...
Matt 1921, if you want to be perfect, go sell your possessions and give to the poor. If you want to have treasure in heaven, then come, follow me. And you will have treasure in heaven, then come, follow me. Yeah, no, that's they'll say that this is an argument for individual charity.
Full day's wage for just 1 hour of work. When one of the laborers who had worked an entire day complains, the landowner answers, "I'm not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money? That's a testament to the principles of supply and demand, of private property, and of voluntary contracts, not socialism. Jesus never endorsed the forced redistribution of wealth. That idea is rooted in envy, something that he and the 10th of the 10 Commandments railed against.
Like, why isn't he talking about healing the lepers and shit? Like, I don't get it. I mean, this is so bad, dude. This guy wasn't the good guy in the fucking story. Oh, Jesus would have supported Trump. He also would have supported anyone who beat Nameless King. Well, I mean, I know Jesus would never support me, but...
Most importantly, Jesus cared about helping the less fortunate.
There's a part of the Bible where God murks two dudes because they don't want to give their money to the church to use. Look, I'm an Old Testament head, okay? The reason why I'm an Old Testament head is because of the story where the kids make fun of a balding guy. They say, "Baldy, baldy, look how bald you are," and then bears kill those fucking kids, okay? So I'm a fan of that. I'm also a fan of the story of Hunter Biden in the Old Testament where his brother dies, and then Hunter Biden literally has to come inside of his brother's recently widowed wife. So like, these are stories that I think have important lessons in them. The Bible says, "Obey capitalism, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of heart, just like you would obey Christ." A sense of awe came over everyone. Apostles performed many wonders and signs. All the believers were together and had everything in common, selling their possessions and goods they shared with anyone who was in need. The congregation of believers was one in heart and soul. No one claimed that any possessions was his own, but shared everything they owned. It sounds like communism to me.
He never would have approved anything that undermines wealth creation. And the only thing that has ever created wealth and lifted masses of people out of poverty is free market capitalism.
Wait, now Jesus is selling? Oh no, he's not. Abraham is selling.
Out of poverty is free market capitalism. Read the New Testament. The plain meaning of the text is loud and clear. Jesus was not a socialist. He couldn't be. He loved people, not the state.
Socialism is when the state does things. And the more the state does things, the more socialist it is. Jesus never opposed wealth creation, but usury is a sin. First of all, you can create wealth without usury. Like, I think we are so embedded and invested in a capitalist organization, the economy, that like you can't fucking comprehend a world where you literally create wealth on your own labor. Now, it's never completely isolated, no matter what happens. All manner of wealth creation is done as a consequence of collective action. Okay, there's no isolated individuals in a vacuum that become billionaires on their own. At every point of that process, there are people that are working alongside of you, right? But ultimately, socialism stems back to commodity production and the means of production being owned by the workers themselves. Like, it has nothing to do with like the state fucking forcibly redistributing people's wealth at gunpoint or some shit like that.
Lawrence Reed, president.
But irony is, communism is a stateless, moneyless society, and it literally is the Bible. So, yeah, that's why I said Jesus was a communist. Because he was a communist.
The Foundation for Economic Education for Prager University.
I love that it spells fee. Foundation of Economic Education literally is fee. That's so good. Communism is heaven on earth because God is communism in heaven. How does the transition to socialism work without taking property? Genuine question. It doesn't. It's like talking about affirmative action and why it's racist, right? Affirmative action is done along racial boundaries because it is supposed to correct the wrongs of the past wrongs that were done on racial boundaries. And in that same way, expropriation is a similar, it revolves around a similar understanding that private property or land was shut off from everyone else and not considered to be a part of the commons or common good as a consequence of enclosures. So historically speaking, it is considered a wrong to shut people off from what is supposed to be all of ours. And therefore expropriation would be an effort to right the wrongs of the past. Wrongs that were done along those boundaries. I think I did a decent job of describing that. I don't know. And have the slaves over, work them and treat them like family. But they're only good if we get more from them. The whores are your friends. Grab them by their pussies. Donald, 1620. Oh, yeah. Wait, Donkey wasn't trolling? Why, is he doing a... Did Donkey actually do a Among Us video or something? Personal property is not the same as private property, by the way. Merch mock-up. Oh, that's cute as fuck. Christian communism.
Oh, it's happened.
All right, thank you, Amy. Whenever I come to modern day debate, I've done so many of these capitalism versus socialism debate. I'm very interested at what Dr. Burgess has to say to my questions tonight, because in a dozen debates I've done here on that subject, I've never really heard a satisfactory answer by socialists or leftists in general, and even statists as a whole, to the two big problems of socialism. The two big problems that are automatically solved by capitalism. So much so that when we adhered to capitalism, we didn't even have an understanding of these problems. We didn't adhere to capitalism to solve these problems, but capitalism has accidentally solved them, and since then we have not thought of even a theoretical way of managing society that would be equal in quality to what capitalism provides, precisely because of these two families of problems. The first family of problem I want to talk about is the lack of a eugenic system to arrange the forces of nature with the forces of the economic world, so that they are compatible, so that they work towards sustainability, so that they don't drive toward dependence, and so that they don't drive toward unsustainability or draining of a system. So how do eugenic pressures work in a capitalist system, a true capitalist? I'm not talking here about a capitalist system like we have today in America or in Canada. That is not a full capitalist system. There is too much of a social net which keeps people from dying. But in a true capitalist system in which there would be no support for people who cannot sustain themselves, they would end up dying. And this would make any sort of lifestyle that is not sustainable across generations to progressively disappear from society, rather than encumber society with a set of needs that can only pump away energy from society. Of course, the classical examples are social welfare. Of course, if you give social welfare, that's free money. If people on social welfare can reproduce, you end up with a next generation of more people who had the genes that were not eugenically fit to work in the free market, and you end up with a bigger cost for your social welfare. There is no end to this in a socialist system until the complete crash of civilization. And you will only have to count on the managing elite to decide exactly when that happens and exactly just how much poverty do we have to go through before that system stops. In capitalism, the people who gather resources are able to buy land and they're able to raise bigger families than the people who don't have as much resources. And there's no social welfare net that will catch people who are too much at the bottom. Therefore, capitalist societies are eugenically stable, and they in fact improve with time, whereas socialist societies are eugenically unstable. They get worse and they create more dependence up to the point where it's not sustainable anymore. And I would say, don't think of just social welfare as being the problem here. Basically, all sorts of services that the state offers are part of this family of problems. Think about public school. It used to be that there was a strong control of parental influence onto the child, and through tradition, religion, and community, the child would get raised mostly by cultural signals that would encourage the reproductivity of the child, the adherence to a heterosexual lifestyle that was healthy for them and that was allowing them to have babies, and all of the information that a father and a mother can share with children. In a socialist system, we have already seen our public school within a few decades of really forced public school experimentation. We have seen already our system of education converge away from the natural, where some teachers, some librarians in this system, some director of the school want to push these ideas that are anti-reproductive, anti-natalist onto children, and sometimes at great cost to their emotional well-being and to their possibility of reproducing later. That's another way in which the state, as an unnatural entity, comes in and imposes a regime that is unsustainable. Because the more the state pushes for non-reproductive, anti-natalist lifestyles, the more you have people who are simply draining away from heterosexual families. They are occupying a place in society, but they are not giving life back. They are not producing more babies for the next generation. This contingent of society in a capitalist system with no state services can live to the extent that they can gather useful work in the free market, and they can provide a good service to the rest of society. So I'm not saying here that all anti-natalists are barred from a capitalist society. But what's good about the capitalist society is it has a proper rewarding system for these people rather than rewarding everything and assuming that every human being is deserving of a minimal set of entitlements that he can steal from others if he needs to, which is what socialism is. Now, going back, so we've talked about eugenics. That is the big family of problems that relate to the natural relationship with the economic sector. And there's also forms of economic eugenics happening at the corporate level. The fact that corporations can outcompete one another, that is a great thing of capitalism. But a second big family of problems that I would like to see Dr. Burgess solve tonight, because I have great respect for the guy. I've seen a lot of his debates. I think he's a great guy, and I really can't wait to see what he has to tell me tonight. The second family of problem is the problem of allocation of resources. Socialism, being inherently authoritarian, no matter the form of the authority and the distributedness of it, socialism ends up being a centralized system at some level. Some level is making the decisions for the rest of society, even if that level is ultimately a proxy of a democratic vote, for example. But somewhere in a socialist society, and there are different flavors of it, but somewhere power is concentrated. And where power is concentrated, there is a place for failure. Because power means deciding for others what happens to them without paying the consequences. One example of how capitalism handles allocation of resources is how a capitalist can invest in companies by means of production. If that person produces something that people desire a lot and are able to pay for, that person gets rewarded, becomes a millionaire, perhaps a billionaire, and we would want exactly that kind of person who has escalated the wealth scale from 0 to 1 billion. We want this kind of person to be able to decide what happens with society tomorrow. They are better at making decisions on what people will eventually
I am hearing your arguments, and I'm not liking a single one.
The test of success on the capitalist market, which has proven that they had a feature to their decision making that was particularly fit to know what people would eventually want. In socialism, there is a management class, but it hasn't been properly selected for the purpose of being good at deciding where society is headed. So what do you end up with? Well, perhaps your manager on a given day is a good one, but perhaps it's a bad one. And there is no system to exclude the bad ones and keep only the good ones. Pretty much, it is an arbitrary system of power that will lead a manager to acquire power. And when I say manager, I mean at all levels of the corporate world, up to in the equivalent of a CEO. So, in capitalism, the people who have been rewarded have been selected, and they are able to invest money in research and development, for example, where a socialist country would fail. A socialist country would have difficulty assessing what is the next iPhone. Is it worth investing in a potential next iPhone? Of course, they could make good bets on their R&D bets, but they wouldn't have been demonstrated systematically to be good enough to win those bets and to have an accruing amount of capital to make those bets. That is why capitalism beats socialism.
Thank you so very
All right,
much.
the main problem with socialism is logistics and management.
Up to 10 minutes.
All these bosses that you complain about, these CEOs,
all right. Thank you, Amy,
for
and
having
thank you,
all
JF,
the
for
money,
agreeing
they
to
are
this
actually
debate.
being
That was
paid
a
to
fascinating
provide a service.
opening
That service being
covered
management and
a lot
connections with people,
of territory
vendors and sellers.
a lot of things that I'm sure that we're going to get into in the back and forth. I often think that part of the purpose of a debate is to clarify the sort of most fundamental things that you disagree on, right? So Elizabeth Brunig says half the point of the debate is to get the other person to tell you what they really think, which I take as being, among other things, a way of saying that that oftentimes it's very instructive to argue with people who disagree with you on absolutely basic questions of value, because as you go through the disagreement, those value divergences become obvious, and so anybody who agrees with you about the value questions can see where it leads and pull back from it if they don't like it. So, for example, I completely concur with the empirical premise that not having capitalism in its rawest form, having capitalism where some of the roughest edges have been sanded off by labor unions, by a regulatory state, by ordinary working class people having some power, does differ from capitalism in its rawest form, in the sense that desperate people, are less likely to starve to death in the streets. I think that is absolutely empirically true. I think there's a huge burden of proof that has to be discharged that this will lead to even slightly bad consequences, never mind a consequence that would be so bad that it would justify letting that happen. But in any case, I think because you start with that empirical agreement, that we can have the more we could really dig into the more interesting disagreement about, is it good to just let people starve to death in the streets? Is it in fact vastly civilizationally better from any perspective of anything remotely approaching normal human values to not let that happen? As far as a lot of the specific challenges that were raised about arbitrary power, about whether redistribution is stealing, about economic innovation, for example, about iPhones, I'm sure we're going to get into all of those in the open discussion. But right now, I want to pull back a little bit and talk about the basics of my position, because we've heard a little bit about why JF doesn't like socialism, whatever exactly that means to him. But since I'm going to be arguing for socialism, I want to say first what that means to me, and second, why, what the case for it is, right, before we get into the problems. So socialism in the broadest sense means the social ownership of the economic engine of society, what's usually called the means of production, though we can treat that as a useful shorthand for the means of production, distribution, exchange, extraction, transportation, finance, all of that. Under capitalism, which we agree we have a version of right now, not as bad as it could be, but a version of it, that means the means of production are in private hands. Businesses and their assets are, for the most part, not entirely, but the sort of dominant mode within the economy, either owned by individual capitalists or bits and pieces of them are owned by stockholders. Either way, the effect is to divide society into a class of workers who don't own the means of production and a class of owners who live off the work of others. Socialists object to that arrangement for a lot of reasons. I'll get into one in just a moment, but first I just want to note that social ownership can mean a lot of different things. I want to be as specific as possible, and I think when we address JF's challenges, it's going to be good to have started out being specific. So I think the best model, so if you look at, for example, David Schweikart's book, After Capitalism, or the piece that Mike Beggs just wrote in Catalyst about this, is a combination of state ownership and worker ownership. So, for example, a local coffee shop with 10 employees could be reorganized as a cooperative, where everyone who worked there for long enough to be a full member had a democratic vote in running the place, but they'd still be competing in the market with other cooperative coffee shops. But social priorities like healthcare and education should be taken out of the market entirely and planned for the public good. I would argue that we have tons of evidence from really existing models in democratic Western nations that these sectors actually work much better that way. To the extent that you do need things that are sort of gestured at in some of that opening statement, like price signals and firm failure, to make the economic machine work efficiently, you can do that. But in this kind of model, there is a considerably expanded role for the public sector, not just in running social priorities like healthcare and education, but in directing what socialists sometimes call the commanding heights of the economy. Think energy, broadband, and crucially finance, since if you want an economy with a stable dominance by worker and community-owned firms, you want the model for starting new ones to be grants from nationalized banks rather than having to drum up money from wealthy investors. Okay, so that's the model, but why would anybody want it? What's wrong with the arrangement that we have right now? Now, I would say a lot of things. We have people living in real poverty, not starving to death in the streets. We have had that much progress at least, but real poverty and misery in some of the wealthiest societies in the history of the world. We have a psychotic level of economic inequality where the average CEO, for example, makes not tens or dozens, but hundreds of times the salary of the average worker. And we have social despair fueling some things like the opioid epidemic, and we have people living on the streets while other people crisscross the world on private jets. We have a foreign policy influenced less by the preferences of ordinary voters, the preferences of shareholders at Lockheed Martin. I could go on and on. But I want to, just for the last couple of minutes of my opening, go to a slightly more abstract level than that, because I'm sure we're going to be in the weeds of a lot of those issues over the course of the discussion today. But what I want to think about for a moment is, what's the principle that
I
tells
would
us
burn
in
the whole
broadest
world
sense how
to
society
ashes
should
if
be
it means
organized?
saving humanity.
And to
Obviously,
start thinking about that, I would
those
say,
two
well, think
statements
about
are
why
at odds
nearly
with one
everyone
another.
who, is not a sociopath or is not just sort of pretending, trollishly pretending to think things that they don't, finds racial discrimination, for example, deeply objectionable. Or why nearly everyone in 2023, whatever they think of capitalism and socialism, at least agrees that feudalism is a grotesque and unacceptable way to organize a society. Is some people's life chances, the resources that are allocated to them, the amount of power they have over their individual lives and the collective lives that we all live as a society, are different depending on whether they're black or white in the racial discrimination case, whether they're born a lord or a serf in the feudalism case. That's morally indefensible. And similar considerations should apply to different people having different life chances, different levels of ability to experience their full potential, different amounts of power, and so on, depending on whether they're born into a rich family or a poor one. Same principle applies. The fancy name for this idea, this is from the philosopher G.A. Cohen, is luck egalitarianism. And very roughly, this is my way of putting it, but the core of the idea comes from Cohen, is that a set of social institutions are unjust to the extent that they lead to some people having more than others due to factors outside of their control. You don't get to decide whether you're black or white. You don't get to decide whether you're born into a rich family or a poor one. And you could say, hey, some people climb up the ladder of economic mobility due to their own talents, and that's absolutely true.
Because if you're born black,
those
are
talents,
more likely to
even
be
in the cases where it is that and not dumb luck, those talents are themselves unevenly distributed. That's true of cognitive
You're more
talents no
likely
less
to be
than
born
physical
poor
ones.
if you're black.
If I'd done nothing all day, every day from a young age but shoot hoops in the backyard, I would still not have a future in the NBA. And similarly, whether you're good at school, whether you're good at schmoozing and climbing career ladders, all of the things that go into climbing the ladder in a corporate capitalist society are themselves unevenly distributed, and it's fundamentally unjust, all else being equal, for different people to have different levels of ability to fulfill their potential, have different levels of ability to lead a stable and dignified life, all of those things because of factors outside of their control. Now, the fact that societies, I know I'm coming up to the end, but I just want to say this, that societies are more just the more they correct for inequalities, does not mean that the right choice is always to correct for every inequality. Sometimes you might have to allow some degree of inequality, not CEOs making hundreds of times the salary of workers, but some degree of inequality for the sake of providing incentives that you need to keep the economic engine running. And that's fine. You can take that into account. Sometimes you have to balance distributive justice against other important values. But I do think that inequality is linked to factors outside of our control, should be considered guilty until proven innocent. That's why the end of
I
feudalism in
have the
Europe, or the end of Jim
Thundersphere
Crow in
spear.
America, or according to me at least, not JF, the creation of the modern welfare state so poor kids didn't starve to death in the street, were all massive victories for basic justice. And it's also why anyone who looks at the dismal capitalist status quo around us and says, yeah, that's it, this is the best we can possibly do as a species, I don't think is being serious about this.
You have been watching free public content from Give Them an Argument. To access every single episode of the show, the main show on Monday nights, all of the streams, all of the debate breakdowns, all of the patron-exclusive post-games on Monday nights, all of the patron-exclusive bonus episodes every week, and much, much more, go to patreon.com/Ben Burgess. I cannot resist ending this with, "Don't be foolish."
Oh, that doesn't even hit anything.
Alright, so today we are going to be playing Super Mario Sunshine the way Nintendo intended. This episode of the Blair White Project is sponsored by Green Chef. Green Chef is the #1 meal kit for eating well with dinners that work for you, not the other way around. Green Chef has options for every lifestyle: keto, vegan, vegetarian, fast fit, Mediterranean, and gluten-free. Green Chef has been sponsoring this podcast for a while now, and as a result, I've been getting these meals, so I've actually been eating them, and they're amazing. I swear by them. You feel so light and amazing afterwards, and I highly recommend you guys become a customer. So go to greenchef.com/Blair60 and use code Blair60 to get 60% off plus free shipping. And thank you to Green Chef for sponsoring this episode of The Blair White Project. Hey guys, welcome back to The Blair White Project podcast. So today, super exciting podcast. We have a lot of stuff I want to get into, a lot of highly requested topics. We have Jeffree Star sounding kind of based, making some proclamations on pronouns and woke culture that has people, the internet aflame, ablaze. We have some Andrew Tate news.
Gonna make some people mad with my take on the Andrew Tate case. So new evidence has come forth, and we have to talk about it. We have the corporate press finally admitting they got COVID wrong. Really, they should be admitting they lied during the entirety of COVID and after COVID, but it's a start. And reacting to woke TikToks, the normal. Let's get into it. Jeffree Star. Listen, I'm gonna sound annoying even needing to preface this with, like, obviously I have had beef with Jeffree Star. One of my most viewed videos on my main channel is, you know, a tiff I had with Jeffree Star. So to call myself a Jeffree Star fan is like calling me, like, I don't know, something opposite of what I am, because I'm not. I don't like Jeffree Star. However, that doesn't change the truth of what he's saying. That does not make what he's saying incorrect. And honestly, I'm an annoying hoe for even stating that I don't like him before stating this, because I'm much more concerned with truth. I'm much more concerned with who's willing to fight, you know, lies that are being mainstreamed right now than I am who I like and who I don't. So, don't care. Jeffree Star trashes pronoun culture, saying they and them is made up. So, the wokies are after him. Welcome to the club, Jeffree. You also got a pink gun after me. That was interesting. I'm not going to say in the blueprint, but let's just watch the video.
I'm not into all the other bullshit. I think.
What other bullshit?
The they and them.
Yeah.
And all that extra shit that we added during the pandemic, because everyone was so bored on their fucking houses. They just started to make up more shit and more shit.
More stuff?
Yeah. That's where the conservatives like me, because I'm just real.
Yeah, you do have a conservative vibe to you.
You're not they and them. You're trans, you're male, or you're female.
And you're standing on that.
So mad when I say that. How are you a they? What the fuck does that mean? It's stupid is what it is.
Yeah.
But you need someone like me that looks like me to say it. Because if you say it, it turns into you're homophobic, you hate trans people, you hate gays. And it's just how you feel. You don't hate anyone. You just think it's stupid.
So, it is stupid. It is stupid. And I really like what Adam22 tweeted. Shout out to Adam22 of the No Jumper podcast. I was on that podcast recently, and Adam's a friend. He tweeted the clip, and he said, you can support trans people while still supporting this, and that's absolutely true. What the fuck does they, them, z, zer, it in itself, bug and bug self, what does any of that have to do with being trans? Literally nothing. And the fact that we have let people skate by for so long pretending as if that somehow has anything to do with trans is ridiculous. So what Jeffree said, you're either trans, you're male, or you're female, is absolutely true. And why do we know it's true? Because it works in real life. Mostly, right? Like, I can't imagine if I really walked through this life narcissistic enough to ask people to refer to me as an inanimate object, as multiple people, they, them. Like, you're sounding like you have multiple personalities. Really. But guess what there wasn't a problem about when I transitioned from he to she? And it was very simple. And even in the most complicated of ways, even the people who had the most hard time with it, like maybe like my certain parts of my family or whatever, once I actually transitioned, they just got it because there was no way they were going to call me he anymore. It just didn't work. Because that's what a transition is supposed to do. Not to mention being trans is supposed to entail an actual transition. Right? And I've talked about how using these pronouns, they, them, these, or etc., is literally a self-fulfilling prophecy, because they go through this life with this chip on their shoulder, expecting people to speak in a way that isn't natural, that they're not going to speak like. It's just not going to happen, right? And then they get to cry about it and say, everyone's misgendering me. Shut the fuck up. You sound dumb. You sound stupid. Now, a lot of conservatives finally have Jeffree like on their radar, and they're tweeting about Jeffree and stuff like that, and a lot of conservatives are like just being really annoying about it and saying, well, how is he on our side, because he looks like ew. Like, this is why conservatives can never, they don't win, right? Because they are often just as Puritan as the left. The left, if you say one thing wrong, you're axed out, you're excommunicated, your life is ruined, etc. You're kicked out of the club, right? The right in many ways mirrors that, you know, perfection test, which is like, oh, so the problem is that Jeffrey is gender nonconforming and that somehow makes his message contradictory. It doesn't. It really doesn't. And for all the conservatives that want to go around saying, just because you like the color pink doesn't mean you should transition. Cool, well, guess what? This is what it looks like. When a male likes the color pink, when a male dresses a certain way, wears his hair a certain way, and doesn't transition. You can't have it both ways. You can't be telling these kids that transition is not the way, and not, which I agree, kids should not transition, but at the same time, also restricting what they can look like and say that that makes them bad too. Like, you can't have it both ways. Transition is ravaging gender nonconforming kids and forcing gender nonconforming kids into medicalized hell. And at the same time, you have some segments of conservatives still crapping on people because they look different. Yeah, who cares? It's real life. Leave your basement. Some people look a certain way, and you should be applauding him for looking the way he does, but not feeling the need to force pronouns on people. Jeffrey could very easily be one of those people who goes by they and them. And frankly, it would fit more than some of the freaks I see. I see whole women, you know, who look like women, who act like women, who do nothing to be physically perceived as anything but women, talking about I'm he, him, they, them. That makes less sense than if Jeffrey were to say they and them. But he's not, because that's annoying. So, you know, shout out to Jeffree Star. Shout out to him saying what I've been saying for years, and also getting guns colored the same way I've got mine colored for years. Either way,
I'll
my
just
beef
take
is done
that.
with Jeffrey. I don't care. It was years ago. It was 2020. It was a disgusting year. Shout out to you. So, next we have what looks like the corporate press finally admitting that the COVID narrative is BS. Like I said at the top of the show, I would have loved if they would just start coming forward and saying they lied about so many things, because that was what is happening, obviously. Immunity acquired from a COVID infection is as protective as vaccination against severe illness and death, study finds. Wow. So you mean to tell me that thing, those two words, natural immunity, that would get you banned off of every social media platform all of 2020, all of 2021, and part of 2022? You mean to tell me those little words are now being validated by the corporate press? Now that someone pulled the lever and allowed them to release just a little bit of truth? I'm sorry, it's disgusting. I don't applaud any news outlet. Finally, after all these years talking about this is what people who had any common sense knew from the beginning. People like me were saying this from the very beginning. And by the grace of God, I was never banned for saying it, but plenty of people were banned off social media for saying this. People were ridiculed. Like, I think there is so much collective trauma that happened during COVID that people really forget how bad it was. You couldn't even talk about your body's natural immunity during COVID. Do we understand how crazy that is? And how now the overlords at freaking NBC are saying, okay, now you can talk about it, and everyone's supposed to act like it's the first time they've heard of it. We didn't need a study for this. Every study of every other virus for the past few hundred years has validated the concept of natural immunity. Anyone who got it once and then experienced natural immunity, experienced way less severe symptoms because of it, could have told you that. The amount of gaslighting, the amount of manipulation, the amount of lies that were allowed to just infect society during COVID like a virus is actually insane. You have this other article, the New York Times, saying that mask mandates didn't work and how we can learn from that. Wow. At this point, are there any conspiracy theories that were born during COVID that didn't turn out to be completely true? I actually struggle to think of even one. I know I'm on the spot right here. I'm trying to think of even one conspiracy theory, quote unquote, that didn't just end up being true. I mean, I guess maybe some of the crazier ones, but these ones weren't crazy. These were things that doctors were saying. These were things that level-headed people were saying, and they were being censored. The Twitter files, when Elon Musk, you know, took ownership of Twitter and he released the Twitter files, revealed how much collusion there was with the government and big pharma and social media to keep these truths from you. And that's just so disgusting. And the fact that there seems to just be, there's no collective conversation happening about how we stop this from happening again. How do we stop something like COVID, not the virus itself, but the like complete disarray that we allowed our government and our media to put our lives in through that? How do we stop that from happening again? As of now, there's just no conversation happening about that. And there hasn't been. You know, I have this very vivid memory of, it was like the top of the pandemic, like as in the start of it. And I think it was maybe like 2 to 3 weeks into lockdown. And I remember this was when I started really feeling like that depression. I started feeling that like anxiety, not of the virus itself, but of the sense that it was more than the virus, right? I was like, okay, there's something more sinister happening here than just the virus. It seems to be like some foul play, some control that's trying to be taken over my life. And so I drove to the beach with Joey and JC. And I was like, surely, you know, we can't leave our apartment, but we can go to the beach. I literally felt like I had taken a 20-minute drive, not to Malibu, which was the actual beach I went to, but to Cuba. Because I pulled up to the beach of Malibu. There was nothing but cop cars lining the entire beach, keeping people from going into the sand. There were people parked like off in the cut, like in like fields, and they were walking and like trying to just get a decent view of the ocean from hella far away. That was the insanity that was happening during COVID. That was, the government was saying you can't even be outside, you can't even be on the beach. And the fact that people are comfortable with the government taking that much control over your real life is just so sickening. And there's been no repercussions. And as far as we can tell, it'll just happen again. It's insane. I could go on and on and on about COVID. I'm just so thankful that it's over. You know, some people still latch onto that, and some people still hang on to that, and those people are super broken. I mean, I still see people walking around with masks outside. I still see people in the gym with masks. And it's like, I'm not even mad anymore. There was a time where I would see that and I was mad because it represented, you know, control. It represented, like, if I wasn't doing that, it was a problem. I was going to be yelled at. I was going to be assaulted. I was going to be kicked out of somewhere. And now I see that and I just feel bad for them. I feel genuinely sad. Moving on. Andrew Tate, here's the thing. I'm going to make some people mad with my take on Andrew Tate, and that's fine, because that's what I've done for the 7 years that I've been doing social media. I make people mad. And I get it. And you can be mad. And if I'm wrong in this video, and time tells me that I'm wrong, and it eventually comes out that Andrew Tate is guilty as a whore in church, then guess what? I'll be eating crow, not literally. Hold me to that, and you will be disappointed, because I will not eat crow. However, recent headline, Andrew Tate has detention extended for a 3rd time. So there's multiple layers to this. First of all, he's in Romania.
Alright, it's camouflaging, which means
being held in prison there.
Gonna see me no matter how
stuff. You can hold people without any charges, which is absolutely insane. I mean, it is definitely a third world country. It's definitely a corrupt country, and the way they do ish over there is just definitely. I'm glad it's here, right? But they're allowed to have this investigation while holding him with no charges, and that's very important to remember while you're listening to me and you just want to get so mad at me, is there are no charges. Imagine being in America held in prison with no charges. It doesn't happen. Even for the worst of the worst, you could be caught like on camera doing something illegal, and unless those charges are filed, you cannot be held in prison. And that's the way it should work, right? So I was really thinking he was going to get out, but I guess I'm wrong. Here's the thing. There is a lot of new evidence coming forth about Andrew Tate, and just pointing to the idea that I would want you guys to sort of at least try to wrap your mind around, at least try to hear me out here, that he might not be guilty and he might be being framed, right? And again, if something else comes out, something else comes out, and only time will tell. I'm only here guessing as much as everyone else and looking at the evidence as much as everyone else. However, there were some leaked texts from alleged victims of Andrew Tate that came out that basically revealed that they were framing him, that they were actresses, and they were, you know, taking him down. And I'm going to read those. But first, here's a clip of one alleged victim who had her house raided by the Romanian authorities and they were trying to force her to make an accusation against Tate. And I mean, that's just crazy.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to share my thoughts about Tate brothers with you. I know them well and for a long time, and they helped me and many Ukrainian refugees. They are really nice guys, and it's really sad to see them still in
That'll
this
shoot.
prison
All right.
after what happened.
I'm to die.
I'm going to share with you what happened with me. At 6 a.m., 10 people raided my house. They took all my devices and phone. I think that you can imagine how much I was scared. They are purposefully trying to pressure me to make them guilty. I can say that the court is trying to manipulate the girls, saying only what is beneficial to them. After what happened, I came to conclusion that due to lack of evidence, they are trying to extract any information against them, using quite serious methods of manipulation. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
So, the idea that an alleged victim's house would be raided, I mean, that's kind of insane. Like, you're a victim of something and your house gets raided? How was that a thing? I thought the perpetrators of crimes had their houses raided, but again, it's Romania. And there is the part that you have to acknowledge here, which is that you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Andrew Tate has talked very openly about how he prefers to be in Romania because of the corruption and because of the types of things that get away with there and get away with in the US. I assume meaning like tax stuff.
Finally.
And so you want to live in a corrupt country and take advantages of the ways in which that might advantage you. This is the other side of that, right? So that part is actually, you know, in a lot of ways it's fault. However, you have other victims who came forward and said, we are in fact not actually victims. And the judge basically said, actually you are, you've just been brainwashed. So believe all women thrown out the window, clearly. You know, unless they're not victims, you don't, like, what, how does that make sense? You know, in my opinion, from everything I've seen so far, and again, I'm just a citizen here in America looking at this stuff go down. I'm only privy to the evidence and information that everyone else says. The only things that we know for sure there are no charges, and that multiple victims have come forward and actually said, I am not a victim, stop calling me a victim. And then you have these texts that were leaked from these alleged victims. This is just absolutely insane. One of them says, we are so good though. We need an effing Oscar. Let's go. Let's go. Play it cool and change my name so it will not start with a so they will not really think we are against them, you know, play the victim. I mean, we are, but yeah, act like we still love them and stuff. How does that? They're clearly putting on an act. I'm just here observing this case, right? I'm observing victims come forward.
That was really easy.
Saying I'm not a victim. The judge saying yes, you are. I'm seeing other alleged victims texts showing that they are literally admitting to acting and lying. You have another girl whose house was raided. And yeah, the fact that he's been held there for months and
really
months with no charges shows that they don't have the evidence that they're claiming to have. Right? And there's this really stupid thing that happens in social media whenever someone's like accused of a crime or accused of something, whatever. It's that if you like the person, they're innocent no matter what. If you don't like the person, they're guilty no matter what. And what I see is a lot of especially woke people that, you know, it's almost like the facts of the, not even almost like it is, the facts of the case don't matter at all. None of the things I just mentioned matter at all. What matters is just that he's a misogynist. It's just that he's sexist. It's just that he says things that they don't like. And I'm sorry. If you believe that's evidence of human trafficking, if you believe that's evidence of crime, you should be exempt from ever participating on jury duty. Because that's a joke. right? It's just like, I don't want to get caught up in the politics of this. I don't want to get caught up on this side likes Tate and this side is more like based and right wing, so clearly he's, you know, innocent. I don't want to get caught up on the woke shit. This guy's a misogynist, so he's guilty. And none of that is the case. What I'm looking at is just this evidence. And it looks to me, so far, as of February 22nd, that in my opinion, he's being framed. At least partially, right? Because if there's evidence I'm not privy to, there's evidence I'm not privy to. But from what I've seen here, people are lying on him and his brother, because his brother is also in prison, keep in mind. So we'll see how that develops. I'm completely willing to change my position if new facts and new evidence comes to light. But so far, I'm seeing a whole lot more evidence leading to believe he's being framed than the other way around. And that's demented. So, this episode of the Blair White Project is sponsored by Green Chef. Green Chef is the #1 meal kit for eating well with dinners that work for you, not the other way around. Green Chef has options for every lifestyle: keto, vegan, vegetarian, fast and fit, Mediterranean, and gluten-free. As the only keto meal kit, Green Chef makes sticking to a carb-conscious lifestyle easy. They also expanded their menu, and you can now choose from 30 plus recipes weekly with the option to mix and match meals from different dietary preferences in the same box without changing your plan. Make time for exciting new goals this spring with their convenient and nutritious recipes. Try fast and fit recipes for under 750 calories and ready in less than 25 minutes. Plus, cut down on meal prep with pre-portioned and peppered ingredients, including pre-measured sauces, spices, and dressings. Green Chef is also the only meal kit that is both carbon and plastic offset. They offset 100% of their carbon footprint as well as 100% of the plastic in every single box. With Green Chef, you're reducing your food waste by up to 38% versus grocery shopping. I personally highly recommend Green Chef. They've been sponsoring the podcast for a while now, and as a result, they've been sending me these meal boxes, and I am so thankful because I've been feeling great. I've been losing weight, genuinely, and I feel so light afterwards. You never eat it and you feel heavy. You always feel great afterwards, and they're also healthy. So I highly recommend you guys go become customers because I am a happy customer at this point.
Yes, which is why I tend towards anarcho-communist. Which very explicitly, being anarchist, states that there should be no centralized control.
Alright, here's my favorite segment, and you guys' favorite segment. Reacting to woke TikToks. So, this is a really funny one. It's titled, "This is what leftism does to you." I used to look like you, but just like a mess. No, that's not me. No, that's not me. Wow. So for audio listeners, this was a gorgeous young girl, like literally could have been like a Vogue model. And
no.
She turned into a monster. I mean, she turned into a very ugly human being. Like, shaved her head and disgusting makeup and, like, just ruined her appearance. I mean, holy crap. But that's right. I mean, wokeness, leftism really does make you ugly from the inside and out. It's from within you when you adhere to this ideology. And part of the ideology also is being ugly. Do you ever see any hot woke people? I don't. I genuinely haven't seen it. Sam Smith is a really good example of this. So Sam Smith used to be normal, attractive, like doing his thing, and now he's doing like fake piss orgies in music videos, fat, gross, and coming from, you know, living in LA and being around these types of people for as many years as I was, I can absolutely say that part of their ideology is calling fatness and ugliness beautiful when they know it's not, and the person knows it's not, and you know it's not, and everyone knows it's not. It's like part of their aesthetic is just being as unattractive and physically repulsive as possible. The good thing is, hopefully this young girl is not on any cross-sex hormones, and she can just grow her hair back out and just return to normalcy, and like, if someone loves her, they can break her phone and keep her off the internet. You know, it's like, that's really sad.
Hey, white ladies, denying racism in your own self is violence. You hurt the entire cause. by denying that you ever had a racist thought. I don't think that way. I wasn't raised that way. That's not how I feel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't have to wear a hood and you don't have to tote around a fucking Confederate flag to know that there is shit inside of your brain that you need to fix, or else you're still just perpetuating the problems of society. I get called a white savior because I can admit the shit that I do. Meanwhile, there's women running around thinking that they've never, ever done anything in their life that could possibly even teeter on the edge of racism. Good luck with that delusion. I hope someday
Repent for your
that's not the
sins.
case, and you can put aside your white fragility and your angelic behavior and realize that you still have work to do. And until the day you die, you're gonna have work to do. And unpacking your own bullshit, not just stitching other people, not just duetting with other creators and calling them out. It's in here too. It's in here too, girls. So put away your halo. Start playing catch with your demons. It's the only way we're gonna dispel them. Okay?
First of all, your voice is repulsive, sis. It's grating. It's disgusting. And I don't know how anyone would ever be attracted to anything you're saying while it's coming from that disgusting tone of voice. Second of all, like, I can't think of a more unattractive ideology. You'll have work to do for the rest of your life, so no one will ever be cured of racism. Why even try then? If white people are just going to be working on racism for the rest of their lives, what exactly is the point of putting any work in? These people are literally the worst of the worst. These people project their own feelings onto others. I'm sorry that you're so racist, Sarah, Michelle, but not everyone is, and you don't get to put that on other people. Keep it to yourself. Say what you are. Say I'm racist. Don't say Blair White is racist. Don't say this person should. Don't speak for yourself. And the idea that every single person of a particular race is racist, that's an incredibly racist statement. So every person of this particular skin color you believe has a particular mindset sounds pretty racist. Sounds exactly like the people who think that every trans person is liberal, every gay person is liberal, every black person has this trait, every Asian person has that trait. There's this thing called individualism. There's this thing called having your own brain. And not everyone was raised the same way as you, Mackenzie. Maybe your parents raised you to be racist and you're spending your life rebelling against them, and that's a worthy cause to rebel against, but you need to cool it, because not everyone was raised that way. I'm white and I was absolutely not raised to be racist. I never had even an ounce of racism injected in me. I grew up in California. I grew up in California in the 90s and early 2000s when race relations were really at their peak. And this concept of hating people for their race was not something I ever even really learned about until later on. So, get it. And you know what's crazy? I've lived in an area and in a public school where you would think it would be actually racist. I grew up in like the only red part of California. Not the only, but one of the only red. And it was the deepest red, right?
Dang,
I was
great place
surrounded
for
by
hardy
rednecks.
radishes.
There was like 2 black kids in my school. One of them was adopted, and the other one wasn't. But you would think in a school full of white rednecks, in a deep red area where there's only 2 black kids, you would think those kids like went through it, and that's just not the case. So, I don't know what you grew up like. I don't know what your family raised you to be like, but not everyone's racist, and it's really racist to say that. Seek help.
Oh boy. White cis women, we need to talk. Take a deep breath. And let's talk. Some of you just now reacted to me saying cis. That defensiveness comes from white supremacy culture. It's okay to be all up in your feelings like that, but it's not okay to use your feelings as an excuse to harm others. We need to pause, allow ourselves to feel our feelings, and process through why those were the feelings that we had. Then you can address the underlying thought that caused that feeling. Only when we have thoroughly processed our feelings and the underlying thoughts will we be in a position to respond appropriately.
I like how these people are the same people who say that misgendering is violent.
Okay. Yeah, you better give me proper payment.
That's right. You know, they walk around expecting people to call them they, them, and Zizar, and etc. But they can't fathom. They cannot comprehend the concept of someone not liking the word cis. So don't mislabel them. That's violence. You'll lose your job. You'll get banned. You'll get canceled. But how dare you reject any label they give you? Right? You have to relate to and take on the word cis. Or what? You'll get scolded by Suzanne here? I don't know. There are worse things to be feared than scolded by Suzanne here. And that's also like, I feel like we're turning a corner on wokeness in the sense of like, I do feel as though people are getting sick of it. I do feel as though in 2023, more people are kind of seeing how just absolutely insane it is. And I hope it inspires people that, you know, really take a look at your, you know, enemies here in terms of like these woke people who are running the institutions and, you know, threatening to fire you. Do they look like formidable foes? They don't look like that to me. They look like clowns. Don't let clowns scare you or run you away from speaking the truth, speaking your opinion. Because Kristen here doesn't have shit. Kristen here has spent her entire life rebelling against her father for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe he was genuinely a bad guy. But she's taken that energy and is now trying to micromanage and control other people. She's also childless. I'd bet you any amount of money she has no child. Because this is a very typical, like, biological female, like, mid-40s thing when they realize that they don't have kids, they've never had kids. They tend to mother other people. That's why they get hired in positions at HR. That's why they, you know, they're like the worst in work environments because they're trying to mother everyone else or taking that instinct out on other people. That's what this woman is doing.
Mother of monsters.
I don't like using the word sex. I really don't. I feel like it's not... Above all else, it's just not necessary. Like, I'm cool with saying biological woman, biological man, whatever. Like, and again, it's just that concept of like, how dare you get offended that someone's, you know, putting labels on you, but you force labels on other people. It makes no sense. Mackenzie. My God.
Alright, we have to talk about this right-wing idea of parents' rights. It's literally just fascism. As far as I can tell, parents' rights means allowing parents to control their kids, even in ways that are harmful to their kids. Obviously, as an educator, I believe strongly in the importance of parents and families and other primary caregivers instilling morals and discipline and principles in their kids. I see educators' role as partnering with parents and other caregivers to form a collaborative support network for every child. However, some parents and caregivers unfortunately do not support their kids the way they should. That's part of why the public school system works with social services to make sure kids are taken care of. It's why schools work to connect parents with resources to help them learn how to support their children if and when they need the help. The fact of the matter is, parents and caregivers who reject their children's gender identities are not taking care of their children. Kids whose families refuse to affirm their child's true gender identity are at greatly increased risk of suicide attempts, self-harm, substance abuse, homelessness, low academic performance, and other serious mental health issues. Conservatives who claim that their real concern is parents' rights are just trying to use a family-friendly excuse for wanting trans people to not exist.
You sound stupid, baby girl. First of all, the rainbow glasses killed me. These people are literally just carbon copies of each other. How many people have you reacted to on this channel so far this year that have rainbow glasses? Get an identity outside of LGBT. You know there's more to life than that? You know there's more to life than wearing the fact that you're a lesbian or you're gay or you're trans on your sleeve like that? Rainbow glasses, and they're ugly glasses. They're misshapen. Kind of like your head. You look like an ant. Oh, Blair's being too mean. This girl's trying to transition kids, and you're focusing on Blair being too mean. Maybe I am being too mean. Maybe I'm a bitch. But can we just focus on that after we focus on the ones that are trying to transition kids behind their parents' back? The idea that parental rights is a right-wing value is disgusting. Fascism, she says. It's almost like, first of all, how do these people keep getting hired? I read a statistic that like it's something like 99% of public school teachers identify as liberal. 99. This is why I always say, I'm not a parent, so far be it from me to tell you how to parent, whatever. But if I had kids, if and when I have kids, they will not be in a public school system. I would be damned if I ever had a child in the public school system. I think the statistic is even in like a private school, it's like 60% are liberal of teachers. So at least there's some balance here. And you know what? In a world where liberal meant what it used to mean, it wouldn't even be that bad if 99% of teachers were liberal. But the liberal ones now are the ones that are like, no, we're going to transition your kids behind your back. We're going to give them new names and we're going to get them on hormones and you can't do shit about it because you're a fascist. Disgusting. This woman is an actual monster. And again, her entire identity is rebelling against her father. I don't care who's mad about it. You want to tell me this person sitting up here in this slouchy beanie with the rainbow glasses, calling parents fascists, has a good relationship with her parents? This woman is so demented that she thinks parents having a vested interest in the development of their children is a fascist idea, is a conservative idea, is a right-wing idea. That's just a good parent idea, baby girl. I'm sorry you didn't have them. But you are not these kids' parents. You're not. You do not have more control over what they believe, what they end up being, and who they are than their parents. But this is the communist playbook, though. Like, once you understand that their entire ideology is based around children belonging to the community, not to their parents, it makes sense. They don't believe anyone belongs to themselves or to their family. They believe they belong to the community. They believe in a collective. I don't believe in a fucking collective. And if I have a kid someday, that kid is going to be, first of all, a badass. A hyper individual. And is not going to be misled by some ant-looking hoe wearing rainbow glasses. Blair's being too mean. She's abusing kids. And I'm too mean. Let's not. Let's not. I see a lot of people, going after Matt Walsh, saying that he's being too mean and, he's too cruel and all this stuff. And Matt Walsh is an asshole. Like, I genuinely think Matt Walsh is an asshole. But forgive me if I'm going to focus on the ones transitioning kids before I focus on how mean or not mean Matt Walsh is. Matt Walsh is a dick. I believe that. But the idea that that's supposed to take priority over the ones who are trying to sterilize children, I'm just not going to do that. Sorry. You are not going to catch me tweeting about Matt Walsh being rude before you catch me tweeting about this ant-looking hoe in rainbow glasses trying to put kids on puberty blockers. It's called priorities. I can't. People like this are just disgusting. Oh, here's another one. Oh my god.
Men fear me. Not all men, of course, but I'll go into a restaurant and women will be like, I love your shoes, you know, very much good vibes. And men will be like, what? Did someone walk in? I'm not looking. I'm not gay, you know? And they'll just have this implosion. And this, I think, is why the world, which is still sadly largely run by men, wants to destroy trans people. It's because of our power.
My god. Jeffrey Marsh kills me. At this point, there's going to be a Jeffrey Marsh TikTok in every single TikTok reaction segment of this video. First of all, there was a time where it was very well understood, even within the trans community, back when the trans community was made up of actual trans people, that this was a cross-dresser. That this was a man with a fetish. That this was someone who wished with everything in them that they were trans, but they know that they're not. Everyone else knows they're not. So, Jeffrey Marsh, with the lipstick and the pink dress and the hairy chest and just looking disgusting. Blair's being too mean. He's abusing kids. Do we need to roll back the clips of him saying, I'm here to talk to the kids and come talk to me in private? He's abusing kids. But Blair's too mean.
Ma.
Please, Jeffrey Marsh. This is my message to Jeffrey Marsh. I'm going to do it even in his ASMR voice. I'm going to really enunciate it so he hears every vowel. Shut the fuck up. You are not trans. Never in your dizziest daydreams will you be trans. You're a man. Likely an abusive man. The women in that restaurant who you walk in and they say, oh my god, I love your shoes. They're laughing at you. They're going home with their husbands and they're laughing at the ugly man who walked in with the pink sparkle heels. They think you're a joke. They do not see you as trans. They do not validate you as trans. You're a man wearing heels. If you were actually trans, you would have walked in there and no one would have known. I walk into Denny's. I walk into whatever restaurant. I go to the gym. No one starts giggling about my shoes because I transitioned and they just think I'm a girl. You're not trans. You're not a woman. You're not a trans woman. But you have all the confidence in the world to speak up on people like my behalf. And it's disgusting. It's not needed. If you need, maybe the problem is no one's ever just told you to shut the fuck up from within the trans community. So that's what I'm telling you right now. Please shut the fuck up. You're not trans. Even if you're non-binary. Non-binary is not trans, baby girl. Baby boy. Jeffrey. Hang it up. Hang it up like those tacky Ross clothes that you got on clearance that are hanging in your closet. Hang it up. It's not cute. I'm in a mood today. I can't. Alright, oh my god, it just doesn't stop. Rejecting the use of Latinx is transphobic, apparently. News to me. This is a disgusting article out of where, of course, the San Francisco Chronicle. Where else would this come out of, by the way? I mean, first of all, have you ever met a Latino, a Mexican, a Spanish person, anyone who goes by the phrase Latinx who supports that? Because as far as I can see, again, the same people who think misgendering, applying inappropriate labels, calling people things they don't want to be called is an act of violence, but they have no problem telling Latino people they have to be referred to as Latinx. Right? And I'll let my Latino side out to fucking defend this. Also, it's very... discussing how they have no problem erasing Spanish culture either, because like if you know anything about the Spanish language, for which I don't even speak Spanish and I know this, everything is gender, right? Like even this table, like they refer to it as having a gender. Like that's the structure of the language. Everything's male and female. So the idea that Latin X is the appropriate term that they should be using, fuck you. Colonizer. They want to call everyone colonizers. Colonizer. Look at you busting your way into Latino people's lives, trying to say what words they should and shouldn't describe themselves as. Disgusting. And of course, it will come out of the San Francisco Chronicle. Can I tell you, I sincerely hope that San Francisco is, healed by now. I went to San Francisco in February of 2020, so right before the panini, right? Right before every major city went to hell and back and then some. And I had not been to San Francisco for years. Like, I think it had been like a few years. Aside from maybe driving through, like maybe once going somewhere else. And I had gone to San Francisco for like every summer in my childhood. It was something my parents liked doing. I grew up in Northern California, so San Francisco was like the LA of Northern California. It was the closest like big city. Minus Sacramento, but Sacramento is kind of gross, no shade. So, shout out to the Bay Area. I'm conflicted about the Bay Area because I grew up there, but it's like, it just went to hell during the pandemic. But anyways, February of 2020, I went there, and I did not know how bad it was. I legitimately walked by nothing but, I was in a nice area too, by the way. I was staying in a very expensive hotel. And one street over, literal human fecal matter lining the sidewalks. Needles. Homeless people. And the homeless people in San Francisco are different than the homeless people in LA, New York. Even like there's a few in Austin. It's really not that bad in Austin, but there are some in Austin. The ones in San Francisco touch you. Like the ones in San Fran will literally reach out and put their hands on you. They're much more aggressive. And it's not even like to assault you. It's just like they're willing to touch you. And keep in mind, this is before the pandemic. So, God only knows what it became. I hope it's like on the up and up now. But like, wow. But again, of course, this type of stupid article would come out of San Francisco. The doctors failed me, writes someone in the Daily Mail. Detransitioned woman who had her breasts and uterus removed when she thought she was a man during a mental health crisis sues 8 healthcare workers who helped her change. A detransitioned woman who underwent surgery to remove her breast and uterus is suing. Michelle Zakinga, 34, has filed a lawsuit against the 8 doctors and mental health professionals who prescribed her testosterone treatments and gave her a bilateral mastectomy and a hysterectomy during what she says was a mental health crisis. Over a 10-year period, she went from seeing a therapist to being referred to hormone therapy by doctors who she had limited interaction with, including one she says she spoke to for less than an hour, to undergoing irreversible surgery and deciding mental health diagnosis better explain her condition than anything else in 2020. So this is what I mean. So leftists will argue that there's all these safeguards and that detransitioners are just lying because there's so many things in place to keep people from regretting. No. And by the way, did I or did I not say in the last podcast that 2023 was going to be the year of lawsuits in terms of detransitioners? And you're seeing that start to play out because it is egregious. The amount of people that I see on my timeline every single day that are clearly going through something other than being trans that are being placed through that pipeline because of money. Because it lines the doctor's pockets. And again, first-hand knowledge here that there really are no safeguards in terms of transitioning. And this was for me, I transitioned 7 years ago. Was it 7 or 8 years ago? No, bitch, it was like 8 years ago. Maybe even 3. I'm so old, oh my god. I can't wait to turn 30, by the way. Like, everyone I know in their 30s and their 40s says that life gets way better in their 30s, and I'm here for it. I'm at that weird, awkward, like, 29, and I'm like, I'm ready to just get rid of the 2. I'm ready to just be like, I'm 30 and dirty, bitch. Hello. Anyways, first-hand experience here. I walked into a doctor's office, said I was trans, and 20 minutes later got a prescription for estrogen. like take off waiting room time and everything, probably. I mean, it was extremely fast. I didn't have blood work drawn. There's nothing. And this was, again, 8 years ago, when there were way more safeguards, right? And this was in California. So it's a complete myth that there's all these safeguards in place to protect people, and you see that with all these people slipping through the cracks, right? We react to them every day on this channel, on my podcast channel. So as much as I can say that, like, wokeness in general, there seems to be, a tide turning right now, I don't really see the same tide turning with the trans stuff and getting back to a place of, like, actual care for actual trans people, rather than just this money-making machine that we're transitioning anyone and everyone. But we'll see. I know the lawsuits are coming, and that's step one. That's step one, is the lawsuit. Once these doctors actually start feeling the pain of this, that's when we're going to start to see change. So it's all about the money, honey. Oh my god. Truly normal, rational behavior by another J.K. Rowling hater. Author who signed New York Times trans letter tweets death threat to J.K. Rowling, threatening to slit her throat. Disgusting. And you can see the insanity in her eyes. You can see the ugliness from within her. It's like a demon. This person is a demon. I will say this, though. I don't love for J.K. Rowling that she gets these death threats, but in a way, I do love that these people are so willing to reveal who they really are, to show who they really are, to show that ugliness, that demon within them. Because this is how they lose. Unfortunately, they do have to show their hand to lose. People have to see how absolutely insane they are, how it's not actually about protecting trans people at all. It's this weird narcissism, it's this weird violence against women, it's this disgusting movement they've created that has actually nothing to do with trans people. So, shout out to J.K. Rowling. There was recently a podcast that she did with Megan Phelps that I highly suggest you guys go listen to. It's called The Witch Trials, or The Witch Hunt of J.K. Rowling. And if you don't know who Megan Phelps is, you should know. Megan Phelps left the Westboro Baptist Church. I grew up watching Megan Phelps on TV on, like, the Tyra show, talking about God hates fags. And she left the cult. She left it. And now she does great work talking about how to de-radicalize people, how to leave cults. I think she's amazing. In fact, I would love to have her on the podcast. I don't do guests anymore, but I would love to have her on the podcast. Megan, come on. But anyway, she did a podcast with JK that I highly suggest you guys go watch. So do that. The dangerous rise of men who won't date woke women. This article. Why would they? Can you give me one good reason why anyone would want to date anyone of any gender, first of all, that's woke? I feel like dating a woke woman is asking to have a false rape accusation launched against you. That's the type of people they are. And I'm going to let y'all in on a little something. And I love talking about this kind of a thing because I feel like I'm going over some people's heads here, and people just aren't ready for this conversation on either side. So what I'm going to say here is actually going to upset right-wingers and left-wingers, and I'm here for it. I love when I can do that. But I have some really unique insight into, I feel, the dating world, male-female relations, being a trans woman, but not just a trans woman, but a trans woman who actually passes and actually lives my life in my real life. Being perceived as a woman. And being someone who gets a lot of people sliding in my DMs. So first of all, I have some unique insight into how some men feel about women these days, like woke women, etc. A lot of men who slide in my DMs, we're talking a lot of them, include in their message that they are attracted to me because of how unattractive they are to the modern, like, woke woman that they are encountering on dating apps. How there's this, rejection of, like, women being feminine lately. This is their words. I'm getting this vibe that just, like, hundreds, if not thousands, in my DMs and emails, okay? So I'm just repeating what they're saying. It's not to say that I am more womanly than women. I am absolutely not. I'm a whole biological male. Any woman is more womanly than me. But there are a lot of women who have this, like, rejection of, like, traditional femininity now, that I think a lot of men are turned off by, and that comes from woke ideology. And so a lot of them are so turned off by it, they're literally willing to try a trans woman and seek out a trans woman because a trans woman who actually passes can at least emulate this femininity that women are rejecting themselves now. This is what I've heard by the hundreds of thousands. Not hundreds of thousands, hundreds if not thousands. So again, that could all be BS, but I don't like to call things BS when they appear in that magnitude in my DMs. I just like, oh, it must be true. If I had 100 people DMing me right now talking about, you know, there's an alien invasion in Toronto, and these people are all from Toronto, I might take that seriously. I'd be like, oh, there must be like literally like UFO activity in Toronto. How could all these people be lying? You know, there's this glorification. You know, I did a video reacting to woke dating apps where it's like all the women were glorifying being fat and glorifying like hating men. And it's like, yeah, wokeness makes women hate men. It makes them reject being naturally feminine. It makes them reject natural gender roles that men want and that women truly do want, but a lot of women convince themselves they don't want. And this is where the manosphere comes into play and why I love watching like all these manosphere videos and creators, because even though a lot of them are idiots and a lot of them are single despite preaching how to be in a good relationship and how to attract men and women, a lot of them do have some nuggets of truth in the sense of like the rejection of traditional gender roles has really like ravaged women's happiness. Fashion designer alleges Sam Brinton stole her luggage in 2018 and has pics of him in the gowns to back it up. How is this real life? So if you don't remember, Sam Brinton was in the Biden administration. Oh my God, this story is just insane. So he was in the Biden administration and all these disgusting pictures of him started being, you know, leaked out, like him doing like weird puppy play fetish stuff. But the weirdest thing was that he got caught on camera in airports stealing women's luggage like multiple times. And even went back after he was caught. Right? He was fired, rightfully so. That was actually kind of shocking. I didn't think Biden was even gonna fire him. But this woman came forth with a tweet saying, "Hi, my name is Ashai Kimson, a fashion designer based in Houston, Texas. I lost my bag in 2018 in DCA. Recently, I heard the news on Fox News about Sam Brinton's luggage scandal. Surprisingly, I found his image wearing my custom-made outfit, which was the lost bag in 2018. So she's wearing the dress in the picture. And he's wearing it. You gotta be so demented. First of all, to do illegal stuff in an airport is on such a higher level of doing illegal stuff just in a regular place. Like, stealing something from an airport is so much more crazy than stealing something from any store. Because the consequences are so much more severe. But also, you can't roll up to Walmart and buy some clothes? You were working for Biden. No, you weren't poor. You gotta steal the luggage? Absolutely insane. I mean, I actually have like a small level of empathy for Sam Brinton because I think that level of crazy is just like you're really suffering internally. But also, like, this is like the what the fuck story of the day. So listen. That is all I have for you today. I love you. Please make sure you subscribe to the podcast channel as well as my main channel. I just did a video on how TikTok is convincing teenagers they are trans and mentally ill. I think it's a really great small docu-short that I highly suggest you go watch. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram, and please rate this show on Spotify. It helps me out so much, and we are really climbing in the ratings. So if you're an audio listener, please just go rate that. And if you only watch on YouTube, go listen to an episode, you know, on Spotify, or at least half of an episode, and then go rate me 5 stars. It costs you nothing, and it helps me out so much. So I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next episode of the BotW Project.
Today, I'm going to be giving you guys a first look on the very first Breath of the Wild randomizer. I'm sure that all of you guys know what randomizers are, but how does this work for Breath of the Wild? Well, we're going to take every single item, we're going to take every single enemy, and much more, and completely randomize it. There's going to be a lot of surprises throughout this video, so I really hope you enjoyed it. And I have a massive surprise right at the end of this video. So, hope you enjoy. Thanks so much for watching. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Timer has started. All right, let's start this chat. So first things first, let's grab the Sheikah Slate, shall we? So we are off on the Breath of the Wild randomizer. There's going to be a lot of awesome stuff that you guys will be seeing throughout this. Let's start off continuing. We're going to get the climbing boots. And a spirit orb. Interesting. So, all I'm gonna say is that spirit orbs are not accessed from beating shrines anymore. It's been changed a little bit. Wait, where's the old man? That's strange. The old man isn't there anymore. Huh. I wonder where he went. Huh. A Savage Lionel sword. Alright. Already some changes over here. Let's just continue forward with this. Okay, we're just gonna pick up some random fruit around here and continue as we go. Don't kill me. I do not have the equipment to get wrecked right now. Stealth tights. Wow, this game really wants me to wear pants. Jeez, okay, fine, I will wear pants. And we're gonna continue all the way over to the tower. Another thing you're gonna notice too is that, you know how normally there's a couple of just arrows here? Well, they have been randomized to be any single category. And that is actually light arrows. So yeah, so enemies can actually use light arrows now as well. Forgot to mention that little part. All right, now, for anyone who has actually played Breath of the Wild, I have a little question for you guys. What is the first thing that happens after you jump down from the Great Plateau Tower? You're supposed to get the old man. That is indeed correct. Huh. There's no old man here. That is because the worst part of every single Breath of the Wild run is the Great Plateau. So, the old man no longer exists in the randomizer, which means that you do not have to complete all 4 shrines and go through the Great Plateau the same way that you might have experienced it if you have played this game before in either a speedrun or a casual playthrough. Because the paraglider is actually placed randomly in one of the chests around the Great Plateau. You will remember that the very... Oh my god, this one is so strong compared to the original one. This is a test of strength, Guardian. Bro. Okay, don't hit me again. Jesus Christ, he's strong. Anyways. Damn it! Alright, take 2. Let's try again. Can I push him down? Dude. A test of strength, Guardian, here is unfair. Okay. There we go. Alright, so, you can already tell there are changes in the shrines in terms of enemies. But not only that, a big request from people was that the chest inside of the shrines would also be randomized. And I'm happy to announce they have been randomized. A Royal Guardian Bow from the very first shrine chest. That is not what you would normally get. So, with that, let's complete the shrine, shall we? Wait, I didn't... Huh. Yeah, so, as you can see, I didn't get anything for beating the shrine. That is because of the fact that since there's a randomization going on, you don't actually get spirit orbs from beating shrines. Alright, let's open this chest up. Luminous stones. Amber. Also, when it comes to finding the paraglider on the Great Plateau, I want to make it very clear. The Boko camps that require you to defeat all of the enemies to pick up their chests, those are not part of the chests. Because if you get really unlucky, you can get some redonkulous enemies in these camps. I mean, already right here, I do not have the equipment to fight these enemies right here. You can get a gold graded, you know, lizard if you're unlucky. Hey, another spirit orb. That's good. 32 total chests on the Great Plateau, and one of them is guaranteed to have the paraglider. So it is not too bad. Wait, before we continue with the Great Plateau, ad time. Thank you so much, Manscaped, for sponsoring today's video.
As you might know, Manscaped did hook me up a while ago with this 4.0 perfect package, and it comes with amazing products that you all are aware of already, I'm sure. If not, it includes the ball deodorant, the ball toner, among some other small accessories, and my personal favorite, which is the Lawnmower 4.0, which is an amazing trimmer. It is waterproof. It is an amazing technology in general when it comes to trying to avoid you getting some nits and scuffs when you're using it. And on top of that, it comes with this amazing LED light, so it's much easier to see where you're actually trimming. But on top of that as well, they just sent me this amazing new package, which is the Shears 2.0. Now, this package is definitely a go-to when it comes to having it in your travel bag. Not only does it come with a nail file, nail clippers, grooming scissors, and tweezers, but it also comes in this amazing storage case. And I have to say, I absolutely love it. It is very high quality and overall just an amazing thing to bring along. Now, don't miss out on this amazing opportunity. Go to manscaped.com and use promo code LINK7 and you will get 20% off your first order and free international shipping. So what are you waiting for? Do it! Or click the link in the description. Alright, I hope I don't get killed here. Oh god. Oh god. I might get shot in the back here. Oh! How do I still not have a shield? I really want a shield for shield jumps. This sucks. And I also don't have any clothes other than pants, so I can't deal with the cold. Alright, let's go over here. Also, you might notice that there's a talus here. Believe it or not, we actually got lucky that this is a talus, because every single overworld enemy can be randomized to any other overworld enemy. It could have been a Hinox, it could have been an ice talus, it could be a fire talus, it could be any sort of talus. Also, I died. Dude! Dude! Alright. Holy those drops. Those drops you usually would never see on the Great Plateau. Alright, let's pick up this chest. Another spirit orb! Let's go! Yeah, sorry to say to all of the fans out there that was dreaming of a randomizer where they could collect 900 different Koroks. But yeah, Koroks are not randomized. Sorry, Chad. Stealth chest guard. Dude, they really like those stealthy outfits, huh? Hey, at least I look sick now. Dude, I look awesome. Alright, let's get another rune quickly. Alright, there's a chest over here. Topaz, damn it! Where's my paraglider? Oh god, that's a golden bokoblin. Please don't tell me they have bows. Oh god, do not hit me. If he hits me with a single shot, I'm so dead.
Here's a
At
triple.
least it only gave him normal arrows. If it was light, oh my god. If it was light arrows, I would have been so screwed.
He has a multi-shot
Another
bow.
spirit orb, let's go! We can get more hearts. Oh god. That golden enemy over there is spooky. Ah! I want that. Oh god. Oh god! Give me the chest, give me the chest, give me the chest. Oh no. What? One hit? I even had temporary heart. I'm having some really bad luck finding this paraglider right now. Another spirit orb. Nice. Oh god, that guy has light arrows? Do not hit me. Do not hit me. Oh god, where am I going? We should be the best of luck here, Chad. Ah! Let's go! Shock arrows. Let's go! Paraglider has been found. Woo! Alright, and now the entire game is unlocked. Easy clap. Alright, I'm actually not going to check every remaining chest on the Great Plateau then. But I will, however, go and unlock stasis, because I think having stasis is probably a pretty good idea. Alright. Alright, well, actually, I'm not even going to beat this shrine. So, honestly, we got the paraglider. We can now go anywhere we want. So, you know what we're going to do, chat? We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to use a movement glitch to make it all the way to Hyrule Castle. And we're going to go and see what happens if we try and beat Ganon right now. I got a bad angle. I'm going the completely wrong way. You know what? I actually intended to go with this angle.
I'm gonna get this tower here and then go to the Hyrule Castle. Yep, that was my plan all along. Hey, we got the Sheikah sensor, because I totally didn't have that before. Alright, now let's head to Hyrule Castle, shall we? Perfect angle! Alright, so let's make this an any percent randomizer, shall we? Let's go and beat Ganon. Let's do it. Hero of Hyrule, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. Wait, what? Using your abilities to drain Ganon of his power is key to our success. Take hold of the Master Sword. So, the trigger for activating the entire Ganon fight has been replaced with a trigger that checks for the Master Sword, which means that you have two options depending on your playstyle to give more options for the player. You can either A, grind the overworld, keep looking for chests to find 40 spirit orbs, or the one thing that hasn't been randomized is the heart containers, which means that if you don't want to spend as much time looking for overworld chests for 40 spirit orbs, you can choose to beat the Divine Beasts on your own accord, which not only gives you the ability, you know, of beating a dungeon, but a guaranteed heart container, which means that each dungeon you beat removes 4 spirit orbs that you would have had to find in chests. So, if you're someone that rather wants to spend time beating dungeons, you have that opportunity by instead beating 4 dungeons, you get the 4 abilities, and now you also, you know, only have to get, you know, in the mid-20s of spirit orbs instead of 40. But yeah, either way, with that being said, now when I showed off what the objective of this randomizer is, let's leave Hyrule Castle, because I do not want to go for Hyrule Castle right now, and let's actually try and get some stuff, because our objective, like I said, is to actually get the Master Sword. Now, I don't think I'm gonna get all 4 Divine Beasts, but I definitely want to get the Rito one, because the Rito one gives you Rivali's Gale. And for anyone that's played Breath of the Wild, you will know that Rivali's Gale is awesome to have early on. Oh yeah, I should run the chest detector, you're right. 5-head. No! That's the most debate chest ever. A single individual rupee, dude. And rock salt. 1 rupee and rock salt. Very nice. Don't spend it all in one place. Thanks, Chad. Yeah, I'll make sure of that. Alright, I'm sad that I don't have more spirit orbs, but at least I can get 1 heart upgrade. Hey, we can be a pretty girl now. You know what, Chad? I'll do it for the true fans. Boggers! Yeah, sorry, chat. Out of everything that's been added, so now since pretty much everything is randomized, the one thing that isn't randomized is Divine and Beast, because Divine and Beast are a bit more extra tricky. Rivali's Gale is now ready. Alright, we got a heart and Rivali's Gale. Let's go! Please be a good item. Damn it. Alright, we got 6 hearts. Oh yeah, I was gonna check a bunch of easy clap overall chests. Let's go! No! There was a cool little thing that Melon did for the stream today. It's not part of the randomizer, it's just an external thing. Let's see if it actually works. Does it actually update in the game? No! Anyways, we got a Link is 7 shirt if we find a Nintendo Switch shirt. Scam. Let's go! Spirit Orb! You love to see it. See if there's anything cool in the shop. Ooh, I like this headpiece a lot more than what I currently have. We're getting the Hylian hood, Chad. Ooh, fire pants are also good. Is that heat resistance or cold? Heat? That could also be good. Let's get it. Dude, I look awesome now. This Korok has a very interesting taste. Wildberry, acorn, volt fruit, and hydro melon. Very nice. I have to start actually following the Pwip Pwip tracker soon. I wanted to go here though, because there's a lot of chests in that cabin right there. Ruby! Amber! What the hell is this? This is almost vanilla. Give me some good shit, bro. Thank you. Spirit Orb. That's what I like to see. Give me some more of those. No! What the hell is these? Dude, stop giving me close to vanilla here. Star fragment. Okay, that's a little bit better, but come on. Give me some orbs. No! Oh, God. Ah! There's more enemies? Come on, bro. There's more enemies! Dude, I need better equipment. My equipment sucks. This is pretty cool. Good one, streamer. Because it was ice arrows. Get it? You get it, chat? You get the good joke? Flint. Honestly, I'm noticing how hard it is to fight enemies. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go to the Zora dungeon. I don't want to beat all the dungeons, but I think just having Rito and Zora would be a good idea. You know what? Let's do a cool glitch here. I don't have a shield. I can't do it. Never mind. Free bear. Wait, what am I doing? I don't need the Korok. This is not 100%. What am I even doing? Just go to the dungeon, Linkus. What are you doing? I don't have any shock arrows. Never mind, we can't go to the dungeon yet. Damn it! Bro, why can I not find any shock arrows? Is there anything poggers down here? Hi, Lionel. Well, there is actually one chest down there. Hey, Spirit Orb. Dude, what is that bow? Oh my god, he has light arrows! Oh god, run. Run. Oh god. Where can I even find a lot of arrows? The closest I can think is Gerudo, but I don't want to go to Gerudo. I can't think of many good places to get it because it's randomized. The stores are randomized too. I'm just going there because I'm assuming that is enough. Because the lake at the top where the Lionel is, those arrows are random. I just don't want to start exploring the overworld too much yet because I'm so vulnerable right now. Like, I'm weak as hell. I haven't gotten lucky with any of the armors that I found. And I also just don't have a lot of hearts or power-ups. Alright, let's do it. Let's go to Gerudo and buy some arrows. Free bear. Wait, I'm inside of a wall? How did I clip out of bounds? What? I accidentally went out of bounds. Maybe Poshchamp here? Oh, let's go. This should not be random. I hope. Oh my god, I'm poor. No, I'm poor. Please have shock arrows, shop. You have got to be kidding me. You have... Oh, thank god there's some on the side there. Oh, I thought... Oh my god, I was gonna be so mad. Only 2 of them? Come on. God damn it. I need 20. I only have 10. Someone keeps spamming in the chat that the shop in in Zora's domain had shock arrows. If it does, I'm gonna double check. And if it's a lot of them, I'm sad. Okay, technically, he wasn't wrong, Chad. There was a singular shock arrow in the shop. Technically, not wrong, but not really what I was going for, Chad. Alright, let's go up to the Lionel and just hope we get lucky so that the top with where the Lionel is located actually has shock arrows. Oh, yeah. No, do not give me those normal arrow craps. Keep giving me shock arrows. No, no, no fire arrows. No. Bad game. Stop giving me bomb arrows. Oh, he's trying to shoot bomb arrows at me, but because it's raining in this area, it just drops it like a normal arrow. I get it now. That's why it's just like some like bad ones. He's just trying to shoot bomb arrows around me, but it's raining, so he's just like, how many do I have? 18. Okay, come on. I need 2 more. Come on, game, please. Oh, no. Come on, I need 1 more. 1 more. Oh my god, is that a shock arrow? Oh my god, yes. Yes! I can finally go to the dungeon. Oh god. Nice weapon, bro. Come on. Dude, my equipment and armor is so bad. I have no good armors. My equipment sucks ass. So yeah, after this one, I will have a revive. I will have Revali's Gale. I'll have 1 more heart. Then we're gonna go and farm some chests that have armors. Pray to God we get good armors. And then we finally go. go ahead and start like hunting chests. I think 2 dungeons is a good mix. Here we go. Break that ice. You got it, sir. Let's go! I'm not even gonna skip this cutscene because I love this man so much. Please marry me, dude. Side him, please. Yeah, I'll see you back at Source the Main. Chat, there are 4 terminals remaining. Alright, let's go! Alright, we got 2 Divine Beasts. I think that's gonna be all that I'm going to get. Let's look. How many hearts do I have right now? Let's see here. 7. I have 7. And I have 3 orbs. So I need 1 more for 9. Then I have 10, 11, 12, 13. So I have 4 hearts I need to get. 4 on each. So that'll be a total of 16 plus 1. So 17. So we need 17 hearts. Sorry, 17 spirit orbs. So 17 spirit orbs. And then we should have them be able to go and get the Master Sword. My equipment is still so bad. I think I'm gonna go to Hyrule Castle. I know it's a bit of a risky move, but I'm doing it. Come on, Spirit Orb. Easy clap. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Now we only need 16 more orbs. Oh, hell no. Oh, God, hell no. Damn it, I already purchased those pants. No. No. Phantom helmet. Okay, that's my first attack up helmet. We take those. This isn't stupid equipment. This is good. What are you talking about? Green rupee? Bruh. Move. Move. Bro. A blue rupee. Dude, I'm getting so scammed this run. Hey, we finally found some shock arrows at least. Oh, God. Go, 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 go. No. Wrong item. Stop attacking me with a leaf. The rando is working well, but I'm having some bad luck right now. I'm hoping my luck is gonna turn around. Here we go. Come on. Good armor. Please have a good armor. Dude, Hyrule Castle has been sad. I'm gonna head into some areas with like a lot of chests. No, I do not know every single chest. I know a lot of them, but not every. There's like over 1,000. That would just be impossible. Dude, I think the game just stopped rendering a Spirit Orb. Spirit Orbs doesn't exist anymore. Spirit Orbs do not exist anymore. Oh my God. Come on. What? Bro, come back. Come on, Spirit Orb. Oh my God. Okay. Melon literally live patched out Spirit Orbs. I swear to God, he lied, dude. Thank God. It has been so long since I found one. Holy shit. 1 Spirit Orb. I can't believe it. So currently I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hearts. I have 7 hearts, chat. So we still got a long way to go. Let's go! Come on, every single one of these double wooden chests so far has given me 1 Spirit Orb. Don't break the trend, bro. Don't break the trend. Don't do it. No! Alright, I'm gonna start farming some armors around the overworld where I know that armors are located. It is time, Chad. I want to kill some Boko camps to get some easy clap chest locations, but I'm not equipped for it, so I really want to find like some attack up or armors with high defense. Gold Bokoblin, bye. Holy, what is that aim? Dude, how good is that Gold Bokoblin's aim? He shot across, like, okay, let me just show you guys. He is there, here. I want to find like some attack up or armors with high defense. Gold Bokoblin, bye. Holy, what is that aim? Dude, how good is that Gold Bokoblin's aim? He shot across, like, okay, let me just show you guys. He is There! Here!
How did it come to this? The divine beasts, the guardians, they've all turned against us. It was Calamity Ganon. It turned them all against us. And everyone, Mifa, Urbosa, Rivali, and Daruk, they're all trapped inside those things. It's all my fault. Our only hope for defeating Ganon is lost, all because I couldn't harness this cursed power. Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing. So I really am just a failure. All my friends, the entire kingdom, my father most of all.
Let's see what this.
I tried and I